injured in an accident, you need a lawyer. And you deserve an advocate. Because every accident has a ripple effect. It affects your time, your health, your ability to make money, everything. That's where the advocates can help. Speaking with an attorney is simple and 100% free. We're available 24/7 for your convenience, and we'll take on the claims process so you can rest easy. Because you're not just a client to us, you're a person, and you deserve the best help you can get. You deserve an advocate.
This is The Monty Show, the truth in sports talk streaming. When you want unbiased opinions about your favorite team without the spin, all you have to do is find The Monty Show, streaming live and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on YouTube. And now, here's Monty.
Hey, The Monty Show live on your YouTube machine. Monday, February 24th, 2025. As always, we are presented by The Advocates at theadvocates.com. The best injury attorneys in the business, you guys. I saw it all weekend long. Accidents abound. How about this one? And I hadn't heard this one before. A cement mixer not paying attention, and he drove his cement truck through the back of a stopped car on the freeway. Other than that, it was a fine trip home. You got to call the advocates, man, because their insurance company and your insurance company are not looking to pay out the most possible. No, they're looking to pay you the least. The advocates know how to fight for you so you can get back to the best version of yourself. Get in an accident today, you get hurt at work today, yeah, the advocates are the workman's comp experts. Chat with an injury attorney live online, and it won't cost you a dime at theadvocates.com. They're in Seattle, Washington, San Diego, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Utah, you name it. No matter where you're listening to the show, make sure you get to theadvocates.com. A lot to get to today. John David Wicker, J.D. Wicker, the pro rata we all deserve, talking about the Pac-12 TV deal, saying that, the Pac-12 TV deal, that's the pro rata we deserve, and that the Pac-12 is going to get this deal done. It is going to be with familiar names. It is going to be done by the end of March. I don't understand why J.D. Wicker is talking about this. I truly do not. I wish I did, but I do not. And I'm going to play the bite for you, and I just ask you, should J.D. Wicker be saying this in a public setting where he was well aware he was being recorded?
End of next month, we will have the MOU done for our television deal. So we will know what our TV deal is going to be, who our partners are going to be. I will say this, they're entities that you're familiar with, that you would recognize. We're going to get great exposure, and the really good thing is we're going to get more exposure. It's not just going to be football and men's basketball, but it's going to be all of our sports are going to have the opportunity for this increased exposure. It's going to be increased revenue, which is a big thing for us. So that's really the next big piece. Once we know that, then we can go recruit that 8th football playing member. We need one more football playing member that has all of its sports to meet FBS rules or NCAA FBS rules. And then after that, we'll figure out if we're adding 1, 2, or 3 more schools, and whether they're coming in all of their sports. They might be coming in some of their sports.
First of all, how does he not know that you need a full member? Well, a football playing member that's an FBS, an NCAA, and they have croquet as well.
You mean a full share member?
A full athletic department. You have to have a full member. It's called full member. You have to have a full athletic department that participates across the board. Why is J.D. Wicker talking about this? And when you listen to J.D. Wicker talk, do you have an overwhelming sense of confidence?
I don't, only because of his track record, right? Like when you've talked before, it hasn't ended well for you. And so it always seems like, hey, we have this story, and then J.D. Wicker randomly comes out of the woodwork and starts talking about whatever the hottest story is. And he takes time off, right? I mean, we legit hadn't heard from J.D. Wicker since the pro rata we deserve situation happened before. And so it's been a while. And I'm not surprised that he would come out and make bold claims like this. But to me, no, it doesn't inspire confidence. I think, again, much like the Teresa Gould interview we talked about so much last week, this comment and this statement, I'm not going to say you're grandstanding, but you're just sitting here saying, hey, we're going to have a deal by the end of March. Okay, well, that's what you said last year. You said that you're going to, not JD himself, but the conference said you're going to have a deal by Christmas, and that didn't happen. Now, I think they'll get a deal eventually, but I'm not confident it's by the end of March. I mean, you're sitting here talking about getting a deal done in the next 4.5 weeks or so, 5 weeks, and that would basically that would conflict with what Teresa Gould said in the interview, because Teresa said that they're still out in the market trying to figure out their relationships and they want transformational relationships. So I don't know. I feel like there's a little bit of conflicting storyline happening here. And JD's trying to paint the picture that it's like, go ahead and book it. We're going to have this done by the end of March. And Teresa Gould wasn't so hot to trot about that in the interview.
Well, I hope they do get a deal done by the end of March. It'd be nice for Pac-12 fans to have some level of calm. It would be nice to have a plotted course forward, because I think the real, news out of that statement was not that, oh, we're going to have a Pac-12 TV deal done. And I think, if my TikTok DMs and whatnot are any indicator, and usually they are not, Pac-12 fans saying, oh, I told you we're going to be on ESPN. He never said that. First of all, so my advice to you as a Pac-12 fan, take anything J.D. Wicker says with a grain of salt. Number 2, hit the like button right now, please. That will really help you get the pro rata you deserve if you hit the like button. Number 3, I would not assume that this is ESPN, Fox, like major distribution. I would not assume that. I would hope for that. I would not assume that by any stretch of the imagination. I hope that it is done by the end of March. I think it can be done by the end of March. I'm probably 60% that it is going to be done by the end of March, because I don't know how much longer they can go on. When you're talking about expanding and adding membership, that is a very long process. You don't have a lot of time to do that, which is why, as we exclusively reported on this show, they have been talking to people behind the scenes. So it's not as though they've issued invitations, but the Pac-12 hasn't just been sitting on their hands doing nothing. My guess is that they will probably get across the finish line in spring. I think this will be done by June 1st. But the real news out of that statement, they don't have a grant of rights with their new membership.
Right.
That's what the real news in that statement is. That Boise State and Fresno State, who's in a world of hurt right now at Fresno State, as we're going to talk about coming up. But Boise State, Fresno State, Colorado State, they don't have a grant of rights in the Pac-12. That's right there what that tells you. That's big news. Big news is it's going to, one of the guys who routinely DMs me about how stupid I am about the Pac-12 says that this means we're getting $15 million, because Pac-12 fans are still buying into this idea their TV deal will be $12 to $15 million a year, to which I tell you, you should go to rehab, because it's not going to be 12. How is it going to be $12 to $15 million a year?
Yeah, I don't know how you draw that conclusion based off what he said.
I have no idea. I don't know.
Like, he didn't say, oh yeah, we're going to have 12 to $15 million a year per school. He didn't say that it was ESPN. What he said is it's names that you would recognize, which again, I think, is a really broad statement. Like, if you take a second and think about that, the word recognize is a very broad term. Like, I recognize TNT, or I recognize this or that, but that doesn't mean it's like the top dogs. And again, it's this whole situation with this story where people want to come in here and say, oh, well, you guys hate the Pac-12. Yeah, it's actually not that we hate the Pac-12. It's
nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's more that there's been so much improper reporting on this and so much, just exaggeration and drama and emotion in this story that we're the ones saying, hey, you can't get away from the fact, like you just said, he just confirmed that they don't have grant of rights done, that they don't have MOUs, as he specifically said in that clip, done. But again, Pac-12 fan wants to say, oh, we're set up and we're done and we're good to go. And it's like, no, just because it appears, based on what JD said, that they have agreements based on people's words currently. Yeah, Boise State said, yeah, we're going to leave the Mountain West and go to your conference. And you look at this graphic, and these schools obviously have verbally committed. But I want people to understand who we're listening to here. This is someone who's been riding the Pac-12 train for years now. This is someone who gave the Big 12 the bird because they thought they were getting into the Pac-12 when the Pac-12 was a Power 5 conference.
Yeah.
This is not new.
Well, and here's what I would tell you. Listen to what he says here. Because, again, he never says, well, if you maybe look at it like this. If you were going to do a deal with, and most Pac-12 fans believe that he means they're going to have a deal with ESPN and Fox. That's what most Pac-12 fans have been saying on social media. So where in here does he say they're going to have a deal with ESPN and Fox? And would you say it like this if you were going to have a deal with ESPN and Fox? And where is he saying that there's going to be big money here? He's saying they're going to get a raise from the $4 million they were getting in the Mountain West.
End of next month, we will have the MOU done for our television deal. So we will know what our TV deal is going to be, who our partners are going to be. I will say this, they're entities that you're familiar with, that you would recognize. We're going to get great exposure, and the really good thing is we're going to get more exposure. It's not just going to be football and men's basketball, but it's going to be all of our sports are going to have the opportunity for this increased exposure.
So entities,
right,
and all of our sports. So let's pretend it is ESPN. What did he just say right there?
That you're going to be all over ESPN Plus.
That's exactly what he said, right? Which I think would be a very good deal for the Pac-12.
Yeah.
And I will continue to say this until the crows come home. If you're on ESPN Plus, it is a very good day to be a fan of the Pac-12. It is a very good day. Now, you're going to have to pay to see it, which you're going to hate, but it's a very good day. I think the more likely scenario is that you have a deal with the CW and that you have streaming partnerships, which I think is exactly what you should be doing. So that would be a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
But Pac-12 fan, I'm telling you right now, if you are expecting $12 to $15 million, and there are fans out there saying that, you're going to be disappointed. If you are expecting, ESPN, the big mothership ESPN2 to be your home for Pac-12 sports, I think you're going to be disappointed. That deal would be done already if that were the case.
100% agree. 100% agree. And again, who are we listening to? I just want to keep pointing this out.
J.D. Wicker.
You're not listening to Teresa Gould. You're not listening to leadership at the conference level. You're listening to, and again, it's not personal, just going off of what's happened, right? Just going off a track record and what we know up to this point. You're going off of someone who made one of the worst mistakes that I've ever seen in college football administration. You went out and you said, hey, we're not interested in joining a Big 12 conference that, is still in existence today and is still in a great spot. We're interested in joining the Pac-12 and we want the pro rata we deserve. And we're going to put that on paper only to look foolish, only to look silly, like you don't understand what that means. And so, again, I if you're not a Pac-12 fan, you're just looking at this story, yeah, I do think you got to take it with a grain of salt. Like you said, I do think that you have to have some understanding that, hey, JD Wicker's always going to be pro Pac-12. You're never going to hear him say, oh yeah, hey, the conference isn't in a great spot, or we made a mistake, or notice he said the pro rata thing and disappeared for however long it's been now and is only resurfaced now. Like it just, so yes, I think they'll get a deal. No, I don't think it's going to be some juggernaut of a TV deal, man. That's not how the industry works.
Yeah. And Sal Capone, you stick around, because this is one of the most ridiculous comments ever made on this show. And I am so excited to talk about Arizona and BYU. So Sal, you stick around. Let's see who's first in today. Oh, Sal. Good morning, guys. Look forward to a great show. Everyone hit the like button. Yes, please do. Jay Chapman, hello. Midweek Coug. Long live the Pac-12, I hope. Again, I don't think the Pac-12 is folding. The question is, and it's the same question that we put to Gloria Nevarez last week on the show, can both of these conferences thrive? Can both, because I don't believe that both of these conferences get an $8 million deal. I think one of them gets $6 to $8 million. The other one gets 4 to 5, 6 at max. I think that's what you're looking at. I don't think there is $16 million in the marketplace for these two leagues. That would be stunning.
Yeah.
That would, because I also don't believe that you're going to go to ESPN and get $16 million combined. ESPN's not going to pay, let's say, 8 to the Mountain West and 8 to the Pac-12. Where is that money coming from? I don't. And my biggest concern for the Mountain West and for the Pac-12 is I just don't see that there are multiple distributors with late night windows on the West Coast. I don't see that, because I'd also remind you, ESPN's got the Big 12 already. So the flagship ESPN and ESPN2 are gone, because you've got the Big 12, you've got the ACC, you've got the SEC. Like, you have a ton of football content. So I don't see that there's a ton of late night windows with ESPN, with Fox. I could see Fox having primetime East Coast. I could absolutely see that. But one of the things that is so interesting is, if you're playing USC and Ohio State at the Coliseum for a 6:30 Eastern, or excuse me, 6:30 Pacific, 9:30 Eastern kickoff. Let's say 5:30 Pacific, 8:30 Eastern kickoff. Do you want your other partners in the Big Ten playing? Do you want ESPN? Do you want Fox? Do you want CBS? Do you want any of them to be playing a game in a primetime window? The answer is probably no. So I don't think Fox has a late night availability for you. I don't believe that's going to be the case, because is Fox willing to compete with NBC? Here comes Saturday night,
Right.
I think you have to keep that in mind. So I don't think that Fox is in the late night TV, Pac-12 after dark business.
Yeah, and I think the hard part for the Pac-12 is they're going to have to do, they're going to have to find the way, they're going to have to behave in a way with scheduling that works for the TV partners, not the other way around. And I think that there's been so much talk outside of the Pac-12. Obviously, like the Big Ten's talked about it a lot. Like Ohio State and Michigan never playing night games, like the preference that they get scheduling wise. The Pac-12 obviously is not going to have those luxuries. And so I think it'll be interesting to see, like, when they get a deal, let's say it's ESPN Plus and the CW and maybe a little bit on TNT.
It's the C-Dub.
The C-Dub. Are we going to get a lot of like daytime Pac-12 stuff, or are they going to get some later night window stuff on the CW?
So let me read you this DM I got from my guy Rodrigo
via social media.
Who
now before you get into the DM, I'm putting it over I'm putting the over under at 2 times that he calls you stupid or doesn't know or says you don't know what you're talking about.
Rodrigo.
Okay.
I'm a lifelong Pac-12 fan. and a current student at Fresno State.
Uh-huh.
A deal with the C-Dub, which is what made me think about this. A deal with the C-Dub is fine. You insinuating that the C-Dub sucks tells me how uninformed you are about the TV world.
Oh.
Why don't you focus on the SEC, you homer?
So now you're an SEC homer.
Now I am an SEC homer. The one that I actually, and it's rare that you get this.
You're a homer. It's the first part.
Yeah. So it's rare that you get the word intelligent conversation. Stewart, who is a San Diegan.
Right.
Stewart said, you're one of the more level-headed guys on the Pac-12 media rights deal. Notice he didn't say TV deal. He said media rights deal.
Right.
I hope it's not the CW. And he actually used the C and the letter W. I hope it's not the CW. I don't see that gives us the proper distribution. But I also think there are too many Pac-12 fans who would be happy with the CW. What are your thoughts on ESPN and the Pac-12 going all in for each other?
All in for each other, bro?
I'm hearing that's the deal. $15 million all in for ESPN DC, direct to consumer. It should be DTC, direct to consumer. Okay. I don't know. I don't believe that there's any opportunity for ESPN to pay the Pac-12 $15 million a deal.
All in.
To go all in. That's not one, that's two knuckles. Okay. So I am not the expert on what the TV deal in the Pac-12 will be. I can only tell you that from what our sources in the TV industry have told us, ESPN's not in the $15 million a year for the Pac-12. They're not paying the Pac-12 $150 million a year because, as I have been told, the Pac-12 is looking for a 10-team media rights deal. They want a deal that includes all of their current members, and then they want the ability to get a pro rata if they add up to 10 members. That's I'm told that's part of the conversations happening with the Pac-12 and their prospective media partners.
Uh-huh.
So if you are $10 million or $15 million for 10 teams, that's $150 million a year. ESPN's not paying anybody $150 million a year. They're not going to do that for the Mountain West or the Pac-12. I think those are pipe dreams. So I also don't see ESPN going all in with the Pac-12. I don't think they have the over-the-air inventory to do that. I don't, because I can tell you firsthand, ESPN values the Oak State BYU Bedlam game. Well, that's a Freudian slip. But the mayhem, the mayhem that led to the Lassiter touchdown in Provo, and the crowd goes wild, and they value that late night football content. Because you remember what time that happened. You guys remember what time of night that was? Yeah, that was 1:15 in the morning Eastern time. That was 10:15 at night on the West Coast.
And I have to say, it's quite the vibe watching those kind of games that late at night in the fall.
I agree. Stephen Smith says, your guys' coverage of the Pac-12 has been spot on. Thank you. And thank you for being a member for 18 months. Wow.
Dude, I don't know how we've survived this long without an appearance from our guy here.
Look at this.
Have you been too busy on the route?
Lubbock's best mailman, Aaron MFing Wilson, is back. My guy.
Let's go, dude.
You know what? you are not somebody that is out of my thoughts very often. I think about you on a pretty regular basis, dude. I always wonder how you're doing. I love that you're here. Aaron has been a longtime supporter of this show, making videos during our bucked up competitions and submitting lineups on Prize Picks, and everybody's favorite Texas Tech fan has gifted not one, but 2 Monty Show members.
Let's go, baby.
Aaron, good to see you, dude. I genuinely hope that you are just absolutely crushing souls as a postal employee. And I hope that you were able to respond to Elon's email. You know, I had a long debate. So, and I'm not going to say his name, bless his soul.
Bless his heart.
One of the things that happens through things like Pac-12 media deals, you get the guy who's like, you're fat and stupid, don't ever talk about the Pac-12 on your show again, idiot.
Yeah.
Who converts into, oh, you might have been right.
My bad.
Oh, wow. I like, he sent me a picture. He sent me like a rose emoji and was like, here are your flowers last week. When Ed Scott said what he said about the Pac-12, and it's morphed into one of those conversations. He is a federal employee who told me he got Elon's email, and I'm not going to say his name, and not that anybody gives a rat's ass about this show, and he was telling me, yeah, I told him, apparently Elon sent out an email to every federal worker. Every federal worker got an email from Elon Musk saying, I need to know the 5 things you did this week to justify your job. And this cat's like, yeah, I sent him the 5 things, but there's no way he's going to read my email, because apparently I did not know there's 13 million federal employees.
Oh,
I was unaware of that, who all got an email from Elon saying I need to know the 5 things you did last week. And if you don't reply, you're going to be fired. This dude's like, yeah, I sent him the 5 things, but he ain't going to read it. And the other best part about this, and I love my dude, I appreciate that you have, repatriated yourself to the Monty Show. He's like, I put on red receipt on the email I replied to Elon. So I'm going to wait and see if he read it. I'm going to say that you're not going to, even if he did read it. Anyway, Aaron, I hope you were able to respond to the email, because I want you to keep your job as a postal worker. So, Stephen Smith, every time the Pac-12 tries to come back to relevance, they can't get out of their own way and somehow keep screwing it up. I think the Pac-12 conference should just merge with the Mountain West and be done with it. I think we're past that. I still put it at 10% that there would be a merger.
Yeah.
So I think we're past that. I also look at, I don't think the Pac-12 continually, quote unquote, screws it up. I think what happens is that they have not humbled themselves. They have not said, wow, we're in a world of hurt here. $6 million per school per year would be a really good TV deal for us. And until they're willing to do that, I don't think they can deliver on their. Did they promise what the conversations surrounding $12 to $15 million are ridiculous?
Yeah.
And
emotion-based conversations.
And until we move past that, we got to stop. We got to stop with that. In all seriousness, they ain't getting $10 million a piece.
I just don't think, based on the current TV deals that are already done, that the brands in the Pac-12 are worth that. I think you would have a hard time saying, like,
I would agree.
Hey, we're this school, we're worth 10 based on what you did over here.
I
just
would
don't
agree.
think the math doesn't math there.
I would agree. I don't see the awkward guy. I recognize Fubo TV. Exactly. Fubo TV. Look, I recognize the cooking channel, Marty. Let's see. Stadium guy James. Good morning, James.
Now, again, this cannot be a comment about IPFs and upper decks, dude.
Well, I was just at Snapdragon Stadium and I did a video. It's on my YouTube channel where I also have priest pedo stuff. And I'm really concerned the Pope's going to die. And they're going to bury his ashes in the IPF at Utah.
He's got no class.
That's what I heard. Pac-12 fans have to deal with the fact that TNT is losing the NBA. And they are the only ones who have the money to sign the Pac-12. Can I ask you, why is TNT not a good option?
Yeah, I feel like TNT would be a good option.
I feel like TNT is a great option.
Yeah,
they want live sports. Yeah. They have they don't have a lot of money to spend at Turner. They have money to spend, and they certainly have the money to procure a continued relationship with the Mountain West, and with the relationship that's in place with the Mountain West. I would think that they would continue that. So
we'll see.
Does TNT have money for both the Pac-12 and the Mountain West? Who knows? Who knows, man? And Donuts, the Pac will be performance-based on selling streaming subscriptions.
See, now that would be interesting. I don't love that deal for the Pac-12 at all.
Yeah.
I think that puts you in a really tough spot.
I don't love that deal either.
Yeah.
I don't love that deal either. Oak State James, if it's ESPN Plus or the CW, it won't be as much money as they think. Well, there's that. Eric Wasikowski, Amazon Prime, ESPN, CW, Cousins gets them $10 million at the max. Yeah, I don't know that they're getting $10 million.
The problem with that,
I don't know.
See, and this is a thing to consider too. I think it's a great point, Eric, for once in your life. ESPN and Amazon Prime are not going to be on the same deal because ESPN, it wouldn't put them on the big ESPN. It would be ESPN Plus. You're not going to do a deal where you're on Plus and on Amazon Prime.
And I also think one thing I would say about ESPN, it's unclear what ESPN's direct-to-consumer product looks like. And when I say what it looks like, is it an app that you download? Is it ESPN Plus, but all of the programming's available?
I mean, I would guess based on ESPN's business and just like, from an efficiency standpoint, I would be shocked if it was another app you had to download. I think what makes more sense is they would, renovate the ESPN app and the way you get to ESPN Plus or whatever that new DTC product's going to be called.
Because if you look at ESPN, and I think we both watch a pretty considerable amount of content. Yeah. I watch it every day. As a golf fan, they have every PGA Tour event, the early rounds. And it's Thursday through Sunday. I can get golf on ESPN Plus. But it's ESPN. Open the ESPN app. It's ESPN. There's a watch tab and then an ESPN Plus tab where the UFC fights are or their pay-per-view stuff is. And if you're a subscriber to ESPN Plus, which I am, thank you for the tax write-off. That's where that's what you watch. So I think we have to wait and see what the direct-to-consumer interface looks like. Because my guess is if you're the Pac-12 and you do a deal with ESPN, I think that would be fantastic. I would celebrate that deal if you are the Pac-12.
Yeah.
Because my guess is you're going to have your own tab in ESPN Plus that will be like, hey, and I would assume that you'll be part of their direct-to-consumer product. That would be fantastic for the Pac-12. I think.
Yeah, no, I would agree.
Right?
Yeah, that would be great.
Pac-12 on Prime sounds good to me. I don't think it'd be bad, Aaron.
That option as well. I think ESPN Plus is a better option, but Amazon Prime would not be a bad thing.
Cougs Johnson. Hello, Johnson.
Johnson.
Stay hard.
We, as Oregon State and Washington State, never said no to anything, including the old Big 12.
Right. But the problem was it was never offered to you. So,
I think the question is, when you say we never said no, I can tell you firsthand that you said no to a deal that included ESPN before the Pac-12 melted down. You said no. The problem in the old Pac-12 was you thought you were worth $50 million a year by back of the envelope calculations.
Yeah.
And you were never worth $50 million a year.
Back of the envelope calculations.
That's the hard part. So at this point, we can't keep looking backward at what the Pac-12 said, didn't say, didn't do, did do. I think you can only be singularly focused on what is ahead of you. You've got what the Pac-12 did in the past. You're either going to let that condemn your future or you're going to learn from it and move on. The biggest question I have for Pac-12 fans is Teresa Gould the past or the future? And I think she is both, and that's the problem. Because when you keep the same methodology in place, like I think Kirk Schultz retiring is a huge move forward for Washington State athletics.
Yeah, I agree with that completely.
You need new leadership. Washington State is a proud, valuable brand that is, I think, suffered under financial malfeasance, in my opinion. Just irresponsible spending, in my opinion, poor spending, like bad decision-making. That's what I think Washington State needs new leadership, and you're going to get it. And let's see what happens. Because, again, as I love to say on this show, the best indicator of future action is past action. That's going to tell you.
Yep.
That's as simple as it gets.
Again, whether it's J.D. Wicker or Teresa Gould or any of these people, we're seeing that. I'm telling you, and I really don't want this to happen, but if we get to April 1 and they don't have a deal done, we're going to have a conversation about when J.D. Wicker should talk and when he shouldn't talk.
And when J.D. Dicker shouldn't, J.D. Dicker,
the kicker,
when J.D. Wicker shouldn't be the athletic director at oh, wait, that's right. He should not still be the athletic director at San Diego State. Period. I think Aaron's idea would make sense. Would Amazon be willing to pay $7-8 million a year in the CW? No. You're not going to pay more money to split content. So you're telling me, let's pretend they get $16 million a year from Amazon and the CW. Explain to me who gets the grade A content. Who gets the best game? Who gets... Where are we playing Gonzaga basketball? Are you telling me that the CW's paying $8 million a year not to have Gonzaga basketball?
Gonzaga.
Or only to have half of Gonzaga basketball?
Gonzaga.
Are you telling me, because what's the best football game in if we look at the Pac-12 right now, you guys tell me what is the best football game on paper here? Oregon State, Washington State. Washington State's probably the biggest TV market or viewership draw. So Washington State, Boise State, to me, looks like the biggest. Are you telling me the CW's not getting that?
Yeah, well, and I think to that point, like, you also have to consider that, you know, the way TV deals are structured, and this is not unique to the Pac-12. This is we've seen this over and over and over and over and over again, repeatedly. You're going to have the tier one partner who is going to get less inventory, but the best games, right? They're going to get the biggest, most relevant games, and that's going to be, in most conferences, that's like 2 games a week. Typically, that's going to be like in the Big Ten. That's going to be, you know, that's going to include 4 teams most weeks. That's going to be Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon, and whoever, Penn State, let's just say, as an example, right? So they're going to have those 4 teams, which obviously equates to 2 games a week, but those are the biggest names in the conference playing, and they're going to do the most numbers. So value-wise, that makes sense for, call it, you know, NBC, let's just say. You know, like for the Pac-12, again, this is where I think you start getting limited with your the financial picture, because again, when you look at the teams and the matchups that you could create currently, your best matchup, I would agree, is in question. It's not definitive what your best matchup is. We all know it's Boise State and somebody, but we don't know who that second team would be. So if we as, you know, observers, you know, I would even call, you know, us as people who cover this game very closely, cover the TV space closely, I'm telling you that there's not a definitive tier 1 game in the Pac-12 right now. It's Boise State and whoever. And so if you're doing a media rights deal with 2 tiers, I guess the first tier is just, hey, we're going to get every Boise State game. Is that what we're saying? Like, hey, if it's let's say it's ESPN or on ESPN Plus, that means that every Boise State and whoever game is on ESPN Plus, and then, you know, or maybe that's the CW. My point is that there's not enough depth in the conference currently to have a real clean cut delineation of like, hey, we're talking to the CW. This is the obvious thing we're going to talk to them about. You're going to them saying, hey, we've got this mix of schools. We're going to need a pro rata because we're going to expand after we do this TV deal. And these are the schools we're going after, which again, I also say is a huge question mark. Who are you going to go after as the 8th, 9th, and 10th teams? Because that's what he said in that clip, that they're going to try and get to 10 teams essentially. And I don't know who you go after there. Are you going to go back to the AAC schools? Is that the American schools?
I mean, don't know.
Like that's where I look at this TV deal and I say the conversation isn't really about if you're going to get a deal. I think you're going to get a deal. That's not really the question. The question is more like, hey, when you get that deal, first of all, where does it come in for valuation? And again, I think 7-8 million is a really, really safe number if you're looking at this deal and thinking and trying to project forward. So let's call it $8 million a year per school. Okay, at that point, then who are the partners? If it's the CW and ESPN Plus, I think that when you go to expand, the money's not going to be great. Like if you're the CW, can you really sit here and be like, yeah, we're going to give you 10 a year per school. And when you go out and add 3 more, we'll give you, another 30 million. Like, I don't know that the CW has enough viewership to justify that. I mean, does the CW have enough ad pool to justify spending that kind of money?
No, but I think you also have to look at the tea leaves here. I think that obviously Gonzaga and ESPN have a good relationship, which is why I continue to hear that Gonzaga is trying to facilitate some portion of ESPN being involved in the Pac-12 deal. And that's why I continue to say I could absolutely see a very small piece of the Pac-12 deal being on the ESPN family of networks, which could include ESPN Plus and ESPN.com. And I just have to believe the CW gets the lion's share of the deal. And I think there will be a secondary network involved there. I think TNT, I think one of those other networks could get into that. How much of the football, how much of the basketball, I think that pie gets cut up. But I have to believe that ESPN wants to continue to take Gonzaga basketball, right? I would think. That would be my opinion.
Gonzaga.
Because more than 9 people have told me that ESPN likes Gonzaga basketball, which I understand it's a premier basketball program.
Yeah.
Why would you not? So I just think the whole thing is very interesting. I am not of the belief that they're both getting 7 to 8. They're both paying $7 to $8 million a year.
Yeah. And I also think
I don't see that
when you compare them both, like obviously we know the Mountain West has been further down the road with their TV partners. So again, I also think that's an interesting question. We know that the Mountain West has a great relationship with CBS. So if they go that route, then that still leaves the door open for the Pac-12 to do with these other networks.
San Diego State Glenn, good morning to you, sir. I saw a Mountain West show yesterday, Mountain West Conference show yesterday, where the host said he's seen the Mountain West grant of rights. The Mountain West Conference, and it says UNLV won't have to pay an exit fee only if it leaves for the Big 12. That's absolutely the case.
Yeah, we've said that.
Yeah, we've said that before. We saw the memo of understanding in November. I think it was the first time we saw it. And it clearly states any team can leave the conference to go to a P4. You can, if you're stepping up, you can, and you're going to a power conference, you do not have to pay an exit fee.
Yeah.
That's the deal in the Mountain West for sure. Aaron Wilson, I'm back, baby. Just had a birthday and on vacation. Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Happy birthday, dude.
Mike Smith, good to see you, Aaron. Jeremiah Champion. Love the community this showgram is built. Yeah, so do we. Aaron says hello. Elon gonna cut my route. Let's hope he doesn't cut your route. I hope that's not the case.
Aaron, do you have a mail truck or do you walk? Like,
yeah,
what's the setup? What's the setup?
For those you don't know, Aaron Wilson's a phenomenal bro. He's gone through a lot. His dad passed away. We tried to raise a bunch of money for him to help rebuild his dad's house, which he had trouble with like the heat and just all kinds of stuff. And Aaron's been a big part of the show for a long time, but he's been a lesser part of the show because he's also a mailman in Lubbock.
Yeah.
And so he works. Although there's a huge change coming to the show. When are we going to announce that?
I don't know. When do you want
Because
to
if one
announce
more
it,
of you hyenas ask me, hey, I won't tell anybody.
Marty,
I
your
won't.
secret's safe with me.
I promise. We have to figure out, because April's going to represent a pretty big change on this show. So we'll have to figure that out. But yeah, Aaron's been part of the show for a long time, and I'm glad to see you. Dad Keo. Aztec, I'm not Monty, but that is true. Not just the Big 12, but any power conference. Correct.
Dad.
Oak State James. Oh, I got that stupid email too. I sent him a list of 10 things. Are you a federal employee?
Hold on. Okay, hold on. We got to review this, bro. We got.
When did you become a federal employee?
So wait, you're a pastor
who's writing a book about pedo priests,
right? And so obviously Penn State's the focus,
right?
But now you're a federal employee. I'm sorry. I'm confused on what you do for work, bro. What do you do for work? Now I don't understand.
Yeah, I have no idea what you do for
I
work.
thought you traveled around interviewing priests for this book. That's legit what I thought you did.
I don't know. The Buffalo Hunter. Elon will have Grok read them.
Yeah, right.
If you think that was a foul on Arizona, you don't deserve my nut today, bro. If you think that was the only blown call, how many good calls did the ghost foul on the three-pointer? Love shooting a three-pointer, never touched. 13 minutes from now, at 7:00 Mountain, 6:00 Pacific. We'll get into that. Trust me. Rock and rant. It is pretty inexcusable for an athletic director like him, new to the conference, getting out ahead of their commissioner. That's the. You know what, Rock and Rant? That's the first thing.
We didn't want to be assholes about this, dude. Everyone says, oh, well, you guys hate the Pac-12 and you hate on San Diego State and, you guys are just negative. I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to go down that route. I didn't want to point out
because that's the first thing I said. I was like, why is J.D. Wicker talking? And it's what I said to start the show. Why is J.D. Wicker talking about this in a public forum where he's being recorded? Because every time that's happened, it's gone terribly wrong for San Diego State. Terribly wrong.
Yet here we are, once again.
Aaron Wilson, Texas Tech looking like we're going to invest the money to win the Big 12 finally. You're the most talented roster in the conference right now. You better. Ryan Smith's receding hairline. Arizona fans just mad at Mormons stole their poverty hockey team. You're welcome.
We show up.
Oh, I cannot wait.
Their
12 minutes.
Poverty hockey team.
12 minutes. Darius, 996. I don't know. It's just what I felt like doing. The Pac-12 will do anything to be part of a cellar dweller Mountain West. Avoiding the basement's the point. I actually think, with a different sentiment, but I actually think that you're not wrong. I think, as I have said, and I said it directly to Gloria Navarez on the show last week, it's a race not to be the least valuable TV contract in college football.
Right.
Because if you get $4 million a year per team, it's over. It's over. If the Mountain West shows up at $6 to $8 million, they're going to be just fine. Just fine. No problem. They have a grant of rights in place, as we reported, and Gloria Navarez confirmed on the show. And then you have J.D. Wicker saying that we'll have a memo of understanding by the end of March, which means they do not currently have a grant of rights in place, which is remarkable to me. Jay Beers, speaking of UFC fights, they were incredible on Saturday. Great card in Seattle. Cool. Aaron Wilson, did Monty say 15 or 50? Exactly. Wicker has premature issues. I believe he does. Colorado State versus Oregon State. Who does not want to watch a horny beaver competition? You know.
Yeah.
Afternoon shows are back, baby. Let's go. Boy, would you love that, Aaron. You would love that, wouldn't you? The Buffalo Hunter, Marty and Jake are going to allow viewers to call in. Could be.
But would you guys honestly want that, dude?
Do you want calls on the show?
Bro, we've seen it so many times. Like, you've all listened to the radio show where they have like 800 people call in and, dude, is ranting about some random take that has nothing to do with what you want to talk about. Like, do we really want to do that? I could see maybe a video submission thing, like where you're limited to like 30 seconds. You got to get in, get out. Okay, we could work with that.
Maybe we send Oak State James a link to be live on the show. Yeah. Breaking pedophilia, priesthood news
from the IPF.
When the Pope dies here this week, we'll have James come on and pronounce him heavenly, and
God bless.
The pro rata he deserves. Get into heaven. You're the priest. Okay.
I
should probably move on. Look at this. I can't talk about my day job here.
Oh.
But I am a chaplain at the VA hospital. I was on a call last week. Trust me, I worked my butt off last week.
So you work for like the CIA and stuff.
So you work for the VA, which was decimated by Doge. Okay. James must be the chaplain. I believe he is. The Chad Carter. How's it going, mother lovers? Exactly. It's been a good couple of weeks for the Ohio State. A good couple of weeks. 9 minutes. 9 minutes until we get to BYU, Arizona. Dude that abides. Where have you been? Good to see you. We've got ourselves an upper deck mystery on our hands now, don't we? The stadium guy, James, and his employment. Shouting. Aaron Wilson. Video submissions, huh? Could be. The king of video submissions.
Dude, Aaron Wilson, bro.
Aaron Wilson.
Dude. I can only imagine. I'm literally sitting here picturing you in your postal delivery uniform, walking down the sidewalk with your bag full of mail, just shooting a selfie video with a sports take.
An email submission on the show. I'm not. I should
wait, like a legitimate email
somebody
submission?
Sent me an email. I'm not going to read it because I'm not. No. Tyler sends me a TikTok DM. It's rude that you won't read my tweets or DMs on Twitter. I took time out of my day to tweet at you. Does it mean nothing to you that us quote unquote cattle class flyers, so he listens to the show, that us quote unquote cattle class flyers send you DMs and tweet at you? When did you become too big for the commoner?
Wait, did you just call my guy fat?
Bro.
Is that what happened?
My waistline has nothing to do with this. Okay, Chubbs? I don't read Twitter DMs or notifications. If you tweet at me, I'm probably not going to see it. I cannot tell you the last time I clicked on my Twitter notification tab. Because it's all a wasteland of you suck, you're stupid, we're amazing, you're off. Like, that's what X has turned into. It used to be an amazing place, and now it's not.
Right.
Cougs Johnson. Yes, but maybe once per week call-ins.
Okay, so a segment, you're saying. You
a
want
weekly
like
segment.
a window where we have people call in.
Maybe it's the don't screw it up segment on the Monty Show.
Yeah.
Okay. That awkward guy. Who would we allow to be the first caller on the Monty Show?
It would have to be someone, they would have to be a legend on the show.
Maybe we'll do a thing like, hey, if you follow me on Twitter or TikTok, follow me on TikTok. I'll send you a link to get on the show.
Yeah, I have to say, I am more inclined to do video submissions. The call-in thing, it's not bad, but in our format, I would prefer to do video submissions.
Or maybe we get one of those voice over IP free phone number things.
Yeah, maybe we could do
and
that.
And you could leave us voicemails.
You could do voicemails.
I don't want to do live call-ins on the show.
Yeah.
Damian Fowler, James phone calls would be lit. Oak State James, yes, please go back to afternoons. That way I can listen while I am charting my work.
But listen, dude.
What did you say while you're charting at work?
Listen, if we go back to afternoons, if we were to do that, we can't have you giving out your personal information on X, dude. That can't happen.
Yeah,
again.
James had an issue. Jake and James were sexting. Frankly, they were on the phone together. Jake literally said, Jake is talking to Oak State James in a legendary moment on the show. where James live on the phone, James and Jake are talking on the show. James had tweeted out his personal financial information, and James could not figure out how to delete a tweet. And Jake is trying to walk him through it, and James is like, I have to go. And Jake is like, okay, love you.
You got to get stroked.
Like, what? And then Jake admitted on the air that they have been textually involved.
Like lightly.
The Natural, wow, he's a Department of Defense guy.
That's what I'm
Easy
saying,
call.
dude. He's Jason Bourne, bro. He's Jason Bourne.
You walk in the Buc-ee's and you're like, Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne, who is sunbathing on the rollers.
Seriously.
What would you do if you walked into a Buc-ee's and Oak State James was like, hey, Marty, have a barbecue sandwich on me, boy.
Don't touch me there. That, sir, is my no-no square.
Jake's ex-girlfriend, the insane psycho school teacher who he broke up with over text, and then she brought their dog to Utah. It was amazing. Anyway, the point is, and then she took him on a plane and he took a huge dump on an airplane. Jake, not the dog. Anyway, the point is, she's like, no square, boy. Jake got no squared. Anyway, Aaron, you're becoming a celebrity. He's already a celebrity. That awkward guy. Wait, so James will tell us about his butthole, but not his job.
Janus.
Yes.
Dude, that's incredible.
Yes,
bro.
that's exactly right, awkward guy.
Bro,
yes.
Incredible poll right there.
Yes. Rock and rant. James, I sent in 5 things to HR and may or may not have told Elon to have sexual relations with himself at Point One. Okay, well, you're not keeping your job, sir. In all seriousness, Elon told federal employees that he sent an email to, I think it's 13 million federal employees.
Right.
And he said, I need you to reply to me with 5 things you did last week to justify your employment here at the United States government. And if you don't reply, you're fired. How is he going to read 13 million emails?
No idea.
And then how is he going to decide if the 5 things James replied to him with are part and parcel of his job and he can keep his job or no, you're fired? It's 13 million. And I've probably gone too far with this already, but dare I say asking 13 million to email you a list of 5 things is not efficient. Just
no
saying.
comment.
I haven't been around as much as I'd like and as we'd like, is what I'm saying.
It seems like we're getting a consensus. Now, we haven't talked about this. This is not something that we've vetted out yet. But you all are commenting about us going back to the afternoons.
Do you really want us to go back to afternoons?
Is that what we're...
Yeah.
Is that what we're... Is that the consensus here?
Yeah, could be. You read those damn DMs, you Notre Dame hating Mormon.
Yeah,
Oh, we'll talk about hating Mormons in about 2 minutes. Jeremiah Champion, you missed my heyday period of video submissions. Oh man, unbelievable.
Dude, incredible.
Ferris Khan, Twitter is so 2019. TikTok, and whatnot chats, WhatsApp chats, during auctions is where it's at. I am a TikTok fan. I use TikTok pretty regularly every day. So, admit it, Monty, a call in from the Pac-12 fan would be legendary. It really would be. Rock and rant, I am feeling much better. A month ago, I was really having a bad health situation. He was shitting himself a month ago. That's what he said in the comments. That's what he said in the comments section.
He aired my guy out like that, bro.
No, he was airing it out.
He's just taking a big dump in his pants, you know?
Did he not say that?
I'm going to do that.
Yes, he did say that. You know, Tamian Fowler, a Jagoff comment of the day segment. Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
We could do that.
OMFG, I remember that. There you go. We want James to be first caller so Two Shakes can say I love you.
He broke up with you over text
That was
message?
such a good moment. It was such a legendary moment. I have so many video submissions, but that system hasn't allowed it for a minute. Well, we haven't done that. Aaron Wilson, hello, Maury. Hello.
Maury.
Yes. The Chad Carter, Aaron Wilson, just to catch you up, it's a tradition to nut when the show starts.
And Chad, do you nut in your well, or what's the deal?
Wow. Boyd Lake, great week for BYU basketball. Yes, it was. Great 2 weeks for BYU basketball, but yes, it was. Don't like you in the afternoons. I need to see the GOAT, Sam Webb, too. You moving time slots may need 2 browser windows open then. Could be.
Well, you always have 2 browser windows
Boy,
open.
Ferris, I'll tell you what. I had a terrifying conversation about Michigan over the weekend. Like, it is not the expected punishment. If the expected punishment, which I'm not going to say because I haven't confirmed it, the expected punishment that is supposedly coming for Michigan is too much. It is way, way, way over the top. Way over the top. Let's say like the bowl ban. I've heard, and I'm not reporting it as fact, I have been told the bowl ban for Michigan is going to be 5 years of a postseason ban. And the scholarship reductions that are being tossed around on Michigan, my goodness. It is, and it's not one of the amazing things. They're not going to be punished for stealing signs. They're not going to be harshly punished for the sign stealing operation. You know what they're going to be punished most significantly for? Not being cooperative and not being honest, lying to the NCAA.
Yeah.
And there is a belief out there that the NCAA is going to be petulant about it, that the NCAA is going to prove that it still has teeth, and they're going to use Michigan as an example. And what is their main motivation going to be? It doesn't matter if the actor is still employed at your university, in this case, Jim Harbaugh. It doesn't matter if the actor is still employed at your university. The fact is he was, and he did what he said he did, allegedly, in stuff. I hope that does not happen. There is nothing good for college football that results from Michigan missing 5 years of postseason play.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
I can't believe that it would be there's no way. And we're talking about hundreds of scholarships being reduced. There's no way that can happen. You cannot allow that to happen. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. There is no way. But it's fine. All right. Let's see. A couple more, then we need to move on. Michigan, thank you, mother. May I have another? Dude. Lying to the NCAA. Jay McClanahan lying. Got him. The lying thing is supposedly the lion's share of the punishment.
I think, again, the problem is that Jim Harbaugh's attorney made it personal. And that, I think, is what probably, if it ends up happening, is what you can go back to. Because don't forget, and you can go find it's all over the internet still. Jim Harbaugh's attorney saying that nothing will come of this, and the NCAA is toothless, and we're gonna show them what it really is, and that's I think just that sentiment is what, anytime, we've all been in these situations where you're standing in a room with someone and somebody makes it personal in an unnecessary way. It didn't need to be a thing where it was personal, but they made it personal.
Oh,
that's when people get upset.
Yeah.
And so again, if that ends up happening, I can understand, man. I understand.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a media outlet that is in possession, and they are trying to validate its authenticity. There is a media outlet in possession of a significant number of emails between the NCAA, Tony Petitti, and Michigan.
Yeah.
And if they can authenticate that, it will absolutely blow the top off of any Michigan argument that they did not know what was happening.
I do think that at a minimum, again, we'll see what ends up happening, but I do think at a minimum you have to set a precedent with this Michigan thing. There has to at least be they have to punish them at least enough to where if someone else were to kind of step into this territory 5 years from now, let's say, or 10 years from now, they can look back and say, hey, Michigan did this and you did that, so we're going to punish you this much.
You cannot. I think the maximum you can lay down is a 2-year postseason ban. You cannot keep Michigan. The NCAA, the college football world, the universe needs Michigan involved in the postseason. You cannot have, no matter what you think of Michigan, they have a massive fan base. You can't keep Michigan out of the playoffs for 5 years.
Yeah.
You cannot do it. And I understand they're looking at 6 level 1 violations. If those are, that's what you need to watch. If I could advise you on anything, just count the number of level 1 violations that are levied against Michigan.
Right.
When this comes out in the next several months. But dude, you cannot ban Michigan for 5 years from the postseason. And I know that that's being talked about. You can't do that. You cannot. Even Michigan guy knows they did it. It's not and that's the thing. It's not a question. There's so much video evidence. There's so much public. Connor Stalions' activities are out there. It's not even a question of did he send people to other stadiums? Yes. How do we know that? Text messages. Those people talked. Cloud accounts, ticket accounts, Venmo accounts that were all publicly available.
It's not about whether you did it or not. You did
no,
it.
You
it's
did
about
it.
It's about the fact that you lied about it and tried to
exactly
hide it.
Right. Exactly right. But I think you are talking about years. If you were to ban Michigan from the playoffs for 5 years and take 100 scholarships from them over a 5-year period, they would never be relevant in our lifetime again. They just would not be relevant as a football program for at least a decade, at a minimum.
Yeah.
You're talking about 15, 20 years of damage. You're not doing that to Michigan. Nobody is on board with that. Nobody. The Monty Show presented by our good friends at Prize Picks, prizepicks.com. Again, I don't know, and it could just be that Luca's hot mom thinks I'm hot, and that's why she gifted me with a Saturday night performance.
My name is Luca.
Because I'm going to tell you, the business that I did on Saturday night in the NBA, I did bad things to people. And the money that I put up on Luca having a big performance, I don't know how I did it. Luka Doncic on Saturday night had a 28.5-point rebound and assist number. That's taking money from children. That's candy from a baby on Halloween, right? He put up 32, 10, and 7. He put up 49. Easy. Austin Reeves, again, I can only tell you so many times. Right now, Austin Reeves, anything under 32 points, rebounds, and assists, stealing money from Prize Picks. He had a 30.5-point rebound and assist number. He put up 34. It's stealing money, man.
Yeah.
It is stealing money, and if you are not doing it, and then the Jazz beating the Rockets was about the most predictable thing that I think it was ever a thing to happen. And I will again tell you that if you are not taking Walker Kessler every time that he's healthy and available, which is going to be a question this week, because I don't think he's going to play this week. He had a 17-point rebound and assist number. He put up 17 rebounds on his own. 17. I think he was 17 And then he put up 33. I mean, it's taking money.
Right.
And the only one I almost picked over him was Jabari Smith, who was like a 21. You would go under on that all day against the Jazz. Jabari Smith is not having a big game. And the other guy I want, if you're going to play Prize Picks in the NBA, I can only tell you so many times, the Thompson brothers, Ashur and Amin Thompson, you're stealing money from Prize Picks in the NBA. It is the single greatest thing I've ever seen. Download the Prize Picks app, open a new Prize Picks account, use the promo code Monty. You deposit $5, they'll give you 50 more instantly. It is stealing money from Prize Picks. Here's how you win. You play 3 picks. So, Luka Doncic, 28 points, rebounds, and assists combined, more or less. That's all you have to do. More or less. 3 picks like that on a flex play, and do like $5, dude. You'll win money because you get paid on 2 of 3.
Yeah, you mean like Keegan Murray for more or less than half a turnover? I mean, come on, dude.
It's Keegs.
Yeah, I mean, come on. That's a gimme, dude. Guy turns it over once a game, almost every game.
Yeah. The Knicks losing to good teams like the Celtics, Cavs, and Thunder, easy money.
Paul George, less than 29.5 points, rebounds, and assists with how he's playing.
How bad has he been?
Dude, come on, man.
They're talking about shutting Joel Embiid down for the year.
I would.
I don't disagree with that. All right. Let's get into Arizona and BYU. And
Sal.
we got to have a real conversation about this now, because what's going on when BYU comes to town has got to be stopped. Because Arizona on Saturday night gives up 96 points to BYU in what is only the second time that BYU has scored that many points in Arizona. And I will continue to tell BYU fan, at some point you have to get over the Jimmer Fredette era. Because, frankly, it's getting old always talking about Jimmer. When you have unbelievable performances being put down and you scored 96 points at Arizona, it's an incredible win. The officiating in this game was as bad as basketball officiating has ever been. And Arizona fan claiming foul and saying that it's an unbelievable injustice. You really think one call ruined this game? There were at least half a dozen calls in this game that were inexplicable, and 4 out of those 6 went to Arizona and went against BYU. And then the other dozen non-calls against Arizona, I would say, Arizona fan, settle down. Oh, that's right. You can't settle down because you're too busy chanting F the Mormons as BYU walks off the court. At what point does the NCAA step in and make it known that chanting hate speech at BYU and other institutions is not acceptable? Because now we're not talking about a great BYU basketball win, and it was. We are talking about the bigotry that exists in Tucson, where an entire arena is chanting F the Mormons. Who are you, Oregon football, who had Autzen Stadium chanting F the Mormons, and nobody did anything about it? And I'm going to tell you now, issuing an apology because your fan base is a bunch of bigots who chanted F the Mormons isn't quite getting it done. And at some point, you're going to have to start forfeiting games, and you are going to have to start paying millions in dollars of fines if your fan base is going to chant hate speech at BYU. Because, Jake, I think it's high time somebody does something to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly inappropriate. It's clearly not what anybody would be expecting, or like it doesn't live up to the standard. It's and we see this in sports a lot, where fans say and do really terrible things. I mean, you look at whether we're talking about fans throwing things on the field, whether we're talking about them saying nasty stuff. Like, humanity, we all know, shows its true colors when it's upset. We've seen this before. And I don't know what you do. Yeah, you find Arizona or whatever school is doing this, Arizona, Oregon, like whoever you want to point to. And at that point, that's how you handle it. I mean, I think, an interesting parallel is this whole situation where we're not seeing the storming of the courts anymore because of the fines that have been put in place, and because they're trying to prevent that, and it has worked. Fining the institution, tons of money when the fans storm the court has prevented court storming. It has. We've seen that, and so I have to agree. If you want to prevent this, maybe you institute a fine. But I think the tough part is that Arizona fan wants to talk about the officiating. And I have to agree, the officiating was terrible, but the reality is, just like you said, most of that went your way. So, like, you're upset about that last play of the game, and you felt like it should have been an and one. And yeah, it probably should have been an and one, but that's not the point. The point is that you lose the game by one, and then your fans go into full hate speech meltdown mode because you lost at home. Maybe, I don't know, slow BYU down. Maybe keep them from scoring 96 points. Maybe play better basketball. Maybe keep it out of the officials' hands. Maybe shoot a higher percentage. Maybe run more effective offense. Like, there are a million different ways that you could go about this, but instead you just want to say it's the officials' fault, and you don't want to talk about the fact that your fans are a terrible representation of what is otherwise a good institution. Like, that's the problem. So, with all due respect, Sal, I appreciate that you're here and you're on the show, and any other Arizona fan, but you have to come to the middle a little bit and understand that what happened after this game is probably the bigger story than some suspect officiating that seemingly shows up on a night in and night out basis at the professional level and at the college level.
And you might want to stop turning the ball over and giving up 22 points off turnovers.
Yeah, like, you just didn't play well, dude.
I think there's no question the and one was a bad call. Depends on how you look. When was he fouled? The foul that everybody's looking at certainly should have been an and one. The foul previous to that foul is what I think the official blew the whistle on. But you can't be shoving guys under the basket and have them not blow the whistle. You can bitch and moan about one call. You lost this game because you gave up 22 points off turnovers. That's the facts of the case.
Basketball.
And none of that excuses the heinous, horrendous language and the hate speech that was levied against BYU basketball that will go unpunished. And I don't give a rat's ass if you issued a statement of apology. It's not enough anymore. And I agree, it's like court storming, only it's worse.
Yeah.
Because now you look like a bunch of bigots, whether you are or not, you are. And at some point, the NCAA has to step in and do something.
Well, and I think it's interesting, too, like in situations where it's like one fan, like we've seen this in the NBA a lot, right? Or like at football games where one particular fan in a section is yelling heinous things and saying terrible things. And so the people around him call in security or whatever, and they have him removed, right? We see that on a pretty regular basis. I would say that's pretty common. It's not rare anymore. That's just how we do it now. The problem is that you had so many fans saying this that there wasn't anything you were going to do about it. And it just got written off to, well, it was heat of the moment. Like, this is, so there were two things at play that I saw after the game on Twitter with this situation. Number one, everyone wanted to say that Arizona's AD and like the leadership at Arizona were pulling a Mark Harland and criticizing the officials and acting in that same way. And they were. And that was the first piece of the conversation. But what bothers me is that the F the Mormons thing didn't even come up until later on. Like, people were so focused on this one call and they just weren't talking about this.
Go look at the package that so many BYU fans have put out. There's at least 6 egregious no calls. I mean, forearm to the upper back in the post, hip checking in the, just, you have to call it. And the ref is looking, there's the one where it's a two-handed shove and the ref is looking right at it and doesn't call it. That one call did not lose you the game. It did not. Sorry. You can't. Yeah. Big 12 refs are horrible. Example, JT Toppin injection against Houston. Big 12 refs, Big 12 basketball, Basketball refs across the country have been terrible.
Anytime you leave it in the officials' hands, you're going to lose.
You're going to lose.
Like,
and none of this excuses the bigoted chants that came from Arizona fans. None of it. And it's becoming a cool, chic thing to do now. And at some point, you got to put a stop to it. And the NCAA, in my opinion, likely will not do that. The thing that bothers me, if this was an entire arena chanting N-bombs or gay slurs, or it would be the end of the world. But because it's the LDS community and because it's the Mormon population being targeted, nothing will happen. It's perfectly acceptable to make up lies that somebody lobbed an N-bomb at you at a volleyball game at BYU. No penalty. Remember, no penalty for that. How many tens of thousands of dollars did BYU spend on that? I mean, a ton. No penalty for Duke. No penalty for Oregon fans chanting F the Mormons. No penalty for Arizona fans chanting F the Mormons. At what point do you put a stop to it?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Clearly not anytime soon.
They're not going to do it.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it. And I don't care that Arizona apologized. I don't care they released a statement. There needs to be damages done to universities that are bigots like Arizona and Oregon. You got to do it because that tells me you care about it. Oh, wait, you don't care about it. That's right. That's right. You don't care about it. Ed Enriquez, Zona fans thinking their blue blood status should lead to victories. Blue blood, good programs that won one natty on program's history and who can't count their money correctly.
Yeah.
Come on. This is Big 12 basketball, though. Shouldn't it be physical play and you ruin a game by not a foul at all? Well, you got to blow the whistle.
Your case here, dude, is that it's a physical game, but then you're trying to say that, hey, you got to let them play, but I want the whistle when it behooves us. It doesn't work that way, dude.
It's a tough, and Sal, I just think it's a tough argument to win. I mean, the officiating was Garbo the whole game. Let's just be honest about it. Shouldn't it be physical play and you ruin a game by not a foul call at all? Just saying it was a good game to be ruined by a bad call. It wasn't ruined by that call. It was ruined by Arizona.
Yeah, see, that's what I disagree with, Sal. It wasn't ruined by that one call. If your take was, hey, this game was completely reshaped by the awful officiating, okay, maybe we could have a conversation about that. If you take into account all the calls that went Arizona's way, obviously the and one at the end of the game, that was a clear and one. Like, there were a lot of different calls for this game that clearly were missed or not called the correct way. But you're not going to just skip over how poorly you guys played. There's no question you should have beat BYU at your place.
And when you shoot the three as well as both teams shot the three, all you have to do, take care of the ball.
You gave him 22 extra possessions, bro.
I mean, it is remarkable to me. That's the stat that stands out in this game. 14 turnovers leading to 22 points.
Or 14 extra possessions. Yeah, that's a lot of possessions, bro.
But the problem is Arizona played well. 14 fast break points, 54% from the floor, 45% from three. Well, the problem with that is BYU shot 55% from the floor and 45% from three. And BYU shot 71% from the line, missed 10 of 14 is not good enough from the free throw line.
Oh.
You only got to the free throw line 14 times, BYU. And Arizona fans bitching about the officials. You shot 25 free throws.
Like, come on, dude.
You can't complain about that.
Let me get this right. You got to the line, 11 more times than BYU?
They called 21 fouls against BYU.
You turned it over. So let me get this right. You got to the line 11 more times. Then you turned it over 14 times, leading to 22 points.
Huge problem.
Like, that's a problem, man. And you're a really good team this year. Arizona is a really quality basketball team this year that simply did not play well.
Arizona's good, not great.
I would refer you to what Bill Self talked about when BYU beat them. I would refer you to that press conference. What did he say? Hey, we didn't play well tonight. We did not put our kids in a position to go out and beat a really dynamic BYU offense that moves the ball a lot and seemingly always finds the open guy. That's what you should be
5
talking
guys
about,
in
dude.
double figures.
And I'll say the
for
same
BYU.
thing about this that I said about Mark Harlan when that whole thing went down. You're busy talking about officiating when you should be busy talking about how poorly you played. You gave up 96 points at home. I don't care who you're playing. That's not good enough. Like, if you give up more than 85 points at home, I would tell you you're not having a good night. You're just not.
Yeah, you can't give up 96 points.
That is too much.
And one other thing, and I know this is not going to be popular amongst the BYU crowd. At what point do you move on from Jimmer Fredette? At what point can you win a basketball game and somebody not talk about Jimmer Fredette? It's incredibly insulting to modern day BYU basketball, who's doing great things. And again, I think what Richie Saunders is doing is arguably historic with the consistent performances that he's putting up and the numbers that he is putting up. And you, Jack Wagons, are so focused on talking about Jimmer Fredette that you just can't appreciate the job that he's doing for you. And I don't know. I don't know how you understand it. Richie Saunders in the Big 12, number 1 in 3-point field goals, 3rd in points per game, 3rd in field goal percentage, 5th in 3-point field goals made per game.
It's great, man.
Top 15 in free throw percentage, and you can't appreciate it. Like, his performance against Arizona, incredible. And you want to talk about Jimmer Fredette, who's been gone for how long? Right? Talk about this team. Talk about the fact that you are getting a consistent performance across the board, that you had 5 guys in double figures against Arizona on the road in a difficult place to play, and you won, and you are likely going to be ranked in the top 25 this week. I think it's an unbelievable run for BYU. And if you look at their recent wins, now the biggest issue is obviously that you don't win big games against ranked opponents. But maybe you undid that now that you beat Arizona. But now you got to go to Tempe and win, and that's not going to be a cakewalk.
Right.
West Virginia at Iowa State, which is that's going to be a really tough game. And then you finish with Utah and Provo. So, 1, you're not done by a stretch here. You got a long way to go. Relax. But 2, appreciate the guys who are on this team. Stop the obsession with Jimmer Fredette. He's not a BYU basketball player anymore. And you have a really good team. Focus on today's team. If you've been a long time on this show, you know that I continue to say this. The ridiculousness of BYU fans stroking themselves to Jimmer Fredette highlight tapes. You don't need anybody to earthquake your bed. Just put on a fucking Jimmer Fredette highlight tape, and you will have dudes plastering their ceilings at BYU.
Oh my God, just like that. Oh.
It's wild to me that you won't focus on current day BYU basketball without bringing up gifts of Jimmer Fredette. Get over it. Get over it.
Dude, you just said they're going to plaster their ceilings to a Jimmer Fredette tape. Dude.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Me?
Am I wrong? Come on, man. What are we even talking about?
Dude.
Like, you're so focused on Jimmer. Do you understand that, as we talked about on the show, you dismantled Kansas. And furthermore, if you look at what BYU has done in the last 2 weeks, I mean, you've beaten Baylor, you've beaten Kansas, you've beaten Arizona on the road at McHale Center. Like, you look at this schedule since the turn of the year, really. You had that stretch where you lost with Arizona and Cincinnati. which was only outdone by the absolute ass kicking you took from Houston, Texas Tech, and TCU. But now I feel like you've left a lot of that negativity in the past.
Yeah.
I think it's been a great 10-day run for BYU. And I think you will be ranked in the top 25. I think that's going to happen, especially if you run the table.
Yeah, I just think you've beat some pretty good nameplates here. You've got that national attention now.
Yeah, I am very curious where BYU gets seated in the tournament if they run the table and they have a good showing in Kansas City. Because that's a big question. Where are we going to find BYU in the NCAA tournament? So we'll see what happens. But the fact that Auburn's number one still pisses me off.
Yeah.
But you look at the Big Ten, it is wild to me what a year the Big Ten is having. It's incredible. The Kentucky is 17th and not having a good week. Anyway, don't get me started.
Yeah.
I could go on and on about how is St. Mary's not ranked in the top 25. I don't know, but we'll see. Tanner. Hello. Tanner, maybe Tanner doesn't want to show your comment. Aaron Wilson, look for me on TV, fellas. I'm in the lower bowl. Okay. I got tickets to today's Tech versus Houston game. We'll look for you. Tanner, cool when they get ranked today, but I care more about the net ranking because the committee cares more about it. Okay. Utah basketball showing signs of life this year. Well, the women's program continues to be stellar. Do you guys think that there's no way Kansas can still be in the top 25?
No.
Are you telling me, is the Big 12 still the best conference in the country? I don't think so.
No, I think you got to throw that to the SEC now, unfortunately.
I think you do.
Unfortunately.
And look at the run that Duke is on. Because Pooper Cooper Flag, who's going to be a San Antonio Spur a year from now.
What are you going to say as a Jazz fan when you don't get Cooper Flag?
Just keep winning games. Now, I like that you're tanking and everybody's all of a sudden got groin injuries. The Jazz have like half their roster not playing. This year, it's not. It's not what? One thing is for sure, BYU has to win win in the first round. Another failure to get into the second would be a terrible look. It is. But, Tanner, they also just destroyed Kansas. They're winning big games. Is that what I said? No, I said they haven't won big games. They have struggled, especially on the road, historically, but, it's fine. Soaking for Jimmer, easy. Not wrong, but easy. Yeah, BYU fans, I paid good money for this team, and you better appreciate it. That's what I'm saying. I just wish that BYU fan could move on from Jimmer. Appreciate him for what he is.
He had a good run. What about who's here now?
I think what Richie Saunders is doing is flying way under the radar. Big Papa War Machine. Baylor and Kansas being bad isn't good. It's a really bad for this conference. Still could win a natty, but it's looking bleak. It's not looking good for the Big 12. I would agree with that. Ed Enriquez, Big 12 definitely down this year. When was the last time Kansas was not ranked? And they're not good. Long time, bro. And they are not good. This year, the Big 12 is in the best basketball conference, close second. I think it's the SEC. Why wouldn't we tank? I don't have the balls to pay a superstar for lucky enough to draft one. Exactly.
Oh, man.
Why would we tank? Big 12 hasn't been the best conference for the past 2 seasons now. Oh, they were the best conference last year, in my opinion. I think it is the SEC. And I don't know how you explain just how good the SEC is this year. And I'll be interested to see, who does Duke finish with? At Miami, Florida State, Wake, and then, of course, Carolina on March 8th. I'll be really interested to see how the ACC and how Duke needs to run the table, because Carolina is just not very good this year. But you look at the SEC, and I am amazed. Well, Greg Sankey's the devil. Yeah, but his teams win. I mean, you look at the just absolute dominant performances and how many Auburn, Florida, Bama, Tennessee's legitimately good.
Right.
Texas A&M and Missouri. And I think Missouri is one of the 5 best teams in the country right now. All of them are 20-win teams. And then you have Ole Miss at 19 wins and Mississippi State at 19 wins, Kentucky and Vandy at 18 wins. That's depth in a conference. That is depth in a conference. And the question is, again, like football, how much damage will they do to each other? Because I think Auburn being 25-2 is wild. And then you start looking at the fact that they finish with Ole Miss on Wednesday, Kentucky on Saturday, at Kentucky, at Texas A&M, and then they finish with Bama. Like, that is a road grading schedule. You can't tell me that Auburn's going undefeated. Not with Kentucky and A&M on the road. That's I don't care who you are. That's going to be really
they didn't
tough.
play good against Georgia over the weekend.
Tanner Plummer, Marty, did you see BYU basketball's tweet having 2 pictures of Jimmer and Richie side by side? Because the comparison of histrionics at Arizona. That is, I just think it's sad that BYU fans have this weird obsession with one player in the history of the program. And I guess it's what BYU fans do in football as well. Like you want, Gary, not Jerry, instead of Jake Retzloff, which was one of the stupidest debates I've ever heard.
Well, that or like just not appreciating Jake because you've had a lot of good quarterbacks. Like,
Yeah, but you didn't want, okay. You never liked the starting quarterback at BYU. It's who you guys are. It's who BYU fans are. It's wild. I understand BYU as a program talking about 96 points at Arizona. It's historical.
Program.
Right? And when's the last time they scored 96 points at Arizona? When Jimmer was there. But BYU fan, you can have whoever score 50 points and you guys are like, hey, did you guys see that Jimmer switched from butt wipes to toilet paper?
Stay hard.
Hey, saw Jimmer. Did you guys see that he tied his shoes today? Hey, man, I don't know if you guys saw.
Hey, Monty.
I'm a little, I don't know how I'm going to get through the day with the knowledge that Jimmer got a haircut. And some of his DNA was left on the floor, and I don't know what to do about it. Like, that's the level of obsession that BYU fans have with Jimmer. Like, Jimmer goes to the grocery store should be leading the Daily Comment front page. Oh, wow. Jimmer Fredette eats J-Dogs. Breaking news, leading the newspaper, front page, and BYU TV has breaking news. Jimmer Fredette took a leak 5 minutes ago.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Richie who? That's what you do every time you bring up Jimmer Fredette when you have a BYU basketball team on a heater. Oh, Jimmer Fredette, what is this? Can you guys hey, guys. Here's a question. Now, this is a question that I've been thinking about. I was playing church ball on that real thin no-pad carpet, and I skinned my knee, and I thought to myself, guys. Jimmer skinned his knee at one point, too. Am I not Jimmer now?
Here's the deal. I'm the best there is.
In ward ball, I'm the new Jimmer Fredette because I skinned my knee, too.
You're last.
It happened. And here's the question. Guys. If we go back in the history of BYU basketball, Jimmer Fredette or AJ DeManza?
In my eyes, he's the greatest to ever do it.
Who was the better player at BYU, Jimmer Fredette or Danny Ainge when he was with the Celtics? I'm taking Jimmer. I think you guys know that. He skinned his knee. I skinned my knee. Guys. I'm taking Jimmer.
Pause, bro. Pause.
I am. It's happening.
Bro.
The eye patch. 20 years from now, Tanner will still be talking about Jimbo.
Right.
It got so bad several years ago, I refused to say Jimmer's name on this show.
Right.
And, it's fine. Tanner, on Instagram during the game, Jimmer was telling a story about how he dropped. Who gives a flying fuck,
bro?
Who cares? You're watching. This is exactly the problem, BYU fan, right here. Oh, well, guys. This game in Arizona is off the chain, but I missed the end. Was it really a foul? Well, how did you miss the end of the game? Well, I was on Instagram, guys. Guys, I want you to know. I was on Instagram, and Jimmer was telling a story about how he took a dump this morning and
via social media.
He made the tough decision. And when we go to church on Sunday, I'm really hoping the message includes how Jimmer took a dump because he made the tough decision. And in life, our core values mean tough decisions where you switch from a butt wipe, no more dude wipes, we're going to paper towels. And he was telling that story on Instagram. It was riveting. I missed the N1 call because Jimmer took a dump. So let me get this right.
Yeah, that's stupid.
You're not watching the game because you're watching Jimmer on Instagram.
Dude.
During the game.
Bro.
Help me. Marty, you have a strange hate for our love of Jimmer. No, it's not that you love Jimmer. You want to duct tape him to a post in your basement so you can go down in the morning and pet him on top of the head.
Let's ride.
The obsession that BYU fan has with Jimmer highlight tapes. Again, look at the ceiling. Those aren't stalactites on the ceiling, boys.
Biologics.
Man, is that popcorn ceiling you got going on there? No. Jimmer highlight tape.
Human or non-human?
Hey, do you guys like yogurt? Fuck yeah, Jimmer highlight tape.
You ought to know you bought it.
If it wasn't Instagram, Tanner was on Jimmer's OnlyFans page.
Oh, got it.
And tell me if Jimmer wasn't doing porn, the LDS church would be like, well, porn's fine. Whoever said porn was bad?
That's a requirement.
No caffeinated beverages. But dude, you want to watch Jimmer pound box?
All my caffeine hit from Jimmer videos, man.
You want to watch Jimmer go deep? That's fine with us.
A lot.
Guys.
Hey, guys. Does anybody have an OnlyFans password for Jimmer's account they're willing to share?
I sifted through all that.
Bro.
Guys. So, listen. I went to the Marriott Center, and it's not Marriott Center. I got corrected on Twitter the other day. Because we live stream the show replay on my Twitter, and I got corrected on Twitter during the live stream. It's not Marriott Center.
Right.
No, friends, it's Marriott. The Marriott Center.
Gonzaga.
Guys, I was at the Marriott Center, because we get married. We married it there. Anyway, so guys, I was. Come on, man. David Humes. I've been a BYU fan for 40 years. I had to mute permanently the words Jimmer and Fredette on Twitter a few years ago because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's real.
I don't understand it. And I don't know why Tua is still your quarterback, David. LOL, good old Mad Marty. Yeah. But see, you take it as anger or mad. It's called entertainment value.
Right.
The Buffalo Hunter Biologics.
Yeah, dude.
Biologics.
Aaron Wilson, turning into a classic episode of The Martin Show.
Biologics.
Exactly.
The Martin Show.
Joey B, LOL, OnlyFans account. Exactly. Boyd Lake. Guys. I love watching Jimmer burying Utah from half court. That's a classic replay. Guys, let me tell you something.
Dude.
all the D pills on Instagram. The commercials now, like those. I don't even know what they're called. Mrs. Monty and I were sitting on our new couch from the largest bank in Utah that we bought. And I was flipping through Instagram, looking at the most popular fast food taco now. We're going to talk about that coming up. But anyway, my point is, all of the D pill ads on Instagram, am I the only one seeing that? Like, when did that start? Gonzaga.
Yeah, bro. It's the same thing. Marriott.
Gonzaga.
Damian Fowler, Jimmer who? Never heard of him.
Yeah, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Buck snot on the ceiling is gross.
It is.
There you go. Midweek Coug almost just crashed hearing that's not a stalactite.
Biologics.
What's that on your ceiling? Well, this is a man cave.
Juicy.
Guys. I went spelunking last week. And found Jimmer.
Now?
I found Jimmer. Is that like finding God? Kinda. He is God.
You got to get stroked.
The eye patch. Speaking of Jimbo, is he playing ward ball 3-on-3 in China? That dude is one of the best 3-on-3 players in the world. Yeah. Unbelievable. Joey B. The Secret Lives of Mormon. Don't start with the Mormon Wives thing. Monty and Mrs. love that show. Does Mrs. Monty comment on their fashion choices too? She does. We don't watch it. In all seriousness, Richie Saunders is playing his way into the NBA. Not as much as Jimmer did. Okay. Marriott is the way to say it. This is still a hill to die on, just like Gonzaga.
Dude, I'm telling you, people have their preferences.
Gonzaga.
It's Marriott Center.
Gonzaga.
Which it's not.
I like Gonzaga.
This is like St. Louis Post-Dispatch. It's Dispatch. It's the Ohio State. Marriott Center.
Everybody is outraged.
Damian Fowler, we need guys, merchandise. We probably do. Should we call it Jimmergram? You could.
Right.
You could.
Jimmer fans?
Exactly. Exactly right. Sacramento Kings legend, Jimmer.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
First team all no defense.
I get the ED ads. I think it's because I've bought bald head stuff. I'm telling you, just go to your doctor and get minoxidil low dose. Take it by pill form once a day. You're solved. You're welcome.
Yay!
Because it ain't nothing wrong with the hang down. Okay.
The hang down.
Okay.
Macaque.
Joey B. Where did this show go? New couch. Monty gonna have his own new OnlyFans account soon. I have a really nice new couch. Why is furniture? Everything is so expensive right now. It is so frustrating.
Not Jimmer tapes, though. Those are still a good
No,
price.
those are free on YouTube.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So, listen, guys, here's a question. I'm asking because we talked about it, in my ward this week. We had a discussion on family home evening night. Everybody walked into my house and I had the Jimmer on the big screen. And, all the dudes are like, let's take this into the garage, boys. They put a pizza down in the middle of the garage floor. And all of a sudden, we were in a circle and there were Jimmer tapes playing. And I can't talk about what happened in the rest
Honestly,
of it.
that's our stroking, guys.
But if there's a Jimmer tape on, guys, if there's a Jimmer tape on for family home evening, is that cheating on your wife?
I think I've hit it every time.
Okay, well, where is he playing? It was a question. I have no idea where Jimmer is. I think he's just playing 3-on-3 now, isn't he?
Tanner, would you like to answer?
Tanner's a guy. Mad Marty, if Jimmer saved your life, would you love him then? What's Mad Marty about? I don't get it. Boyd Lake, I would be guys. I would buy Monty Show gear for guys. Maybe we do a t-shirt. David E. Persons. Oh, look, there goes the show heading south again. For the winter, it's cold.
Yeah, bro.
Bronco McFord. Pac-12 needs to add Tulane and Rice.
Dude.
Different day. I bet after TDS beat Arizona, TDS fans ran to YouTube to watch Jimbo videos. It's a weird obsession that I don't really understand. I don't really understand it. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Do you guys, in all seriousness, do you guys think now that, because Greg Popovich looks like he's out for the year, and Victor Wembanyama's out for the year with this deep vein thrombosis thing, which is different than
Stay hard.
Right. Anyway, the point is, do you guys think that San Antonio should tank to get Cooper? And I say absolutely.
I would. What do you have to lose?
How are you not in the pooper for Cooper?
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, in the NBA, you're obviously in a lottery system. You're not. It's not like the NFL where you can just get the number one spot. But I mean, you absolutely have to do everything you can to be as bad as possible. 100%.
Yeah, and sadly, the Jazz are not close anymore to the bottom. But the Spurs are not close. The Spurs are 10 games. If I'm the San Antonio Spurs, I'm not winning another game the rest of the year. De'Aaron Fox tweaked his knee. He's got to be out for 10 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the bottom teams. What's Washington is like 9
Washington's
wins.
9.
Yeah.
And
I mean, even the Jazz are 10 games ahead of you in terms of lottery, with wins.
With the Spurs, yeah. Because you are Charlotte, the Jazz, and New Orleans at 14 and Washington at 9. Do you guys think that Cooper Flagg is a generational talent? Because this is being bandied about. I don't think it's even a question.
Yeah.
Cooper Flagg is everything that the NBA needs. 100%.
Yeah. He's
a great interview. He's a great talent. He's already marketable. He's got the New Balance deal and several others. Like the kid if there are goods, he's got them.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's the guy that you should be in the pooper for. In the pooper for Cooper.
Yeah.
Like get it done.
Capture the flag, bro.
Get it done. I think he is the guy that you have to do everything you can do to get him because I think he's a generational talent. Jazz are still the third worst team, and Pooper Flagg is talking about coming back for a second year at Duke. I think that's what you're
talking about.
He has to say that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Cooper Flagg is somebody who obviously wants to get into the best situation he can when he gets drafted, and Washington's not that situation.
No.
And, with all due respect, the Jazz are not that situation either, but
if Cooper Flagg were to wind up, where is his best spot? It's not Washington. Is it New Orleans?
New Orleans is not a bad spot.
It's not a good spot.
It seems like Zion is improving. He's, there are new reports out that
you just love the Zion Williamson
it's the whole conversation. Thing. How do you not talk about it? Like, what else is there to talk about, bro?
He's played 20 games.
Great. That's 20 more than he played last year, man. Like, what else? Like, I'm being serious. What else is there to talk about with this team?
Nothing.
That's it.
And
Zion's
they shouldn't be talked about. They shouldn't be. They're terrible.
Yeah.
Should not talk about Zion Williamson. He is the largest bust in the history of the NBA draft at this point. I mean, with the hype, he won't stay in shape. He doesn't play hard all the time. And when he's on the floor, the problem is if you feed him the ball consistently, he puts up big numbers and then he gets hurt. He's a massive bust. A massive bust. And if you look at Charlotte, I don't know. Is Cooper Flagg playing with LaMelo Ball a good fit? Well, I would think so.
Yeah.
I would think so. Toronto, no. Philly, no. Brooklyn is interesting. Brooklyn never wins. And then there's Chicago Bulls, who he'll never go to. He winds up, in my opinion, in Philadelphia. If I had to guess, that's where the league will freeze the envelopes to put him in Philadelphia. who I think they're going to part ways with Joel Embiid this summer because he's hurt again.
Oh, and the Paul George thing is not working out either.
Oof.
And I don't know.
What a disaster
I just don't think Paul George is trying, to be honest with you. Like when you watch him play, it just doesn't look like he's giving it his all, honestly.
Yeah. Suns got drubbed by now 18-win Toronto yesterday. You figure it out. I look at the Suns and they're a 27-30 basketball team. And they gave up 127 points to Toronto.
Yeah.
And the biggest issue is, again, I continue to say, you're getting 3 guys playing 40 minutes. And one of those 3, Kevin Durant yesterday, 0 of 5 from 3, 15 points and -14.
Not playing well.
And just didn't defend.
Yeah.
And then you get Bradley Beal and Devin Booker combining for 61 points. 31 from Book, 30 from Beal. And somehow Devin Booker's their best defensive player right now. It's wild. The lack of production that they are getting from one of those 3 on a nightly basis. They're not. Do they make the playoffs?
I don't know. They're right on that line right now.
I don't think they make the playoffs. It is going to be very close. They are a game and a half behind Sacramento.
Yeah.
Who is going to make the playoffs. They're going to need somebody. And I don't know if anybody has been watching the Golden State Warriors. And I understand it's the Rockets, but that game was in Houston.
But the Rockets are not a bad team anymore.
The Rockets, Sacramento, and Dallas, they have looked significantly better against those 3 teams. Now, what happens, like Charlotte will be an interesting test tomorrow because, well, that game's at home. You'd expect them to win. Charlotte's good enough to beat you now.
Mm-hmm.
With the way Bridges and Ball are playing, Golden State's better. I think the Suns are out of the playoffs. And because I don't know, if you're not in the playoffs right now, I don't know who it's going to, because nobody is going to collapse to the tune of 5 games to get the Suns in. I just don't, bro, you've already played 57 games.
Yeah, run out of time.
You have 20-something games left.
Which by NBA standards is just not a lot.
So I think the Suns are going to miss the playoffs.
Yeah.
Sacramento, you mean one of the teams that Jimmer played for? Yes.
Don't you know who I am?
That's right. Delaric, what if he does decide to stay another year at Duke? That'd be shocking. Because it's very rare that you are the number 1 pick in the draft by a long shot. That money, those endorsements, that moment is very hard to come by. And if he stays healthy for the rest of the year, he'll be by far not close to number 1 pick in the draft. He's not going back.
Right.
He's not going back.
Why would you?
Not going back. And then there are, before we start talking tacos, just put it in your head right now. You're the best fast food tacos. Are the Lakers a legitimate threat to win an NBA championship? I don't know. Which Lakers are we getting? Because now they're becoming a dominant defensive team. What was my single biggest concern about trading Anthony Davis? Arguably the defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
And now they're far better because Dalton Knecht is playing more minutes. Austin Reeves, I think you're watching a young man flower into adulthood. Hi. You're watching Austin Reeves become a star in this league right before our eyes. And if Luka's going to be hitting step back threes from Watts, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like against Denver, the thing was one, and now it came out, JJ talked about it, that allegedly he claims that he stayed up for 2 days preparing for this game. And it looked like it. It looked like they were prepared. And, the thing that really stood out to me was when you traded Anthony Davis, everyone's concern was you weren't going to have size in the middle. What they've done to compensate for that is they've said, okay, we're going to run out Jared Vanderbilt, Dorian Finney-Smith, and then one other guy, and they rotate guys. Sometimes it's Dalton Connect, other times, it's Gabe Vincent. Like, there are other guys that contribute. But basically what they did, and I thought it was brilliant, they essentially just said, hey, we're going to suffocate Jokic and make him move the ball. And then we're going to count on the rest of the team not making more than, I don't know the exact number, but a high enough percentage of threes that they would beat us. That was essentially their defensive strategy. Hey, because what Jokic likes to do, and we all know this, he likes to work off the elbow. Sometimes it's the block, but most times it's the elbow. And then they run all their sets through that. The problem was they were ball denying the hell out of Jokic and forcing Denver to take a bunch of shots they didn't want to take. And so then what happens is you're missing a lot of shots for Denver, which is turning into a bunch of transition points for the Lakers. And if it's not a transition point, it's a strong possession offensively, and you're controlling the game.
And who was your worst defender? Luka Doncic. But that game was at home, right? It was in LA. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't.
On the road.
It was in Denver. And Jamal Murray, he didn't make a thing. The Lakers lose this game if he just makes 1 3. Oh, wait, he was 6 of 11 from 3, and they still won the game. So we can sit here and storytell all these excuses about, well, there are no excuses. They went to Denver and they beat the Denver Nuggets. And they did it with really good defense. They did it with incredibly active reserve players. And they did it shooting 39% from 3.
Yeah.
And again, you only played LeBron James 33 minutes in that game.
And that's what you have to do. And I think that's been the challenge for the Lakers the last several years, is that they have not been able to get the contribution out of the bench that they needed to get, not just from a points perspective, but from a effort perspective. Because the other part of this game that I don't feel like enough people are talking about is that you didn't just beat them when the starters were in the game. You beat them when their bench was in the game. So you got, when the starters were in the game, you had your role players contributing at a high level. And again, in other areas besides scoring the basketball, that's what everyone wants to focus on. How can we score more? How can we score more? But the reality is if you hold the other team down, you don't need to score as much, and you can get away with some things. And that's where I think JJ Redick is really trying to get some gains and some traction with this team right now. And yes, it is really nice. It's nice to watch Luka, get a little bit more comfortable. He was back to screaming in the defender's face and making these threes and, like doing what he does. And that was nice to see. Now the question,
22 turnovers.
Yeah.
How many points do you think Denver gave up off of their 22 turnovers? How about 39 points on 22 turnovers? So I interrupt you to say, finish your point now.
Yeah, my point is that ultimately JJ Redick's getting more out of the back end of the roster, and they're forcing one of the best teams in the NBA to turn the basketball over.
And who helped them get here? The Utah Jazz. And
again,
Jared Vanderbilt, now healthy, doesn't have to score a single point. JJ talked about that too. I don't care if the guy takes a shot or not. Because what did he do? He pissed off Jokic, caused several turnovers.
Wrestled the ball away from Jamal Murray.
22 turnovers, and they gave up 39 points. And the Lakers only turned it over 9 times and gave up 11 points.
Yeah. Like, I'm just telling you guys, like, if that's the kind of play you're going to get on a more regular basis, the Lakers will be better. Here's the problem, though, and this is the part that, JJ is going to have to figure out when they get to the playoffs, is how does this translate to a 7-game series? Because, I'm watching Hoop over the weekend, and I don't care what anyone says. I still have Boston as the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference until someone unseats them. And I know it was the Knicks, and the Knicks are sloppy, and everyone criticizes
the Knicks are not
the
good.
Knicks. The Knicks had that game in control in the second quarter, about, 8 minutes into the quarter. And then Boston just decided to start playing Boston basketball and pulled away from them and just took over the game. And so I like Cleveland a lot. I still think Boston's the best team out east. In the West, I want the Lakers to be the best team, but they're going to have to show that they can get that level of effort on a night in and night out basis and really control teams. And that's where you start to ask, okay, can guys like Rui Hachimura, Gabe Vincent, DK4, can those guys contribute consistently enough for the Lakers to win? That's the challenge.
I think they can. And I think it's all about Luka Doncic, because if Luka plays well, and if he everybody focuses on the 3-pointers, he's got to become the best mid-range player in the NBA again. And at one point he was, but I think he got so nailed to the floor by being too heavy and out of shape. And I think it makes it very difficult for him to be a dominant mid-range player. The thing you need to be a dominant mid-range player is either size, which he doesn't have, or lift, which he doesn't have, which is why in Dallas, he became so reliant on the 3-point shot.
I do think that they can get him into matchups, though, where he has size, because he is stronger than pretty much any guard that would switch to him.
I don't even disagree with that.
Yeah. So, I do think there's opportunity there.
Yeah. Brandon Butler, he's making $5 million a year in NIL. You mean in the pooper for Cooper? And has endorsements. He may be making more than he would on a rookie deal, but it's not the rookie deal. And I think a lot of people tend to conflate the two. You're not comparing his NIL income to his rookie deal income. What you're saying is, how long are you willing to defer a max contract? That's the question you have to ask, because you're not going to the NBA to make a rookie deal. You're going to the NBA to get that max contract. And all the fifth-year option contracts, look at Donovan Mitchell's, look at Zion Williamson, look at all of because what does the rookie extension get you? Eligible for a supermax a year earlier. So if you, and this is the kind of math you have to do. You're saying to yourself, with an expanding salary cap, you're pushing off the $50 million a year payday.
Right.
By not 1 year, but 3 years. If you continue to stay in college.
And I just don't know why he would, based on what he did at the USA camp and how good he looked and just how good he's looked this year. And
how much he has developed his defensive ability.
I guess I just feel like he's one of these guys where we finally don't have to talk about, is he physically able to play in the league?
No.
He is able to play in the league. He's proven that. He's shown that. And now it's just a matter of, making sure that he's good with that decision. Because I would agree, if you're Cooper Flagg, your sole focus right now should be getting to that max extension as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Because then at that point, then you can say, okay, cool, we're good on money, we're set. Now I could just focus on being the best basketball player I can be, and whatever comes my way,
Because the minute he steps into the NBA, he will be on path to being the highest paid player ever.
Right. Yeah.
As soon as he steps into the NBA.
Well, that was the other thing I was going to say too about the rookie extensions. They're only going up in value. I mean, rookie extensions 10 years ago are not what they are today.
No, you're into the high 20s now.
Yeah.
On that fifth-year extension. You got to go a long way not to get that rookie extension. Lakers, not a threat this year, maybe next year, but I don't see it anytime soon. I think I couldn't disagree more. It's the defense is why they're a problem. It's not even the offense. They're resting LeBron, playing him
saying hey, they're playing this game from ahead. They're not chasing Denver here. They're up by 8, 9, 10 points at one point. They were controlling the game and just holding Denver off. And that to me was what was so impressive. When you watch a basketball game, who's the team that's playing the game from ahead most of the game? Well, that's the team that's controlling the game.
Yeah.
And to do that in Denver at altitude and everything, that was an impressive win. My point just is that if they can do that to Denver, now they as a team in their locker room and in their culture know that they're capable of that. What are they going to do to lesser opponents who aren't championship material like Denver is?
All right. Let's talk about butt wipes versus toilet paper. Because there are now significant new studies say that when you use moist, flushable dude wipes, you're actually doing harm to your third eye. Because most people don't gently swab the area to remove debris. Most people take their nail and they rake it through the mud. and it causes problems. It causes major problems. It causes bad things. And what the butt wipe is doing is removing important bacteria from the sphincter type reference areas and stuff.
Such as in like?
It's removing important bacteria and enzymes, because apparently some people put a finger in, and it upstairs, and you're wiping the stalactites off the cave.
Bro.
Hugh Janus.
We are not efficient butt wipers. And so now people are the result of using moist flushable wipes on your butthole is cuts, scrapes, abrasions.
You're cutting your butthole by wiping it with a wipe. How does that happen, dude?
Because people wipe aggressively. You've never
I've never cut my butthole with my fingernail because
you're also a back to front guy, right? So, but anyway, my point is, you have, and you just don't know it. That's the thing that people don't realize. It leads to bad situations down there with popping veins and hemorrhoids. So doctors say the only result here is the only outcome is stop using moist flushable wipes and use toilet paper or a bidet.
Butthole.
And really what they want you to do, that's the best drop ever. Really what they want you to do is use a bidet. And they say warm water is what you want, but that's more money. But warm water, and then dab the area.
Dab it.
With toilet paper. And I got to tell you, I'm a butt wiping mother.
Right.
I'm not getting off the moist flushable wipes. I am not. But I'm also not aggressive. I don't rake.
So we need to talk about this, though, really quick. What leads to you having to rake like this?
I don't know.
Oh, I do. A poor diet, dehydration, and not enough fiber.
Well, there is that.
That's what leads to it.
There is that.
Because when you're not just smoothly passing, right? When you're not just smoothly dropping, what does it lead to? A ton of effort on the front end, and then you go to clean it up, and it's not a good time.
Okay, here's another question, because I thought this was interesting. Do you get up and turn around and look?
Always.
Okay.
Because it's like a report. You got to know what's coming out.
Do you check the bowl before you sit down?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
I don't ever look in the toilet before I sit down.
I mean, it's just like, I guess I haven't thought about this a ton, but like the toilet seats in my house, like, are not like fully closed, like the top portion's up and the seat's down.
Yeah.
So like, it's just, there's not a lot to look at. It's just water in the bowl. But I mean, I don't know. What are you
hey, is there a bug or a snake or?
No, that didn't cross my mind.
If you're in one of the Pacific Rim countries, you're always checking that bowl.
Right.
If you're in New York City, they have a problem where rats are climbing through the sewer system. So,
well, if you live in an area, then you got to check it. But I do think, and people always say, oh, it's gross, don't do it. I think you always got to look. You always got to check and see what is it telling you.
No, Preston, no, don't start.
Dude, I know. See, I didn't want to get into this today, but this is also another conversation. I'm team lean, not team stand. Like I don't stand and do this. Like I'm not doing Pilates on the toilet. Like, come on, dude. Come on.
If you're team lean, aren't you doing Pilates on the toilet?
No, you're just leaning over. That's all.
No.
That's all.
No.
It's a simple technique.
I am the gentle wiper. I just give me the reach and
but see
gently...
again, my point is you can do that because it's good quality, right?
I eat a crap ton of fiber. Yeah.
So like you're not having issues. And this is what I tell people is like, hey, if you like, it's very clear. Your body does a great job at telling you what it doesn't have. So like if you're having to put a ton of effort, you should probably drink some more water, bro. Probably should hydrate a little bit, probably should eat some fiber, mix in some beans, mix in some whole grain toast, like how about some rice? Like move some stuff along.
I'm really curious. I am really curious what people think. Do when you are done dropping the Browns off at the Super Bowl, the kids at the pool,
butthole,
And it would be ideal if afterward you just hopped in the shower, you got the body sprayer out, and we did what we did. Right? And I think, listen, if you're an adult, you should be body spraying your butthole every day with warm water.
Butthole.
You should. Every day I do it. I'm not ashamed of it.
Let's talk about the bidets for a second.
Yes.
So you actually have looked at the pricing for these different bidets. Like,
It's not even the physical bidet that's the problem. It's the plumber to install it.
Mhm.
Because your toilet, I don't know how many people realize this, your toilet doesn't come with a hot water feed.
Yeah.
So if you want a hot water bidet, generally what they have to do is tap into your sink in your bathroom and run another hot water line to your toilet.
Yeah.
So that you can have hot water on your bidet. Because, well, the hot water goes on your butthole. It goes through your bidet. Anyway, the point is, you need to supply your bidet with hot water.
Right.
The bidet is $500-$600 bucks.
I can't imagine spraying the butthole with tap cold water in the middle of winter.
Bro, I ain't doing that.
I
ain't doing that.
Tell me. You
I
cannot
ain't doing
tell me
that.
you're not flinching a little bit off of that.
No,
Come
you're
on.
puckering.
Dude, like,
I'm
there not anxiety about hitting the button?
I'm not putting ice water on my butthole. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I am not doing it. It deserves better than that. I am not doing it.
Dude.
I'm not. We have massage in our showers.
What?
How much do you have to pay her? Anyway.
I really don't care if you think it's sus.
Sometimes a rewipe is warranted. Oh my. Now no.
Okay, what else we got?
No. Fat Jesus. Oh boy. The gentle wipe is my next Halloween costume.
Wow, bro.
Wow. Tanner and the eye patch are going back and forth about Jimmer. You guys do you. And donuts, squeeze the Charmin. My wife loves Charmin toilet paper. Loves it. Take a shower. I'm saying. Elaine Tran, I do. You got to spray it. You still don't spray it.
No, dude.
Every time you're in the shower,
disgusting.
you got to spray. No, it's not. Do I really have to explain this? Jimmer prefers cold bidets. I've heard that. TJ Beck, you can't put a price on the pleasant movement and a clean wipe. It makes for a good day. It does.
Okay. Quick
It
sidebar.
does.
Quick sidebar.
Yes.
Woj just tweeted from his account on Twitter. He is auctioning off the phone he used to drop all the Woj bombs. Would you do this? Bro, dude, use link to bid on my original multiple phones. Use this link to bid on my original iPhones, NBA draft credentials, dinner with me, and more to help the Bonnie's NIL collective. This is incredible.
No, the answer is no. I'm not buying Woj's phone. I'm not buying Woj. Yes, great point. Are they wiped? You're not funny. And I'm not going to say your name, but you're not funny. You're not funny.
Yeah, is there
are they wiped? Get it wiped, butt wiped?
It's like buttholes and cell phones.
Butthole.
Wiped.
Right.
It's fine. No, I'm not. Old Tatanka, how are you getting clean if you're puckering? That's why you need a warm water bidet. You
can't do a cold water bidet, bro.
No.
That doesn't work, man.
No. I'm compelled to buy that phone. Go for it.
Are you going to call Jimmer off that phone?
Go for it. And finally, where do you get the best fast food tacos? I'm really pissed about this. I'm telling you now. I am so upset. I was upset when we did this topic a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember who was number one?
Mm.
Chipotle.
Really?
Chipotle tacos suck.
Yeah, they're terrible.
A year ago, Chipotle was voted the number one fast food taco.
Yeah, that's terrible.
According to Eat This, Not That, here are this year's rankings. Qdoba, number 8.
I don't think we have a Qdoba here, do we?
I'm telling you, if you have a chance to eat a Qdoba, do not pass. Number 7, Jack in the Box. Yes.
Yeah. Jack's tacos are bomb.
If you're eating fast food tacos, yes. Number 6, Del Taco.
Okay, now here's the deal with Del Taco. Flavors is pretty good, but their tacos do feel like very thrown together, messy kind of experience.
And then this is last year's rankings, by the way. And then last year, Taco Bell 3, Chronic Taco number 2.
I like Chronic Taco a lot.
And then Chipotle number 1.
Yeah.
Which you'll never get me to say that out loud. That is disgusting and horrendous. And I can only tell you that the best fast food tacos in the business, according to thetakeout.com for 2025, Jack in the Box 12.
That feels proper.
Taco John's, never had it. 11. Torchy's. Now, Torchy's is actually underrated. I think I've had Torchy's twice in my life. They're 10. Chronic Taco, 9.
Feels a little low, but okay.
Baja Fresh. Oh, man, I haven't had a Baja Fresh taco in wherever. 8. Taco Cabana. Never had it.
Heard of it, though.
7. Taco Tico. Never had it. 6. El Pollo Loco. 5. This is tragically low. I'm telling you, the Crazy Chicken is amazing. 4, Qdoba.
Feels
And yes,
like Qdoba's queso is a thing.
But you have to get the queso.
Yeah.
Qdoba has the best queso you will ever have. Number 4. Number 3, Chipotle.
Okay, so they dropped.
How?
They dropped.
How? Like my wife will probably once a year, and my wife has some weird tics about herself. She likes cardio. That should probably tell you all you need to know.
Right.
She's a weirdo. She gets occasionally Chipotle tacos. I'll never understand it.
Uh-huh.
Number 2, Taco Bell. Nah, bro.
No.
But what do you think is number 1?
What would be number 1? Cafe Rio?
No. The Double Del. Del Taco.
Really?
The number 1 fast food taco.
Let's go.
To which I say, absolutely right. Justice has been restored. Speaking of buttholes, even though Chipotle's still number 3, which is one of the biggest travesties in any fast food ranking.
Yeah.
Del Taco by far has the best fast food tacos. I don't even think it's close.
Okay.
I don't even think it's close. The Buffalo Hunter. Marty, there's a place called the Smoked Taco in Utah County. You got to try it. It's a mix of barbecue and tacos. It's incredible.
Sounds good.
Okay.
But barbecue in Utah is not a thing, remember?
No, that's only in Kansas City where the barbecue is vastly overrated.
Right.
It's way overrated. Smoking Bones in Bountiful, Utah. The only barbecue you'll ever need. And donuts. My wife gets the You Build taco platter thing at Costco.
Okay, now that's good too. I actually really like that from Costco.
You know what my wife bought me? My wife actually unchained me from the post in our basement yesterday and allowed me to leave the house. And she took me to Costco.
This is fucking America.
And we got a Costco pot pie.
So good.
So good. So good. Elaine Tran, Del Taco sucks.
Okay. You've lost all credibility, dude.
You shut your mouth.
Yeah. As a Waco person, saying Del Taco sucks is
it's a little
insensitive, dude.
Welcome to the nightmare. Del Taco is opening up some 44 locations in Florida.
Dude.
Stay hard.
Do it. Do it.
Now, I personally like their crunchy tacos more than the soft shell, but that's just my preference.
Yes, no doubt about it. Tanner says Del Taco is more gross than Taco Bell. I said it.
No.
Did Jimmer agree with you on that last night when you guys were spooning?
Yeah, when you went to the Spank Bank watching his videos. Come on.
Cafe Rio's okay. Cafe Rio's okay. It's really greasy.
Once in a while.
Mrs. Monty and I used to eat at Cafe Rio quite often, probably once a week. Not anymore. It's too greasy. Chipotle tacos choose violence on my brown eye every time. Makes me do man kegels while running to the toilet. Okay.
TJ, are you a wipe guy or a TP guy?
Okay. Elaine Tran, I'm in California. I never liked Del Taco. Jack in the Box is good. The Chronic Taco's
is awesome, dude.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Torchy's is here in Leander, Texas. Is the best there is. Torchy's is decent. I've had it. No, Kyle Visser, I'm not reading your comment. I'm not reading that comment out loud. I refuse. It's something that I've said I'm not going to do.
Yeah.
Energetic show this morning, boys. Appreciate it. As always, we are presented by The Advocates at theadvocates.com. Anywhere you are. Southern California, yes, hello. Vegas, yes, hello. Seattle, yes, hello. Phoenix, Arizona. No matter where you listen to the show, The Advocates are ready to serve you online. Theadvocates.com. Until tomorrow, say goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye, Jake.
Honey, what's wrong?
I got in an accident.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Okay, did you call the police yet?
Yeah, I did.
I'm gonna call an advocate and you can tell us both at the same time, okay?
Hey, Sarah, your dad told me that you need help.
So, is there anything that I need to do? Or...
Just focus on getting better.
With an advocate on your side, you're never alone.
Today's the day. And look who I just met.
Hey, Dad.
You deserve a worry-free recovery. You deserve an advocate.
This is the Monty Show, the truth in sports talk streaming. When you want unbiased opinions about your favorite team without the spin, all you have to do is find the Monty Show, streaming live and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on YouTube. And now, here's Monty.
Hey, the Monty Show live on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. As always, we are presented by The Advocates at theadvocates.com. The best injury attorneys in the business, where you never reach into your pocket to pay the advocates. If you just saw the commercial, that's very real world to how the advocates work. You get back to the best version of yourself. The advocates are going to fight for you. They're going to get you what you deserve, because you didn't deserve to get in that accident. You didn't deserve to get rear-ended. You didn't deserve to get hit on your bike or hurt at work. No, friends. You do deserve an advocate. Chat with an injury attorney live online, and it won't cost you a dime at theadvocates.com. Obviously, a lot to get to on the show today. The college football world, I think, continues to evolve, and it's going to be very interesting to see what the next iteration of college football is. But the one thing that is very clear is the Big Ten and the SEC are not sitting on their hands waiting for things to happen. As we have told you and has been widely reported across college football, there is a movement afoot in the Big Ten and the SEC to create something of their own. Sources told us yesterday that the Big Ten and the SEC have had discussions about creating a super league, and I want to make sure we're very clear on this. That's not the verbiage that the Big Ten and the SEC are using. That's the garden variety term that's thrown out there when we talk about a football entity, a football product, a football league that is outside of the NCAA, and I think that's a very important part of this equation. The Big Ten and the SEC have had discussions amongst themselves with their membership about leaving the NCAA and taking members from the Big 12 and the ACC with them. We are told by sources that they have talked about forming a super league that would include the Big 12 and the ACC, and there is a path and a method to add G5 programs. But one of the things we need to get very clear here, it's not a, well, hey, we went to the college football playoff last year, or remember the Statue of Liberty. Your on-field performance is significantly less important than your financial ability to compete at the highest level of college football. The idea that you are going to form a league that is outside of the NCAA parameters and, quite frankly, outside of the NCAA's rule is not new, but it is certainly new that the Big Ten and the SEC are now rolling the ball forward to make this happen sooner than later. And Jake, I think this is not shocking. The word that we should be using is this was inevitable.
Yeah, I almost expected. And I think that, when you consider a lot of the things like the House settlement, a lot of the changing landscape in NIL, costs are going up for athletic departments and conferences. And, frankly, they need a way to get on better financial footing. And this is exactly what that's about, in my opinion. I think it's not just about access and, getting more slots in the college football playoff or whatever. That's not really the conversation, in my opinion. It's more about, hey, how can we create a system outside of the NCAA that allows us to kind of control things and allows us to make more money and allows us to get in a stronger place financially so we can more reliably and more efficiently and more comfortably operate and run our athletic departments and win football games and go through the process every year as a sport, because that's ultimately what the bigger issue is that the sport suffers from, not everybody going through the processes the same way, whether it is NIL and recruiting, whether it is, how you go about actually running your program. Do you care about winning or not? If you think about a potential Super League, if you're in the Super League, you obviously care about winning. If you're in the Super League, you obviously take football seriously enough. You're at a certain level with it where you care about competing. You're not one of these programs that just is giving kids some pads and saying, hey, go run some plays. There's levels to this game. So for me, this is all about getting outside of the NCAA. This is all about making more money and having more control so that you can create a product that's more reliable. Because I know for a fact, man, that there is massive fatigue amongst college football and really, just collegiate athletic administrators trying to find their way through all of these issues and all of these, court filings and NIL and the transfer portal. And there's just so much stuff right now that I feel like people are really tired of it. Yeah. And the appetite has gone up to kind of streamline things.
There is a burnout when it comes to private money, NIL. There's a bombshell report coming out about BYU's Royal Blue Collective that we're going to talk about coming up in about an hour. There's a real burnout factor with that. And I think we know the names that have left the sport because of it. I think this move is an effort to fix that. And I think one of the things that's really clear, and listen, I think you have to take your fan hat off. And I know I say that, I feel like I say that every day on this show. You have to take your fan hat off and you have to look at what the business of college football has become. This is not about what you've done on the football field. You need to let that go. What you need to wrap your head around is this is about changing the fundamentals of how the business of college football is done. This is about private money. It is not going to be cheap to pull this endeavor off. Private money will play a significant role in the future of college football and the formation of the near future of college football, the next iteration of college football. And one of the things I think is so important and what plays into this proposed Super League, where we are going with the college football playoff next season. And why is that so important? And so many people have said to me, well, you're just throwing out the college football playoff. No, you're not. What you're doing is making a cash grab, because right now cash is king. This is going to be, if it happens, one of the most expensive operations in the history of all of sports. And the real question you need to ponder is, what will it cost for the college football sport world operation to separate itself from the NCAA? Does this mean that the NCAA goes away? No, it does not, because I would remind you, who is and what is the NCAA? It's all of these universities, all of these members that we are talking about. That's who the NCAA, I think, again, take your fan hat off and really look at what we're talking about. The NCAA is made up of its membership. Alabama, Ohio State, the biggest universities, the smallest universities. That's who the NCAA is. So this idea that the NCAA is going away, nothing could be further from the truth. But according to our sources, what the Big Ten and the SEC want is to govern their own entity. They want to be able to drive revenue at their own pace, which is very different than most other entities' paces. They want to bring in private money. They want to make more money. They have no problem spending money to make money. And right now, the handcuffs are still on. And with the parameters and with the rules and with the financial struggle that college athletics has become, the formation of a super league is almost impossible inside the parameters of the NCAA. You need to understand that. And here's the other part. And this was the light bulb moment for me yesterday, talking to one source who said to me, there are no exit fees. This isn't a grant of rights. This isn't a conference membership. What we are talking about is the very operation of college athletics, changing that business model. So there is no exit fee, because when you wrote membership and when you formed the NCAA, did anybody think about not joining? Did anybody think about leaving? No, because this is the only system everybody's ever known. So if you don't have a set of guidelines and rules to exit the NCAA, who's going to make up that system? Who's going to make up that path? Well, the membership is. And who's the membership? Guys like Greg Sankey, Tony Petitti, the commissioners, the athletic directors, the presidents, who stand to profit the most by leaving the NCAA in football only. We're not talking about ending the NCAA. We're not talking about how much the NCAA sucks. We're talking about changing the way that college football is done. The business of college football is done. It is a very different conversation. It is not, and I hope that you will understand this. It is not, well, what'd you guys do on the field last year? It doesn't matter. The single question asked of G5s, and Gloria Navarra has talked about this on this show, do you have the financial ability to perform in a super league? If you do, come on in. The water's nice and warm. If you do not, well, okay, there's going to be a large pool of universities who do not have the ability to, or frankly, do not want to spend the money that it will take to compete and just exist in a super league world. All of those members will act as a de facto Division II second tier and will remain under the NCAA umbrella and will remain competitive and will have their own championship. And Jake, I think it makes all the sense in the world for Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti to be talking about these things.
Yeah, and I think that, if you're a G5 right now, I think, it would be easy to initially react to this negatively, to say,
I think it would.
To say, oh, well, you're just trying to exclude us and you're trying to put us in a bad spot. But I think the reality also within this conversation is that the separation of classes has obviously been ratcheting up over the last probably 4 years or so. We've really kind of started to see that gap widen, and the SEC and the Big Ten really start to make more money. We've started to see billion-dollar valuations for college football programs and athletic departments. So I think that the thing here for the G5 is that this doesn't have to be some horrible thing. What it needs to be, though, is it needs to be an opportunity for the G5 to say, okay, we really got to sit down and look at what is best for us, because ultimately we're not making the same money that the big boys are. And that's not really through any fault of our own. Sure, we could make more money than we are right now. I think everyone would agree with that. But you're not going to make your athletic department's not going to be valued at $1 billion in the Mountain West. That's not how the system currently
But I
works.
also think they're not trying to do that.
Right.
And
right.
I think that when you look at the Pac-12 meltdown, or look at all the conversations we've had around Pac-12 expansion and TV deals, and not every program is trying to compete at the top of the mountain. And we've had this conversation with the Big 12. How many presidents in the Big 12 and the ACC are spending every penny and doing everything that they can do to make sure that they get into the college football playoff? And it may be shocking to you, but not many. They don't think in those terms. Whereas you have a Utah University that fired their basketball coach yesterday. The University of Utah fired their basketball coach yesterday because it wasn't good enough. It's February 25th. You fired your basketball coach.
Yep. And when did you do it? As soon as it became clear you weren't getting into the tournament.
And in my opinion, we can sit here and have these grandiose conversations about, oh, my school is, or you either are or you're not. And I think when you look at this scenario, you're talking about taking the biggest college football programs and those that want to compete with the biggest college football programs, creating a new business model, injecting private equity, injecting the money that they're already using and then some, and creating a new professional sports league. And the TV entities, I can tell you, I talked to multiple sources in television yesterday. They are 100% on board with it. And I can tell you directly, I was told by one TV source yesterday, ESPN and ABC are not only interested, they are driving the conversation. Because remember, ESPN and ABC are in bed with everybody. Everybody. They have it all but the Big Ten. And frankly, when you look at the Big 12, the ACC, you look at the SEC, they're all doing business with ESPN and ABC.
Yeah, and I think this conversation has impacts across all of college football. You know,
yes,
I mean, obviously,
absolutely.
Obviously, it goes without saying that when you're in the middle of trying to lock down a new media rights deal, whether you're the Mountain West or the Pac-12 or anybody else, frankly. This type of story and this type of situation and this type of effort is going to impact that, because now, this doesn't just affect, obviously folks on the school side, right? Like at the institutions, this is a massive deal for TV partners, and TV partners are going to look at this and they're going to say, okay, we got to make sure we have our ducks in a row. And so it's kind of this deal where it's like, now this has kind of been building. We've been talking about it. Remember, we've sort of evolved on this topic where people used to call us stupid and dumb and say we have no idea what we're talking about.
Trust me, bro.
And, Ross tweeted that the Super League is dead and is never going to happen. And, everyone said we were wrong on this. And now all of a sudden we're in a place where now it's, people are agreeing with us and saying, hey, this is moving forward and this is where we're going. And it's mainly because the sport has been forced in this direction. I mean, again,
you have no choice.
Yeah, like you can only be in court so many times over a variety of different issues before you say, hey, okay, we're done with this. We need to create a new system that provides us protection and has rules and regulations that everyone's going to follow. And again, and this pisses people off. We've seen this multiple times on the show over the years, but yeah. The reality is it isn't for everyone. It's not meant to be for everyone. And it is exclusionary. And it is the whole point is, hey, if you want to be involved in this, you gotta pay up. You gotta be able to invest in this and be able to afford it. And through that process, you're going to exclude a bunch of people, to which I say that's fine, because that's what the sport needs.
And what does this eliminate? This eliminates the need for a unanimous vote. This eliminates the need for, hey, well, how many AQs are we going to get? This eliminates that need, because again, what you're going to get is an NFL style college football program. You're going to get did you win enough games? Okay, you're in. Did you lose too many games? You're out. Period. That's what this is. I think one of the things that is so now fascinating about that Greg Sankey comment on that podcast, and how many times have I told you, these guys don't say things accidentally. They don't say things accidentally. You now listen to what Greg Sankey said on whatever the name of the podcast is. I'm too flippin' old to remember. But you remember what Greg Sankey said. Whatever model they want to create, I'm not lowering myself. As the SEC, we're not lowering ourselves to come and meet their bar.
I don't want to dumb down the Southeastern Conference to be part of some Super League notion of 70 teams that some people speculate would happen. They want to be us, and that's on them to figure it out, not on me to bring myself back to earth.
There you go. And I think I think that is as plain and as simple as it's ever been. And I want to go back to the Gloria Navarez, should the college football playoff expand? And you listen to the different tones. And as you know, I have a lot of respect for Gloria. I have a lot of respect for how she operates. But you listen to the definitive tone that Greg Sankey speaks with, and then listen to what Gloria says here. Should the college football playoff be expanded?
I'm open to hearing that discussion. I came out and said I didn't think we should change it after year one. I still feel that way. I thought it was a very successful year one. I thought the on-campus games were great. I thought the ratings were great. But I think all things positive. Why not talk about expansion? I'm not quite sure what that looks like yet, but definitely open to the conversation.
Definitely open to the conversation. Not sure what that looks like. That's the plight of the G5. What other choice does she have?
Yeah, I just think you're in different seats, you know, and,
yes.
and I think that, you know, again, it's this whole situation where I do think that because this conversation is like, you know, sport wide, right? Like this isn't like just an SEC conversation or a Mountain West conversation or a Big Ten conversation. Like this is more about like how college football, you know, exists. And so when you get to that level of conversation, again, like I say, I do think that, you know, depending on who you're talking to, the mentality on this is totally different, which I think is fascinating. I think that for me, I've been saying for a long time now, probably 2 years now, that the G5 has needed to break away for some time. Like they needed their own system. They need a system where they can go out and make more money on a percentage basis. Not more money on percentage, like more profit. They need to be bringing in
their margins.
More revenue. Their margins need to be better so that they can benefit more.
And there's this downward pressure that the G5 feel to compete financially is crippling a lot of those athletic departments.
Yeah, it changes the way they do business on a day-to-day basis.
Yes, and I don't think no matter what happens in the college football world, the idea of the G5 being a feeder, that's not going away. That is not. Whoever is not in a proposed Super League, you're now the feeder system for the Super League. Coaches, talent, you're now the feeder system.
But see, some people take that and they're like, oh, well, you're slighting us. You're putting us down. And I just don't think that's the case at all. I actually think that your point about, hey, like this is the only system we've ever known and we need to improve it. That's the conversation that like I've seen, you know, a lot of people say, well, this is just the Big Ten and the SEC trying to crush souls and end people's existence. And it's like, no, dude. This is the Big Ten and the SEC, you know, being the Lewis and Clark of college football, man, trying to go out and forge a new situation.
You cannot continue to do what you've always done and expect a different result.
Yeah.
When you operate the way you've always operated, you're going to get the same result you've always gotten. And that's why, and again, I've said this on the channel in the last week, Greg Sankey's not the devil. Anytime you're an innovator and you are not scared to innovate, you're going to be the villain.
Yeah. Did you think everybody was just going to unanimously like this? Like,
why do you think Tony Petitti gets a free pass? Because he's not out front talking about it. Why does Greg Sankey get the hammer? Because he's the guy that Paul Feinbaum talks to and about. He's the guy that when something like this is going down, Greg Sankey's the guy pulling the strings because he's the leader. That's what leadership is. You don't have to be liked. You don't have to be even respected by most people. But you're the leader, so you do have to make hard choices. And I don't even think this is that difficult of a choice.
No.
I think you start getting into people, you know, they're puckering when we start talking about the Big 12 and the ACC and who's going to be involved, who's going to be in and who's going to be out. Because I got news for you. And I think the ACC is at the center of this conversation. How many football programs in the ACC are willing to do what it takes? How many? Not many. And you look at all of these whispers about Florida State and Clemson and North Carolina. There's no question that they're unhappy in that league.
Yeah.
And why is that? Because they're trying to win a championship every year. Can you say that about the Virginia schools?
No.
Can you say that about the Georgia Techs of the world? If we look up and down, and you know who is in a really interesting spot here? Does SMU anymore have the money to do what needs to be done? Because I think when you spend the money that SMU has spent in the last calendar year just to get into the ACC, nobody's pockets are endlessly deep.
Yeah, I mean, there's always
Nobody.
going to be that conversation, but I think that's why this Super League notion, if you will, like Sankey said, needs to happen, because again, the other piece of the conversation is this is not, and I shouldn't say definitively, right? But what most people think is that, hey, this is a football only conversation, and then we'll keep conference structure for, like, you know, softball and soccer and like your other sports. The question, though, I think that really, and we're not going to get an answer on this for a long time, is like, what's basketball's involvement in this? Is this football and basketball? I'm inclined to think that it's only football. And
it is football only.
I think that people would like to, like, when you bring up North Carolina, I think North Carolina would love it to be football and basketball for obvious reasons.
I totally disagree. I totally disagree. And we've had this conversation. This is a great Twitter argument. There is no conversation where college basketball leaves the NCAA. There is not. And I'll tell you exactly why. It's a point of negotiation. If you are going to remove the NCAA as the ruling body of college football, you're not just going to have deregulation of college athletics at the NCAA. You're not just going to evaporate the NCAA. That's not going to happen, because there is a purpose. There is a need for the NCAA in basketball. And what is it? It is the gold standard. The NCAA tournament, the gold standard. It is the level by which people measure themselves. And when you take that away, where does everybody go? Do you think there's multiple levels of college basketball? Bad news, there's not. Every league. Why do you think championship week? Why do you think conference championship week, conference tournament week for the NCAA coming up here in 2 weeks? It makes a ton of money. They all profit on it. And the Cinderella story lives on. Will the NCAA tournament be expanded? Yeah, I've been telling you that for 2 years.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would say, generally speaking, I don't disagree with that. I think that the tournament and how it all works great for the masses, which is why it's been the way it's been for however long they've been doing it like this. But I think one thing that people shouldn't discount is, like, when you're making this kind of change and talking about making this kind of change in football, administrators are naturally going to say, okay, well, if I can profit more here, is there any other opportunity? Because I'm telling you, people are sick and tired of being poor and not able to make money. And how many times on this show are we going to talk about athletic departments running at a $20 million deficit? How many times are we going to do that? And how many times are those same athletic departments in a situation where they can't get out from under that? So I'm not suggesting that college basketball is going to go through all this change. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when you do this to college football and you start to create levels and you get out from under the NCAA umbrella and you start to see, like, hey, this is what we can do with private money. This is how easy everything becomes when we don't have to follow all this regulation. I'm telling you that there will be other things that come up. There always is.
I totally disagree. I think that you are not going to. The NCAA tournament is a golden goose for college athletic departments. It is the money that they make, the tournament shares. It is set up so that every university can thrive in that. The loss leader, there's no question, the loss leader in college athletics is the lower level sports. And in a lot of cases, it is football. That is, for the smaller university, football's very expensive. I don't think people recognize that college football, when it comes to insurance, when it comes to stadiums, how many programs across the country lease their football stadium? They don't own it. They lease it. UNLV with Allegiant Stadium. We've talked about that. That college football becomes a loss leader, so it's not floating and raising your Olympic sports, all of your other sports, your softball and baseball, your stick and ball sports, your track and field, your lacrosse, your soccer. So I think, are there ways to inject more money into college basketball? Yes. The Big 12 in the city of Kansas City, where you're having essentially a festival that is the Big 12's version of, arts and sports coming together, and you're having Shaq, a DJ, perform, and you're having big game. Like, that's how you drive more money through your basketball program. And I think a lot of it is, again, are you willing to do what needs to be done? Are you willing to fire your basketball coach on February 24th because he's had another terrible season?
The SEC made $34 million on the 2023 tournament through their shares and everything. Highest, income of the Power Four conferences. That number needs to go up. That needs to be more.
And I think when you look at how that number goes up, it's an expansion of the tournament. It's a new TV deal for the tournament. And it is, in my opinion, more opportunities, more games on, like, there's ways to drive more money through college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
The way that becomes less important is you make more money in college football and you drive more revenue through your non-revenue generating sports.
I'm just telling you, if you're a G5, this isn't a bad thing. And people saying it is I just disagree with that.
I think that's the biggest question for the G5. And you look at how the G5 would be involved. You have to have an appetite to spend money. The Boise's, pick your G5 program. The Memphises of the world, I have no doubt about it. Pick your G5 program. Oregon State. Washington State, again, the faculty there, I don't think has a big appetite for injecting more revenue into the football program. I just don't. You look at the sit-in that was allegedly held outside of Kirk Schultz's office, and I have no doubt that Washington State can perform at that level. There's some dysfunction in that athletic department. Oregon State, I have no doubt. As a G5, Oregon State will do everything they can do to get into a Super League. I think if you look across this point shaving thing at Fresno State, or this gambling thing at Fresno State, was it point shaving, daily fantasy? I have no idea.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah.
This scandal at Fresno State is a big deal because gambling and the deregulation of gambling has created major problems that we don't even know the extent of. But gambling needs to exist for sports to prosper.
Yeah.
There's no question about that.
It drives viewership, man.
But you look at these situations where Jonte Porter was doing what he did that got him a lifetime ban. You're going to have ways to regulate that stuff. That's what the NCAA is for. The Super League will take care of that on their own. But my question is, if a G5 like Fresno State's dealing with that, that's a crippling blow for an athletic department that, frankly, is not printing a whole lot of money these days.
Yeah, and the fascinating part, too, and I think this is the dangers for players now, is that in that investigation, the coaching staff is not viewed as complicit or involved in any of it. In fact, the coaching staff has been helping the investigation. And so my point is that players are now more than ever out sort of on their own on the reservation, doing whatever they feel they need to do behind the scenes, and that's why I think we're seeing an uptick in these stories of people getting in trouble. And I think, again, you just have to be careful as a player now. You can't be stupid. You can't be out here taking risk. And it's hard because I feel like, when the story came out, I was like, dude, it's always the terrible team where some guy is in some back room with his bookie, trying to make a little more money, trying to get over on the system.
Always.
And we see it all the time. And so it's just, it's frustrating. But I think about the Super League and this whole concept that's now clearly coming into existence and moving forward. Gambling I agree, gambling has to be a part of it because gambling is, it's a moneymaker. Yeah. Like, how many times have you gone to, a sports book or like been in Vegas or somewhere, And the book is just packed because there's this game that's on and people are personally invested in the outcome of the game. That's what a new model Super League needs to happen.
Do you guys understand why college sports is part of the educational infrastructure in this country? Do you remember why did Notre Dame have a football team in the beginning? Because they needed more young men to go to Notre Dame. And when you look at administrators, they care about things like enrollment, the diversity of that enrollment. They care about the grant money, the research money. You talk about these R1 research institutions. Well, you need students for that. And when you look at the money that the top tier programs in this country make, the hundreds of millions of dollars being driven into Ohio State University by its athletic department, all of that goes to support something you never think about: educational opportunities, enrollments, scholarships, endowments. All of that stuff happens, and sports plays a critical part of that. So I know that you don't like talking about athletics. I know that you don't like talking about academics and athletics together, but that's the reality of it. So to reset here, when we talk about the G5 in this Super League, I think there is no question that the Memphises of the world, the USFs, I think USF is a particularly good example of this problem. Does USF currently have the money to take the next step into a proposed Super League? I think they would tell you they do.
Mm-hmm.
And when they get their stadium situation squared away, and USF, Memphis, Boise, the San Diego State have the money. I don't know if Fresno State has the money. How many G5 programs have what's probably going to be $500 million in liquidity in their athletics? And then you will probably have to meet a minimum threshold of private equity in your athletic department. How many universities have that?
Yeah, I think you could count them on two hands, honestly. At the G5 level, honestly, I think it's less than 10 would have a fully functioning private equity situation happening and have money in their coffers and have enough revenue just in standard form. So like ticket sales, stuff like that. Like
ticket sales. Does UConn have the ability to drive $1 billion in revenue through their athletic department to get into no? I don't think they want to, because they're not a football school.
Yeah.
So when we talk about does the NCAA tournament, no, they're not, because UConn exists for Gonzaga exists for the NCAA tournament. Grand Canyon exists for the NCAA tournament, right? So I think some of the more interesting scenarios, the University of Arizona, those kind of situations where you misplaced a couple $100 million. Now what?
Empty. The opposite of full.
So when we look at I think this is a really critical conversation. I think people just assume that power conference universities are going to be like, yeah, sure, let's do it. No, they're not. There's going to be more than a cupful of people that are going to be like, yeah, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. We don't have that. That's not a priority for us. And I don't mean Harvard. I mean the Virginia schools. I mean, there's going to be surprising power conference universities who are like, nah, I'm good.
Rutgers.
They're going to be like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. We're fine. Because again, it's not like this Super League notion is like, yeah, that you're either in the Super League or you don't play football. That's not the case.
Nope.
And I think people need to understand who you are and where you are. And I think there's a lot of administrators in this country, maybe to your point, who are sick and tired of, I've talked to them.
Yeah.
I've talked to administrators who are sick and tired of having to worry about what their collectives are doing.
Yeah.
I have been told that directly by administrators at universities who have said, we're tired of dealing with collectives. I'm tired of worrying about what we're paying our football players. I have heard that more than once.
Because again, you get out from under the regulation and now all of a sudden.
And I think there are people who will walk away from it. But I also think the mass enrollment in the SEC and the Big Ten, I can't think that Nebraska, I can't think that if you look at a Minnesota, a Northwestern, they're not going to walk away from a Super League. There's too much money for them.
Yeah.
They're not going to, you're not going to get, who's the worst team in the SEC? Mississippi State. They're not walking away from a Super League. It's going to be programs like Kansas State. Does Kansas State have the wherewithal? Are you willing to inject $1 billion into your athletic department? Do you have, because one of the things that I think is fascinating, talking to a dude yesterday about how many of these universities even have a desire to get into the private money business?
Yeah.
Not a lot. Not all of them, certainly. Not all of them. But you better get in line because it's going to happen. And if you don't want to be in the private money business, you won't be in the Super League. So when you talk to your athletic directors and you talk to your school presidents, and we talking about J.D. Wicker getting out in front of Teresa Gould, that's a huge mistake. Like the way that you do business has to change fundamentally. And if you are debt laden through facilities or just a lack of it, like Cal, are you telling me that the University of Cal Berkeley has $1 billion? Because I think that's what it's going to take. You are going to need $500 million in liquidity.
Yeah.
And you're going to probably need $1 billion in total available equity, private or otherwise, to fund expansion, to fund the creation. Bro, this isn't just filling out some paperwork for an LLC to sell vacuum repair. That's not what this is. What this is creating an entire new entity, an entire new corporation to run college football.
Vacuums are my thing.
So I look at the Big 12. I think most of these, if you look at the Big 12, tell me who's a no. Oak State, Arizona, UCF, Utah.
UCF might be a no.
No, absolutely, they're not a no. I think they'll absolutely. They have the money. UCF's one of the best athletic departments in the country. I think they've got the money. Houston, Cincinnati. Cincinnati's one where I would be very curious, the appetite at Cincinnati to spend $1 billion a year on football.
I don't know. They've been trying to grow. I mean,
Kansas, West Virginia, Kansas State. Kansas State's one where, again, are you $1 billion? Because that's the number I'm being told that it's going to take. $1 billion. And it's not like this is happening in a year. You probably have a window of 3 years to get this done.
Yeah. But that's still pretty quick
to find $1 billion. Yeah. You have 3 years. Can you go out and find $1 billion right now in the next 3 years? I think that might be tough. Texas Tech, TCU, Baylor, Colorado, BYU, Iowa State, and Arizona State all have it. There's no question about that. I don't question it. I think Cincinnati, K-State are two that I'd be really surprised about. Any of the West Virginias of the world, absolutely. I look at the ACC, Florida State, Stanford. Stanford's interesting.
That's a want to question, not if they have a question.
They have the money. It's a want to.
Yeah.
Wake Forest, Cal, Virginia, North Carolina, NC State. Pitt's another one Pitt's one that I would wonder about. I would wonder about Pitt's appetite to go through that process. I think they ultimately would. Boston College.
It's not a football school, man. I know they have one.
You're killing me today. Boston College is everything a football school. They're absolute. Do they have the private money? Lest we forget Matt Ryan. Lest we forget Bill O'Brien.
What am I going to say?
I don't know.
They're irrelevant.
Right, but relevancy doesn't matter.
Well,
is Fresno State relevant?
Okay, if you want to say relevancy doesn't matter, it matters to the extent that you make money. If you're not winning anything, if you don't have the opportunity to get into the college football playoff because you're not good enough on the football field yet, you're not getting extra shares. You're not, the revenue right now for their college football program is only going to be the media rights, of course, but they're not having the opportunity to go into the playoff and make those extra shares, right? And so when we talk about have they had a football program? Yes, but when I'm looking at these programs, I'm sitting here saying, okay, well, what is your program been up to from a business standpoint the last probably like 3 to 5 seasons, right? Have you been a program that's been in the Power Conference and you've just been doing your thing and you haven't had a lot of extra costs, like cost being getting into a Power Conference, cost being expanding facilities, or like Boise State's a good example, right? They've got all this money invested in their new facilities. You're still paying that down, right? You're still working on that debt load. So when we talk about relevancy, it doesn't matter from the standpoint of, could you get in or not? Boston College could get in, they're eligible, but we're not. I'm not going to sit here and just auto stamp that Boston College is just going to do it because they're in the ACC. I don't look at them and say, man, you're sitting here talking about $1 billion. Like, are we talking football or are we talking hockey at Boston College? Like, that's what my mind goes to. Like, they may have the money, but again, I just think that's a want-to question for them.
Yeah, I don't think it's a matter of BC's a football school. There's no question about that. I look at somebody like again, K-State, who just doesn't make a lot of money. They're running on a very small margin. And I think their last publicly reported year was 2024. And they made $641 million in operating revenue. That's what their athletic department did as an entirety. I don't know that's the kind of money that we're talking about. I mean, that's not a lot of money in operating revenue. Are you going to have $1 billion? I think those small, and is K-State small? K-State's not small, but I think it's a question. I do think it's a question. I'd be very curious to see what.
So you start to see how you can really get into the weeds on whatever institution you look at. Like K-State is not a small school, right?
No.
Like K-State has big stature. They obviously do well in the Big 12, but we're not talking about just like whether you win or not. We're talking about what the P&L looks like. That's essentially the conversation we're having here. And we can disagree about schools and, hey, is this school that, or is this school that, or whatever the case might be. But the reality is that what it comes down to is, hey, have you had costs in the last several years that have brought your profit percentage down? Like when I look at, a couple of these other schools that we mentioned before, like you look at the schools that just got into the Big 12, right? Specifically the ones that stepped up from the G5. There's cost with that, bro. Like you're paying money to join a power conference. Like the schools that came from the old Pac-12 into their new conference, that's not a lot of cost. You're moving conferences, like we've seen that before. That's just not that difficult, But when I look at, when you look at Houston or you look at whoever you want to look at, like these schools have great athletic departments. I don't doubt that.
But I look at Arkansas, who made $776 million in revenue.
Like you just said, Arkansas made more than K-State.
It is when you look at their valuation and you look at how much money Arkansas drives through their sports program. Those are the ones where I'm like, dude, they drove $176 million in profit. That's a crazy, or in revenue. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
You look at Iowa, $167 million, much larger university than K-State. I would think. But you look at the top 75, I mean, the University of Minnesota is $149 million. That's the University of Minnesota with a valuation of $637 million. They can come up with $1 billion in liquidity and private money combined. They can come up with that.
But do they want to?
So I look at some of the bottom end, like Pittsburgh being valued at just $500 million, $524 million. I don't know that they have the money to drive $1 billion investment in joining a new football league.
Yeah.
A super league. That's a real question. I think if they wanted to, they could figure it out. But are we gonna sit here and storytell ourselves that all of these universities are gonna, like, the $20 million profit sharing?
Yeah.
Revenue sharing, rather. That's not, like, there's so many universities and so many people. Again, to go back to our Gloria Navarra's interview, she straight up said, not all of my membership is doing that.
Yeah, well, and I also think that to that end, like if you're Greg Sankey and you're the leaders pushing this conversation forward, hell, if you're TV partners, right, you have to understand that the essence of what would make this concept go for the next 20 years, 30 years, for an extended period of time to make this Super League thing go, is really twofold. One, the money's got to be there. The money's got to be able to flow through the sport easily. And in these schools because there are absolutely going to be fringe schools who can barely afford this but want to do it and have to figure out, like, pennies to the dollar how we're going to do this. But the other thing is simply making sure the Super League doesn't get stale in terms of having enough teams. So, like, you can't launch this idea if you've only got, let's say 30 schools, right? I really, like, I'm not saying you need like hundreds. What I'm saying is that you need, I agree with what Sankey alluded to in that bite we always play, which is like, less than 100, but probably more than 60. Somewhere in that range allows you to have enough matchmaking where it doesn't get stale and you keep pushing TV ratings, but you keep getting those big matchup games. But the pool is small enough where everybody in the pool is still making enough money to make it worth their while. And that is where I think you start getting into the weeds, if you will, when you talk about, hey, can these schools afford it versus, hey, we need to make sure we have the right brands and enough brands to make sure that this thing pushes forward.
And how many is it?
Yeah.
Is it 70? Greg Sankey didn't accidentally say 70.
Right.
Is it 70? I would think it's not 100. I would think it's not 80. 70 feels like the number. So if we get the cut line at 70, and I'd have to find where schools, like, I would assume you look at the Berkeleys, the K-States, the Colorados. I mean, I would assume they're top 70 in revenue. But if we go, here are the top 70. At number 70 last year was the University of Central Florida. University of Cincinnati, $216 million valuation. That's going to be tough.
See, like, that's right on the fringe of hey, one, does this make sense financially? Like, can we make it make sense? One.
An interesting point from a TV guy watching the show. How many schools are willing to dip into their endowment to pay for this?
Yeah. See, and that's what I mean. The want to portion. Stanford. Is Stanford willing to dip into the endowment to want to do this?
And they have a massive endowment.
They do.
I don't know if you're willing to do that. Here's a couple of interesting schools. So you look at Central Florida, $181 million valuation at 70. Cincinnati, 69 at $216 million. Arizona State, $279 million. And that's why I brought up Arizona State. Is Arizona State an absolute?
I think so.
I think they are, but
again,
and winning helps you make more money, sell more tickets, sell more beer.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think beer sales is so important? When we're all shocked, universities want to sell beer at football games. Why is that? It's a revenue stream.
But see, that's a great example of why this entity needs to get out from the NCAA umbrella, because we shouldn't be saying things like, oh, well, Monty, they shouldn't be selling beer to those college kids. Well, I got news for you, dude. It's a football stadium, and they're selling beer to folks who are of age.
Are you 21 years old? Oh, you are? Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. Don't really care if you're studying 1815 economics. Like, come on, dude.
But again, I want you to listen to the disparity in some of these numbers. Arizona State, $279 million valuation. They made $115 million in revenue last year. San Diego State, $287 million worth of evaluation. They made $104 million.
See, again.
Less. That's That's $11 million less than the school behind them at Arizona State.
You see what I mean about profitability?
Ooh.
Like, the revenue number's great, right? It's great to say, and everyone always likes to lean on Ohio State for this, right? Oh, revenue's huge. What's your profitability? Dude, I got news for you. When your revenue's $1 billion, I'm not so concerned about profitability. Like, $104 million in profit is just not enough.
That's
crazy.
But wait, let's get even crazier. Oregon State University valued at $326 million.
Yeah.
They made $92 million in revenue last year.
That's not going to get it done.
Okay. SMU valued at $327 million. How much money do you think 65 SMU? How much money do you think they generated last year? How is $86 million sound?
Not good enough.
That's wild.
But again, so like take SMU as an example. Let's say they were getting media rights portions from the ACC. You're still only like what would you be like 104 or whatever, 105 mil, like
64 BYU. It's an estimate because they're a private university. $106 million valued at 357.
See, like BYU's one where I sit here and I say, I really don't know.
I don't know
what
either.
That looks like because they have the money.
Washington State valued at 392, but they only brought home 79 million. Like those are the ones that scare you. And then you start, and this is where I think the rubber really meets the road because 60 and above, I think you're still on the cut line of do you want to?
Yeah.
Number 60, West Virginia, $106 million in revenue. Rutgers, 125 million. Boston College, 118 million. 57, K-State, $102 million for a Big 12 university.
Man, I would really love to understand do you have this is their revenue or
that's
their profit?
that is their revenue.
Yeah.
And that's why I say like K-State, I think K-State's a hell of a brand, but they don't generate a ton of revenue.
Yeah, the K-State's unquestionably one you would want in.
Oh, there's no want.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a football program with a great basketball program. Like you want them in a college football. If there's a top league for college football, K-State's in. But are you putting in somebody whose athletics only make $102 million?
Ooh. So
then we go back to the top. And you have Ohio State making $280 million on a $1 billion valuation. And you start looking at all of the teams that are valued at $1 billion. And they're all SEC and Big Ten.
Yeah.
Oh, and Notre Dame.
Yeah, I mean, I think one question that kind of comes to light out of this conversation is how does the Super League and its leadership, Greg Sankey, all the usual suspects, how do they get this number to make a Super League entrance happen for these schools we've been talking about, the K-States and all those other schools we just talked about? How do you make it as affordable as possible on scale? So, like, I'm not saying you want it to be cheap. What I'm saying is you need to make it possible for it to make sense for those schools.
Yeah.
You have to have those schools.
Because you're going to have to pay players.
Yeah.
They're going to be on contract. They're going to have to pay players.
Yeah.
And I think you are going to I don't know how you handle the transfer portal and NIL. I think NIL is no longer a problem for college football in a Super League era. Players can go and do whatever they want to do. You want to go and drive a Ferrari, knock yourself out, kid. But you're under contract with Notre Dame football for the next 3 seasons.
Right.
And we're going to pay you $100,000 a year for the next 3 years. And we're going to XYZ, whatever the numbers would be, 100,000, a million, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's why this is going to be expensive. Not only are you going to make significantly more money through TV. You're going to make significantly more money through private money. And you're going to make significantly more money through branding.
Yeah.
But I think you're going to have to escrow $500 million.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
I also think with this Super League, player movement's going to get a lot more controlled.
I would agree with that.
That's the other side of this business that I think, and we alluded to administrators being burnt out on it, but I also think that everybody involved with it's burned out on it. Like, kids just want to make what they should make. Like, they just want to.
I agree 100%.
Hey, I'm this guy at this school. I'm a starting linebacker for Boston College. This is what I should make. Okay, cool. This is like that's what I think people take for granted in the NFL and any professional league is that, hey, you're this guy. Like, your stats are on par. Like, we see this in the NBA every cycle, right? Oh, hey, he's a 20-point-a-night guy. This is his valuation. This is what you should be paid. And I think that's the other part that makes the Super League attractive for everyone.
All right, let's get into the comments section. I'll reset very quickly here on the Monty Show. As always, hour number 2 of the show presented by our good friends at Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app. Open up a new Prize Picks account. Use the promo code Monty, M-O-N-T-Y, Monty. You deposit $5. They'll give you 50 more instantly. I can only tell you as a pimp in every sense of the word, that last night was a disaster for me on Prize Picks. I would like to thank the Chicago Bulls for absolutely rear-ending me.
Again.
If anybody wants to explain to me what Paul George is doing, because he's not playing basketball.
Yeah.
I thought it was relatively safe to go, all right, Paul, 26.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Joel Embiid is not going to play in this game. Paul George is going to have like 30 on the Bulls, like no problem. No, 19, 2 and 2. 23 points. I lost on that one. I would also like to thank my good friend, and I don't know why I continue to do this to myself. But why do I go with Modest Buzelis when
I'm sorry, who
the fuck is that guy?
Exactly. I'm stupid on some nights in the NBA. I thought for certain, again, 26.5 points, rebounds, and assists, this was going to happen.
Right.
He got 25 and I lost. Okay. Well, my guy SGA, he is coming through for me, but he's playing the Timberwolves, so I'm going to pass on that.
Right.
So naturally, where did I go? I went to the Utah Jazz because, like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
And with all due respect,
go to the Utah Jazz and I lost because I don't know why I thought that with everybody out of the lineup, that Isaiah Collier would come through with 18.5 points, rebounds, and assists. He had 13.
Yeah.
I mean, relatively speaking, it was a great night.
Right.
On Prize Picks, it was not 0 for 3. I haven't had an 0 for 3. Admittedly, I was due. I haven't had an 0 for 3 on Prize Picks in
ages.
I don't know how long. And I had been living dangerously. I was on a 4-day, 2 out of 3 streak on Prize
when I woke
Picks.
up this morning, I was feeling pretty dangerous.
Because you play flex plays, which means you make 3 picks, you get paid if 2 or 3 win. You get really paid if 3 of 3 win. Last night ended the 2 of 3 run. And it's because I'm stupid. That's what it comes down to.
I'm glad we've established that today.
Download the Prize Picks app. Use the promo code Monty to open a new Prize Picks account. You deposit $5. They'll give you 50 more. Let's reset it for you. As we have told you exclusively on the show, the Big Ten and the SEC have had substantive conversations about forming a super league. And what does that mean? Here's exactly what it means. They're talking about taking football and only football away from the NCAA and creating a new corporation that would allow them to make a new entity that would be, and we don't know how many teams, but most people believe, Greg Sankey has said twice, 70 teams. Most people believe it's 70 teams that would include all 4 power conferences and an avenue for the G5 to compete. Now, Most people also believe that you will have to have $1 billion in liquidity. You will have to have private money, and you will have to have the ability to pay players significantly. And what really all this comes down to is, does the NCAA go away? No, it does not. The NCAA serves a very valuable purpose. It administrates every sport in college athletics. In this case, you'd simply be removing football from that, and you would be forming a new corporation, the NCAA, who, again, I remind you, if you're just tuning into the show this morning, the NCAA is made up of its membership. And what does that mean? That's all of the people that we are talking about. Every university that you can think of is a member of the NCAA. So, is there an exit fee from the NCAA? From what our sources tell us, there is no exit fee because there's never been an exit strategy. When the NCAA was formed and the charter was written, nobody could have ever fathomed an atmosphere where we'd be talking about taking football outside of the NCAA governance. Well, that's exactly what the Big Ten and the SEC are talking about. And we've said repeatedly on this show, our sources have told us that Greg Sankey isn't looking to contract or shrink the game of college football. And that's exactly the point he's proving here. If our reporting and our sourcing is accurate, Greg Sankey's not looking to shrink. He's looking to massively expand college football. Our sources tell us that Greg Sankey has liaisoned and conversated with his TV partners, that TV is certainly on board, being led by ESPN, ABC, and Disney, who have consulted the Big Ten and the SEC on these conversations, according to our sources. We are also told that they have had conversations with private money operations. We have told you that the SEC and the Big Ten have met with private money entities. All of this is coming together. We don't have a firm grasp on timeline. Most people believe it's a minimum of 3 years because it takes a long time to set up an operation of this scope. But one thing is very clear. College football is daily working on a way to move out from under the NCAA governance to create their own. That I think this is absolutely an indicator that the college football playoff is going to expand this coming season, because right now is the time where you need to be growing your war chest to make this move possible. Is it possible? I think it very much is. People I've talked to in television confirm that, hey, yeah, they're on board with it. I've talked to multiple sources at big networks who have said they would be in favor of it. And ultimately, one other thing that I would point you to here is this is going to go or not go, and it's going to go. This is going to go because TV and TV partnerships are willing to either tear up contracts and write new ones in the college football world or augment the ones that they already have. The other thing that I think is so crystal clear here is grant of rights are only enforceable if those parties willing, those that are parties to those grant of rights are looking to enforce them as they are written. None of these conferences would be enforcing grant of rights in a new college football super league era, because they would have brand new deals that inject brand new revenue into their programs. I think it's absolutely a no-brainer, and I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be somewhere around 70 teams, and I still maintain the biggest story in forming a super league is those who will say no thank you. I think that's going to be the biggest headlines 100%. That will come out of this, is who's going to say no. All right, let's get to the comment section. Thank you for being so patient. Look at that. Wow, that's a hell of a way to start a comment section.
Okay, Calvert.
Calvert gifting 50 Monty Show memberships.
Did you dip into the endowment there to get that done, or?
And then donating $10. Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Calvert, always appreciate you. Andrew G.
Oh boy.
And I don't remember who you're a fan. I think you're a Pac-12
fan.
As long as the Pac allowed in the college football super league, it's okay. Well, nobody's allowed into the college football super league. It's not an allowed thing. But again, I look at Washington State. I look at Oregon State. I look at the revenue ultimately talks. And when you look at Washington State and you look at Oregon State, I think you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. And I think they will ultimately. Scott Barnes, who, again, I think is one of the best administrators in the country, has said, we want to give our student athletes the opportunity to compete at the highest level. And I think they do. And I think they will. There's no doubt. How far up do we go? Let's see. Let's go, first of all, what we always do on this show. Let's go back.
Bro, there's so many comments.
There's so many comments. Who is first in today? Real Pete Forte.
Hey.
Hello. The Buffalo Hunters saying Utah basketball was showing signs of life on the same day they fired their head coach was probably my worst take ever.
Hey, bro.
And
it's a clean cut, man. You weren't going to make the tournament. Is what it is.
I will just continue to say this, and I know there's a lot of Utah haters in the comment section. If only Baylor operated the way that Utah does and fired Dave Aranda. If only Oak State. If only everybody said we're not going in the right direction. We've got to make a change at the head coach in college basketball. We're not going in the right direction offensively. We have to fire the offensive coordinator, and we've got to go out and completely change the way we're doing business on offense because it's not good enough. Mark Harlan and Kyle Whittingham, the University of Utah athletically continues to set a very high bar in the Big 12. And I think everybody else needs to meet that bar, or this league will die.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt. Steely, good morning to you. Welcome to the nightmare. Hello. Midweek Coug. Can't wait for the move to afternoons.
I love how everyone's just assuming that's what we're doing. Like that's been bandied about.
Jay Chapman, hello. The Chad Carter, hello. Good to see you. Conundrum says, I deserve a Super League. The awkward guy, will the Big 12 ACC make their own playoff with hookers and poker? I mean, I've heard that, you know.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
I think one of the big things that people don't understand. So let's say the ACC, who has a grant of rights to what, 2032. Let's say the ACC. You go to Florida State. You go to everybody in that league. And you say, hey, here's the opportunity. Are you in or are you out? Do you think they're going to enforce their grant of rights? If their member institutions are going to get significantly more revenue from joining a Super League, do you think ESPN and the ACC are going to enforce their grant of rights? No. The answer is no, they will not. And what I think you're going to see is you're going to get a very small window of time to opt in or opt out. And if you opt out, okay, great. You're going to go to this Division II. If you opt in, you're going to go into the Super League of college football.
Mm-hmm.
And you are going to sign a new television distribution agreement, because I think ultimately what's going to happen is, and one of the questions that we didn't get to, because some certain people started derailing us with Boston College isn't a football school. One of the things that I think is so interesting is this right here, because I can tell you, I've talked to people who believe that this is happening. And I haven't heard back from the SEC, and I have not heard back from the Big Ten, and have not heard back from the NFL. Has Roger Goodell met with Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey? I'm almost certain, in my opinion, they've had conversations. And I say in my opinion because I have not been able to confirm that with enough sourcing to say yes for sure. But in my opinion, that's happened and is happening. And if that's the case, we're a lot further down the road than you might think.
Yeah.
Because again, I continue to be told that you're going to have the championship game of college football on Saturday, and then the very next day is Super Bowl Sunday. And I think Saturday is going to become college football playoff day for the month of January and February. And I think Sunday is going to become NFL playoff day for the month of January and February. And I think you're going to see they're going to work together. And I think they're going to help each other drive new and continued growing revenue. Because why wouldn't you? Football is football, no matter how you slice it. They've got all the same problems. They've got medical issues, injury issues, CTE issues, lawsuit issues, compensation issues, contract issues, stadium issues. They're all the same.
Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense that they work together and have an agreement. And my guess is that you're going to start seeing things like OTAs. Notice, as we told you was happening, spring football is going away. And so what are you going to get? You're going to get OTA programs in college football. And who's going to say no? Don't have to have a spring game. It's going to save us money. It's going to save us potential injuries. Who's going to say no?
Nobody.
Nobody's going to say no. And I think the NFL is playing a part in that. San Diego State, Glenn, I'm watching 4 minutes behind. I want to catch every second of this NCAA news. Well, we appreciate that. Who is that guy? Pete Wilcox.
Okay.
What will you Cox?
Wilcox?
Who the f*** is that guy?
Yeah, what will you Cox? Who the
fuck are you?
See, but that's a joke.
Yeah, that's a Wilcox joke.
Because I said Will in the Cox that will. In,
His cock.
Okay. SEC thinks a lot of themselves for a conference who hasn't won a natty in over 2 years now.
Yeah, we don't need to.
You know, okay.
Okay, cool.
You will Cox. I'm about the G5 path. We can do this. And for what it's worth, we're an R1 now, too. That's a really interesting point. San Diego State's an R1 research institution now. And that, what does that do? That makes them more money. It opens them up to more financial opportunities on the academic side. Don't you talk about academics, Monty. I know. You tend to crap your shorts when I say, hey, academic revenue. I know. Let's get crazy. Academic revenue is still revenue. I know. It's outlandish. Money is still money.
Misinformation.
It's still money. Jackwagons. Sal Capone.
Sal.
You think any teams get kicked out of the Super League that currently in the Big Ten and SEC, and you think they pick up any teams from the Big 12 and ACC? I think Greg Sankey is smart enough to understand. I think they are smart enough to understand that you have to expand college football. You cannot be, and didn't we talk about this last week?
Mm-hmm.
You can't be shrinking the game of college football.
Yeah, I mean, the proposition, the word is exclusionary. That's the word you're going to hear a lot. What you can't do is make an active effort to exclude people. All you can do is say, here's the opportunity. This is what we have. Do you want to be in or do you want to be out?
Yeah.
That's it.
Eric and Raleigh. Hello, Eric and Raleigh. Good to see you. P2 is becoming real. SEC and Big 32. I don't think it'll work like that. I don't think you're going to have SEC football anymore. I think you're going to have whatever this league is.
Yeah.
The North, the South, the East, the West, however you want to slice it. You're going to have divisions and conferences. And the NFL model. I don't know if we still have the Kyle Whittingham bite, but quite literally, like a week after we said it, Kyle Whittingham said this to 365 Sports.
So much change already, and there's more on the horizon. I can tell you that. We're not done. I think it's ultimately going to get to 2 super conferences and their own playoff system and probably break away from the NC2A, have a commissioner and all. An NFL minor league model, I think, is where we're heading in that regard.
That was last year at Big 12 Football Media
Bro,
Day.
How many, I know this is I told you so Tuesday, apparently.
No, it's Trust Me Bro Tuesday.
Trust Me Bro Tuesday, because we don't talk to anybody. We're dumb. You're a fat old Mormon dying person. We get it. We understand. SEC Homer show. Bro, we've been playing that clip for how long now, dude? Like
a year.
How long have we been telling you this is happening? And now here we are. Again.
I think it's very interesting. And
it's incredible. Like, he literally says break away from the NC2A.
And we told you last summer, and it's all on the channel, by the way. If you don't believe us, go look at our shows. We've told you that this championship Saturday and Super Bowl Sunday, we told you they're going to go to an NFL OTA model. This is not new for us. This is not new for us. Let's see. Where's everybody at? And donuts. and we have a ton of comments. So I appreciate, we have well over 1,200 comments already today. Please hit the like button if you're watching this show right now. We have almost 700 people watching the show right now. Hello on Twitter. Hello on TikTok, Spotify, YouTube, obviously. Everybody, if you're not watching the show on YouTube, please come over to YouTube, hit subscribe. And we're trying to get to 135,000 subscribers this week. I think we're at 134 something. It would be great if we could get that done. Come over to YouTube, give us a thumbs up, and then please subscribe to the channel. We appreciate you doing that. What's the ROI? Why chase bad money with good money? Because I don't think it's bad money. I think we are talking about billions and billions of dollars.
Yeah.
There is no doubt that when you look at the TV conglomerates, if they are able to structure their schedules from August through February, with every Saturday and Sunday having professional football, they're all in on that. Because now we can sell significantly more money because we know, like the college football kickoff classic, now we know it's a rematch of the championship game last year, or like you have the ability to make these big TV games. You have the abilities to put the best players in prime time. There's no more, well, we need that Pac-12 after dark window.
No Monties.
Right? Like you now have the ability to standardize that, because you're going to have the college football West division, whatever they will call it.
Yeah.
Hey, the West division that now has, significantly less travel, because you have all of these universities in the same league, and you can build schedules and divisions and conferences. And yeah, are you going to have USC go play Penn State and vice versa? Are you going to have them go play is the Western Conference going to play the Eastern Conference? Yeah. But now you're only going to take 2 trips a year, maybe.
I'm telling you, everything that's possible in pro sports is pretty much possible at the college level, with a few exceptions.
Yes. Conundrum, Royal Blue Collective owns BYU football. Are they stiffing the players? We're going to talk about that coming up here in a bit, because I think that's a huge story. And donuts. Boise had a $128 million deal with Learfield Stadium and arena naming rights, private equity, etc. They are far ahead of other G5 schools. They are, which is part of their frustration, I think, and why they were looking for greener pastures.
But even with that being the case, you're not going to convince me it's just a rubber stamp. We're super comfortable. Don't have to think twice about it. Join the Super League.
I agree. Brandon Butler, hello. The question I have is, how committed are state governments going to commit to state schools? I think it's going to be very interesting to see the lawsuits that come out of this, should it happen. I think the single biggest expense will be legal expenses, because, and I've seen a ton of people asking me, hey, does this mean the House settlement goes away? It does not. You were prior bad actors, and you're going to pay for that.
Right.
But I think what this does going forward is, hey, well, you're a contracted employee now. We're paying you for the next 3 years. And because we're paying you the rookie scale, because the NFL's, if you think the NFL's not going to make money on this, you're crazy. The rookie money will be better in the NFL. The question is, will the people who opt out, will the universities that opt out sue to get a payment? Will they sue because they feel like it's a monopoly? Will this new entity of college football get the same antitrust exemptions that all other sports leagues get? Those are the questions you have to ask and answer. I don't know the answer to those questions.
Well, and I also think, when you're giving people an option, because again, the whole monopoly angle, I think, is interesting when it comes to Super League, because the monopoly angle infers that people just don't have access, and that's not true, right? Everybody has access.
Everybody has access.
It's not an access issue. It's just hey, do you make enough money to be involved in this issue? So I do agree there's going to be a bunch of legal action that comes out of this. There always is. But But I don't think if someone tried to sue them for monopolizing college football, that you're way behind the curve on that. If that's the angle you want to play, now you want to go down another path and try to weasel your way in, that's fine. But I think that the bigger thing is just going to be how this is all positioned and packaged when they roll it out. That's what'll be interesting to see how they go.
Somebody's going to sue somebody.
You know it.
You know
it.
that's
You can just
going to
book
happen.
it.
Boyd Lake, guys. The Showgram got to 135K. Is that correct?
Oh, we had 135 already.
No, that can't be right.
No.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, we are.
Yes,
135, 271. I appreciate that very much. All right, let's march to 140. Would love to be at 150,000 by summer. I'll tell you what real quick.
Quick sidebar.
I had the most incredible bloody nose yesterday. And now I'm sitting here and I'm like,
about to bleed out?
Dude, I'm not. And I'm trying to stay away from it. UCLA going to have to pay up more calimony. That's all. Well, does calimony stop with this? Because there's no doubt. Paul Bagansky. Monty, question, Michigan pending punishment if NCAA is removed, or do you think Michigan will be punished? I think Michigan's going to be punished by kickoff.
Yeah, I think anything that's already happened is going to be taken care of by the current system. We're talking about several years ahead of time here.
Yeah. Ryan Dooley. It feels crazy to not want to dip into the endowment to pay for this. It's an investment choice. It is an investment.
Yeah.
It absolutely is, Ryan. Brandon Butler, is there enough revenue in California to pay calimony for all of the schools to jump? I think there is. California has money. There's no doubt about that. There is no doubt about that. I think it is. It'll be interesting to see how it all pans out. That's for sure. Let's see. Conundrum. Royal Blue Collective said they'd pay too, but did they? I'll get to it. Canada did the same thing with their college football, kicked CCAA and have U Sports LLC govern their college football. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
There is.
To say that it's necessary is putting it lightly.
There's just too much money not being made and too much opportunity not being realized for this to happen. I get it. People don't want it. People think, you look at my TikTok comments yesterday, like we can go down the row and read how many people said, I'll never watch, college football's dead. Like I have 171 comments just since the show started on TikTok. Release the crack and let it spew its greed and corporate corruption. Baby Yoda is out, says. Private equity will be the thing that finally kills major sports at the college level. Nevi says, no one wants to watch a bunch of Big Ten and SEC teams. It'll ruin college football and no one will watch it. The boycott it and protest.
Okay.
You guys, you're not boycotting anything.
There's so much emotion. My God.
You're not I'm telling you now, you're not boycotting anything because it's not. And I don't know why this is so difficult to understand. It's not just going to be Big Ten and SEC teams.
I feel like that's the thing. Why is it so hard to paint this picture in your mind of like, hey, it's like, yes, the SEC and Greg Sankey in tandem with the Big Ten are pushing this concept forward. But again, we're not having a conversation about it just being those two conferences. It's not, there's not enough butter for all the toast if it was just those two conferences.
Big Papa War Machine. I would enjoy a Texas-Oklahoma conference in a Super League. At the moment, barely wants that Texas smoke. They don't want that ass beat by U of H. Ass beat. I can tell you we need Oklahoma State every year. We need Texas, Oklahoma we need Michigan and Notre Dame every year. We need it. There is, you have to have it. Sharice, good morning to you. Noel Ramirez, man, get 2 shakes, some coffee. Looks like he was up all night.
Dude, it's not easy getting up at 4 a.m., bro.
No, it is not. Old Tatanka. Like Monty always says, you may not like it, but you better get used to it. You better learn to love it.
Yeah.
Because it's coming.
We coming.
Norge Coog, bringing back geographical sanity would be nice. Yes, it would.
I would agree with that.
Yes,
I
it would.
do think it would be nice to have some, some efficiency back in the sport in that way.
We never need to lose Raiders Chargers type rivalries. We never need to lose Utah BYU again. We should never lose USC UCLA. We should never lose those big rivalries. But we also need Notre Dame and Michigan, right? This and this ends the Notre Dame needs to join a conference, Monty.
No, they don't. No, they don't actually.
Why would they? Why would they? I wouldn't. Andrew G, because Pac needs lottery spot. Okay. Bailey Dietrich, now that spring training football is going away, will the NFL get rid of preseason football games? They will not. It makes the owners money.
No, that's different. See, again, preseason football is different than spring stuff.
And spring football is going away because it's not good for business.
Yeah.
You're losing top talent to the portal, or and maybe it's not top talent, but you're losing upper echelon talent to the portal because you're giving away free game tape. And universities that are like, oh, man, my quarterback sucks. I better go get a backup. Well, did you see that Cincinnati tape? Like, that's what's happening. Cherie says, a Big Ten fan, I don't like how the Big Ten and the SEC is trying to destroy the enjoyment of college football.
Okay, see,
I don't
again,
think they're
just
doing
not
that.
doing that, man. That's not what's happening here. It's not. Like, I understand that football is like everything to everybody in our country. You know, like we spend hours and hours and hours and hours talking about football on this show. But at some point, you got to take your emotion out of this and say, okay, how can the Super League benefit everybody? Because this was my point earlier in the show for those of you just tuning in. What did I say? I said, hey, everyone's going to look at this and they're going to say, oh, well, the Big Ten and the SEC are just killing college football and all the rivalries are gone and it's just the bigwigs playing expensive football games.
It's not.
That's not what's happening at all.
No, and I think it's hard for some people to wrap their heads around that. I truly do. I think it.
Like, I really think this has an opportunity to truly take the game in the bigger picture to places it's never been yet. Like, there's opportunity here to really innovate and really you're talking about getting out from the current system and forming something completely new that gives you pretty much endless possibilities for how you want to do things.
Yep. Sal Capone. Did you, Sal? Did it happen? Sal. We disgustingly call Sal the stalactite creator of the Monty Show. I really doubt Arizona gets in, so we'll have our own small league. I don't know. I think it's a big question. There's not a lot of money in Arizona academics right now.
Yeah, the Tucson 10. Yeah.
The Tucson 10. The Arizona, and a lot of people don't know that Arizona State and Arizona are governed by a board of regents. They're not well-to-do.
Mm-hmm.
And we had one of the great moments of the Pac-12 meltdown a couple of years ago was several members of the Arizona Board of Regents calling us. People are like, nobody calls you, fat ass. Like, you would be shocked
Pac-10
how many people called us. And we're like, hey, this is me.
Hey, Monica.
And you go through a verification process with them, right? And they're like, we don't have the money for this. We don't have the money to XYZ. We can't lose money on athletics forever. And I think it's an interesting point. And I'll tell you, the pandemic really decimated Arizona's coffers. And I'm curious if I think they'll be in.
Dude.
Let's see. Bailey Dietrich. Whoa. Excuse me. Damian Fowler, a member for 16 months. Does this affect Michigan sanctions? No. It does not. I appreciate you being a member. Steely says, congratulations on 135,000, Monty.
Dude, yeah, we're just taking it. I feel like we should be celebrating it a little more, but I mean, it's like, we're working our way towards 200,000 subs, man.
TJ Beck, boys, good morning. Can you tell us the difference between Michigan's proposed penalties and the SMU death penalties? You're not going to have it where SMU essentially couldn't compete.
Right.
And that's why, like, people were telling me the other day that They're talking about a 5-year postseason ban for Michigan. That's not going to happen. They're not going to. I could see them taking a significant number of scholarships away. I could see them. I mean,
how many seasons should they have to suffer for what happened? 3 seasons?
I think
5
they'll be on
seasons?
probation for 5 years at a minimum. I think they will see a 2-year postseason ban, which is crippling. I mean, if you're not making college football playoff money, you're in real trouble. Real trouble. So I can see the NCAA saying, "Hey, we still have teeth." And even if this Super League things happens, then until the Super League arrives, you're not going to the postseason. I think they would be petulant and punitive like that for sure.
Yeah.
I think you're looking at a significant reduction in scholarships. I think you are looking at a significant reduction in recruiting abilities. I think you're looking at a significant reduction in their ability to operate as a football program. But are you telling me if the pedos at Penn State got a slap on the wrist that you're going to more? I don't know. I think it is.
But again, it's your point you made yesterday, right? The issue isn't just for what you did. The issue is that you lied about it. And that's what they're upset about.
Why was, what's an example? Joe Paterno. Why was Joe Paterno at the end of the day such a scumbag? Why was that guy such a piece of shit? Because allegedly he knew what was going on and didn't want to jeopardize the football program, so he did nothing about it.
Yeah.
That's why Joe Paterno is a scumbag. And that's why when you look at Michigan, it's not that the lone wolf, it's not that Connor Stallions did X, Y, and Z. It's that you lied about it. It's
Sign
not that
stealer guy.
Jim Harbaugh bought cheeseburgers for kids, Marty.
They were starving in the winter cold.
It's not that Jim Harbaugh had a cheeseburger for breakfast with a recruit.
Yeah.
It's that he lied about it and he was evasive about it and he wouldn't sit for an interview about it. And then when he did, he wasn't honest.
Right.
It's not that Michigan had a sign stealing operation. It's that then they slandered the NCAA with very harsh language and tried to go to court. And then when they were presented with evidence, they withdrew their injunction request at the 11th hour and 59th second, which would have been heard by a Michigan football player football alum. That's why you're in the position you're in. The crime is never, ever as bad as the cover-up.
Yeah.
Never, ever. And donuts. College football will get blown up. Problem is people are creatures of habit and look at change as bad in everything. In everything. It just is in everything. Boyd Lake, hello. How long before eligibility is no longer a thing? I think you're always going to have an academic component. You're always going to have an academic component. There's no question about it. Because if you don't have an academic component, the school allegiance goes away, which is where the passion of college football lies. There is no desire to make these guys professional athletes in anything other than practicality. They're amateurs by definition, and I think people want to keep it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Super League should allow the divisions to be regional, which I think everybody wins, and I think that's true. Sharice, I heard that they are trying to take away college football spring games. They're not trying to take away.
They are removing them.
Schools don't want to do them anymore.
Yeah.
So, Delaric, Florida State will sue because they will be upset about the money they will get. Probably. Let's keep rolling through these comments. You guys have been phenomenal today. Thank you. Please hit the like button. I'm ready for the Super League. I just hope the lower division is still easy to access and watch. I think there's no doubt there will be a tier 2 college football system governed by the NCAA. And you will have a playoff. You will have a championship. This whole thing about relegation and promotion, and I have no idea if that's going to happen. I've heard nothing about that. I don't think relegation will be a real thing.
No.
I
You
do
can't
not.
have that. You got the Super League has to stay as healthy as possible.
And it has to be static with its membership.
Yeah. Yeah.
So could I see expansion and adding teams? Sure. But that's a different conversation.
I do think the other thing I would say too is I do think for the health of college football overall, like Super League be damned, like you got to have, in my opinion, some cohesiveness between the Super League and the second division. There's got to be, and I don't mean relegation. What I mean is like when you talk about, hey, I hope it's easy to watch the second division. Okay. Well, if you're Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti and you're all these folks going to the TV partners,
Greg Skanky, please.
Are you not saying, hey, yes, we want the Super League to have the primetime slots and the best windows and everything like that. But then the second division, I think there's a lot of opportunity to, with those very same TV partners, say, hey, what kind of deal can we put together so that all of this works together? Could we have a thing where like with the NFL, it's like, hey, we've got the Thursday night game and then we have Sunday. And second division is going to be a Thursday night game, Friday night game for college second division, and the Super League is going to be Saturday or whatever. But I think you got to have that for the system to thrive.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
And Donuts gives $10. Golf Fund, congrats on 135,000. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, bro. Appreciate
my
you.
friend. We appreciate you. And all the money that you guys give us, I wish it went to the Golf Fund. All the money that you guys super chat with us or donate to the show, when we're not running a promotion for the advocates, that all that money goes into equipment, infrastructure. Like we're designing a new wrap for the wall that's $2,700. That's where the money goes. So any of your donations and super chats go directly into stuff like that. No, I will not add Poughkeepsie to the wrap on the wall.
No, Boston College isn't making our wall.
No, it's not. And hey, your super chats are welcome. Big changes are coming to the show, which has required a pretty significant infrastructure update. I know we do the show in my mom's basement.
Yeah, we're just the bottom dwellers. And
I always love the guy who's like, "Oh, you guys do the show in your basement."
Yeah, we're terrible.
Dude, if this is my basement, this is the most expensive basement in the country.
You got a really nice basement, dude.
God damn. The equipment, you guys can't see the equipment we have, but we have all kinds of mixers, sound, video. We use
computers and rocket ships.
We use state-of-the-art cameras and lighting, and none of it is cheap. So we appreciate all of your super chats and donuts. You're always so
and by the way, we are
generous.
trying to make some golf content. We appreciate it if you went and watch that. We're trying to bring you some diversity as well.
Another golf lesson tonight. That'll be similarly frustrating, I'm sure. Anyway, Delaric. When the Super League comes around, I hope the league will be more harsh on programs like Penn State when they have scandals, because it hurts business. It's bad for business. There's no doubt. Big Blue Horses.
Bro.
My guy.
Nice to see you.
Go Gators. Good to see you. Ryan Dooley. This feels like a further divide of FBS. Oh, no question. No, but I think it brings everybody not in the Super League. It brings everybody together. A rising tide, raises all boats. I think there's no doubt that the tier 2 that will be left behind the College Football Super League will make more money. There is no question about that. Well, Mayor McCluskey has decided to grace us.
Well, nice headband, dude.
Nice to see you. Jeremy Bolton, I'm glad you don't have the shelves in the back anymore. The saddest mascot ever known to man, a.k.a. Swoop. We're trying to figure out a design.
Yeah.
And frankly, now we have these new lights. You guys see this big white dot and the one over there? That's because we have these really high-end lights. So we're trying to figure out how to dissipate that. We've paid, dude, the lights are stupid expensive.
Yeah.
The diffuser boxes that are over so we're trying to work on that a little bit. New show, new design stuff, and let's see. Midweek Coug. Will Regina make it on the wall or hump tulips? I think Regina and Saskatchewan deserve to be on the wall. If you're in the basement, does that make Two Shakes the Gimp? It does.
Apparently, dude. I mean, we're just, again, we're basement dwellers that don't know anything, and my little box is over there.
Look,
and
TJ, you've lost your Monty Show privileges.
Yeah,
okay?
Be gone. Okay?
You either stay gone or you'll be gone.
You know what I mean?
And also, if you know where that's from, you know where that's from.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
This is a tasty burger.
Reister JP, Monty has all his leather and chains in the basement.
Right? We've got a full setup, dude. We've got a full setup, bro. Full setup.
Oh, it's a chopper, baby.
Yeah.
Damn right. Wow, look at Calford donating $100.
Damn.
Bro.
Wow. Dude.
Appreciate you very much. Wow.
Okay.
Very well
Thank
done.
you.
I think you donate memberships. That's several $100s out of you today. I appreciate that very much.
And
Thank
by
you.
the way, again, as I always like to put this out there because we do value your guys' input. Any thoughts you have on ways to improve the show, the backdrop, whatever it might be, we're always down to listen to those thoughts.
We are.
We're always interested in what you guys have to say.
Calford, thank you.
Yeah.
Roche, maybe you guys could do a live audience special during the college football season when out-of-town listeners come to town. We used to do it. We did it at Barbecue Pit Stop. We had a BYU watch party when they were at Oregon.
God, that was such a dreadful game.
It was, unfortunately. Let's see. Jake has a box.
Okay. Man, that was wow.
Zed's dead. Damn right.
Yeah.
Whose motorcycle is this? It's a chopper, baby. Exactly right. Put a gimp gag on Jake. Wow.
Right.
Okay, now stay home. Now
we're getting a little weird on the program today.
Calford needs to put in for my new bottle of lotion on empty.
Smiles and glory hopes.
Exactly right. Calford is the GOAT.
Yeah.
I agree. 100%.
Seriously.
All right. Whoa. The stadium guy James is here today. Improve show, move back to afternoons. What is your obsession
everybody wants
with moving
it,
back to afternoons?
Everybody wants it, bro.
Hey, man, can you guys move back to afternoons?
I mean, is it really that difficult to listen to the show in the morning?
Is it listen, I understand. That's why we started streaming the show in the afternoon now. Like we stream the replay for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm here for it. Andrew agreed afternoons better. Okay. Cam Harrison. Good morning, guys. Shout out to Mo Bamba.
Okay,
Mo Bamba.
bro.
Mo Bamba.
Nice,
Shout out to Mo Bamba. 5 a.m. is so early. Try getting up at 4.
Yeah.
Bro.
You guys joke about us being tired all the time. I am legit tired all the time.
Yeah, I agree. The eye patch rival 365. Now those guys do their best.
No, you're not rivaling 365.
Those guys do their best.
Yeah.
Does BYU have a problem with NIL? It is a breaking story. It is an ugly behind-the-scenes look at the business of college football. We'll have that for you in 30 seconds on the Monty Show.
When you've been injured in an accident, you need a lawyer, and you deserve an advocate, because every accident has a ripple effect. It affects your time, your health, your ability to make money, everything. That's where the advocates can help. Speaking with an attorney is simple and 100% free. We're available 24/7 for your convenience, and we'll take on the claims process so you can rest easy. Because you're not just a client to us, you're a person, and you deserve the best help you can get. You deserve an advocate.
That's right. You do deserve an advocate where you never reach into your pocket to pay the advocates. Do you have questions about, hey, do I need an attorney? I don't feel like my insurance company is helping me. The advocates at theadvocates.com. I can only tell you so often. Your insurance companies aren't working for you. If you have a question, if you were in an accident and you're like, do I need an attorney? Get to theadvocates.com. You can chat with an injury attorney live online, 24/7, 365. It won't cost you a dime because there are no consultation fees. There are no retainers. In fact, you don't pay the advocates unless and until they win your case. And one of the things that's amazing about the advocates is they'll tell you, yeah, you don't need an attorney. Your workman's comp is a big one. Well, my company, my boss said he's going to take care of me. Well, ask the advocate. Say, hey, here's what my boss is telling me to do. He wants me to sign this piece of paper. And I always say this, whether it's contracts, DUIs, injury law, whatever it is, talk to a lawyer before you sign an agreement. Because at the advocates, they're going to tell you, yeah, that's the best. That's a great agreement. Do it. Yep, he's got. If there's nothing there, they're going to tell you there's nothing there because they're incredibly efficient professionals. They're not going to waste your time or their time. They're only going to take your case if you need a lawyer, if it can be won. They're not going to waste your time. And I love the fact that they work in the community. The Advocates have a blood drive coming up in their Midvale office the first week in March. We'll talk about it a lot more next week here on the show. The Advocates are in your communities: Seattle, San Diego, Phoenix, Vegas, Salt Lake City. No matter where you are, the Advocates at theadvocates.com. All right, let's talk about BYU, because this is a big, big story. BYU has a collective called the Royal Collective, and their job essentially is, hey, represent the BYU University, get players money, and basically, in a layman's terms, pay the players to play the game of football and basketball. Well, now you have multiple players, including former safety crew Wakely, saying that the collectives essentially held them hostage, threatened not to pay them, paid them in a delayed manner after the winter portal window expired, essentially forcing guys to stay at BYU if they wanted to get paid their agreed upon NIL money. Jake, there's no way to spin this. This is a bad look for BYU.
Yeah, and it all started when leadership changed, right? The Royal Blue Collective went through a leadership change, and at that time, the sentiment of the collective changed, which was, hey, you guys, basically it was, hey, you guys need to win football games. We're not here to pay your bills. We're not here to just simply give you money and, just kind of willy-nilly it. Like, you're either going to win ball games or you're not going to get paid. And I think you look at this, you look at the quote and it says, I'm not here to pay your rent or bills. I'm not here for any of that. Min Kim, the new leader of the Royal Blue Collective. And it, you guys are entitled, greedy, and asking for money. Like, I look at this and I say, like, hey, at some point, you got to change that. And this is obviously, like we said, according to BYU football players, right? Isaiah Baga of BYU. So I look at this and I say, hey, like, players are sitting here saying, like, dude, you're trying to skimp us, basically. You're sitting here saying that NIL is exclusively connected to winning and losing ball games. And I'm just telling you right now, NIL can't be that way. And I look at the fact that, Crew Wakely talks so much about, hey, like, we're in a situation where the collective is delaying payments. Like, you look at this picture here, this quote, and it talks about how, the collective typically makes payments on the 15th of each month. Now, obviously, in December, we know that the portal window happens at that time. So you look at this and it talks all about how the collective made payments in December that were only after the portal window had closed, which is obviously after the 15th of the month. And so what BYU did here is they essentially said, hey, you're either going to stay with BYU or you're not going to get paid. And some players speculated the delay was purposeful. Like, hey, if you're going to get in the portal and leave the program, you're not going to get that collective payment that you were supposed to have coming to you on the 15th. And so I'm sitting here reading this story and I'm simply saying, bro, this is exactly what's wrong with NIL, and this is exactly what you can't have happening in your football program. You can't have a situation where your collective changes leadership and all of a sudden the entire dynamic changes. And it wasn't explicitly said that payments were just simply not made at all, but it was very clearly spelled out that payments were manipulated, meaning, hey, we made them late to incentivize guys to stay in the roster. Maybe the article in the story also talks about how, NIL payments in the bigger picture got reduced. So, like, starters were getting a certain number before the leadership change, and then they were getting less. And the bigger point here is that all of this happened through the AJ DeBansa acquisition, if you will, for BYU basketball. And
the obvious inference is,
the obvious inference is that, hey, we're not going to pay football players so we can save money and go out and get AJ. And I just have a big problem with this, bro. I have a big problem with this. It sends the wrong message. It sends the message that somehow BYU doesn't have enough NIL in the collective for all of its athletes. And I just, quite frankly, I just think it's a horrible look for an institution that is clearly being helped and benefited in state by Ryan Smith and his group. That's a well-known fact. Like, I sit here and I say, this is exactly what my struggle is with college sports in the state of Utah.
And this is supposing that Ryan Smith is a contributor. This is, and I want to make clear, like these quotes right here, this is harsh. We pulled this quote from the Salt Lake Tribune and brobible.com. I'm not here to pay your rent or your bills. I'm not here for any of that. Min Kim said, you guys are entitled, greedy, asking me for money, according to Isaiah Bagna. The defensive end at BYU, Crew Wakely, the former safety, is also quoted in this story talking about these issues. And, you're also hearing that they delayed these payments until the December portal closed. So, guys, the obvious inference was that the Royal Blue Collective was not going to pay you if you transferred. This is the ugly side of college football. This is the underbelly of NIL and collectives, and especially when those NIL and collectives are now in-house at universities. I can only tell you so many times, this is standard operating procedure. This is no different back in the day when Urban Meyer would tell a guy, you're terrible, I'm pulling your scholarship. This is no different than Urban Meyer, like Kyle Gunther, who I used to do a radio show with, has many stories about how Urban Meyer would say the most heinous, terrible things to players. And why did I recruit you? You were a mistake. Like all of those terrible things that are no different now than when you have an NIL administrator saying, that I'm not here to pay your rent. I'm not here for that. You guys are entitled, greedy, asking me for money. I'm not here for that. Well, then what are you here for?
Yeah, what's the point then? Like, what is the purpose?
And I think this is this a bad look for BYU? Yeah, I think it's humiliating. I think when you're talking about an institution, especially a faith-based institution where humanity, football is fifth.
Character, ethics.
But it's okay to say that you guys are greedy and entitled. And it's okay to withhold money to leverage people to take action. No, it's not. And if these allegations are true, and they are allegations, we have reached out. I am trying to get in touch with Crew Wakely. Jake has reached out to the Royal Blue Collective. They have not replied. I would love to have them on the show to talk about this. But this is the kind of thing where you don't talk about this. And is this a bad look at BYU? Absolutely. This happens almost at every university. And you don't know it. And you don't hear about it because it's not often that guys are going to talk about it. But when you leave a university and you feel like, hey, I got screwed here, you're a little more willing to talk. Your lips are a little looser at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've heard all about the fact that, hey, yeah, BYU benefited from the deal that they did with a bar company, a nutrition bar company, and players did not. And hey, there was some rub, like the collective selling T-shirts. Because I also think that Coug Connect, who's one of the better collectives in the country, in my opinion, and you look at how they support guys like Jake Retzloff, and you look at those are frowned upon. It's the Royal Blue Collective, and I totally get it. And the school is putting money and donors, and it's not okay to say it, every other month we hit your account on the 15th with your NIL money. But now that the portal is open, we're going to wait till the portal closes, because if you transfer, we're not going to hit your account.
Yeah.
But God forbid the kid doesn't do his part. Who's looking out for the kid?
Well, and that's the funny part about this. Like, the inference that somehow Crew Wakely is, somehow wouldn't deserve his NIL payment is crazy. Like, I understand, and I can respect the fact that when it comes to NIL, your performance as a player on the field matters. If you're a big-time player, you're obviously going to make more. Crew Wakely was one of the best defenders that BYU had last year.
Impactful.
Yeah, and made game-changing interceptions on a pretty regular basis, and he was a name. And to me, we heard so much, and it makes me wonder, but we've heard over the last several seasons, many guys, the Cody Epps situation, getting in the portal, then out of the portal.
But look at the Sluka deal at UNLV.
The Sluka situation, another good example.
You're walked in the middle of the season over an NIL dispute. These are not new. This is just dirty and salacious when you better sign a contract, sir. And then you sign an agreement and they don't pay you on terms of that agreement. And you know what this really says? If all those allegations are true, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
What are you going to do about it? Nothing. You're going to do nothing because the kid still doesn't have the hammer. The kid doesn't have the hammer. And what's going to happen here is, again, I think they're going to go to a super league and kids are going to get standardized contracts and it's going to be what it is.
Yeah.
But it's things like stories like the Slukas of the world, the Crew Wakely story of the world, where this is happening every day. And again, I just go back to Lou Holtz or Urban Meyer or...
Well, and on the other side of it, I go back to what Kenny Dillingham said, right? We remember the famous Kenny Dillingham quote about it of like, hey, you guys can stay. We're happy to have you on the roster through the bowl run. You know, we get it. You got to transfer and that's your business, but we want you around. We like, so I'm just telling you, man, yes, it's the money and it's how you go about the collective and in that whole process. But I think more than anything, it's about you're mistreating people, bro. Like, when
is a team going to galvanize behind a player who's getting screwed by NIL?
Yeah.
And say, oh, it's October and this is a big game with, Joey State University. Yeah, we're not going to play until this kid gets his money. And I don't mean a promise to pay. I mean, I want the money in his account
direct deposit
right now. When is that going to happen? I think it's only a matter of time because collectives like this, and I totally understand this is a business. You're taking advantage of those kids. You're limiting their opportunities, which is exactly what the House settlement's about. You cannot tell a kid he cannot transfer or you will not pay him. Yet, what are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And again, I invite anybody from the Royal Blue Collective. I know we have a significant following in BYU country. You are welcome on this show. And I would love to hear Royal Blue Collective's side of this.
Yeah.
And is it in fact true that you paid AJ Tabansa a significant amount of money so you didn't have the funds on hand to pay the football player?
Because that's the other issue that I find so fascinating about this story. The inference
that's the inference brought up in Salt Lake Tribune in Bro Bible.
The inference that BYU somehow doesn't have enough money for both is absolutely preposterous. It is so incredibly wrong and out there to say that BYU wouldn't have money to pay the basketball guys and the football guys, because there's just no question they do.
But that's why I continue to say I think we have again, Jake has reached out to the Royal Blue Collective. They need to come on the show and talk about it. Will they? Probably not. Probably not. But if you don't get out in front of this, it's going to look like you couldn't afford to pay the Bansa and the football team. It's going to look like you said, it's only Crew Wakely, screw them. That's what it's going to look like. And my question is, where's Kalani Sitake? Where's Tom Homo?
Speaking on this.
Where's Tom Homo? Where's Kalani Sitake? Because I can tell you right now, those are two men that I know a wee bit, and I know that Kalani Sitake would not condone or authorize that kind of behavior to one of his guys. Because when you're on that football team, for better or for worse, you're one of Kalani's guys. And I have a hard time believing that Kalani would put the business of college football and a kid getting screwed financially. Because if that's in fact what happened, I have a hard time believing Kalani endorsed that or condoned that or was on board with it.
Yeah.
And I think, and it's one of the problems that we've had in the state of Utah. The University of Utah is terrible at NIL. BYU was supposedly way ahead of the curve until they weren't, until that nutrition bar deal went sideways and the players really didn't get anything out of it. And now here we are where you finally put a collective in place, run and funded or condoned or however the language is by the university, and now you're holding their deposits back because the portal's open.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad look. That's a bad look.
Maybe if you paid them on time, they would not want to get in the portal.
That's a bad
How about
look.
that?
Yeah, I don't love that. Boyd Lake, Wakely, interesting. Seems like there's an axe there for the grinding. But why? He transferred. Crew Wakely played. He gave his body. Do you know how many concussions that guy's been through? Do you know physically what that guy's been through? A lot. And he contributed. And he was a good player. So I'm curious to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm curious to hear what happened. The eye patch, nice. You're deflecting to Urban Meyer. Trash take. No, Urban Meyer used to do that routinely.
Yeah.
What do you mean trash? It's not a take. It's not. Anyway, Stadium guy James, they need to honor the written contract, especially the star players. No, not especially the star players. This is what's wrong. It's not especially the star players. It's every player. It's every player. And the issue, I go back to Ollie Gordon's DUI. Running stairs isn't going to get the job done.
Yeah, and what did the article say? The article said that secondary players or players who were not starter caliber, talent were just simply not, allegedly, were not being paid anymore after Minkin took over the collective. Yeah. Allegedly.
Yeah, I think it's wrong. I think it's 100% wrong. Jason Campbell, I hate the idea of a super league. I love college football because it's not the NFL. It happens to, if it happens to screw the SEC and the Big Ten.
Again, we've been over this, several times. Go back on the show.
Yeah. Jeremy Bolton, I'm with Boyd Lake. Got to see the written contract. We're only hearing one side of the story. Yeah. And again, we've asked him to come on the show.
But here's my point, and I don't disagree with that. That's true. We're only hearing really one side of the story. But if you're hearing the story, something happened. I'm a huge believer in that. Crew Wakely and Isaiah Bagna are not going to sit here and do interviews and talk about this and put quotes in the media if nothing happened. So something happened.
And let's also be clear. The Salt Lake Tribune is no friend of BYU.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not surprised this is in the Salt Lake Tribune and now it's syndicated out to Bro Bible.
Mm-hmm.
This is just the beginning. Crew Wakely will talk, hopefully, to us, because I would love to have him on the show, but we'll see. Hey, if you're listening, or if anybody at the Royal Blue Collective is listening, DM me. If you're on TikTok or Instagram, DM me. Don't DM me on Twitter. I don't read my DMs on Twitter. But DM me on socials. Find me on Instagram. Find me on TikTok.
Yeah.
Send me a direct message. Everything on this show, unless you come on, is said in confidence. So let's talk about it. I would love to talk to the guys at the Royal Blue Collective about it.
Which I think is another issue with these collectives, by the way.
Yeah, and I also think we've paid players directly on this show.
Yeah.
We have had guys on, we have paid them directly.
Because there's a process. You guys understand this, right? Like dudes don't just do things without getting some type of compensation, which, again, I fully respect that. Hey, bro, you don't have to do anything. What's the incentive for you, right? Okay, well, the incentive is there's a fee to do this or do that or make an appearance here or there, whatever the case might be. And the problem we have here is that leadership of these collectives, not just the Royal Blue Collective, but we've seen this in the Sluka thing, we've seen multiple examples of this. The leaders of these collectives don't want to be held accountable for the way they go about it. Because again, speculating, anytime there's a lot of money involved, someone's always trying to make that money. Someone's always trying to take that
100%
money and trying to do it under the guise of, hey, well, this kid did something wrong or you did something. We know that about our culture. So that's why I'm saying, I agree, we're only hearing one side of the story, but you're not going to convince me or get me to say that nothing happened here and these guys are just talking junk, because I just don't believe that.
Yeah, I have a hard time believing that you would put this out into the ethos if there was no truth behind it. Things like this collective issue will cause some sort of player union to happen due to players not having agents. Well,
maybe.
I think players need lawyers, not agents.
Yeah.
That's what they need. If Brandon Butler, if the kid is a top-end NIL, he has the hammer of transferring. No, he doesn't. Because the top NIL producers never transfer. Rarely, because they have contracts. And if you're not living up to their contract, it's going to get ugly. But you notice that Shedeur Sanders doesn't have a contract problem. Right? The biggest names in college football, you would never think of messing with Jake Retzloff at BYU, I would hope. Because if you mess with Jake, then you don't have a starting quarterback. You're not going to do that. But you don't. This makes it look like you don't value Crew Wakely. That's what it makes it look like.
Yeah. And what position does Crew play? Safety.
And he's a depth safety.
Yeah.
They're not pulling this BS with Jake Retzloff. It's holding the kid hostage. That being said, contractors get paid last. Yeah, maybe. Ironclad contracts insert lawyers. Could be. What do the Red Mormons think of this, I wonder? What do you mean, Red Mormons? What
Is that a Utah fan reference? Or?
I don't know. Rock and Rant, your performance on the field matters in how it impacts your re-up or your next year NIL deal, assuming you're on a one-year deal. It certainly does. It does not give the school the right to renege on the current one.
Yeah,
I
that's
would
what
agree.
I'm saying, dude. Like if you're so unhappy with what Crew is doing, or if you have such a need to pool together money, then instead of trying to screw Crew Wakely, allegedly, like maybe let's work out some other form of payment, some other form. Like, dude, you have contracts for a reason. You can't just do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, I would love to. I'd love to hear the other side. I'd love to hear the other side of it, and I think that the truth will come out if it hasn't already. And I doubt the Royal Blue Collective will come on our show. I doubt that they will want to talk openly about it. I just don't.
They're not easy to get in touch with. I'll just tell you that right now. They're not.
Yeah, I think we'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out. I'm very interested to see how all this plays out, because I also think that it's one of those situations where I don't know that they want to talk.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they want to talk, but that's just me. Hey, real quick, did you guys see this story about Fresno State? This is kind of crazy. You have multiple Fresno State basketball players not on the court because they are under investigation for gambling-related issues. And it's their best players, if that is a thing at Fresno State.
Jalen Weaver and Zayon Collins
are two of the three.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see, because gambling is another. I think gambling is a must. It's really important. But I also think you cannot have players gambling on sports. And now the minimum is, well, you can't gamble on the sport you play. No, BS. You cannot have an athlete of a professional sport or a college sport gambling on any sport. Because in my opinion, it leads to situations like this, where you have allegations of whether, and they haven't detailed.
Right.
And you know this story inside and out. I don't, but they haven't detailed what these players did.
Yeah. So they're not explicitly saying what the players did. And it's three players, like I said. And the issue is that these three guys led the team in minutes played, right? They basically were these trio of guys in their starting five who played the most minutes on the team. Like Collins led the team in assists and steals. Like these guys were playing ball for Fresno State. And the problem is that, respectfully, right? You had 22 losses as of 3 days ago. Like, you're not a good team. And the problem is that these players are wrapped up in something, clearly.
Yeah,
like
Mikael Robinson was kicked off the team.
Yeah, he's not even on the team anymore. And so it begs the question of, like, hey, if the coaching staff is fully complying with the investigation and they're not, like, suspects, if you will, they're not persons of interest in the investigation, by all counts they're not, that to me says, hey, these guys were involved in something in the gambling realm, and you just can't do this to yourself. There's nowhere to go when you get involved in illegal gambling activities, especially if it would, again, speculating, but especially if it's point shaving or anything like that, where you're impacting the result of a game. You can't. That's career ending. You're done.
Notre Dame dismantling its swimming team after there was a gambling investigation.
Yeah, like
the stories that they're mounting now. The Jonte Porter, Toronto Raptors, daily fantasy, more or less thing. You cannot allow players in any sport at any level to be involved in gambling. This is as old as Pete Rose. You can't have integrity and believe that the competition is level when you have a guy paying bookies or paying sports books. And who's starting to turn all these people in? The sports books.
And you guys remember, everyone on the internet's talking about how, Fresno State in 97 was investigated for something similar in a scheme where, players were given jewelry and given items of value to perform certain acts on the court, right? Again, point shaving. So again, this isn't Fresno State's first time. I will say, based on all the research I did, it's been since 97 since we had any type of activity in this realm with Fresno State. But I just feel like, at some point, kids and players in these situations, like you got to stop putting yourself in bad spots. Like, I understand if you're playing at Fresno State, I don't know if the NBA is in your future or not. It's possible. You can play anywhere in college basketball, and if you're that guy, you'll get found. We know that to be the case. How many Cinderella stories of guys playing at Nowhereville get scouted and found and then get to a D1 program for a year and now they're top 10 in the draft? Like, we know that happens. And my point is that dudes get into this stuff because they want to make money, because they want to take advantage of their opportunity. And it's just not, it's just not great. And on a day when we're talking about super leagues and money and NIL collectives, trying to keep as much money as possible. Like, this is just another thing where I'm like, bro, how are you're literally ending your career. And in some cases, you're ruining your reputation for the rest of your life. Like, Jonte Porter is going to be known as that guy the rest of his life. Like, you're not getting away from it.
It's over.
It's over.
And it's not like these guys can go to Japan or China and play basketball now and be like, fine. Because nobody trusts them. I think we have to get to a place where we're okay saying, yeah, you can't participate in gambling of any kind.
Yeah.
On any level. Fantasy football, daily fantasy, betting on games. Can't do it.
Yeah, we all remember the Keyshawn Booty thing, right?
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean, we remember that.
Yes.
So, I'm just telling you guys, it's a sad thing for sure.
I think it is. It's one of those deals where I just don't know how you fix it. I don't know how you fix it. And I am curious. Can you ban a college athlete for life? I mean, you kick a guy off a basketball team for gambling issues, you banned him for life.
Yeah.
Because who's going to pick him up?
Yeah, probably nobody.
Who's going to give that kid a shot now? Nobody.
And what's crazy too is, like, in professional sports, like, guys do heinous things like that are in different realms. Like, you guys all remember the whole domestic, violence thing in the NFL that the NFL went through. Their Major League Baseball obviously went through it with the Azuna thing. Like there have been multiple instances. The UFC certainly has gone through it with all that. And those guys continue to fight. Those guys continue to play and get at bats and do their thing. But when it comes to gambling, you're messing with the league's money, bro. It's not just your money. It's the league's money. And they're not going to allow you to mess that up. You're not. And at some point, people will learn their lesson. But I would agree. I think that, like, with the question came about in the comments section, hey, what do you do about this in the Super League? Like, yeah, I think you got to have a blanket policy of no gambling activity of any kind.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't think it is. I don't even think it's a conversation.
Like, literally none.
I think you cannot have guys betting on sports. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
So it is. Yeah, it's tough. It is. Jason, between the separate scandals at Fresno State and Utah State, why would the Pac want that drama? I don't know.
Because they don't have a choice, bro. They
why
need
would
schools?
Why would the Mountain West ever take them back? I don't know that they would. We got to stop with this. Hey, is Boise going back to the Mountain West? That's not happening. I'm telling you, the Pac-12 is going to get a media rights deal. The question is, how much will it be for?
Yeah.
And will the Mountain West get a deal before the Pac-12? It's as simple as that. I don't think there is a...
And can you trust the timeline that J.D. Wicker rolled out, which is the end of March?
I don't know. I don't know. And I think it is... There is an obsession with the exiting members of the Mountain West going back to the Mountain West. That would only happen if the Pac-12 was unable to get a media rights deal, and that's not going to be the case.
Yeah.
The Pac-12 will get a media rights deal. When and for how much are the questions. The Mountain West will get a media rights deal. When and for how much will be the question. That's it. And I also think UNLV is a very interesting tipping point in this whole Super League thing. I would keep an eye on the G5 programs willing to opt in. That's something I think I would very much keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Very much keep an eye on. But there you have it. All right. A story that I don't want to talk about. And Jake is obsessed with it. Are you worried about an asteroid hitting the Earth? You're like obsessed with this story.
Yeah, because it's the highest percentage that it's been.
It's
right?
like 3%.
Right. That's higher than 1%.
And I hope it hits my house. I don't want to survive it. I don't want to live in like a cold nuke era winter thing with dinosaurs and eggs and stuff.
Listen, dude. The ACC grant of rights is still going to be a thing.
It will survive an asteroid hitting the Earth. It will,
dude.
It with the ACC grant of rights will. and when the nuclear winter's over, Florida State will still be in the ACC.
But yeah, dude, I love this story because
why?
This is the first asteroid that's had any legitimate chance of hitting Earth and ending the human race. That's what the threat level is.
See, we had our choices of non-sports stories today. Do we talk about Krispy Kreme's new donut? Do we talk about the fact that Coke and Pepsi continue to murder people, in my opinion?
Sam's Club rolling out
golf
a budget
balls.
by golf ball.
But no, Jack Wagon over here is like, dude, none of it matters. We're all going to die when the asteroid hits the Earth.
Infowars.com.
Gotta go. Like, in the comment section, how concerned are you? I think at last thing I saw, it was like 2032. Yeah, I think it's at 3.4%. Asteroid 2024 YR4 has now been reassigned to Torino scale level 0.
Well
the
said.
level for no hazard. At additional tracking of its orbit path has reduced the possibility of intersecting the Earth to below a 1 in 1,000 threshold. Oh, thank God, at least for 24, we're safe. Like,
you just have no concern about it at all, even a little bit. That's like 7 years from now, dude. Do you understand? Like, that's
discovered in December of 2024. Idiots like Jake
Don't you know who I am?
That's not actually in the. I'm entered.
That's not
that
in the
part.
article.
I may have thrown
What?
that in. 2024 YR4.
Yeah, it's the new Toyota model.
Climb to the top of NASA's Century Risk Table.
Okay.
At one point, having a 1 in 32 chance of hitting the Earth. This elevated it to a level 3 on the Torino scale. A system used since 1999 to tell you how fucked you are.
This is a code 10 abort.
Level 3, which falls within the yellow band.
Yeah.
On the Torino scale, is described as, quote, a close encounter meriting attention by astronomers. Current calculations give a 1% or greater chance of collision capable of localized destruction.
Back to the envelope calculations.
Well, Monty, it's going to ruin Bob's house over here, okay? So we need to worry about this.
Oh, God, we're all going to die. Oh, God.
We're in a control position.
Oh. God, come on, man. I'm not going to worry about this. We've got Donnie and space troops and...
Well, Donnie's busy sucking on Elon's toes, so, you know.
And he will every single time.
Did you see in a government agency yesterday that somebody hacked the system and put a picture of Donald Trump licking Elon's feet?
Ugh.
On all the screens?
Nah, dude.
What are we doing? All I'm saying is I'm not worried about this thing hitting the Earth. I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Okay.
Bruce Willis will get in a spaceship and go out there and die, and I'm not going to close my eyes.
We'll get the Fifth Element going, and it'll be fine.
I'm not gonna fall asleep because I miss you, baby, and I don't want to miss a thing. Can we get Matthew McConaughey, who doesn't wear deodorant, behind a bookshelf trying to get to his daughter? Why don't you just knock the bookshelf over, Dick? Is it that difficult?
Because he can't touch the bookshelf, guy.
Yeah, because it's not
He's
real.
in like the 10th realm trying to nut through it, bro.
On the yellow scale, because it got hit by an equator rock and stuff. He's back there riding a dinosaur, which is what we call, having sex, and so his daughter can't see him riding the dinosaur behind the bookcase.
Yeah, he's in like the 10th dimension and stuff.
Guys. No. Yes, midweek Coug. So Armageddon will be a documentary. Exactly right.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Are we sure the Trump-Musk thing was a hack? It was a hack. Fat Jesus. I'm more worried about man wipes tearing my butthole than the asteroid.
Dude, stop.
Butthole.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this. I don't think I told you about this. I got a call the other day from a well-known butt wipe brand.
Oh, dear. Oh, my.
Verified the guy's existence, verified who he is, verified what he does.
So just called you out of the blue.
DM me, and then we had a chat.
Okay.
Do we want a butt wipe brand on the show?
Okay, on the YR4 scale, how big is the brand?
It's on the brown band.
The brown band. Okay. Gotcha.
Having fun is the name of the game.
It's something to be interested in.
As JD Wicker said, are these names that we would recognize and be familiar with?
Yes. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. Homie
I think we could do a butt wipe brand on this show. I think we could.
Yeah, I mean sure. I mean, obviously, I think we could if we wanted to. I mean, are you guys using promo code Monty to wipe your butthole?
Hey, Monty.
I mean, that's an interesting question, right? Like, is that what we're doing these days? I
don't know, bro. I don't know.
I think
that's
it's interesting.
Funny though that a butt wipe brand reached out to you because we talked about that.
I'm saying
that's hilarious.
And if you guys want it, what'd you say in donuts? Example, you're on the 9th, ready to tee, and you feel the burn. Exactly.
Yeah,
I just listen. If an asteroid's going to hit the Earth, please hit my house. Like, let's just do it. It'll end the HOA. I tend to
agree. If an asteroid's coming and it's going to hit your city,
land on my face.
Are you not just going to stand in the front yard and just be good with it?
Because you're not getting away from that.
No,
you are not getting away from that. I was watching a show the other day on Fox, and the guys, Fox News has it.
Nah, we don't want to talk about Fox News.
Homie was like, I'll just get in an airplane.
Mm-hmm.
No, you won't. Charles Oliva, dude, replaces guys. Hey, man, Rock and Rant. I mean, a butt wipe brand is on brand for this community as I've ever seen one. It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
Conundrum, 135,000 subs get you a butt wipe endorsement, apparently.
Yeah, what's next? A bidet endorsement at 150?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. All right, there you have it. Big changes coming to the show. When are we going to announce this?
I don't know. I mean, next week. We're about
a month away now.
We're on the same timeline as the Pac-12.
As the asteroid. No, we're on the same timeline as the asteroid.
Yeah,
No, actually, we are on the same timeline as JD Wicker.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Always a pleasure, my friends. Don't forget the Monty Show is presented by The Advocates at theadvocates.com. The best injury attorneys in the business. Please, I'm begging you, do not trust your insurance company. You get into an accident, you need somebody who's been there, who's been through the process. Get clear, risk-free advice, and it won't cost you a dime. At theadvocates.com, or you can chat with an injury attorney live online 24/7, 365. Until tomorrow, say goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye, Jake.
Injured in an accident, you need a lawyer, and you deserve an advocate, because every accident has a ripple effect. It affects your time, your health, your ability to make money, everything. That's where the advocates can help. Speaking with an attorney is simple and 100% free. We're available 24/7 for your convenience, and we'll take on the claims process so you can rest easy. Because you're not just a client to us, you're a person, and you deserve the best help you can get. You deserve an advocate.
This is The Monty Show, the truth in sports talk streaming. When you want unbiased opinions about your favorite team without the spin, all you have to do is find The Monty Show, streaming live and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on YouTube. And now, here's Monty.
Hey, The Monty Show live on Wednesday, February 26, 2025. As always, presented by the Advocates at theadvocates.com. You never reach into your pocket to pay the Advocates. It's what we love so much about our partners there. They care about you because they know what it's like when you've been in an accident. It's one of the worst days of your life. That's why they give you clear, risk-free advice 24/7, 365 at theadvocates.com. Boy, let's stretch our legs a little bit later in the day, friends. A pleasure to be with you. Let's get right to work because we see so many of you here to talk college football. And as usual, we have another story in the college football pipeline. And we've talked about this a lot on the show. We've had a lot of reporting on this. Again, I would remind you how stupid I am. I don't know anything. We don't have any sources. You know, it's just what we do on the program. According to now everybody, the Big Ten and the SEC, Greg Sankey, Tony Petitti, you know, the folks who actually control the college football playoff, want a 14-team playoff. 16 is highly unlikely, as we have told you on the show. Our sources have repeatedly said 14 is the number that Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti would ideally like. I don't even know that anybody else is going to argue about 14 versus 16. But there is one huge sticking point that we have talked about for weeks on this show, dating back to what happened in the college football playoff, where teams like Boise State, Arizona State got a bye. Meanwhile, Ohio State played one of the most difficult stretches leading to a national championship. In my opinion, the most difficult run to a college football playoff national championship or any other kind that we've ever seen. Well, you knew that was going to come to an end. But what's the sticking point? The sticking point is the elimination of the bye weeks for conference champions. Why is that so significant? Because it's a $4 million payday. If you earn a bye, you go right to the quarters. It opens you up to an $8 million payday. And Jake, I don't think conferences like the Big 12 and the ACC are going to let that go very easily.
Not at all. And I think, you know, going to 14 teams in the college football playoff, you know, is not something that has to do anything with more access, right? Everyone wants to say, oh, well, Big 12 and the ACC are going to get more access. You know, the G5 is going to get more access. And that's why, you know, we need to go to a 14-team playoff. And that's just not the case. The only reason that the 14-team playoff is even a conversation is because the SEC and the Big Ten want more teams and want more revenue, which, again, I'm not going to sit here and criticize them for. That's the nature of the business that they are in. But I think when you talk about actually getting this done, yeah, the ACC and the Big 12 are obviously not just going to sit here on the sideline and put up no fight and not get involved in this conversation and at least get something out of it. I think the trouble that these two conferences are going to have is, quite frankly, they just haven't been, you know, super relevant or nearly as relevant as the SEC and the Big Ten have been in the college football playoff. Now, obviously, this year, the ACC had a little bit better of a year, right? You obviously had a little bit more representation than usual, but the fact that SMU was your representation for the most part is just not a great look. And so I sit here time and time again when we do the show, and I sit here and tell you guys the same thing over and over and over again. It is the SEC and it is the Big Ten controlling the conversation. And whether you like it or not, these two are going to make the final decision. And ultimately, you know, whether Greg Sankey wants to say it or not, he's got a job to do, which is he needs to continue to push these two conferences forward, continue to keep them in the driver's seat, and continue to sort of, you know, nudge the sport towards, you know, inevitably going to the Super League that we've talked so much about. Because think about this. You get the 14-team playoff. You get this taken care of. These two conferences are going to dominate financially.
Guys,
we're one step forward. We're one step closer, man.
Jake just said nudge towards a Super League.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I don't think
step
anybody's
forward,
getting
bro.
nudged. I think they're getting yanked along with a flatbed tow truck.
Are we clear on that?
Is the way. So nudge is probably not the word that I would use, because, and we'll talk about that in a minute. We have some updates for you on the Super League story, but I think you're exactly right. Like, I think you're playing right now in the Big Ten in the SEC swimming pool. And what you don't understand is you're in there with a bunch of gators and sharks. And at this point, you got to fight for your lives. My opinion on this is unchanged. If you are the Big 12 in the ACC, fight like it is the last day you're going to be alive to keep bye weeks for conference champions. It's the only guarantee that the Big 12 and the ACC, who should get multiple teams into the college football playoff if we go to 14, that's the only guarantee you have to get a payday. And I think when you look at this league, and I know you're tired of hearing me say this, but I'm going to say it again, you've got to raise the bar in this Big 12, in this ACC when it comes to college football. You can no longer have BYU and Colorado getting left on the side of the road, not getting in, for Arizona to get a bye week and lose that game, targeting or not. Excuse me very much. Targeting or not, you can't have them losing that game, right? Like, that was a costly loss for the Big 12, who is far behind the other three power conferences in revenue. Like, that is, and if you think about the money that we're talking about, that's a lot of money you lost right there. And I just can't even imagine it. And look at the start that we get with Calford gifting 20 Monty Show memberships. Let's go. Calford, hey,
Nice work, bro.
Later in the day, Calford still shows up. And no, Darth Sankey did not approve.
Bro just rolled out Darth
Sankey did not
am your father.
He did not approve the time change. Rock and Rant, if they aren't taking comments, it's not live, even if it shows live. You guys, the way you know our show is live is the title here on YouTube. The title on YouTube does not say replay. If it says replay, that is a live stream replay.
Wow.
We are live. Yeah,
Wow.
Rock and Rant. You take that back, sir.
Yeah.
You take that back.
Better check yourself, bro.
But my point in all of this with the 14 teams, our sources have told us for several weeks it's 14. The SEC and the Big Ten want 14, and the terrifying part of that is they each want 4 automatic qualifiers. And if you do some quick math on that, 4 and 4 is 8. Then you get 2 each in the Big 12 and the ACC. That gets you to 10 and then 12. You get 1 spot for the G5. That's 13. And then there's an at-large spot, which is 14. And that's where I look at somebody like, I don't know, Notre Dame. Because Notre Dame's getting in. So what does that tell you?
Notre Dame, our mother.
The lion's share of the money is going to stay in the Big Ten and the SEC and with Notre Dame, right? Because that will remain unchanged. And I think when we start looking at these numbers right here, this is not going to change. I don't see any way, shape, or form that this right here changes. That all of a sudden the Big 12 and the ACC are going to make more money. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, I mean, the only way it happens is if they produce better football product. That's it.
And they keep the bye weeks.
Yeah.
Because that guarantees you at least one spot. And if there are, how many buys would you have at that point? I don't know.
Yeah, I also think when we talk about bye weeks, it needs to be said that going to 14 teams, 14 team playoff structure also changes how long you're running the college football playoff, obviously. So it's going to affect scheduling quite a bit. And so I think when people are asking, hey, well, why is it not going to 16? Well, because I just don't know that college football can handle a 16-team college football playoff scheduling wise. You already look at, the dead period between, that final week and then the national championship game. And then we have another dead period from the national championship game into Super Bowl. Like, I think that this past season, we kind of saw the awkwardness of that. And I haven't even brought up the absolute dumpster fire that is having a transfer portal window in December. And so So I think when you talk about the college football playoff, it's not just that the SEC and the Big Ten want to make more money, or I should say it's not just that they're going to make more money. It's more about like logistics and planning and what's best for TV partners.
Excuse me, stop the show.
What's happened?
There is a Pier 6 brawl in the gifting department.
What in the hell is going on?
So Calvert gave 20. TJ Beck, the Flying Oregonian. That's your new name because now I'm stuck on how scared I am to fly. Gave 50 Monty Show memberships, which of course meant that Calvert and his Calamoni gave 50 more Monty Show membership. So of course the Flying Oregonian gave 50 more Monty Show memberships. You guys, if you're watching on Twitter,
you don't have a membership at this point, I don't know what you're
that's
doing,
a you
bro.
problem.
Like,
if you don't have
honestly,
a membership at this point, come on now. And I look at
this.
Ben Novak, Suck It Up
Ben.
Buttercut, Andrew Bennett, Gabriel, Eric, Chrissy Huey. You're all getting a hookup. Luis Oliviero, Neilio, Michael Peck. Let's go. Pick them up, baby. Let's go. We appreciate that very much, you guys. That really hit the like button. If you're watching on Twitter, we're about 500 viewers right now. If you're watching on Twitter, come over to YouTube and pick up some of the free Monty Show memberships. When you're a member of the show, it's $1.99 a month. And so what happens is all your comments get highlighted on our shows. Generally, we're going to read member comments first. Man, look at you guys go. Mike Smith says you have to, okay, wait, what now? You have to allow, you have to have it set up to allow gifts. Oh, to accept a gift. Yes, that's it. Did you get 50 more?
Bruh.
Oh, and then TJ Beck gave 50 more. Flying Oregonian. I like you guys keep fighting it out. We're happy. We're here for it. We're here for it in the background. You guys, amazing.
I mean, that must be 200 each. Is that not, or like 100 each?
Yeah, that's wild. It is absolutely. It's absolutely several hundred. So we appreciate that very much. Thank you guys. So pick them up. Pick them up. Pick them up. Be generous. John Emery picked his up. Jabba, no bargain. Nathan Roberson, Mark Ockwiri. Sorry if I got that wrong. Mark Ruckert. Mark Ruckert, where have you been? Let's go. Pick him up.
See, you got to enjoy the vibes of doing a little casual late show today, man.
That's
it's
right.
a rarity.
That's right. And it all worked out. It all worked out for the better. Field Crew Dirt Dr. Cheese is back. Let's go. Beck and Cal dropping bombs. Exactly right. I feel like we are in the club and it's raining.
Yes.
That's right, baby.
Yes.
Gabriel.
And Glory Holes.
Glory Holes in the club. It's not club, it's club, by the way. 270 gifts in total. What legends.
Dude,
you guys are
that's
amazing.
ridiculous, bro.
You guys are amazing. Dev MC, good to see you. Mike Smith, 270 so far. Yes. Clyde says, I need a gift. You're very gifted. Whoa. Phenomenal Hebrew. Yo, can I get gifted one or do y'all hate me? I don't hate you, man. There's no hate. I missed the dreadlocks, though. You changed your, you got Marvin the Martian there. You know, GBR says I must be YouTube stupid.
Well,
you know,
bruh.
But you are self-effacing, and we all appreciate an honest dude. So, are you down for 14 teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, adding 2 more teams is fine. I think inevitably the lesson we learned was that, the conversation's not going to change. There's always going to be a team that's pissed off they didn't get in. There's always going to be that team that, should have got in and didn't get in. What I'm curious about more than just the 14-team model is the developments we get through this process about what the committee is going to value. Because obviously we've talked a lot about how, and you've heard Greg Sankey, Brett Yormark has said it. Gloria Navarez at one point had said it during her press conferences at the time. That these commissioners need to understand what the playoff committee is prioritizing. Yes. Is it strength of schedule? Is it just overall wins? Because again, we've talked so much about how, you had, with all due respect, you had teams in the college football playoff that were essentially frauds, and that got bore out when they played the better teams in the country. And so I'll be curious to see, what does the committee shift to? Is there a statement that's put out that says, hey, this is what the College Football Playoff Committee is going to be looking for and going to be prioritizing in 2025? Or is it just sort of a known fact amongst personnel that this is what you need to try to be doing?
Yeah, as you guys hit the like button, everybody who picked up a membership, you got to hit the like button. I think it is what we're going to be doing, because I also look at the story that we've been talking about and working on with this Super League, and I was really surprised by the reaction to the Super League story and the fact that so many people were so negative, saying that if there is in fact a Super League coming in the next several years, that they will not watch college football anymore. And the thing that I ask is, how does the changing face of college football impact you? I'm going to watch Notre Dame football, and I don't care what league they're in. I'm all about Notre Dame football. It is my DNA. I love it. I'm not any less passionate, as you found out during the college football playoff, and we all now know that truly Riley Leonard sucks, just like his mom said. Exactly. I love Notre Dame, but I love big football games. I love Ohio State, Michigan, BYU and Utah, USC and Notre Dame. Like, I love Notre Dame and Michigan. I want those big games. The Super League delivers that. And I personally, one of the things that I think is so interesting is so many people being hung up on this idea that kids should profit or that kids should be making money, making millions of dollars. And I was really surprised with this story how many people brought up Cooper Flagg's name in a football conversation about how Cooper Flagg is not going to go to the NBA next year. He's going to go. But that potentially he would come back to Duke because Duke is Duke and he's making a crap ton of money. Why do we hate that for these kids? I'm stuck in this spot where I don't really understand why we have an axe to grind or why we were upset that young people are profiting on their name, image, and likeness. And really, if we're being honest, their athletic ability. Why do we hate that so much? I won't ever understand why in a country where we are supposedly built on wealth and opportunity, that when somebody realizes wealth through opportunity, we get all pissed off about it. I think if I were an 18-year-old kid and I had the ability to play football, basketball, whatever, and you were going to pay me millions of dollars, if you're Shedeur Sanders and you're driving around in a Lambo, if you're Carson Beck and your Ferrari's getting stolen, hey, why do we care? I don't care. I'm not upset you had a Ferrari or a Lambo. I'm not upset you're stupid and it got stolen. That's on you, dude. Why do I care that Cooper Flagg in the comment section on my TikTok, if you go read the comments on my TikTok, there must be a dozen 20-something comments about how he's got a shoe deal and he's arrogant and he's why? Why does it mean that because New Balance saw a business opportunity in Cooper Flagg that he's arrogant and entitled?
Is that a real question?
Like I don't understand that at all. My friends, hear me. If you are rich and you are wealthy and you didn't murder somebody to get it, I'm proud of you. I'm happy for you,
now,
man.
you need to keep donating 50 memberships at a time.
Damn right.
But we're not going to hate on you for being rich. You know?
Yeah. You know, if you want to give us the calimony, that's amazing.
I want more.
Right? Like, yeah, Georgia SRT getting sponsorship deals. In
with seatbelt companies.
And apparently with beer companies to go with that SRT. But you know, I'm not saying it makes you a responsible person, Mike Smith. I'm certainly not saying that. But what I'm saying is I'm not going to hate on a kid because he's got the opportunity to make money. And I don't understand why so many people are like, well, Monty, first of all, what's the rule on this show?
No, well, Monty's.
Well, Monty, they're getting an education. Isn't that enough? No, it's not enough. Because if it was, we wouldn't be here.
And again, you're making the assumption that dude is going to Duke for the education. I got news for you. He's not going to Duke for the education.
No.
That might be a nice secondary thing 20 years from now. He's going to Duke to be a one and done, a flash in the pan, have a huge year, posterize dudes on ESPN, and then go to the league. Like,
No,
this
well,
is
don't
not
forget
hard
the
to
sex
understand.
part.
Yeah, like this is not hard to understand.
Too much.
He's
Probably
going to
too
let
much.
his blue devil out. We get it.
Hey, now. Probably too much. But I think it is. I just thought it was interesting. And if you're just tuning into the show, yesterday we had an exclusive that has clearly gone viral, that the Big Ten and the SEC have had discussions about forming a super league. And immediately people were like, well, what's going to happen to the NCAA? Nothing. The NCAA is not going anywhere. And to the jackwagons on Twitter who think that the universities that make up college football are not the NCAA and that the NCAA isn't made up of members, come on, man. It is so remarkable to me that people don't understand how the business of college athletics is run.
Yeah, they have no idea. Just completely uneducated.
The NCAA is an entity formed by and made up of its member institutions. Now, do they have administrators? And yes. But when you start looking at what the National Collegiate Athletic Association is, it's a nonprofit organization that regulates student athletics amongst 1,100 schools in the United States. And I think there's one in Canada too. Right. And I just want to point to people that the NCAA was a single division for all schools. That means the universities, those people, they all wrote the rules. They all wrote the charter. They all wrote the Constitution that still pretty much to this day regulates the NCAA. And for all the people saying that, well, the NCAA doesn't make money on football. Yeah, it does. Who do you think controls the NCAA? The universities. They're part and parcel of each other. They're not mutually exclusive. So we can argue semantics, but here's the part that you can't argue. That the Big Ten and the SEC have a plan in place where their goal is to take the NCAA out of college football. And what that means is not take colleges out of college football. What that means is create a new entity whereby they play by a different set of rules, especially that govern economics. And I think this is a really important part. I was talking to somebody about this today. The economic structure that is the NCAA does not work because the economics have outgrown that structure in football. So what the Big Ten and the SEC are talking about is creating a new entity, call it a super league, call it whatever you want. They're talking about creating a new entity where they would take basically every team in the Big Ten, every team in the SEC, and then a large variety of teams in the Big 12 and the ACC, and they would put them into this super league. And there would be financial obligations. There would be, hey, you have to have one of the things I was talking to an NCAA, accredited university. One of the things I was talking to an athletic director about was, do you have to today have a certain amount of liquidity in your athletic department? And the answer is no, you don't. And what situation did they directly point me to? Well, look what happened at Arizona.
Cashless.
Because how was Arizona paying for their athletics in the late part of the pandemic? Out of their daily cash for the university, which is where the hundreds, I think, what was it, $240 million shortfall came from.
Yeah.
So you don't. And I think that's a big part of why people were so upset about what happened, because it was so shocking.
Yeah, I think that, the part of what's going on in college football specifically is people are trying to learn the best way to operate in the new age. And I think that sure, you may not have to have liquidity per se as a school, but we all know that you for sure have to have a donor base, let's say, that's strong and willing. And you have to have, in my opinion, you have to have administrators that are new age thinkers that understand what it's going to take to win. Because if you're stuck in like if your administrators are, still focused on, what the BCS era was like, let's say, or like, if they are of that age where that was kind of their prime and now they're older and they don't understand the new age in college football, you got to change that, unfortunately. And that's, I think that's what's going on right now.
All right. Phenomenal Hebrews says, I'm still trying to figure out how the Nittany Lions lost to the handicap Leonard. Well, because your quarterback is not more able-bodied than the handicap Leonard.
It is what it is.
And Phenomenal, how many times did I warn you guys about Drew Aller?
Well, he's going number 1 overall. So,
and what happened? Yeah, he's not. And he's not that guy. Drew Aller's not that guy, man. He's not that guy. Alex says exactly. Administration, coaches, everyone but the players been making millions off of kids' backs forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah, now we want to vilify guys like Cooper Flagg for doing his thing.
Envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. There you go, Conundrum. Jay, I almost said good morning. Good afternoon, Jay McClanahan. Hey, if I was a kid and could make millions, sign me up for that.
Why would you not?
Why would you not? I totally agree. Ooh, Gumby, go easy with the emojis. The YouTube police are after you. Big Papa War Machine, my boss is an old head that hates players getting paid. Of course, he's a Texas fan who never shuts up about how good they are. Well, War Machine, they're back. Texas is they're
so fucked.
Honestly,
they're back.
Bro, dude's like 80 years old, salting his McGriddle, telling you how kids shouldn't get paid, and that Texas is back, dude. I mean, come on, bro.
What kind of sadist?
Come on, bro.
What kind of absolute Satan worshiper pours salt on a McGriddle?
Smiles and glory
Oh my
hopes.
God. I cannot wait to talk about the Dallas Cowboys in a while. Monty. Daniel Dixon, I think it's players getting free education. Take that away and let them make millions.
Yeah.
Do you want them to pay for their education? But again, if we're talking about what can we take away from the student, what can we take away from the athlete? It's the BYU NIL story. Talking to people at BYU and athletes about, hey, what's going on at BYU? 5 people said to me so the story is that the NIL, the Royal Blue Collective at BYU, withheld payment, allegedly, from athletes until the portal closed in December. And a lot of people in Provo believe they did that because they wanted to make sure they had money for AJ DeBanza. A lot of people believe that. I think that's very interesting, but I can tell you, I talked to multiple former athletes and athletes currently at BYU, and what did all of them say? That they were promised money for performance, and they performed, and that money was not paid. Multiple people told me that. And is that true? I don't know, because the Royal Blue Collective doesn't want to talk. They didn't answer. We asked him, Jake asked him multiple times to come on the show. Didn't even answer. Reached out to the administrator at BYU in charge of NIL. Did not return an email.
Yeah.
So we're only getting one side of the story.
By the way, I just, while we're talking about reaching out to people, also direct message the guy. His social media is public. It's not a huge account, but if you do your homework, you can find his account. And I messaged him and I said, hey, people are saying these things, obviously, it's nothing is borne out in fact yet, but we wanted to, will you come on the show to talk about your side of it? And, again, I what's hard is like, obviously with the advent of the internet now, everything's on the internet, like everything. Oh. And I think what's difficult.
Do we bring that up?
No, I don't want to bring up the whole thing. My point just is like, when you talk about like, what the kids and the people and all these folks that we've talked to, the prevailing messages you've just said, the prevailing sentiment is like, hey, promise payment for performance. I performed and the payment didn't show up. and then you go on the internet and you start reading about things and looking into people and understanding history, like it's
who they are, what their track record is.
Yeah, like you like NIL is one of these deals where I very much feel like it's like a lot of other things in life, man. It is, you know, if you're dealing with good people, typically good things are going to happen. If you're dealing with schemers and folks who do business a certain type of way, bad things are going to happen. And unfortunately, for the kid most times is not like a star player, right? Like we know just by sheer numbers and percentages that most kids are not going to play in the NFL. That's a widely accepted fact,
right?
You know, and so if you're a kid that's not NFL caliber, but maybe you're, you know, again, you're, I mean, whoever you want to point to, the great, you know, you're the Tim Tebow of the world, where you were a splash in the pan in the NFL, but really, you know, you made hay in college. Like that kid nowadays, like should be getting paid a ton of money, but because of how NIL works right now, they're not. And
I want you to know that you're a bad person. I was just looking through our text messages to find a link that I sent you. Your gift game is so disrespectful on text. You're a bad person.
I know.
You make me feel anger.
F around and find out.
Certain types of way. But this Ming Kim is the guy's name. He is the administrator of the Royal Blue Collective, or the head of the Royal Blue Collective. He has got pockets deeper than the Grand Canyon, apparently.
Allegedly.
But he's got a checkered past. And we're in this place now where, why did we sue and why did NIL happen? And, well, to protect the kid. And so I look at this situation in Provo and I say to myself, how did a guy with that background get into the NIL business? And how is that guy with that background on a Christian-based campus as a leader of men? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
And I don't really understand it.
Yeah, I think that.
And of course my phone is blowing up now because I'm talking about that.
Well, look, man, so here's one thing I do want to say. Like, we didn't really plan to talk about this in depth today.
We did not.
But one thing I do want to say is that, you know, a lot of people in Provo listen to this show. And what I have to say to those folks is that I feel that we have been pretty fair.
Bro, I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I am getting crushed by a guy in Provo right now about this conversation. And I will read you this one text. I won't tell you who it's from. It's unfair that you guys are not giving us an opportunity to respond. Bro, we emailed multiple people at BYU. We emailed multiple people at BYU. Nobody responded. And I understand it. But you, of all people, and other people I know in Provo, we have a personal relationship. When you decide not to call back and you decide not to text back and you don't answer text messages, and then when we talk about it on the show and I say, hey, we reached out to multiple people at BYU, then you want to call me and say I'm being unfair?
I don't even feel
Come on
like,
now.
With all due,
Come on
like,
now.
Like, I do want to say, like, with all due respect, like, we're saying allegedly. Notice we're saying, hey, we've got one side of the story here, but we don't have your side of the story. And so part of this is like, bro, if you're, because we get this happens, this has happened several times.
This happens all the time.
Yeah. So this has happened several times in the show's history where, you know, like we went through this with the Jazz. We went through this with several
Utah.
We went through this with Washington,
like, University of San Diego State. Big like, time San Diego State.
People get pissed and want to say it's unfair. And all I'm saying is, bro, I'm not saying it's fact that kids didn't get paid. What is fact at this stage in the conversation is we've heard from one side, multiple people on one side of the conversation.
Athletes that are currently at BYU.
And we haven't heard anything, not a sniff from the other side, and we're trying.
And the problem here is that the issue is you not calling or texting back pretty much tells me all I need to know. Because when you have an athlete who's the athlete of the week, and you're texting me, hey, can you talk about this on your show? or when you call me and you say, hey, I want to make sure we're all clear on why this guy did this and made this decision. You can't no answer me and then get pissed when I talk about it.
And I don't even think we've said anything that's inflammatory,
no,
bro.
The tea that could be spilled about certain individuals involved in this NIL story is remarkable. But on this show, we haven't confirmed that with multiple sources. So I'm not going to do that. But what I'm telling you is there's a problem at BYU with NIL. And you can call or you cannot call, but at some point we're going to get the answers we're looking for from multiple people, because I can tell you we don't talk about anything on this show that doesn't have multiple sources attached to it. And multiple athletes, present and past at BYU, told us, hey, we don't feel like we can go on the record or we're going to lose our NIL deals. That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem. So, oh boy, Oak State, James. Holy cow, I had to work late. I get to listen to Monty on my way home. Yay! James, good to see you.
Yay!
Good to see you. Jeremiah Champion gifted a Monty Show membership.
Appreciate you, bro. And get his name right, okay?
Jeremiah Sullivan, JSC.
Yeah, JSC.
It's fair, a member for 22 months. Big fan of you guys. Thanks for coming on later. There was an
issue this morning.
There was an issue this morning that precluded us from doing the show.
And unfortunately, we weren't able to do the show this morning. So we're making great sacrifices and walking through the snow both ways to do the show
Uphill.
this evening.
Uphill.
Uphill.
Charles Parker, just how shady is this guy's character or history? It's pretty shady. It's pretty shady. Conundrum, Royal Blue BS. Right now, I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered by the Royal Blue Collective.
You know, I will say I don't disagree with what you said about Min. It is because of what BYU stands for as an institution. It is a little surprising that this was the guy you hired to lead the collective. And what you have to understand is that BYU went through a change in how the collective was administrated. So what I mean is when the collective was created, right, the genesis of the collective was, hey, we've got a group of administrators. And again, all this is publicly available online. You can go and see it. Just search Royal Blue Collective. I actually found the original website that they had in 2022, I believe it was. And it actually lists, I believe it was 8 administrators who managed the collective together when it was created.
Yeah.
And so, again, I don't know what sort of sparked the change of going from a group administering this to, hey, we're going to have one guy.
A full lack of success is what did that.
Okay.
A lack of funding, a lack of donations, and a lack of player NIL deals.
And so then there was this shift to having Min run the collective.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not going to run the guy through the mud. You can go and read it yourself. But just some interesting stuff happened. And I am surprised that that's the guy.
And not in a good way. Interesting stuff, not in a good way. So, listen, to all my friends in Provo, you are welcome on this show. If you want to have a conversation about it, call me back in 2.5 hours. And I'm happy to spend my free time talking to you about NIL at BYU because I really would like to get some answers.
And by the way, I do want to say, just for the record, because people tend to lose their mind on this with us, like, nobody on this show has ever said that BYU is a shady university
or at fault or
like, we're not saying that, bro. What we're saying is that one side of the story is saying one thing, the other side has been a ghost town, and we're trying to figure out what the deal is.
That's exactly right. Gabriel, also, Monty, side note, that's a sci-fi type of phone alert sound.
Dude, it's so aggressive, bro.
It is my ringtone. And I had my ringtone on because I was waiting for a different phone call.
Bruh.
You know, my bad. Pirate Mitch. BYU going to take an L this year when they play my Pirates in Greenville.
Yeah, we'll see.
BYU is going to be very good this year. It was involuntary tithing, Conundrum.
Bro.
Go easy. Yay. Exactly right, Gumby. That awkward guy. Are Mormons richer than Scientologists? Come on, man. Mormon folks have money.
It's not about them being Mormon, bro.
No, it's that they're really good business people. Good evening, James. Look, see, everybody's excited to see James. Charles Parker, this BYU story going to end up on Netflix. Full Swing's out on Netflix, by the way.
And
I did
the
watch.
Scotty Scheffler arrest is on Full Swing.
Yes, it is. I did watch the first episode of the new Suits series. I actually liked it. It got crushed by the critics, but how was it not going to get crushed?
It's
I
never
actually
gonna live
liked
up
it.
to the original. You got to understand that.
It never will. Jeremiah Champion. After a day of dealing with unruly teenagers, listening to you guys on my way home is the cherry on top.
Yay!
Well, I didn't mean to be so unruly. I appreciate that. Sal Capone. Don't, Sal.
Dude, I'm not here.
It's a little late at night for that.
Dude.
If you know, you know. What's good here to support, but leaving in 20 minutes for Arizona, Utah. That's a huge dude. That BYU Arizona story is absolutely still blazing with the F the Mormons chant.
Yeah, bro.
You guys need a win. Utah just fired their basketball coach. You don't beat Utah tonight, Sal. Just cash it in. Season's over. Paxton says, Monty, how the hell do you accept memberships? I do think you have to go into your settings and turn on the ability to receive gifts.
Yeah, where are the experts in the chat?
Yeah. That would be, that's what I would say. Ray C, no way. Started the morning listening to Monty Show is better. Okay. Not saying we're switching. David, good morning, or good afternoon, David. So is the show still on in the morning live or moving to evenings permanently? We'll be back tomorrow morning talking about probably this exact same thing. Yes, it is just the morning show at this time. The night show is a one-off. Yes, it is. Thank you. Monty After Dark. Exactly right. I used to do a show in Sacramento called Monty Till Midnight. There you go. Welcome to the nightmare. Look at all the old heads. I love it. Jakey Two Shakes and Monty After Dark. Good evening, guys. Good evening. Strange Clouds. Any Luca talk yet? No.
But we need to get to that, dude.
Did you guys see his mom out in front of crypto? Dude, that lady is not aged a day past. My God.
And
no.
all of you Luca fat shaming people need to study his Ozempic usage over the All-Star break with how much weight he's lost. Okay.
He does look remarkably thinner.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that. Sergeant Morhew, good morning. What the hell happened today? Nothing good this morning, I can tell you that. Jaybird, click one of the green memberships, then click allow gifts. There you go. Okay, good.
A lot of clicking is happening.
Click away.
Yeah, can you click the like button while you're at it,
Yeah,
please?
clickety clack.
Yeah.
The awkward guy. So can we find out if James responded to Elon's email and how did you respond if you did? He said he did. He said he did. He did. Mike Smith. Only first episode, but first one not as good as the original Suits so far. But I'm not going to compare it to the original Suits.
Yeah, the original Suits is goated, dude.
The plot twist, without spoilers, the plot twist in the first episode of the new Suits is really good. It's really, really good. 30 for 30. What if I told you BYU had pajama parties after football games? Uh-oh. Exactly right. Stadium Guy James, I am so glad BYU is in the Big 12. There are Mormons in all 50 states. What is the boner over Mormons in BYU? Is that what BYU will forever be known for?
Yeah.
Do you think it is?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
I think, dude, I think that people hear BYU and that's the first thing they think about.
Yeah. San Diego State Glenn, Luca's svelte and dangerous. Boy, did he look good. And we'll get into Luca next hour on the show. Trust me on that. Everybody's Uncle Monty when the lights go out. Hey now. Hey now. Mike Smith, West Virginia has Amish and Mennonites. Have not seen a Mormon church or Scientology scam center.
Wow, bro.
Wow. Wow. The Chad Carter, blink twice if there's a story about missed show this morning and just can't talk about it. Yes. Kyle Visser, Monty, please give Paxton a membership so the chat is not so cluttered. Wow. Paxton.
Again, we don't have control over memberships.
Yeah. Everybody's trying to tell. Jaybird is told, I think has said this several times. Click one of the green gifts at the top. That's how you get it. Exactly right. If you're watching on TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Spotify, come on over to YouTube. Google search The Monty Show. First thing that comes up, the YouTube channel. Please subscribe. Give us a thumbs up on the show. It really helps the channel grow. A couple more, because then I really do want to get in. Are you guys on board with a Super League? And do you think that a Super League destroys college football? Because I don't. I think we tend to get melodramatic about it. I don't believe. Do you think a Super League destroys college football?
Nah, I think it pushes college football to where it needs to go. I think that the struggles that college football has right now between the little guy and the big guy, make it difficult, and again, as soon as you bring that up, everyone goes right to, well, the little guy's getting screwed. And it's like, no, dude, actually, if you look at the economics of this thing and you look at, what it would do to the sport in terms of separating these two and the position it could potentially put the G5 in, I think it's actually a really positive movement, because I've been saying for a long time, man, for probably over a year now, that the G5 needs its own CFP model, like its own thing. And they should not be playing the Power Four. It's just not the same level of competition, and there's nothing wrong with that. It shouldn't be a thing where we're like, oh, well, you're saying the G5 are terrible. No, I'm not saying that. What
Nobody's
I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that the G5 works with less resources inherently, and that's why they shouldn't be on the same field. And I understand right now why, when Gloria Nevarez came on the show, she talked about how all she cares about is having access. But I guarantee you, if Gloria Nevarez and other administrators at the G5 level had their own system, that's what they would care about. And that's right. What the Super League facilitates. So, no, I don't think it's going to destroy college football. I actually think it's going to put college football in a much better spot.
It's fair. This is an interesting point, because a lot of people have said this. Super League absolutely ruins college sports unless you add the Big 12 and ACC schools. But who is saying that they wouldn't? Because I think there is this belief, and I know we've talked about this a lot, especially with Greg Sankey, but I think there's this belief that Greg Sankey wants to shrink, that he wants to condense college football. He does not want to do that in any way, shape, or form. Greg Sankey understands business. Greg Sankey understands making money. And I continue to hear people comparing Greg Sankey to everybody but the one person he should be compared to. Roger Goodell, who's the NFL commissioner. That's who Greg Sankey should be compared to.
Facts.
His job is to make his membership and constituents money. You don't do that by eliminating the Big 12 and the ACC. That doesn't make any sense. Do I think that everybody in the Big 12 is getting in? I don't know that there's an appetite for everybody to get in. I don't know. And when I say appetite, I don't know that everybody in the Big 12 wants to get in. And I talk about this with the G5 all the time. If you look at the bottom half of the ACC, can we really make the argument that those folks want to spend $1 billion to create a Super League? That they want to be liquid to $500 million? Because I'm hearing that's what it's going to take. I don't think there's an appetite in the Big 12 and the ACC to do that top to bottom. I don't. And I don't in the G5, I know there's not. There's not a lot of G5 universities that have a robust enough athletic budget to say, yeah, we'll be liquid at $500 million. How are G5s going to do that? Can you imagine the Dakota schools doing that? Can you imagine $500 million in the Black Hills going out? I can't. I can't imagine Boise. I think Boise has the money, but you know how much money that is in Boise, Idaho? Do you know how much money that is in an ever-changing economy and ecosystem at Fresno State or San Diego State? That's a lot of jack, dude. And my point is, I don't think that Greg Sankey is trying to eliminate those people, but I think what Greg Sankey is doing is saying, hey, if you're a power conference university, you're welcome in the Super League. And remember what we reported on this show yesterday. Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti have spoken about, and it has been talked about throughout their membership, about leaving the NCAA and creating a new football entity, a new football corporation to manage college football. Private money is going to play a significant role in that. And what I've been trying to discern in the conversation I've been trying to have with administrators is, if pick your garden variety Big 12 team, if Utah wants to leave the Big 12 and the NCAA for football, are they going to have to pay an exit fee in the Big 12? I think the answer is no, because their membership's going to go with them to the Super League. It is a football-only operation. I don't believe that basketball gets changed. I was certain people on this show, and I'm not pointing names or pointing anybody out.
I said
you know, certain people, well, basketball, I don't think is going anywhere.
Okay, basketball is not going anywhere. Here was my point for all the people that lost their mind about what I said about basketball.
And some people lost their mind.
Bro,
over it.
what I'm saying about basketball is riddled with opportunity for all of these schools. In basketball, you can get to the tournament with more regularity than you can get to the college football playoff.
Yes.
So anytime there is a question about, hey, how can we leverage basketball to make more money? That question's going to get talked about, and it's going to get talked about at length repeatedly. And if you disagree with that, that's fine. But that's my point.
I don't know that I disagree with that.
Like people are not going to roll up in a room with Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti, who like Brett Yormark or an administrator in the Big 12 or the ACC. They're not going to roll up to that conversation and not bring up all the ways that they need to make money. And so will college basketball go with them to the Super League? No, you're not going to just blow up the whole structure. Like, you're not doing that. It's got a great structure. Will it be expanded? Sure, maybe we could talk about that. But my point is that you're not going to, as a conference, when you're looking at the Super League, like Brett Yormark and company, when they look at this, it's not lost on them that, hey, okay, if our football team is in the Super League, and let's say that Utah somehow in the one-off year won the Super League. Okay, what does that do for the conference? And how can we parlay that success into basketball? Because that's the ultimate year.
I
right?
agree 100%.
This is what we're seeing the SEC do. Hey, the SEC is going to go out, or the Big Ten in this past year.
Big Ten's having a great basketball
is going to
year.
go out, right? And they're going to win the college football playoff. They're going to get all those shares into the conference. And then they're going to roll, I don't know how many it is right at this second, but they're going to roll like 4 or 5 teams at least into the tournament for a deep run, a Sweet 16 run at least.
Which is massive when you look at the Ken Palms of the world, and you look at the people that are talking about bracketology, and you look at just how many teams are when you look at how many teams are going to be in, I think you look at it's shocking that Auburn is probably right now today the number 1 seed. And it's shocking that North Carolina's out. That's where, when we talk about a separation of classes, the ACC can't afford North Carolina to be out in a garden variety year.
No.
That's it. That is a team that wins multiple games. And while I think that you look at teams like Indiana's a bubble team. Indiana's one of the first 4 out. That tells you how good the Big Ten is this year. So we can sit here and we can play games about, who really wins. But if you get 13 SEC teams in, 10 Big Ten teams, if you get 10 Big Ten teams in the tournament, how do you compete with those 2 conferences?
So let me get this right. Those 2 conferences dominated the college football playoff, and now they're dominating the tournament.
Yes. And
so
to the point of what is the Mountain West, probably a 2-bid league this year? What is, like, if we look at the ACC, is the ACC a 4-bid league? It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. But all of this to say, the separation of classes is now not just football, which is what I think your point is.
Yeah.
But when you look at a Super League, it's just going to be football. I'll continue to beat the drum as I have for 2 years. They're going to expand the tournament. They're going to continue to make more money on TV. True TV, which I still have never watched, is going to have more tournament games. But my point is, you're going to have a Super League that's an NFL model. My belief is, and I've heard it from multiple sources in television, the college football championship game is going to be on Saturday night in prime time, and the Super Bowl will be on Sunday. It's going to be a football weekend because the Pro Bowl is a loss leader. And so when we talk about, hey, should Greg Sankey be talking to Roger Goodell? Should the powers that be in the Big Ten and the SEC be liaisoning with the NFL? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Look at the combine right now. That's a huge That's a huge coming together of college football in the NFL. And now in prominence, it's shrinking. Well, maybe we need to find a way to make that not so that people actually do work out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, I think you're looking at a space and time where it's win-win for both college and the NFL. It's awfully difficult to argue they should not do it. That's the biggest thing for me is I think it's very difficult to make the argument that they should not have a Super League.
Yeah.
ACC West Coast Commissioner Gumby, perhaps I'll become a Thetan master. Thedian masturbation, you know. Maury Alvarez, the great Floridian. Maury, good to see you. I think only people would boycott a Super League are fans of the G5 schools.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Conundrum. TJ Beck, thanks for the membership. Amen to that. Let's see. Mike Smith, I'm on fire. Help me, Tom Cruise. Okay. Jay McClanahan. Monty, did you see Luka doing push-ups before the game on the floor? Again, Luka shoots from half court, and if he doesn't make it, he has to do push-ups. Dude's been doing push-ups. I think he has a chip on his shoulder from people calling him lazy.
Oh, he's taking it personally. There's no question.
There's ESPN reporting now that they were so concerned about his alcohol and hookah habits and that he was a late night eater. They were so concerned that they could not get him to curb his alcohol and hookah habits. That's why they ultimately traded him.
Yeah.
Because they could not reach him. At the end of the day, if Luka's in shape, and if you think he's on Ozempic or whatever it is, if he's on the needle, hey, that's up to him. I don't know if he is or not. Dance on Oprah's couch to summon Tom Cruise.
Bro, y'all are wilding on this right now.
Mike Smith, good thing about YouTube is you can search for videos on how to use YouTube. Are we still doing that? That awkward guy, Emperor Palpatine. Why are we doing Finding Nemo references? Oh, I'm sorry. Lord of the Ring. Why are we doing Lord of the Ring?
Google me.
That's not Lord of the The Super League, like you guys have said for months, over a year now, every P4 is going to have an opportunity to join. It just depends on if you're willing to cough up the money.
Mm-hmm.
It as simple as that. TJ Beck, the Flying Oregonian. Did I see that you were a track star? I think either on Instagram or TikTok. Did I see that you're like ripped and shredded? That's disgusting. Gain some weight.
Bro, why are you talking about other dudes? This is a family show, bro.
Bro, TJ Beck is about it. You know, Lamont Tucker, a member of the show.
Wow. Nice.
Oh, look at that. Mike Maples, a member for 21 months. Nice Luka, all my exes live in Texas ad. Yes,
Dude.
Nike put out an ad of Luka. Was that a McLaren? What kind of car was that?
That was a Koenigsegg.
A Koenigsegg.
Yeah.
Luka, they had an ad of a faux Luka changing a license plate on a Koenigsegg from Texas to California, and a purple and gold Koenigsegg. And the music in the background was, all my exes live in Dallas. I think those are the words to the show. Paxton, if you can't figure it out, maybe you
I'm in, baby. I don't know what you do in your free time, bro.
What you do?
do?
Basketball, the new Luka Laker basketball league. Mavs fans are outraged.
Dude.
Mavs fans are not over it. And probably nor should they be. Everyone is outraged.
Yeah,
Where's
bro.
Jake?
That's an obscure one.
Jake?
Let's see. Sorry, bro. I don't know where that one is. I got to look for that one.
Can't go on. Everybody done shot their wad, buddy. Exactly right. Maury Alvarez, BY already wants to split football and basketball. He is the model. He is the model for certain. Brett Yormark is the model and I've said, I think Brett Yormark is the guy that has done so much to drive the revenue differential in college athletics, and as he should.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is vitally important that revenue is split up and that basketball and football be their own business models. They have their own sellers. They have their own ad branding people. Like it's a different ecosystem. Brett Yormark led the line on that. I think that's a great point, Maury. Jaybird, they are available at the top of the chat. Paxton, click on them. Stop it.
Everybody
Paxton.
is outraged.
Thank you.
Nobody said boo.
Mike Smith, anyone see the Orgasmo movie?
Again,
Mike?
The energy's different in the afternoon.
The energy is very different.
This is a little different right now.
Field Crew Dirt Dr. Cheese. Wiss makes it an old school prestige. An entire state of Wiss TVs watch them. Okay. Scott Clace. Monty, how many teams do you feel is the right number for the potential Super League? Don't ask me. You
need Monty's opinion.
A certain power broker already gave you the answer.
I don't want to dumb down the Southeastern Conference to be part of some Super League notion of 70 teams that some people speculate would happen. They want to be us, and that's on them to figure it out, not on me to bring myself back to earth.
You think he said 70 on accident?
No.
I don't think he did. I think 70.
Gregory knows exactly what he's doing.
Excuse me, it's Lord Sankey.
Yeah.
Darth Sankey, as somebody said earlier. I don't think that was accidental. I really do not. It wouldn't make any sense for them to involve any sports into the Super League. It would be way too complicated and costly. But I don't think that's, and I'm not putting words in your mouth like other things in your, anyway. The point is, I think when you look at basketball, you have to find a way to continue to drive revenue through. It is, what did Gloria Navarez say, the commissioner of the Mountain West? It's 20% of your television.
It's 20% of your media rights deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a significant one.
And it can be more than that if you're making a deep run.
Yep. It's fair. Monty, your statement argument about P5 buy-ins would be interesting for schools like Northwestern and Vanderbilt. They have the money. Vanderbilt, Northwestern's going to play for the highest level possible. There's no question about it.
Northwestern passed all the scandals, and I mean, I haven't really heard much out of them.
Are they ever?
Yeah.
You know, like the question is a Utah State, an Oregon State, a Washington State, a UTEP, right? Who in the G5 can afford it? I think everybody, with some very few exceptions, in the P4 can afford it. Who in the G5 has the chutzpah? Who has the fortitude? I think that's a very small, tiny.
I legit think you can count them on one hand.
I would agree with that. Mike Smith, True TV, LOL, known for making fake scripted reality shows. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. What did you say? Fabaz? Don't
know what that means.
What is
Stay hard.
What does that mean? Febreze? It wouldn't make sense for them to involve any other sports beyond football because it would be way too complicated. Yeah, I agree with you on that. The awkward guy. Monty, you don't think the CFP championship and Super Bowl being back-to-back is bad? I would feel like it's a lot of people who buy tickets to both events. I think that's not as many people as you think.
Yeah, I think that you're underselling how many people want to go to those events. Like, I think that there's massive demand for, the Super Bowl and the college football playoff.
I don't think attendance would suffer in the least.
No.
I think...
And you're assuming that it wouldn't be in the same city.
And having been to both, the Super Bowl is very much a corporate event. And I think that there is no doubt that the Super Bowl being so corporate is a very different feel. Jimmy and his college roommates road trip to Tarrant County to go to the championship. Like, that's who goes. College football is much more about a fan base.
Mm-hmm.
The Super Bowl, one of the reasons I hate the Super Bowl is there's not a lot of fans that are passionate, if your team's in the Super Bowl, if the Chicago Bears, the beloved, go to the Super Bowl, I don't want to go to the game. I want to go home and watch it because the NFL in particular is very difficult to watch in person at a game like the Super Bowl. and the halftime thing and the national championship is a different thing. I don't think that it runs into each other. John Famlore, good to see you, John. Can they move President's Day up a week so that the Super Bowl can be followed by a national holiday?
Yeah, let's just get in another executive order, okay?
Everybody loves it. 3-bid league, Mountain West Conference. You think the Mountain West gets 3? I think it's going to be very interesting to see. I look at the last 4 in. Like, I think, man, can SMU get in? Can Xavier get in? Boise's got to find a way. I don't know what that looks. Boise's got to find a way, man. You got to find a way. Because I think San Diego State lock solid. Boise's the one where you're like, can they find a way? It'd be huge for the Mountain West if Boise found a way. And
yeah,
I think it's a must. Charles Oliva. Hello, Charles. Good to see you. College football should be done by New Year's. Is that how you make money? I don't know about that. I know it's Star Wars, Mike. I know Palpatine is Star Wars. I know.
The hell out of here with that.
I'm being a jerk. Star Wars, Monty. Star Wars kid. Yeah, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Not the older ones, but you know. Shouty. Hey, y'all. How you doing? 2 Shakes wants pictures of TJ Beck's pants. Listen, we
keep
Mike,
it real.
No, don't keep it real. He doesn't want his pants. That's not, you know.
Macaque.
For those of you who haven't been on the morning show, Jake was sending me pictures of
Anita, Dick, and me.
Prodigious packages on the PGA Tour. Unsolicited, I would remind
Biologics.
you. Unsolicited. Hey, Monty,
I just thought you would like that picture, dude.
Yeah, you remember Frankenbeans? I got some Frankenbeans for you, boy.
You got to get stroked.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought you'd like that picture, you know. I mean, that's.
And then he sends me Morikawa, who ain't got nothing. Hey, Colin, what's that? Oh, it's a thimble.
He's got no class.
Nice golf swing, though. Bill.
It never gets old. It never gets old, man. It is. Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. It is what it is. Did I see Mr. Preston? Mr. Preston, I don't. Whatever. I thought here it is. Sources. His name is John Cena, oldie but a goodie. His name is
dog.
John Cena.
Yeah, dude.
And his name is John Cena.
I curb rashed a wheel last week on my Jeep, and I'm really not happy about it. Chad After Dark, where am I? It's 9 p.m. Kids and wife are asleep, and I'm finishing a bottle of whiskey. Hell yes.
Well, is that 9 p.m. in Arizona, or where are you know?
Well, I bring up Arizona time. Mike Smith, that John Cena prank call with that woman getting pissy is epic. It's so good. It is so good. It is
hot and bothered, bro.
It is so good. It is so good. All right, let's move through a little bit. Lamont Tucker, a member for 19 months. Monty and Jake, congratulations on all the success. Thank you.
Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate that. A lot of changes coming to the show, you guys. We have, there's some stuff.
You want to explain that?
No, I don't. Brian Gloshin, when the Super League is in place, do you think the stick and ball teams develop more regional leagues? I do. I actually do. I think it's mandatory that you drive revenue through all of your sports. Oh, yes, Gumby, a double, please. Over. I want Jameson Orange, ice ball. Give me some crystal.
I want it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the Advocates gave me the nicest whiskey glass I've ever owned for Christmas this year. Unbelievable. Nacho Libre. My son used to play the John Cena song on his recorder when he was 8. It was and still is hilarious. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
The awkward guy. Strippers on the show? No.
which is, just kind of weird.
Not strippers on the show. Okay, hour number 2 of the Monty Show presented by Prize Picks. We're back to the 2 or 3 thing. And speaking of fat ass, Luka.
Ass.
I should have stayed off of Luka last night. Luka's mom was looking nice outside of crypto. Am I wrong? Did you see the pictures?
Yes, I did.
She was looking nice.
She was looking nice, dude.
I wanted Kyrie Irving to go off. He did. I had him at 34.5. He had 35 points, like dominant performance. I took more. I got Luka Doncic at 38.5 points. Do you think I won that?
Points, rebounds, and assists? Yeah, I think you did because he had a triple-double, didn't he?
He did. 19, 15, and 12. Won it going away.
Yeah.
And then the ultimate screw you, Marty. I took LeBron James for 4 assists.
Bro, I'm sleeping on Prize Picks. I did not know that they had combine numbers on Prize Picks.
Oh, yeah, dude.
That's epic.
LeBron, I had him at 4. I took more. He had 3.
LeBron James.
That sucked. 2 or 3 last night. Good win on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app. Open up a new account using the promo code Monty. Here's what I've got working tonight. You know that I'm a big NBA second half guy on Prize Picks. Kobe White for 13.5 second half points, rebounds, and assists. We're going to go more on that. The one that I am wondering about tonight, and maybe I probably shouldn't. The De'Aaron Fox number is, which I think is amazing. He is 1.5 blocks and steals. 1.5 blocks and steals. He's done that 4 straight games.
Yeah.
Don't you take more on that?
Swiper.
Yeah, I think you take more on that. And then a couple points, rebounds, and assists, guys, that I really like. There are some big numbers out in the NBA tonight. Alex Caruso, 12.5 points, rebounds, and assists.
The headband.
That one I'm interested in. I should have taken it. You can't. But then you have Tyler Hero. He's at 28 points, rebounds, and assists. They'll allow me to take 44.5 in a game that is very close in the third quarter. 90-89, Miami over Atlanta. Do I take Tyler Hero there? Yeah, I don't know about that. I like Dyson Daniels a lot more, but
yeah,
I don't know. I think it is. I think it's going to be a very tough night in the NBA. So I tend to stay away from. that. The ones that I really like, De'Aaron Fox, 34.5 points, rebounds, and assists against Houston tonight. Love that one. Amin Thompson, 31.5 points, rebounds, and assists. He's done that 2 of his last 5, so I'm a little hesitant on that one.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a third, and I don't have it right now. I don't have it. Jalen Green, 32.5 points, rebounds, and assists. That's probably the one I'm going to go with.
Okay, here, I'm going to give you one, and you're going to call me stupid, and it's going to end up winning, because that's what always happens. So,
yes, I would agree.
The Kings goaltender, David Rittich, for more than 21.5 saves. He's had that in 4 of the last 5 games.
You guys, do you see what I deal with?
Do you see what I have to deal with 2 shakes here?
I'm talking
he
NBA.
He has no idea what he's talking about.
NHL
he's really an
first
idiot.
Period.
He's really dumb, And it's just stupid.
It's just that you're not good looking.
Right.
Go play intramurals, brother.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that. That's goalie saves is interesting. Jake Allen is 25.5 saves against Colorado. Why do you put me down this rabbit hole of Prize Picks with goaltending?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go more with that. And we're gonna flex play a 4-pack and let's.
Why
hope
are you
for the
doing
best.
4-packs?
Because I'm stupid.
Wow.
I'm breaking my own rules.
Yeah,
Tune
one
in
of the
tomorrow
things
morning.
is
I'll
just-
tell you what I did. That lineup is rock solid. Download the Prize Picks app. Use the promo code Monty. You deposit $5, they'll give you 50 more instantly at Prize Picks. Coming up in the next week or so, we're going to start giving away a weekly $50 Amazon gift card for the best win on Prize Picks. The awkward guy, Jakey Two Holes, is prison pretty. Wow.
Okay, see, now we're getting weird.
Wow.
With it, dude. We're getting weird with it now.
Wow. Wow. Jeremiah, I wish I could watch this show at work. I wish you could too.
Yeah, but you can't.
Macaque.
It's fine. It's fine. I just, Gabriel, wasn't Luca involved in a lawsuit, his mother over trademark rights or something? Couldn't tell you. Mike Smith had a pretty tasty apple for a snack a little earlier. Dude, I'm on a run of Honeycrisp, and I got to tell you, it's a Honeycrisp heater like you've never seen before. Mrs. Marty's out of town. Again. Mrs. Monty's out of town. And I got to tell you, I'm eating this out of house and home. I'm emo eating. And the apples and bananas, they're dead to rights. It's over. I've got one banana left. And Jake is trying to slurp it down. I'm not happy. Right? So I had the oats this morning. I had a sandwich for lunch. And, dude, I had a Honeycrisp apple at 2 o'clock that was the greatest apple I've ever had. I don't know how Mrs. Monty picks out them apples. See what I did? How about them apples?
Dave. Wow.
But I would just tell you that it was an amazing apple. I'm telling you, sir, the magic is going to happen. RJC man, loaner phone. Okay. Monty, if you can't reach your toes, you will always be a chop-in golfer. Who says I can't reach my toes?
Yeah, what the hell does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I don't understand what that means.
I'm not quite. Am I missing something? Honeycrisp dipped in blue. Stop.
Okay, see, you ruined it.
You went too far now.
Come on, bro.
Why bring up blue cheese? Why do that? Two Shakes has a smack that tattoo on his ass cheek. Do you have a tramp stamp that says smack that?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, trust me, I'm sure.
Verify. Trust but verify. Should we verify on the show?
Yeah, well, we got to do an exam, Monty.
No, we don't. I love those sour crab apples, but they do not like me. Ooh, crab apples. Envy apples greater than Honeycrisp. Okay, maybe I'll have to try that. No, Nacho Libre, it's not. Don't tell lies on this show. Do not slander ranch by saying something like blue cheese.
So no one's going to disrespect me?
No, nobody's going to do that here. Honeycrisp apples are the superior apple. I love them, dude. I used to be an all Granny Smith apple, but I've evolved. Are you calling Monty fat? I think he is. Look, I'm a 5 handicap. I'm a 5 handicap, and I am telling you now, that golf shot's coming because we're getting there. TJ Beck, Calford chose violence with the blue cheese coming. I believe he did. And I don't appreciate it. Blue cheese is just
disgusting.
So disgusting.
It's absolutely disgusting.
All right, let's get into Mel Kiper's mock draft because I'm stunned by this. If you could take any quarterback in the draft, I mean, anyone, who's the first quarterback off the board in your mind?
For me, it's Shedeur. I mean, I don't know how, like you watch the tape and you look at how this translate. Like, to me, I just don't understand how people are on the Cam Ward train to be the first quarterback off the board based on what he did at Miami. I look at Shedeur and I say, this is someone who was winning the game with his mind. He's got the talent, obviously, but the talent paired with the mentals took him to another level. So that's who I'd be taking.
Let's get crazy with Mel Kiper. Said nobody ever. Look at this Mel Kiper mock draft. Are you serious that you've got Abdul Carter number 1? You've got Abdul Carter going number 1. This is the pre-combine mock draft. The quarterback question looms large here at number 1. Could Tennessee trade the pick to a QB-needy team? If you're taking Abdul Carter, you're winning because Abdul Carter's an ass kicker. That kid's going to be a stud. But do you take a defensive end? Do you take an edge guy with the number 1 pick in the draft? When Cleveland's taking quarterback at 2.
Dude, Drew Lock.
I'm sorry. Drew Lock at number... I don't know. But then we go down this a little bit. He's got Cam Ward as the number one quarterback off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Mel Kiper at ESPN wrote, I have Sanders ranked slightly ahead of Ward in my own rankings, but mock drafts are supposed to represent what the league thinks and what is likely to happen. And right now, Ward is the consensus QB1 in the class. He's the consensus QB1 in the class. And look at Shedeur all the way down to number 7. All the way down to number 7, Shedeur, which Kiper says the Jets might favor drafting a quarterback over trying another veteran. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You're letting ayahuasca ass go. Mr. Immunized.
Right.
You cannot draft a rookie to replace Aaron Rodgers, especially when all your players just gave you an F as an owner.
Yeah, I've been immunized.
You can't do that. Sanders would elevate this New York team that was near the bottom in the league in most passing metrics this past season. The youthful combination of Sanders, Garrett Wilson, and Breece Hall could do damage. I don't even dispute that.
Yeah, I just think that, again, you're looking at a team led by another defensive-minded head coach. And, I don't know, man. If you had a new age, head coach who, like, if Ben Johnson was the coach of the Jets, I'd love this. But I don't love this with Aaron Glenn being your head coach right now, with all due respect to him. Like, you're talking about drafting another rookie, drafting a young guy and bringing him in and having him start. So you're not going to have a QB competition in camp. You're not going to have, it's just going to be presumed that it's Shedeur's job because you drafted him, obviously.
That's right.
And it's just going to be another year of the same thing. And I don't think that the Jets can take that kind of risk. I think the Jets should be out looking to try to, land a more veteran QB that can come in and help them and then draft skill positions.
Some of the other ones that stand out to me here, Travis Hunter to the Giants. Don't the Giants need to take a quarterback? And I love Travis, but are you telling me that you're taking anything but a quarterback at number 3? Will Campbell, bummer. I love that cat at 4. I'm still stuck on Abdul Carter going number 1 to Tennessee.
I don't know how that pans out.
Again,
bro.
I'm not telling you that Abdul Carter, if Phenomenal Hebrew is still here, I'm not telling you that Abdul Carter sucks, but he's a stud. He's a stud. You can't draft an edge number 1. You're going to pay an edge that kind of money? Come on. And then you go down to number 10, Josh Simmons, the Ohio State, going to the beloved.
Yeah.
It's offensive tackle or death in Chicago. How about your guy catching strays the other day from good old Benji?
Dude, Ben Johnson, bro.
Do we have the video of that?
We do not have that.
We don't.
No, I didn't.
Ben Johnson. I think it would have been copyrighted.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson talked about how he's glad that he's not going to have to deal with a statuesque, like, stand in the pocket, cement-footed quarterback anymore.
The league has transitioned to an athletic,
the guys who don't suck like Jared Goff,
league. Like Jared Goff catching major strays with Ben Johnson.
That is amazing. That is wildly amazing to me. But, Dana Marie. Hello, Dana. Good to see you. Can I get a U.S. Americans drop for me? It's a blonde thing. U.S. Americans?
You want a U.S. Americans drop?
One of the single greatest
U.S. Americans.
Beauty pageant moments ever.
U.S. Americans.
Such as in like
U.S. Americans?
U.S. Americans.
I don't have high hopes for the future of U.S. Americans, right? Like, are you out of it? What do you do if you become a lifelong
U.S. Americans
international meme sound drop?
Homegirls out here talking about making maps in that,
U.S. Americans
don't know geography and, they need to make better maps.
It's wild to me.
The question was, just so we're all on the same page,
U.S. Americans.
The question was something up the alley of what does the government need to do to improve the education system or whatever, something like that. And she went on this whole deal about maps and like
U.S. Americans.
And,
U.S. Americans.
U.S. Americans, such as in like it just is an incredible moment.
Look at Texas A&M about to lose to Vandy. 79-72 Vandy with 41 seconds left in the second quarter. Oh, and Memphis. Memphis, a long way to go. Memphis tied with Rice in the second half. Ooh, there's some games tonight. And Arizona absolutely pounding Utah. 21-11 already, 10 minutes to go in the first. BYU and Arizona coming up in about 5 minutes.
Arizona State,
excuse me. Auburn won already. Michigan State won 58-55. Michigan State held on in that game. Nobody cares about Notre Dame basketball.
No. Okay, can we talk about the Cowboys now?
Screw them. Yes, I would like to talk about the Cowboys. A couple more mock drafts. Mike Smith, mock drafts have Ward as the first QB taken. Wild. Loner phone, if Giants are considering Hunter, sell your pick. I'm done. Seriously, someone needs to talk me off the ledge. Don't talk him off the ledge. Phenomenal Hebrew. Abdul Carter from Pedo State. Yes, he is from Pedo State. Sandusky. I should stop.
Sandusky, you
did nothing to deserve that. Wow, Daddy can't help Sanders too. Oh, Daddy.
Wow.
What?
Wow.
I'm just surmising what the voice would sound like, right? Daddy's one of the single. I'm a mess because it's almost 8:00. There was a dude at a Walmart. So these a-hole pranksters that walk up behind people. There was a guy at Walmart who he walked up behind this what I think he thought was an old white guy. He was this like 15-pound Latino kid. And he did the whole daddy. And the guy turned around and beat wholesale ass. It was amazing. Mike Smith, Sanders would know how to play while scrambling for his life behind a sus O-line. Yes, he would. Sanders won't drop. Giants would draft him to pair with Neighbors. Can you imagine that?
Agreed.
Mape says I'd be okay with Johnson to the Bay. TJ Beck, the Jets need new ownership and a team move, a complete move, gut, and remodel. Dude, take it down to the studs.
Mm-hmm.
Woody's not dying anytime soon. And did you get the players grade their teams anonymously every year? The Bears got an A-. It's what we do. Good enough to get an A, not good enough to win a game.
You know what I love in the NFL?
Do tell.
The Arizona Cardinals got an F on their report, right? Worst in the league. The report comes out, and not 5 minutes later, they released a statement saying they're doing everything they can do to improve the player experience, which is then quickly followed by everyone posting the fact that their locker room looks like a dumpster fire compared to what most NFL franchises have.
I think State Farm Stadium is a joke. I truly do. Anyway.
Yeah.
Woody Johnson got an F, but the players did say in the second half of the year he listened far more as the season went on. Just not early enough. Mike Smith. I think Will Campbell would be a better guard. A lot of people are saying that instead of tackle. I think a lot of people are saying that. Gabriel. Cleveland Browns O-line is a clown show. Ward would have to run out of the pocket 90% of the time. Don't throw it down the middle of the field from the boundary. Don't do it. Charles Oliva. Raiders would be dumb enough to draft a running back at 6. How good is Ashton Ginty going to be? Is Ginty going to be all pro? Is he going to be?
I don't know, man. I need to see him against NFL talent. It's hard to say because he played all those games in the Mountain West.
It does make you wonder. Phenomenal Hebrew. It would be great to see Tyler Warren from the great Pedo State Pedophilia University drop to my New Orleans Aints. I think he's going to be a hell of a tight end. Oh, Trav is back one more year. Oh, and I can only tell you, Taylor's helping him get through the Super Bowl doldrums. The pain. Oh, Trav, the pain in your heart is just so. It's me. Hi. I'm the reason you lost. It's me. Taylor Swift is helping Trav
Macaque
deal with the disappointment of being fat and over the hill as a football player. Maybe try blocking. I know it's crazy. It's a Super Bowl. Maybe don't not block, and Kermit the Frog won't get murdered on that play. I could be
and
wrong.
It sucks.
Scamza City is just, you're just,
bro. Scamza City.
You guys are just terrible. Mike Smith. Well, we might need new globes for the U.S. American blondes and Trumpers. Easy. You know.
U.S. Americans.
Loner phone. Does anyone know where Gulf of America is? I cannot find it. Check Google.
U.S. Americans.
Why are we doing this tonight? Why do we choose violence, bros? Like, I didn't start this. I'm not the one who brought this up.
We did what we did.
Yeah, clearly. Texas 8-4 forever, little brother. Brother. Never doing a night show again. I think once a month we should do a Monty After Dark episode, maybe a preview of what's to come.
Okay, first of all, dude, it would be a Monty After Dark show. Okay.
And it'd be on the Pac-12 network.
Yeah.
Dana, Mike Smith, globes, the earth is flat. Duh.
U.S. Americans.
Somebody sent me a GIF on the old TikTok machine the other day. Asteroids can't hit the earth. They would bounce off because it's flat.
This is fucking America.
And it's a GIF of an asteroid skipping like it's a rock on a pond because it's flat.
Right. So it deflects.
It's
axes and stuff, you know.
Right.
Like, for instance.
Come on, man. Do people really think the earth is flat? They don't.
She's thick.
The earth isn't flat. She's thick. Hey, look. I mean, you know.
Bro, you said the earth is thick.
Jeremiah says, yo, kids really do say the weirdest stuff. I got a chunk of my day is spent in bewilderment at what the hell I just heard. I bet it is. Bro,
like, for instance,
I can't be a teacher ever. I'm a terrible parent, let alone a teacher. Bidwell's still running the cards. Yes, they are, Michael.
It's embarrassing,
Bidwell.
Dude.
State Farm is a joke of an insurance company.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Jake has State Farm. Right? Are you a State Farm customer?
I have State Farm, and the pricing is excellent.
Jake from State Farm. Maury Alvarez, are we doing the showroom all the way up until the end of the BYU-Arizona State game? No, we're doing it for 28 more minutes. What the Jets need is another Zach Wilson to come in and save the franchise. Yeah, that worked out the first time. Like, what are you know? Okay, Nacho Libre. Oh, good. The Cowboys helped K-State by hiring Connor O'Reilly as their own line coach. We need more aggressive OCs. Okay, let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys because, you know, they're
smiles and glory holes.
They're America's team, right? They are, you know, they're America's team, and it's been a down sports cycle for Dallas, second only to, you know, Chicago. And then Stephen Jones felt the need to speak.
And we're going to be selectively aggressive. We obviously, you know, there's things in this league you have to, you know, you have certain amount of resources they allow you to have. And, you know, we'll look at that. But we're going to try to improve our football team. Not try, we're going to improve our football team. And, you know, we expect to have success next year.
You can't even say it with a straight face.
Selectively aggressive.
Look, daddy boy, you can't look at his face.
And we're going to be selectively aggressive. We obviously, you know, there's
look at that smirk. Look at that smirk.
You know, you have certain amount of resources they allow you to have, and you know, we'll look at that. But we're going to try to improve our football team. Not try. We're going to improve our football team, and
we're going to try. We're going to improve our football team like you improve a McGriddle with some salt
aggressive
in the glory hole.
Smiles,
you know,
and glory holes.
How does
Monty? He's talking about oil, not sex.
Dude,
I know
their ability to say dumbass things.
Oh my
week
God.
after week after
Come on.
week is incredible.
Come on.
So, okay, I need 5 minutes on this. Selectively aggressive is cowboy and knees for we're not going to spend money and we're going to jack this roster up really bad, and then everyone's going to blame Dak, and then we're going to trade Micah.
Hugh Janus.
Yeah, right? Like, you guys are garbo at this, bro. Like,
selectively aggressive.
what does that mean, dude? Like, what? Like,
I'm telling you, I am telling you now.
And I agree. Dude is fighting for his life not to laugh at what he just said.
He seriously is. I am.
What?
They're so screwed.
Selectively aggressive.
They're so screwed.
I can't even with Stephen Jones.
That dude went to San Diego State J.D. Dicker School of Talking.
J.D. Dicker.
Jesus, please help him.
Selectively aggressive.
You know, Gabriel, the Cowboys are screwed. Cowboy fans can't even watch the Mavs because of Nico Harris. Nico Harris! How about Laker fans applauding Nico Harris last night at Crypto? It was so good. Mike Smith, I used to hope that Steven would make a difference after Jerry was gone. Not so much anymore.
Selectively aggressive.
Damn big and little Enos, I'm telling you. That's daddy ball right there.
Who comes up with selectively aggressive? We're going to try to make the team. No, we're not going to try. We're going to make the team better. Like, what? Like, you would think you'd be prepared, dude.
Oh, my God. How do you screw it up this bad in Dallas?
He's got no class.
Right? Like, do you guys buy into like Dallas Cowboys? And there's the old lady. God, dog, dude.
Oh, dear.
Selectively aggressive.
That is so weird to me. I have occasionally standing right here tonight. I have a vision of an old lady. And I can never just ignore it because it's so vivid. That is so bizarre to me. This studio gets weird when it's not light outside.
There's some wild shit going on right
now. I'm telling you. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. Dadgummit. My point is, I know. Do you think the Dallas Cowboys are tanking for Arch Manning? Do you think that's what they are doing?
No.
You think they're just this bad?
I think they're this bad. Yeah. I think they're this bad.
Okay.
Legit.
Okay. Field Crew Dirt Dr. Cheese. Worst NFL franchise. Browns, Cowboys, Cardinals, Jets, Jags. Ooh.
Smiles and glory holes.
It's not the Browns.
The Jags. Absolutely the Jags.
It's gotta be that you paid him.
Dude rolling out with Duval and messing it up. Like, come on, dude.
Do I still have that video? That is the worst thing I've ever seen.
I don't think we do. I don't know.
Why would I get rid of that? The Duval clip from Cohen is so awkward, dude. Like, it's got to be Jacksonville, right?
Has to be.
At least the Jets spend money. At least, the Cardinals don't. But I think it is admirable. It is admirable to me that they put out Kyler Murray workout tapes.
Pick it up. Walk back. Down. Walk. One more. Right there. Go. Up.
Look at the face on the next drop. Look at how intense it gets. Do it, Kyler.
Cool. Come on, boy.
Here it comes.
Up.
Get it, Kyler.
Let's go. Up. Forward.
Look at ass to grass squats out of Kyler Murray. That's
Dude, the ACL looks like it's in a great place.
Andy's lifting with the defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Selectively aggressive.
And then there's Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, fucking God.
Hi, Aaron. He's coming out of the darkness, guys. They think he wants to play.
Yeah, I've been in the
Hey, do I get my get my flowers for Anthony Richardson?
I thought you were going to talk about street clothes being on the bench again.
No, do I get my flowers on that guy? No. We had Pier 6 brawls on this show. Whoa. Did you guys see that they're opening up a quarterback competition in Indianapolis? I think that is huge.
Is that still Brissett or is that Flacco?
They're going out to get a veteran. They have not said who it's going to be, but I think it is fascinating. The quarterback carousel that's going to happen in the NFL is going to be off the chain.
Yeah.
And the fact that you are in a position where you don't have the ability to draft a quarterback in Indianapolis of note, and that you are now strapped to Anthony Richardson and you are going to bring in a veteran to try and beat him out. How much? And again, I'm going to go to Cam Ward here. And Miami fan, please don't lose your mind over this. But if you look at Cam Ward, does he not have Anthony Richardson written all over him? Better passer, I think a better understanding of football IQ, but he makes terrible decisions. And Anthony Richardson, everybody fell in love with this. He's got this grenade launcher for an arm, and I'm telling you now, Anthony Richardson will never be an NFL quarterback. Never will he be a franchise quarterback. And it's wild to me that that they have said we are bringing in a veteran to compete with him.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in a haunted house. You're fine. I'm not worried about it. It's just, like it freaks you out when you see something out of the corner of your eye.
Mm-hmm.
Nightmare says the Monty Show turning into Tales from the Crypt. I'm telling you. Loner Phone says Jets are the worst. Oliva says Cardinals have been to a Super Bowl. They have. You guys remember the catch in the corner in the end zone, right? Maury Alvarez, but does Two Holes see Ghost Granny? He does not.
Nah.
He does not. Gabriel, Jags are a disgrace to Florida. Yeah, best thing in Jacksonville is Sawgrass, right?
He's got no class.
Local fans want them moved to Orlando. Ooh, why are everybody texting me?
What are people texting me about?
Still the BYU thing. It is remarkable. That was almost 3 hours ago, and I'm still getting BYU texts about the NIL story. Listen, I don't have an axe to grind with BYU.
Well, okay, what's the sentiment? Just the general sentiment.
That it is unfair that we are talking about the BYU NIL story before talking to BYU. We asked for multiple days.
Like, what?
I don't know
Are we supposed to just ignore the story, bro? Is that somehow the expectation now?
Apparently. And the story is, if you haven't heard it, BYU has an NIL scandal in that their players are saying, and granted, the two on the record, Crew Wakely is no longer on the team. He is at Perdon't, right? He transferred Boiler up. He has said, and others have been quoted in articles saying, hey, if you were in the portal in December, they were threatening not to pay you. I can tell you other athletes at BYU who straight up said, I would come on the show, but I'm scared I will lose my NIL money, have said that they were promised performance bonuses and they were never paid. And if they did get paid, they had to fight to get paid. And that Min Kim, the administrator of this the Royal Blue Collective at BYU, this is from the Salt Lake Tribune. I'm not here to pay your rent or your bills. I'm not here for any of that. You guys are entitled, greedy, asking me for money. From a guy, if you go and Google search it, who has a checkered past. He has a checkered background.
Mm-hmm.
And you're looking at late payments. The collective made December payments only after the transfer portal window closed at the end of the month, Bagna said, former BYU player. Some players speculated the delay was purposeful to incentivize players to stay on the roster that then leave and miss part of their NIL compensation. We've heard very clearly it's because they wanted to pay AJ DeBansa, and they wanted to make sure they had the money to do so. But I've asked BYU. Jake has emailed BYU. We have asked Min Kim. We have DM'd him.
Yes.
We have reached out to him in multiple ways. Not a single response. Not a single response. Who did you email at BYU?
I sent in a form right off the NIL portion of their website. They have this thing at the bottom of the website where you can
to the administrator in charge of.
Yeah. Oh, I DM'd. So Min Kim, I DM'd him.
Yeah.
On Instagram.
We've reached out.
He's got
100 different ways.
He's got a link to the show. Like I very explicitly and plainly said, hey, like this is what we're hearing. This is what's being widely reported in the media. we're here in Salt Lake. We would love for you to come on the show and kind of tell your side of the story with all this and like what actually is happening. So,
and I'm not going to read it word for word, but essentially the what I'm being told is, we can't do that. Well, then call me and tell me off the record. But don't get upset when you don't call or text back. We talk about it on the show, and then you're blowing me up during the show.
And again, I don't feel like we've torched you.
No.
Like, I don't feel like we've said BYU is some terrible institution and people are like, it's a story right now, man. I mean, I understand that on some level, like you obviously don't want it to get any bigger than it is, but I have to say, man, it doesn't help that we're hearing from one side one thing, and then frankly, I understand that administrators aren't supposed to talk about this stuff.
I get it.
I get that. But you can't tell me there's no way for the institution to put out a statement
And trust me when I understand why you're not going to talk about NIL, because it only puts more dirty laundry into the ethos. I totally
I
get
respect that, man. Like
sources at BYU have called me about a gazillion other stories. And when again, the best example I can use is, hey, this player won this award. Can you mention it? Yeah, I'm happy to do it. But I'm also happy to say we called you and texted you and emailed you and nobody got back to us. Your silence was the answer. As you guys all hit the like button on the Monty Show. All right, a couple minutes left. Can we talk about flying right now?
This story is juicy.
Bros, did you guys see this at Midway Airport in Chicago? I don't personally fly into Midway Airport. I don't enjoy it. It is a smaller airport on the south side of Chicago where you don't have a whole lot of room to operate. A Southwest jet, because Southwest only flies into Midway Airport in Chicago. They do not fly into O'Hare, which is out on the west side. They only fly into Midway Airport. There was a private jet on the runway when a Southwest heavy, a Boeing, was coming in for a landing, and the private jet ignored tower instructions, and it almost was a damn near disaster.
Turn left on runway 4 left, cross runway 31 left, and hold short on runway 31 center.
Right, left on 4 left, cross 22 or 13 center, flex at 560.
Exit 560 negative. Cross runway 31 left. Hold short runway 31 center.
Cross 31 left. Hold short 31 center. Flex at 560.
Southwest 2504 going around.
2504. Roger that. Can maintain 3000.
Flex at 560. Hold your position. 2504 up to 3000.
Position flex at 560.
Flex at 560. Continue across the hold short of hotel.
Cross hold short hotel. Flex at 560.
Flex at 560. Your instructions are to hold short of runway 31 center.
So 2504, when able, turn left heading 220.
Left heading 220, Southwest 2504. Flex at 560, hold right there, sir, don't move.
Hold position 560.
Tower Southwest 2504, how'd that happen?
Bro.
Dude, how close was that? Because a guy in a private jet can't follow instructions. How close was that? I flew last weekend, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not a white knuckle flyer. I was nervous on takeoff and landing. And my wife is flying this week. It makes me nervous. It is, I'm flying, dude. Anyway, I'm flying a lot in the next 2 months. Like, I'm flying a lot. And it's something to be, does it not make you nervous at all?
Like I always say, I think it's situational. So like if you're flying into one of the busiest airports in the world, that's obviously, you're going to be a little more, so like, yeah, we're, flying into O'Hare is probably, time of day, time of year. You got to take all those things into consideration. I do think one of the things that most people aren't talking about in this video is the fact that casual nature is probably not the perfect way to describe it, but just how calm and cool and collected the Southwest pilot was, seeing like able to identify what's in front of him and just do it, I think speaks to the training that the FAA makes you go through to be able to fly. And I think that for me as a passenger is what makes me feel better.
That's the guy in the cockpit is what makes me feel better. And
stay hard.
The cockpit is what you're relying on, because I think when we get into these situations where there's these big incidents, I need an experienced pilot. It's frustrating to me that the pilot that flipped over that Delta regional in Toronto was fresh out of flight school. That's why I don't love flying regional jets. I don't like it at all. And yeah, Brandon, Midway is a disaster even without other issues, which is why, but again, I don't fly Southwest Airlines. I don't ride with you dirty commoners. You guys know that. No, one of the reasons I don't fly Southwest is because they fly into a lot of airports like that. And I don't have that problem with Delta.
But here's the thing though. I don't think that this is a Southwest issue. This is a private jet pilot didn't listen to what he was supposed to do. He was very plainly told, stop short of runway 31. This is not a difficult request or ask. So like, this is not like, hey, pilots can't land the plane. This is you didn't listen to what you were told to do.
And I agree with that. Yeah. I don't think this is a situation where we're saying, well, the pilot and I think the Southwest guy saved the whole situation.
100%.
Right. But now policies in place, like you're in full engine when you're landing, you are fully ready to go. If you got to touch and go, those engines are ready to do that. Mm-hmm. You'll notice when they're on the ground and they've landed, they're in full reverse thrust, right? Like they're ready to rock and roll in those situations. That doesn't make me feel better about the situation with that private jet. And I'm not saying Southwest did anything wrong.
Right.
By any stretch. I don't want to fly into Midway Airport. I do not want to fly into Midway Airport for no way, no how. I'm not flying into Midway Airport. I'm just not interested in playing that game. And listen to this.
Turn left on runway 4 left. Cross runway 31 left. And hold short on runway 31 center.
Right, left on 4 left. Cross 22 or 13 center. Flex jet 560.
Should 560 negative. Cross runway 31 left.
Negative.
Hold short runway 31 center.
Cross 31 left. Hold short 31 center. Flex jet 560.
Look at that.
Southwest 2504 going around.
2504, roger that, coming maintain 3000.
Oh my God.
Flex jet 560, hold your position 2504 up to 3000.
Position, flex jet 560.
Flex jet 560,
can you
continue
guys
across the hold short a hotel.
How do you screw that up?
I'll also say the Boeing 737 has one of the best safety records ever for commercial aircraft. So another time the 737 came in clutch.
I'm probably making too much out of it. TJ Beck, private jet was completely at fault. Runway incursion happened more than you think, honestly. Rarely do they bend metal. Thankfully, TJ,
and you
rarely.
Understand, by like numbers wise, again, this is what I always point out with air travel. The sheer numbers say that you're never going to be involved in any of this. Like that's what the numbers say. But unfortunately, things like this do happen. And again, that's why we have training, man.
I just look at how does a Black Hawk fly into a plane?
Yeah, that is unexplainable.
It's these inexplicable incidents that I just struggle to get over. I do, TJ or Mike Smith. It used to be the worst part of flying was waiting in or moving through the airport. Now it's getting dicey in the air. That's what I'm saying. And I'm somebody who loves flying. I love it. 4 to 6 years ago, there was a big push to have all pilots at their biannual review ground procedures in regard to runway incursions. Dude, man. Yeah, I don't know. RJ Loner phone. Yeah, but I don't think the FAA reductions had anything to do with it. I think this was an idiot pilot in a private jet. Gotta go Greyhound. No. You got guys farting up on that bus. I ain't doing that. Could have been another disaster. So great of the Southwest pilot to be fully aware and pivot. Yes. I blame Tom Cruise, John Travolta, and Bruce Dickinson for making others think they can fly a plane. Don't forget about, what was the Cy Young pitcher who crashed his glider in the ocean and died? Oh, my God. The Philadelphia Philly. Oh, my Doc. Oh, my.
Roy Halladay.
Roy Halladay. Doc Halladay. Thank you. Gabriel, it wouldn't surprise me if the FAA changes some regulations and makes them even stricter. I hope they do. Amtrak was really bad there for a time. Do not know if they still have issues. Why is it that we can train across Europe and not really have any issues?
Like, it's valued. They put money into it.
I'm going to Paris, and then we're taking a tram. We're going from Paris by train, essentially up to Brussels. Like, I have no problem with that, right? Delta was amazing coming back from the Caribbean to Atlanta. Yeah, Delta's great. I fly it all the time. But Monty, Delta just flipped a jet. Yeah, a rookie pilot. But it's got Delta paint on it. But let's understand that's a regional carrier operated by whoever that was, right? You go through San Juan Airport. That was a trip. Never been. Would love to. My 14-year-old daughter flies out tomorrow, headed to Dallas Jerry World for Dallas Cowboys training camp. I'm scared shirtless.
She'll be all right.
Okay. Dallas is a good airport. Find a military guy to let you hitch a ride on a C-130. Maybe they'd need, yeah. I'd love to ghost ride an AC-130.
Dude.
Me too. TJ Beck. Believe me, Monty, the private jet pilot is being called on the carpet right now by the FAA. He's going to have a letter in his file and possibly worse. Southwest pilot did a good job. Yeah, I totally agree. That he did. Bullet train all day. John Hamm, Monty is right. It had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Asia and Europe with great trains. USA apparently not smart enough to make them. We don't value it.
No, we just don't. We don't invest in the infrastructure for it.
Yeah. Maury Alvarez, when I come out to Utah later this year, I'll be driving. A lot of people are saying that. So I don't know. I just thought it was an interesting story to see that, to see how that turned out. Real quick before we get out of here, let's look at Prize Picks. How is my Prize Picks doing? Kobe White. Yes, sir. 6:55 to go. Oh, he's got 9 of the 13.5 I need. Jalen Green's already got 2 of the 32.5. Mark it down.
Yeah.
Mark it down. David Riddich hasn't made a save yet.
Game hasn't started yet.
That's not the point. He still hasn't made a save. You better hope that cashes. You had better hope that cashes. My question is, why are all these close calls happening now, regardless of Donnie and firings is interesting? I don't know. Can't blame the Blackhawk on the Potomac on Donnie. Like, it's not his fault.
No.
Listen, I don't care who you voted for. Just because Donald Trump took a dump last night doesn't mean it's his fault that, whatever happened. Right? Like, I don't know why that pilot chose to not follow instructions.
Yeah.
Right? But I think TJ's right. He's in a lot of trouble today. Blame it on the asteroid. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. YR4,
Wanting to drive my souped up Subi with glass packs through state parks. Boner time.
Well, at least you're not going to die doing that.
Boner time, Mike Smith. Packs. He said glass packs, which is fantastic. There you have it. The Monty Show presented by The Advocates at theadvocates.com. Thanks for spending time with us tonight. Please hit the like button on your way out the door. Did we get to 100? We are at 93. Come on, you hyenas. 7 more. Come on. Can we get 7 more right now? Let these old eyes gaze upon 100 likes on the show. You guys, thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. If you're listening on TikTok, X, Facebook, Spotify, coming over to the Monty Show on YouTube. Until tomorrow morning, say goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye, Jake.
accident, you need a lawyer, and you deserve an advocate. Because every accident has a ripple effect. It affects your time, your health, your ability to make money, everything. That's where the advocates can help. Speaking with an attorney is simple and 100% free. We're available 24/7 for your convenience, and we'll take on the claims process so you can rest easy. Because you're not just a client to us, you're a person, and you deserve the best help you can get. You deserve an advocate.
This is The Monty Show, the truth in sports talk streaming. When you want unbiased opinions about your favorite team without the spin, all you have to do is find The Monty Show, streaming live and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on YouTube. And now, here's Monty.
Hey, The Monty Show, live on your YouTube machine, February 27th. It's a Thursday. And as usual, we are presented by the Advocates at theadvocates.com. If you get in a wreck, you guys, trust me when I say, don't trust your insurance company. They're not working for you. You pay them all those premiums for all those years. Then you need them in one of the most important moments in your life, and they're not there for you. That's why you got to get to theadvocates.com. Let them fight the claims process for you so you can get back to the best version of yourself. The best part about working with the advocates, you never reach into your pocket to cut them a check. No, sir. No consultation fees, no retainers, just clear risk-free advice at theadvocates.com. A lot to get to on the show today. It is Fat Thursday. And Fat Thursday essentially means Lent starts here tomorrow. Because is tomorrow already Good Friday?
Yeah, bro.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Is tomorrow Good Friday already? I'll be honest with you. We did a show last night, and
we are in the absolute twilight zone.
It's April 18th. Lent begins tomorrow. And that means that you're supposed to fatten up, right? You're going into hibernation season.
I love you like the fat kid loves cake.
You know what I'm saying? Like, eat your cake, fat guy. I don't traditionally eat a lot of bad food. But
listen, if you want to tip the show today, we'll take those proceeds live during the show and get some downlots for everybody. And
we'll have them delivered on the show. We'll eat them.
But we'll eat them.
But
it'll be great, stuff.
When's the last time you had a donut?
It's been a long, long time.
I think it was that last trip we took to Tahoe, where we stopped at the California border and got whatever Pink's Donuts or whatever. Mm-hmm. It has been a very long time since I had it. Too long.
Yeah.
Frankly, too long. As you know. But it's fine. So get into that. And then unfortunately today, Gene Hackman passes away. The revered legendary actor, 95 years old.
Yeah.
Just somebody that I really, really was a huge fan of.
Yeah, Gene was a legend, bro. I mean, this is somebody who played a ton of huge roles, super successful career. And I don't know what else to say about the guy other than that. I mean, he was great.
Yeah, and obviously he was a shell of himself as he got older. But Gene was a guy that, it picked the movie. The Firm, I think The Firm was one of his best performances. Obviously, we all know him from Hoosiers, Superman. Like, he was in so many great films. And to battle and to live to 95 years old. And then, if you don't know the story, yesterday afternoon, a wellness check was called in for Gene Hackman. Authorities went to his home in New Mexico and found Gene, his wife, and their dog deceased. And they have already said that foul play is not suspected. My guess, that sounds like carbon monoxide poisoning is what that sounds like to me. Gene was 95 years old. Obviously, we were looking at photos of Gene, and Jake said to me this morning, man, he's a shell of himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was.
That was the thing for me. I didn't realize, I guess I had just fallen out of touch with Gene. Like, I didn't realize that Gene had, was in that kind of place,
Yeah,
as he got older.
I think the guy is what American dreams are made of. When you think about the fact that He was voted least likely to succeed as an actor. He did not break through until he was 37 years old. And when you start thinking about, your favorite actors, I don't think there's any doubt for me that Gino's in that group.
Yeah.
He's a guy that when I think about what Hoosiers meant to me as a kid, I loved that movie. I absolutely loved that movie. And I loved his character in that movie. Like, he was just in so many great films. And again, the movie that I between Hoosiers and The Firm, those two were probably it. And I'm just so thankful that Gene Hackman made it to the big screen. I'm so thankful that we got to appreciate his talent, because when you live to 95 years old, and however this ends up that he passed, I'm thankful for The French Connection, which was a fantastic film. I just look at all the work that Gene Hackman did, and I can't even remember all the work that he's been in now, but he made the character actor a mainstream actor.
Yeah, I know. I was first introduced to Gene Hackman for his performance in Enemy of the State. That's when I
my God, yes.
So he was really good in Enemy of the State. And then I also was a big fan of the Behind Enemy Lines performance. That was really good. I didn't really see, I guess I'm not a big Superman guy. I haven't seen him in Superman. That wasn't really my thing.
You were too young. You're too young for that. No doubt.
But he did some newer age Superman stuff. Like he was in, the 2006 Superman movie. So he did some newer stuff, relatively speaking. But I just think, Gene was just old reliable. I feel like Gene was somebody who always gave you a good performance. He was always dynamic, always played a great role. And just unfortunate that news came across today.
Man, I guess the Supermans were in the late 70s, early 80s. Looking at his credits, man, I'm old. I'm old. There is no doubt about that. But what a great career. What a great actor.
Yeah, he was great in The Firm too.
Again,
right. Awesome.
He was phenomenal in The Firm.
Yeah.
And again, they are saying that Gene Hackman foul play is not suspected in his death, which makes me believe that it was likely carbon monoxide poisoning. When you find multiple people in a home and the pets are deceased as well, that's probably carbon monoxide.
Yeah.
So if you don't have carbon monoxide detectors in your home, please consider getting them. Make sure they work. Nobody should go like that, dude. Like, it is just ooh. So yeah, he was the best Lex Luthor. There's no doubt about it. Sal Capone, how the heck are you? Have you recovered from Arizona basketball last night? If we look at Arizona basketball, you guys, we look at some of the stories on this show. The absolute destruction that BYU laid at the feet of Arizona, for then to turn around and come back and play Utah. Arizona basketball 83-66 over Utah last night. Love had 23-7. Nice win for you guys. You can go back to being, Mormon hating bigots now. So
Selectively aggressive.
That was selectively aggressive, wasn't it? That was. Yes, David, Gene Hackman was the man. Who's your favorite actor? Do you have a favorite actor?
I mean, it's hard for me to get away from Heath Ledger. I think his talent is
okay. Maybe I should say not dead actors.
Actors who are alive. I'm a big Denzel fan. I love his work. Man, that's a tough one. There's a lot. I
think Russell Crowe has to be there. I think Tom Hardy has to be there.
Where you at on Tom Cruise?
I love Tom Cruise as an actor. I don't get into the nonsense about the Scientology, and I don't get into
God's
that stuff.
Name, image, and likeness.
I'm a big believer, hey, if you want to be a Scientologist, knock yourself out. If that's the way you live your life, you want to be Catholic, you want to be Baptist, you want to be Mormon, you do you, man. I don't care. I'm not going to judge you. I love Tom Cruise as an actor. I love him in the Mission Impossible films. I love him in Top Gun. Obviously, I don't think the second Top Gun was nearly as good as the first one, but whatever. I love Tom Cruise. But if you were talking about, favorite actors, I think the great actor is a dying breed.
Daniel Craig. Daniel Craig, Mr. James Bond.
Yeah, did you guys hear that MGM is taking over creative control of the Bond series? I love Daniel Craig as James Bond.
Yeah.
He is one of my favorites. I look at the actors now, and I don't know that we have, depending on the role. The Revenant was a little different for me with Leo. He's so good. I mean, what film was he not great in?
Right. How about Joaquin Phoenix?
Nah, he's a strange duck, dude. I mean, obviously, Gladiator is one of my all-time favorite films ever. But Joaquin Phoenix was an odd dude. He is an odd dude. I don't like his Joker. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's a bad actor in it. I don't like the tenor and the tone of his Joker.
Yeah.
I'm not somebody that believes you make fun of or light of mental illness. I think Heath Ledger's Joker is the greatest Joker ever. And I just don't happen to like this. The comedy. I don't like that Joaquin Phoenix is always playing somebody with a mental disorder.
Yeah.
I feel like he's almost pigeonholed is probably strong, but.
Well, after his performance in Gladiator, I mean, he kind of went down that road.
Well, yeah, Sergeant Clint Eastwood is amazing.
Stud.
Kevin Costner is amazing.
What about Tom Hanks? Tom Hanks got to be there.
Not anymore. I think Tom Hanks, obviously, when I think of Tom Hanks, I think of movies like Big, right? I don't know,
like Saving Private Ryan.
Well, Saving Private Ryan was fantastic.
Yeah, that was kind of where I was introduced to him. Like a real, strong performances.
Homie from Billions, the redheaded guy. The British guy.
I just don't remember his name.
Yeah, Axe, the guy that played Axe.
Have to Google him.
Yeah, in the military.
Band of Brothers.
Band of Brothers.
Yeah,
like phenomenal. I think about that, and I think he's great. Cillian Murphy, I think is fantastic. Damian Lewis. Thank you. But when we talk about great actors, I don't know that there are a whole ton of great actors. I enjoy a bunch of dudes. I think Russell Crowe as Gladiator is probably my favorite movie character of all time.
I would say right now, Cillian Murphy's way up there on my list. I think he's incredibly talented, can do a lot of different things. I think, I think it's hard not to have Cillian Murphy up there for sure.
Yeah, I think the hard part for me is like Vince Vaughn is a guy that I love. Wedding Crashers, his comedy stuff. And forgive me, because again, I can't flip and remember the name of it because I have zero recall memory. But he's doing a series now, that I really like, and I like Vince Vaughn. I like Vince Vaughn's humor. I like his, like a lot of the stuff that he. Bad Monkey is a phenomenal series. He is the star and the executive producer of it. And my wife turned me on to it, and I think it is phenomenal. It's on Apple TV. I would really encourage you guys to go and watch it. But I don't know that I'm not sure that there is a great, iconic Tom Cruise, Russell Crowe, badass actor.
I think Timothy Chalamet, the guy who plays Dune.
Yeah.
I think he's on his way. I think he's got potential to be the next.
But also, what is that role, though? What is the role? And we're going to get to sports, trust me. But as we talk about the death of Gene Hackman this morning, the legendary actor, I just don't know what that movie is or what that role is. I don't know what kind of film, because we don't go to the movies anymore, right? We used to, Mrs. Monty and I, and when you were younger, we used to go to the movies every Thanksgiving night, right? We don't do that stuff anymore.
But we went and saw Dune in the movies.
But how many movies have you been to this year? I've probably been to 2 in the last year.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think 2 to 4. Maybe.
I think you and your sin-living girlfriend, you guys tend to go to more movies.
We do. Yeah, We have a really nice theater by our house. So.
Notice he didn't even fight it.
Yeah.
Didn't even fight it. I don't tend to go to a lot of movies right now. And I think that's part of my struggle. Like Oppenheimer was a great film.
Yeah.
But when we look at the great movies, like I look at The Revenant, I look at Inception, the guy behind the bookcase movie.
Yeah, Interstellar.
Interstellar.
McConaughey's got to be in the conversation.
Nah, I don't think so. You know what? I loved McConaughey as the Lincoln lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I love Ben Affleck. I'm one of the few guys who's the accountant. The next accountant's coming out, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Super stoked about it. But that's not Inception. That's not. Again, Russell Crowe is Gladiator.
Yeah, Leo's got to be in the greatest actors right now.
I want an epic film. I'm thirsty for it.
Maybe what you want is not necessarily. Maybe the conversation isn't the great actor right now, because I do feel like we have a pretty good pool of actors right now. Maybe it's more about great directors, because I don't feel like we have just a load of great directors right now.
Hasn't Hollywood changed, though? We
Yeah.
don't make any new movies. We just remake old good movies.
Yeah.
Toy Story episode 79, right?
Fast and Furious.
Like I need the Tokyo Drift. Like I need another Lion King reincarnation. Like, come on, man. Like Moana number 8. I just don't need it. And so like the Oscars, and with all due respect, like the Oscars are this Sunday. I have no idea what the best film of the year is. I have no idea because they haven't told me. And again, maybe this is just pandemic Monty being all pissed off, but
pandemic Monty.
But seriously, think about how much the pandemic changed the way we ingest entertainment in this world. That to me is one of the biggest flipping problems, is that we don't go to the movies anymore. And there is nothing I enjoy more than going to a concert, going to a movie. But we don't do that shit anymore because of the pandemic. And it really is.
Well, here's what I would say, though. I think that people are doing it. People are going to the movies. I think that it just feels different.
Yeah. McConaughey and True Detective. Yes.
Yeah. Dallas Buyers Club.
Strange Clouds. This is so you.
Come on.
Strange. This is so you. And it's so accurate.
Come on.
Get Kevin Spacey in the
House of Cards.
No, House of Cards. Yes. The Los Angeles cop movie. Oh my God. Like, are you? Yeah.
Until what happened? Well,
until I mean, come on. Harrison Ford, I think, please stop acting. Please stop.
Yeah, he needs to retire.
Is The Rock huge? Is The Rock still huge? Remember the movie or the TV show on HBO where he played the agent?
Yeah.
I can't remember titles to save my life. I just think it's different. I think it is. Yeah, Vincent D'Onofrio is a great one. Full Metal Jacket, flipping phenomenal movie, right?
But if you
LA Confidential.
Look,
LA Confidential with Russell Crowe. Yes, LA Confidential. Morgan Freeman. Yes.
We got to talk about Bobby D, though, too, if we're going all the way back to there, dude.
Oh, Bob, says the guy who still has not seen The Godfather.
Yeah, but, bro, I've seen Heat. I've seen a ton of his work, bro.
How good was he?
Yeah, it was so good, dude. Like, the scene in the street where they're shooting at each other.
The gangster movie I love so much. Oh, my God. Ronin is such a good movie. So Wolf of Wall Street with Leo, phenomenal.
Yeah.
I sent Jake an Instagram clip the other day where Leo in that movie, his dad comes in and they're talking $26,000 meals. It was amazing, right? So good. Just so Jack Nicholson. Who's today's Jack Nicholson?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that the 90s, 2000, I have to say, whether it's this or other things, the 90s, like 1990 to 2010 was a window in time where you had the golden age of a lot of things at once. You had the golden age of acting, the golden age of the NBA. You had, just an awesome time happening.
Daniel Day-Lewis retired.
Stud.
The eye patch. Nick Cage, get the fuck. No, you did not.
You lost all credibility right there,
you
dude.
come in here and you say outrageous. Nicolas Cage, they shouldn't have,
class.
bro. They shouldn't have put his face back on. That's a face
listen,
off.
Just go back to doing the Ghost Rider movies where you're a headless motorcycle horseman.
Look at Johnny Depp's a perfect example. Go be a pirate. I'm not the guy that's like, oh God. Oh, Johnny.
Oh, who are you,
No.
Amber Day?
Stop. Mia Khalifa. I'm not that guy. Al Pacino, phenomenal.
Stud.
Phenomenal. Yes, Daniel Day-Lewis. Keanu Reeves. Really? Really, Sergeant Morhew?
Keanu is really talented, though, dude.
John Wick, Keanu. Oh, let me bend backwards under some bullets.
Dude.
Shut up. That movie sucked.
No, it didn't.
I never saw it. Yeah, they all turned into Marvel movies. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't need. I guess maybe I'm just fuddy-duddy guy, get off my lawn, but I don't need comic book movies. Another comic book movie. Like it's Al Capone, of course. Right? I don't know. That I understand it. Jeff Goldblum is funny. I just think the game has changed. I think the acting game has changed significantly, and Keanu is Mr. Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, leaving Las Vegas. No, that's so depressing. Nick Cage is not a legend.
No.
You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth, Nick Cage.
Wait, did I see that right? That Noel just got put into timeout by YouTube because of a trash take? Wow.
Nicolas Cage.
Wow.
Okay. Is Nicolas Cage or Mia Khalifa?
Well, they're both gone in 60 seconds, so who cares? See what I did there? That was a Nick Cage reference.
You're ridiculous.
That was a Nick Cage reference.
You're ridiculous.
It's some of my best material. Come on.
Independence Day was the best movie of all time.
Nah.
You need to see more movies.
That was a great movie, but not the best of all time, bro.
John Knotts. Three's Company was so good. Ballers. Yes, it was Ballers. That's right. You don't need, but not everyone is like you, Monty. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Gerard Butler, 300 was amazing. Nick Cannon is more legend than Nick Cage.
Monty, Nick Cannon has so many kids at this point. His acting genes are going to be all over this country for like 50 years.
That awkward guy, bro. Con Air, national treasure. Jesus. The Rock, all goated movies for Cage. Okay. Jim Carrey is funny.
Movies.
They're both done in under 60 seconds. Maury.
See, Maury gets it.
Maury, what do you? Come on now.
Yeah, what? We're not bringing up National Treasure for Nick Cage? Come on, dude.
Come on. National Treasure is
where he's hunting after the Declaration of Independence underground in a tomb.
Saving Private Ryan. It has one of the best casts ever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, look at that. Calford back in. 20 more Monty Show members.
Okay, TJ, you got to answer the bell, dude. By the way, it's Fat Thursday. You want to tip the show and get us some donuts today while we do the show?
Yeah, Bruce Willis. Not main event. Will Smith.
Will Smith is talented.
What do you know Will Smith for?
Oh,
come on.
I mean, again, Enemy of the State was one that was where I was first introduced to Will, but there are a lot of them. I Am Legend.
Grape Soda.
Yeah, Bad Boys. Yeah, Bad Boys was epic, dude.
I Am Legend is... You remember The Book of Eli?
Yes.
With Denzel. Oh,
one of my favorite movies.
I always thought that role should have gone to... man, we could go... But Hitch. Stop.
What about George Clooney?
I love George Clooney. I'd hit that.
And you say things about me.
The movie, I'm not the guy you kill.
Yeah, dude.
What movie was that? Where he gets blown up in the car or they try to kill him?
Michael Clayton.
Michael Clayton. Oh my God, was Michael Clayton a good movie? Oh my God. That was a great movie.
That was one of his best performances, man.
Oh, Samuel L. Jackson. And the name of The Tarantino movie I can never remember.
Pulp Fiction.
Say what again, mother? Yes.
Don't you know who I am?
Oh my God. I'm not the guy you kill.
Yeah, that's.
I'm a fixer.
Yeah.
A bag
Such
man.
a smart person. You really are lost, aren't you?
So I could, yes. Oh my God. Tyler Durden's good, but yeah, Christian Bale.
Dude.
The best Batman ever, Christian Bale. Amazing. Brad Pitt. I think Brad Pitt is one of the best actors. Nobody understands how good of an actor he is, because you just don't, when the best actor conversations come up, does Brad Pitt's name ever get mentioned?
No. Nope.
How and why, I don't know. But Brad Pitt's a phenomenal actor, a phenomenal performer. And, you know, Godfather 2, phenomenal. Robin Williams, also a great actor. The Constitution is a treasure map, Monty. Exactly right. Exactly right. Oak State James is in. Buy a New York style pizza and make Jake watch The Godfather. No donuts. Get a calzone instead. Dude, I would love nothing more than a mushroom and onion pizza. Man. So and there he is.
There he is. TJ Beck has answered the bell.
Bro. Phenomenal.
Again,
Appreciate
if you don't
you.
have a Monty Show, if you don't have a Monty Show membership, at this point, I don't know what you're doing. Again,
yeah, pick them up. Appreciate it. You guys, while you're picking these up, please make sure you hit the like button. It really helps the channel grow.
Yes.
All right. Rip to Gene Hackman and his wife, as well as his dog,
Had
who
a
were
great
all
run, bro.
who were all found deceased in their home in New Mexico midday yesterday. Foul play is not suspected. It sounds like carbon monoxide, but until we know, we don't know. So that's why we've been talking about acting. If you're just joining the show, I see some of the comments are, hey, what's the latest on the Super League? Gene Hackman's dead.
Whatever.
Gene Hackman was the Super League.
That's the latest on the Super League, bro.
Yeah. Let's get the show rolling, though. Let's get into this conversation about gambling. In the comments section, do you guys gamble? Are you guys, you know, I'm a daily fantasy nerd. I love it, even though I shouldn't have taken the goaltender last night that Jake made me take. I did anyway. I shouldn't have. But I love daily fantasy, and it's gambling. I am 100% aware of that. The NCAA tournament is gambling. But this scandal that is rocking college basketball, and a little bit of the NBA with a guy like Jonte Porter, who was involved in this same situation. Terry Rozier in Charlotte, while in Charlotte, is involved in this situation. But you have what some believe is the biggest gambling scandal in the history of organized sports. When you have bookies and gamblers leveraging players to fix games and fix outcomes, whether that be point shaving, whether that be daily fantasy over-unders, and it is growing. There are all kinds of big names. Duke basketball is involved in this, where there were significant abnormal wagers on Duke basketball games.
Bands.
$300,000 on a Duke basketball game. Jake, how big do you think this is, and do you think gambling is bad for sports?
Well, I don't think just generally gambling is bad for sports. I think gambling is just like anything else. It's like, you know, alcohol consumption. It's like driving a car too fast. Like, it's not necessarily the gambling that's the problem per se. It's the person, you know, committing these crimes and doing these things. And so, you know, the story goes that, you know, so if we look at the Jonte Porter situation, right? This happened last year. You know, Jonte Porter allegedly now gets in deep with some of these bookies, you know, owing hundreds of thousands of dollars. There were some varying numbers, but basically the reporting was anywhere between $200,000 to $500,000. Jonte Porter was in debt to his bookies. And at the time, his salary in the NBA was only $400,000 a year. So obviously he was only I say he was upside down with the bookies. And so then that whole thing went down. Jonte gets banned from the league, you know, and then, you know, the league starts looking into it, and you have all these what are called gambling watchdog agencies who watch betting activity starting to look into this. And so then the government gets involved in it. And now we're in a full blown, FBI is digging into all of this. And so, reading the story and really digging into it, you have games, the games we're talking about at the college level, you have to understand are very obscure. So like you're talking about like $100,000 was bet on Loyola Chicago against Tulsa, November 17th of 2022, right? Like just random, you don't give a damn about these games. But the thing is, that's how they get over on the system. They find these obscure games where they can get to a player here, a player there, and what they're going to do is the guy with all the money is it has several what are called straw bettors who basically are in other markets, right? And he pays that guy, and then that guy goes and does this, and they manipulate the lines. And so basically what's going on here is that there is a gambling ring that is clearly being uncovered here, where you've got this guy, Shane, who basically has a website, and his whole business is around, hey, like I figured out the gambling industry, take my bets. He posted his slips on his website. Like he's made a whole thing about this. He's kind of the front man for the story. But you begin to read the story and you start to understand that Shane is just sort of the tip of the iceberg when you start to consider just how many people it appears he was involved with. So how big is this? How big of an issue is gambling? Well, it's clearly a big issue. There are multiple players involved in the situation, both at the college level and at the NBA level. And I sit here and I say, hey, at some point, like players have to understand they got to protect themselves, right? At some point, you have to be smart enough to not get in, hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt with bookies. Like that's not on everybody else. That's on you. Like,
and I look at pictures like this with this trophy for gambling winning. These betting slips I had on the screen there, these are all posted to this person's website.
Yeah.
And you look at this person sitting courtside, this Shane dude.
Yeah.
Sitting courtside. How is he getting those tickets? Why are you sitting? Like they're sitting courtside watching games that they have allegedly put money down to impact. Hey, I'm going to pay this player to impact this outcome. And this is an NBA game that he's sitting courtside at, in a game he's alleged to have had influence over. And then you start saying to yourself, okay, well, now we've got Jaguar tickets and we've got Pacers in Tennessee and UConn tickets. And here's this Shane character with a gambling trophy. And this is a big deal. This is not a small thing. And the problem is we like freedom until we don't like freedom. I believe that gambling is not the problem, that the people who are gambling are the problem. And I don't think that we should be restricting gambling. What I think is if you're a professional athlete of any kind, college or in a professional league, you should not be able to be involved in gambling of any kind. Jonte Porter was in massive debt to gamblers. And so they leveraged him to fix the outcome of prop betting on individual performances. How many of these guys do we not know about?
And, and a great example of this is in the story. I don't remember when we brought it up. I think, I do. With the Jonte Porter thing, U.S. Integrity, this firm, U.S. Integrity, had gotten involved at that time. They're now known as Integrity Compliance 360. That's kind of their new name or whatever. And one of the great examples in this story they talk about is in early 2024, there were unusual betting patterns with Temple basketball. Over the course of 5 of their games, there was a bunch of money that came in to skew the line, and a bunch of casinos and where these bets were placed lost money on those games. And so then it turned into this thing where that kind of drew the attention of U.S. Integrity. And then ultimately, the problem here is that now that Shane's been uncovered as being involved in like a lot of this activity, it's very widespread. It's not just like one guy here, one guy there. There's a lot happening here. They're starting to understand and paint the picture that to me, it seems like what they're saying is that there are like a lot of people. When I say a lot, not like 10, like you're talking about, 50, 100 people that he knows. He's got a network of people that help him manipulate lines so he can then go in and make money on those lines.
Yeah.
And that's the tough part, man.
Yeah.
So you look at these kids, right? The Fresno State thing came out earlier this week, and it's like, hey, Fresno State's being investigated for unusual gambling activity, otherwise known as point shaving. And it's like, hey, their 3 best players, one of which is no longer on the team anymore, were clearly involved. And again, the question is, what is going on here that college basketball players are getting in this deep? Is it that the kid is just gambling his money away and then Shane identifies that? Is it that they're terrible and, guys like Shane make a living on terrible basketball teams?
But we're talking about big brands. We're talking about Duke. Iowa State was involved in one of these games. Like
Baylor,
Fresno State, like big brands. And the thing that I'm not sure how many people can wrap their head around the fact that it's not just the players. How many officials have somebody's hand in their pocket?
Yeah.
Do you really think that Tim Donaghy was the only one? Tim Donaghy's been on this show a bunch talking about this. Do you really think he was the only one? Because he wasn't the only one. And in my opinion, I think you have officials today. You can't explain some of the terrible calls that happen in these games other than to say, and I think in the NFL, NBA, I think it's pervasive. I think gambling by professional athletes is a massive problem. Massive problem. You should, in my opinion, not be allowed to gamble on any level. I don't care if it's daily fantasy, NCAA pools. You should not be allowed. If you're a professional athlete or a principal involved in professional athletics, an agent, you should not be allowed to gamble in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
I don't know how it turns out well. What is the upshot of that? What is the positive in allowing people, athletes and principals involved in professional sports at the college and pro level? What is the upside of allowing them to gamble?
Yeah, I don't think there is. I really don't think there is upside to it. I think there's only downside. I think that, the hard part is once again, the gambling's not the problem. It's the decision-making of people around gambling. Like, again, you're dude, when you get involved with a bookie, I don't think people understand. Like, you get involved with a bookie, they're going to give you leash because they want leverage over you. They're going to allow you to gamble and hey, get behind a little bit. And then they're going to come for you, Jonte Porter. And they're going to say, hey, you need to do this or that. In Jonte's case, you need to start the game and play 5 minutes and then leave the game. So it counts as a game played and the prop bet market can't get away from it. And then you're going to lose on your prop bet so we can make money. Like that's, it's just that's not great. And so I say this repeatedly, Jonte Porter put himself in that position.
Yes, he did.
That's his fault. And at some point, these players and kids need to at some point acknowledge, you got involved. You couldn't help yourself. And so now it's like, yes, thank you for helping us uncover this gambling ring, because that's the savage part about it. You're never really going to uncover it unless they make a mistake, unless they do something that would flag a watchdog agency. And there are loads of watchdog agencies that are out there to protect the
but who's turning these people in? Casinos, sports books, these integrity groups.
Yeah, there was a whole thing in the story about how Shane was the top gambler at a Philadelphia-based casino at one point.
They knew him by name.
Yeah, they knew him by name. And here's the other thing you have to understand, and this is something I don't think gets talked about a lot. When you gamble a lot of money at the same book every day, like the same sports book at a casino every day, you form a relationship with them. They want your money. They need your money running through the sports book. But the problem is when you lose money and you get into debt, the way it works is, let's say you place a bet on a Friday. Let's say you place $100,000 on this game or that game on Friday. If you lose that bet on Friday, you got to pay that off Monday. That's how the industry works. And if you don't, now you're behind. But conversely, if you do, you build trust with the casino and they will allow you to continue to play at that level. So it's much like anything else with money, right? Like banks, like loan terms with banks. Banks are trying to loan you money at the lowest risk possible to themselves. It's the same kind of thought process. Hey, we're not going to allow you to gamble hundreds of thousands of dollars if you can't prove you can pay that off and you have that kind of money. So it just, it's this whole situation where, yes, people look down on gambling, but gambling is not the problem. It is, once again, people trying to gain the system, people trying to have an advantage, and then people like Shane who build websites and say, oh, yeah, I've got the highest percentage
I'm the king.
I'm the best. Like, no, dude, actually, you're fixing these games and you have a network, by the reporting, a nationwide network that you're leveraging to go ahead and do this. Like,
and
come on.
Did I mention he was found at the airport with a one-way ticket to, I think, Colombia and $10,000 in cash? Did I mention that?
And you know what his cover story was? I'm going to get dental work done.
It's wild.
That was his cover story.
Anyway, I don't blame the casinos for this. The casinos don't want point shaving and game fixing. I blame criminals. I blame people who are always looking for an advantage.
Yeah.
Whether that's in other crimes, RICO crimes, whatever, drug crimes, everybody's always looking for an advantage. This is not, I am telling you, this is not a gambling problem. This is a criminal malfeasance problem. That's what this is. And I don't think, and maybe weed's a great example of it. If that's what you want to do, if you want to vape, if you want to smoke weed and you know what it does to you, if you want to gamble, you should have the right to do that. You want to smoke cigarettes? Is there anybody here who believes smoking cigarettes is anything but death? No. Are there people here who smoke cigarettes? Yes, there are. Like, if you want freedom, be free. I don't think that we should be talking about banning gambling again. I simply do not. All right, let's get your thoughts in here. Look at all you guys on the gambling stuff. How many do you, in the comment section, if you feel comfortable, do you gamble? Are you an offshore guy? Are you a bookie guy?
Oh, that was the other thing that got this dude in trouble.
Yes.
In one of the scenarios, I can't remember the game it was. There was so many of them, but basically what happened is a ton of money came in from offshore on this game and heavily skewed the line to, like, I think the line had opened to -3 for the home team or whatever. And all this offshore money comes in and pushes the line to, I believe it ended up settling at like 11.5. And that got major flags raised on it.
Yeah, we'll see. We shall see. You guys are all still in on the eye patch. I lost credibility, and you said one-dimensional George Clooney. Who said one-dimensional George Clooney?
And how is George Clooney one-dimensional?
Honestly, it's Denzel is the best working actor. One of, it's fine. The Architect, CNN says it was a double suicide. Oh, that would be at 95 years old. That would be terrible. It's fine. Yeah, your Pistons look great. They really do look great. Sergeant Morhew, as a Vegas local, how can I not gamble? Dude, I think it's one of the things, if you're a resident of Las Vegas, you got to stay out of the books.
Yeah, I don't see. Here's the thing, and I've always said I feel very fortunate to feel this way. I just don't enjoy gambling. Like go to the casino, drop $100. I just don't enjoy it.
Dude, you want to put me at a blackjack table, or I love playing cards. But I don't go and do it because I know I'm going to lose. And I'm incredibly competitive. If I'm going to piss away money, it'll be on a golf course. Where I don't gamble, Jake and I will bet dinner, right? But I'm not a guy that's like, oh, $100 a hole. Nah, I'm good.
I've only taken money off of one person on the golf course, and it wasn't you.
Who was it?
It was a random I played with a year ago at Thanksgiving Point. I told you about this. Me and the girlfriend were out at Thanksgiving Point, and it was like, we were playing with this guy, and we'd played the front nine. And so he was like, hey, bro, you want to play skins? And I was like, okay, well, let's define how you play skins, because every golfer and their mom has like a different set of rules for how they play holes and everything. And I ended up beating him by like 2 strokes or whatever. And we were playing for like $20 for the whole 9. Like, it was just like, hey, whoever finishes better on the back 9. And so I finally beat him, and I'm like, no, dude, keep it. And he's like, no, if I don't pay you, I'll feel really bad, and this is, I just have to do this. And I was like, bro, I don't want to feel that way about gambling, bro. Like it doesn't need to be.
People have asked us to play $100 a hole. I'm not doing that.
No,
I'm not good enough at golf to do that. And I am way too competitive.
I would never play $100 a hole. If you want to play $5 a hole, like if we're talking about $20, $30, okay, cool.
Yeah,
but
I agree. Gambling is degeneracy. For some, sure. I'm going to Vegas for spring break. Hell yeah, I'm going to be gambling. See? Stephen Smith, I gamble a little, but not very often. Same. I already smoke, drink, and open Counter-Strike cases. I got enough addictions. Exactly. Matt Ritson, yes, hit straight flush on flush poker 1,500 yesterday in Vegas. Nice. Roy Wall. Hello, Roy Wall. Saw this coming from the jump. Greed made leagues normalize sports gambling. It was always going to become an issue. But is it greed or is it freedom? Why should we not be allowed to gamble on sports? Because there are criminals?
I mean, I think that the greed part is I would agree that it's greedy as hell to create a website and put your winnings up there as like reliable picks, only to have them be reliable because you're fixing the game and like you have that level of control, which again is illegal. So like I just
it's criminality.
Yeah, I mean this behavior inside of gambling is totally greed-based and abusive
and not rare.
Yeah, and not rare. Yeah, that's the other thing.
That's probably the biggest thing.
I would also say though too, like sports books. Like we were just in Vegas, like what, a month ago or whenever that was, and I have to say Vegas is just a little bit different now, man. It's not like we went to MGM and it just wasn't the same.
Well, we went to the Aria Sportsbook
and the Aria was great
for the Notre Dame game. And it was packed.
The Aria is by far my favorite hotel there now. It's awesome. Enjoy it. Yeah.
It's awesome. Mastro's is right there.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Tyler Stout, hello.
Hello.
The newest member of the Monty Show.
Hey, Tyler.
Tyler, welcome to the Fam Bam. Thank you for being here. Way too many commercials on this show now.
Well, I know. I have an idea for you, dude. You know what you could do? You could take all your gambling winnings and you could pay for YouTube Premium.
And then you don't have ads. We don't control the ad flow, is all I can say. Stephen Smith, Iowa State was also listed in this. It was against Iowa State opponent during the 22-23 season. Yeah, Eric, that's how it works. That's commercials is how it works. It's fine. The architect. Difference is you're accepting the terms of an agreement when you place a bet, not the other way around. Yeah, right. I totally agree with that.
Right.
I totally agree with that. Got to get YouTube Premium, compadre. Yeah, you do. It makes a difference. YouTube Premium will be the last luxury I would give up. Exactly right. Eric and Raleigh. Let everyone bet on everything. If I'm Michael Jordan, I want to bet on myself. Just takes the integrity of the game away because most guys won't bet on themselves. They'll take money from bookies to not do well. Problem. Y'all pay for YouTube. Y'all ever heard of New Pipe? Ad-free YouTube. Never heard of it. Brandon Butler. Any vice can be turned into something to leverage. Exactly right. Exactly right. Jay McClanahan. That's where they go wrong in putting too much on nothing burger games.
Yes.
But they can leverage those games. It's much harder to go to a nameplate player or university and be like, hey, tank this game for me. I'll give you $1 million.
You're not going to Cooper Flag and saying tank this game, bro.
Yeah, you're not doing that. The Hawaiian golfer, I wonder if KU has been point shaving all year because they never look good. Dude, how bad is it's surprising, too, at KU. It is. Brandon Bootlair, every ref or umpire, prove I am not bad at my job. Exactly. That's why this MLB strike zone appeal thing is interesting.
Dude, you guys joke. Like, that kind of technology, the technology the NFL is rolling out to eliminate the chain gang, right? Like they're still going to be on the sideline, but now the NFL is rolling in the first down technology so we can have quicker reviews and stuff. That type of stuff eliminates ways for bookies to manipulate the game. Like,
it does. The eye patch. There's gambling in all sports, but college basketball seems to be getting caught all the time because the money's huge and it's young people. It's really tough to point shave in football, almost impossible, because you don't control the game. If you're a star player like this Fresno State thing, they're talking about the top 3 offensive scorers, not good, but the top 3 offensive producers at Fresno State. That's how you fix a game. Football's very difficult to do that.
Like, look at what this guy says on his, at one point he was doing a podcast, right? A gambling podcast. He goes, quote, just inbox me. You can't make it to the casino. You're at home. You're bored. You want to put a bet in any state. We're not like FanDuel or DraftKings. Any state, wherever you're at, just inbox me.
Highly illegal.
Like, it's technically, so according to the article, it's not illegal to sell your, what they said here is it's not illegal to sell your picks to gamblers. But what is illegal is the interstate portion of it. And
you cannot tell people, DM me, I'll place bets for you. That's against the law. If they're in a state where gambling is not legal, that's against the law. So, yeah. Jonte Porter was educated at Missouri. It really does explain a lot. That's a good university. Come on. Basketball, just the easiest for the reps to manipulate is 90% of the calls are subjective. Truth. David, this is not a problem ever since the CCNY scandal in the 50s. Apparently it is a problem, though.
Yeah.
So, Brandon Butler, casinos don't want fixed games. People won't bet if they can't trust the game. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. TJ Beck, who flies in airplanes and stuff. All you have to do is pretend not to speak English, get a translator, and you'll never get caught. See Shohei.
Dude, Buddy's name is Ipe, okay?
But isn't TJ completely right?
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't believe that Shohei wasn't involved.
I agree.
My opinion is he was involved.
Yep.
Why you're making all that money? By the way, did you guys see that the Dodgers have $1 billion in future deferrals? $1 billion in future deferrals.
If they give a damn. No,
that's a lot of bread.
They don't.
Hawaiian golfer, have you not seen Europeans, the peak of global health? They are all smoking. Smoking's not good for you. It's not. Vegas local here, of course I gamble. Eric in Raleigh, I only play Prize Picks, proud sponsor of the Monty Show. Exactly right.
Yeah. What?
I am going to beat you about the head and neck area later on Prize Picks. Well, 21 saves, lock, bro.
Yeah, I'll probably just retire from Prize Picks. We lost 6 in a row. It's been a pretty rough, tough sledding here.
Hero, good morning, Hero 75. Good to see you. Outside of the $5 in the office NCAA tournament pool, no, I don't. No, I don't. I have addiction issues. I can't risk those kinds of things. I am so thankful I'm not an addictive personality. I don't, and nothing I do is to the extreme except golf. Like, I don't, there's really nothing that I'm addicted to that I can't control, you know. Gambling is fun. I gamble weekly, Jay Beers says. Okay. I said he's one-dimensional, you clown. Good God, Jake. I don't think he's one-dimensional.
Yeah, I just don't think, I don't
George
think he's one-dimensional, bro.
No.
I think he's proven that he can do a variety of roles.
Wasikowskinator. Gambling ruins sports, especially if you are on the losing end of a magical moment. Or does it make it better? Should I talk about not playing fantasy football?
Mm-hmm.
Why did I stop doing fantasy football?
Because it ruined the game for you.
It made me root for teams that I find disgusting, such as in like the Packers.
No, I think you stopped playing fantasy football because it just took all the enjoyment out of watching football from you.
It did.
I think that
I want to watch the Bears. I want to watch. Well, okay. Addictions, the Chicago Bears. I don't want to watch the Bears.
Yeah, for me,
I have to.
I don't enjoy. Dude, we work so much during the week that I don't want to have to watch football for any other reason than being able to talk about it. I don't want to have to worry about who's on my bench or who's in or who's out. Like I have enough trouble just making, straight up who's going to win the game picks in our family pick'em pool. Like it's just not that fun.
Yeah. When I go to Vegas, I go for the hookahs, not gambling.
Yeah, like Luca and the hookah,
Did you guys hear this LeBron story that D Wade's telling? Why did LeCap leave Miami? Well, he wanted to win somewhere else. He wanted to go back home. Nah, Pat Riley would not allow him to eat cookies. LeBron James apparently likes cookies.
Can't blame the guy.
Pat Riley wouldn't allow him to eat cookies. Micromanaged him to that level. I'm out. LeCap, I'm out. LeGone, I'm out. I'm not doing it.
U-Haul.
La U-Haul, La Moving, La Mayflower Storage. I'm out. I'm not doing it, right? Like that's a crazy. And you wonder why Jimmy Buckets, emo Jimmy wanted out. Pat Riley's lost his mind. The Hawaiian golfer. I usually only bet money line in college basketball. Officiating is too subjected to bet spread. Well,
yeah.
I only play poker and prize picks, dude. I love like playing Texas Hold'em video. Texas Hold'em, dominated at it. Loved it. But, is what it is. Red Buckeye. I only bet on Jai Ali Alali in Tijuana. Okay. Make sure you pat the donkeys on the ass for me.
Yeah.
Rock and Rant. While we're talking about gambling scandals, never forget the Gene Hackman-led Washington replacements to an epic comeback on the arm of Shane Falco. God, that was such a good movie. See? Keanu Reeves, Gene Hackman together. I loved it. TJ Beck. What's the over-under on Two Shakes dating life? Those teachers, watch out, man. Jake's?
Over's good, man. I'm in a good place.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it with you today. You're not going to suck me into this whole.
I'm not sucking anything in, dude.
Stay hard.
I'm not going down the black hole with you. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. That awkward guy. They better not take away the bottle throne review. What do you mean? The bottle throne review. Know what that means? Arlington Bears. I got money on the Bears moving to the horse track. Let's go. Right? How apropos. No. And Karn, I'm not going down the rabbit hole. The Bears are staying on the lakefront.
I don't live in a what if scenario.
Stupid Bears. If the Chicago Bears leave the lakefront, I will be so disappointed. And yet, then again, I'm the guy that's a Cubs season ticket holder now. So I'm sold out of spring training tickets.
Nice.
Which is great.
Nice.
Which is great.
Nice.
But is what it is, right? Sergeant Mayhew, let's be honest. Everyone here is addicted to the Monty Show.
Yep. The good news is you don't have to lose money watching
Should we
us.
do like because I'm legitimately a Chicago Cubs season ticket holder. I have 2 in the bleachers for every game this year. Should we do a meetup in Chicago? And you guys can stand outside and it'll be fine. I'll wave at you from in the stadium.
Yeah, you can have your brat and a beer.
Big Ten Media Days in Las Vegas this year. We're going to go to that. So maybe we do a meetup. Fat! Jesus. Monty isn't addicted to anything except golf and shoes and bad opinions. Truth. I've stopped buying shoes.
Unless they're for golf.
No, I'm not even buying golf shoes. There's some fire golf shoes out right now that I would buy. I'm not buying them. Ryan Dooley, the Bears need to draft offensive linemen for every pick that they have. Draft 2 and buy 1. That's what it comes down to. Draft 2 and buy 1. The awkward guy, put the cookies down now, right? It is Fat Thursday.
Yeah.
Lent starts tomorrow.
Yeah. Come on. Tip the show, man. I want some donuts, bro. I want to order some donuts before the show's over. Come on.
The Hawaiian guy, Monty, walks barefoot now. Disgusting. Texas versus Georgia. Yeah. Absolutely. I know what you mean now. Got it. Johnny Utah was better than Shane Falco. Movie QBs. Pain heals. Chicks dig scars. Glory lasts forever. He has no idea what that's a reference to. And it's what's wrong with the degenerate millennial generation. You suck faces.
Yeah, you guys were shitty parents, bro.
Terrible parents.
Like how do I not know where that's from?
Terrible. the Hawaiian golfer. If you aren't gambling on armored MMA fighting, then you're not a real man. Apparently, I'm not a real man.
Okay.
Mike Smith. Mountain Mama. Mess around with my cookies and find out.
F around and find out.
Why are you screwing around with LeBron James in trying not to allow him to eat cookies?
And again, Miami Heat LeBron James.
Like peak LeCap.
Yeah, like, dude.
Peak. This is when
dunking from the free throw line.
This is when his hair started falling out, like the hair thinning.
And
LeCap,
he had the back
like
issues.
come on.
And,
Come on. TJ Beck, the 85 Bears defense was Delta Force. We really were. Eric and Raleigh just sent you guys a video on Twitter about an event at the World Series circuit in Cherokee, North Carolina. Okay. That's fine.
It's got some Oak State James vibes to it.
All right. Can we talk about the NFL Combine? This right here is painful. Jake, would you draft Penn State stud, or excuse me, Pedo State stud, Abdul Carter after this foot injury scandal?
I wouldn't have drafted him before the foot scandal. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to say, hey, let's draft Abdul Carter #1 overall. In this draft, I just didn't. I never agreed with that. Mel Kiper put out his mock draft and had Abdul #1 overall, but I don't believe in drafting defense #1 overall. Like, with all due respect, I just don't. I think that in the NFL, the league has become so much more about QB play than it ever has before. Like, obviously, we get the one-off occurrence with like Saquon, where the running game is prolific there. But overall, this league is defined by having a quarterback that can move around, that can lead your offense, and that stays out of trouble off the field. I look around the NFL, and the good teams, their quarterback is locked in and in the building most of the day, every single day. And to me, when I look at this draft, I would be drafting Shedeur Sanders #1 overall. That's what I would be doing. If you can't draft a quarterback, I would trade out of that slot. And I would try to get value for the #1 overall pick. And then if you want to draft defense lower down the stack, that's fine.
First of all, it's Mel Kiper Jr. Second of all, you would really, so you think Shedeur over Cam Ward?
Yeah.
That's something we got to get into. I would not have drafted Abdul Carter #1 either. And we talked about this on the program yesterday. I think when you look at the mock drafts and you start figuring out what Kiper's doing, it makes zero sense for the Tennessee Titans to draft Abdul Carter #1. I mean, this right here is mind-numbing to me. I'm also of the belief that if you have a foot injury or a medical issue, I'm not drafting you #1.
Yeah.
That's all out the window now.
I just think the #1 overall pick is reserved for guys who are 100% healthy, who have the lowest risks, the highest talent. Like, what is the point of drafting a #1 overall if you're going to take a guy with an injury?
You cannot take a risk at #1 overall. Sorry. I look at this and I say to myself, Abdul Carter's going to be a stud in this league. How bad is this foot injury? Because I don't believe two words that an agent, in this case Drew Rosenhaus, says about a player at the NFL Combine. They're saying he has a stress reaction, which is, in other words, a bad bruise on your foot. They say he could have surgery to heal it quicker, or we could just let it play out. Nah, bro, I'm good. Middle of the first round, sure. #1 pick overall, hell no. Am I going to take a risk on a guy who is talking about having foot surgery? I'm simply not willing to do it. And I know that may seem critical or harsh or unfair. I'm not drafting a guy that's got an injury problem #1.
Yeah, I just think it's unnecessary. I think it's I mean, frankly, I think it's damn near irresponsible for your franchise to do that. I think that if you're at #1 overall, you should be drafting a guy that's going to change the trajectory of the organization.
That's right.
Inside of the next 5 years. So, like, with all due respect to Abdul Carter, I think the guy's going to be a stud. He's going to be a key contributor on really good football teams. But I'm not going to draft him #1 overall. Notice I'm not saying I wouldn't draft him at all. I would love to have him on my team. But if I'm the Tennessee Titans, if I'm the New York Giants, like if I'm the Jets, like if I'm a team that can move up in the draft, I am pounding down the Titans' door trying to get that pick. Because what I want to do is I want to trade up and go and get a quarterback. Like, this draft is loaded with teams that need quarterbacks. Like, I'm sorry, New York Giants. Drew Lock is not going to get it done if you want to win a Super Bowl, dude. Like, I get it. I get it. Buddy looks crispy in the blue uni, rapping on the bench. But the reality is when he comes into the game, he is a 4A quarterback, meaning that he's a great backup. If you need him to come in for 3 weeks at the end of the season to bridge the gap to the playoffs, he can do that for you. But the idea that the New York Football Giants are sitting here without a quarterback is incredible to me, dude.
Yeah, I look at the quarterback rankings, and I agree with you that this is very much a trade-out spot. And while we're eating our apple fritters from
Let's go, baby.
Sergeant Moore.
Okay, how much did he give us? 15?
No, $10.
$10?
$10.
Okay.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna order up. He tipped us. I told you.
You gotta order Beto's burritos.
Well, we can't eat Beto's burritos on the show, can we?
We're gonna eat fritters on the show?
Well, donuts are acceptable.
Okay.
You don't want donuts, do you?
I want a Beto's burrito like it is my last day on earth.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll see. Sergeant Moorhew, you're going to feed us calories today, and I appreciate that very much. But as we talk NFL draft, donuts are great. Donuts are great. Not great for you. Number one overall should be a game changer. Okay, well, here's then my question for you. Who's the best quarterback in the draft? Because I don't feel like it's Cam Ward. I think it's Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I can make a pretty strong case it's Jackson Dart. I look at Jack's numbers and I say to myself, I don't know that any quarterback in this draft has better rhythm in the passing game than Jackson Dart does. I don't have any doubt that he understands what defenses are trying to do to him. His timing and anticipation in the pocket is by far the best in this draft. His ability to be mobile and extend plays, the best in this draft, better than Shedeur Sanders, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But Shedeur has that it factor where he makes that one play that is just like, how? I think it's very close between Shedeur Sanders and Jackson Dart. And I think there is a very good chance that Shedeur goes number one in if somebody trades up. I think if nobody makes trades, I think Cam Ward's your number one quarterback.
Yeah, and the hard part with that is, I'm cool with these teams. If your preference is Cam Ward, if you're an organization that says, hey, like, we prefer Cam's style of play. We prefer, how Cam Ward goes about it. We really like his film at Miami. Like, we obviously love his arm. We feel like that can be a game-changing thing. Okay, cool. If that's your guy, great. That wouldn't be my guy. I'm a Shedeur guy. But ultimately, don't draft defensive end, edge rusher guy with a foot problem, number one overall in the draft.
You
can't do it, bro. Not when you've gotten, and listen, let me give Cam Ward some flowers, dude. The arm is awesome. His ability, his ability to roll and throw on the run is elite, but it's just his risk aversion that's the problem. And he's going to figure that out real quick in the NFL. But if you can dial that in, he's going to be a really good NFL quarterback. So I can see why people would like Cam Ward. I get that. But when I saw Mel Kiper Jr. put this out that Abdul Carter was right now projected to be the number one overall pick in the NFL draft this year, that's one of those where I just feel like that just is a silly pick at number one overall. Now, if you're sitting at 6 or 5, dude, that's a great pick.
This is obviously pre-combine.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
and maybe it changes. But
maybe it does. But I think you're looking at now, there's a new report from the Scheftinator, I believe, has it that doctors told Penn State defensive end Abdul Carter that after further scans on his right foot, surgery is not advisable. Carter will work out at his March 28th pro day at Penn State. I couldn't be more confident that this will be a non-factor where he's drafted, according to Adam Schefter.
Yeah, but see, Drew is just doing his job. I mean, that's what you're supposed to
We'll
say.
see. I don't know what that looks like, but we shall see.
I mean, I have to say, when it comes to foot issues with NFL players, like I'm down to overlook that a little bit if it's a safety, if it's a lighter weight skill position guy, right? Who is a fast twitch athlete who isn't leveraging themselves so much. But when you're a defensive end and you're pushing the offensive lineman the whole game, you're leveraging your feet and your ankles, and I just can't.
And one of the things that really concerns me is these are multiple injuries now. He had a shoulder injury in the playoff against Boise that kind of lingered. Like, I just worry about that. David Persons for $2. Doesn't Darth Sankey approve all first-round picks? I believe he does.
Right, yeah.
I believe he does. Wow, look at Calford, $50.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. What's it say?
Appreciate that very much. For your blue cheese dip donuts.
No.
And again, I'm here for it in the comment section. Blue cheese or ranch? I think we all know it's blue cheese. Blue turf. Dart is the best QB in the draft. I think there's a lot of momentum going that way. Yeah. If a team does not believe that the top QBs are not worth it in a weak QB class, which this is, trade down or take the BPA. And I think best player available is very interesting. That's very interesting. I think Mason Graham is the best and safest pick of the top 10 picks. Well, that could certainly be. And again, if we look at Kuiper's mock draft, Cam Ward now is a risk. Huge risk, probably a stretch, but a risk. Cam Ward, Travis Hunter. How is Travis Hunter not going to be successful as a football player?
Yeah, I don't know. The only way he's not successful in his early years is if he gets to a situation where they don't have a quarterback at all.
Is Will Campbell a guard or a tackle?
He's what you need him to be.
Mason Graham I think is going to be a stud, no doubt about it. Ashton Ginty, questions. Shedeur Sanders. I think Shedeur is going to be a fine NFL quarterback. I really do. I think Tyler Warren's going to be a hell of a tight end. I look at some of the other names on this list. I think Omarion Hampton is a very undervalued running back. I know I've talked about him a lot on the show. Emeka Egbuka has to be a home run, isn't he? I mean, the guy's a phenomenal.
He's got Seattle
athlete.
Seahawks written all over him.
Right. And I also think that when we look at some of these other guys, like Teteroa McMillan, I don't know that Ted is a number one player, a first round player. I don't know that he's a first round pick. I think that's a huge question. Mike Smith also says Calford equals evil, and I am here for it. Blue cheese dip donuts. Some beignets would be. Rock and Rant. Cam Ward has 2 really bad interceptions, but only had like 5 the entire year. I think that's exactly right. And I'm a huge Cam Ward fan. Those interceptions and those decisions he makes when he's pressed against the sideline, he wants to throw the ball away. And it's why I take Shedeur over Cam, because we saw Shedeur Sanders evolve his decision-making. It's the only question I have about Cam Ward, but we'll see. Capazzo. Calford, even I draw the line at blue cheese on donuts. Seriously. It's almost Pacziki time. Okay. Tzatziki sauce. Sounds good. Loner phone. Giants have me still on the ledge. Well, what do you think they should do? You got to get a quarterback there. Let's talk about this Tom Brady story.
Tom Brady.
Tommy. Tom Brady leading the quarterback recruitment for the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, listen, I'm not a multi-billionaire who is built for sex like Tom Brady. So I don't own a home in Montana. Now, the story goes that just coinkadinkly, Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford, same time, same place in Montana. Just happen to be in the. Now, if you believe the physical throwdown, quite literally, almost a physical altercation between Ian Rappaport and a hack of an NFL insider who I'm not going to name. They're arguing on socials, and then in person, it almost got into a physical altercation at the combine over Tom Brady recruiting Matthew Stafford to the Raiders and whether it was accidental that they met in Montana, of all places.
This hack reporter said to Ian Rappaport, allegedly, he said what he said. Allegedly said to Ian Rappaport, if you keep doing this to my reporting on Twitter, we're going to have effing problems. In the middle of a Starbucks, allegedly.
Where his dad formerly was not formerly, is the founder of Starbucks. This hack reporter.
Come on, dude. You like, I just don't understand it, man. Like, I'm people.
What are we doing?
Don Yee, Tom Brady's agent, wants to put out here that the story from the hack reporter is false about Tom and Matt just running into each other on a chairlift in Montana. Now, I'm all down with the idea that, yeah, it's probably not an accident that they, quote, ran into each other in Montana, that they just happened to be at the same ski resort on the same chairlift on the same day. Okay, I'm good with that. I'm fine with that. The problem is you don't have any way to substantiate that they, planned that they, somehow texted each other, got on the phone.
They broke up over
FaceTimed, got on Snapface, and planned this. You don't have a way to substantiate that. So if you can't substantiate it, then stop saying it. So for me, I look at this and you see the tweet on the screen. Ian Rappaport saying Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford, like many other high-profile people, both own houses in the same ski community. So the assertion is, hey, bro, you're reporting that they're scheming and they both own houses in the same community. Okay.
So Tom Pelissero, also of NFL Network, reporting on Twitter, reached for comment about an internet rumor that Tom Brady hosted Matthew Stafford on a recruiting visit in Montana. Brady's longtime agent, Don Yee, told me, quote, I know that reporters sometimes make mistakes in their haste, but this story's inaccurate. So Starbucks bro got the story wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And then he and Ian Rappaport started going back and forth because I don't shut up.
Yeah.
How about just shut up and go away?
Why are you going?
Go be a barista.
Why the hell are you going up to Ian Rappaport in a Starbucks and threatening him? Like, come on, dude.
It is so ridiculous.
I mean, it's such a low class move. It's such a and the problem is it pushes forward the narrative that lower end reporter guy is just here to get views and not actually like reporting, not actually like doing the job of it. And that's unfortunate, but like, am I going to sit here and believe that Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford just happen to run into each other? No, I'm not. I don't buy it.
And again, real quick before we move off of Starbucks, bro, you explain to me, if you are Fox Sports, you explain to me how this guy's still employed when NFL security is now investigating. And why are you Fox FS1? Because you have guys like this. It's outrageous to me.
I mean, I just think the idea of, hey, Ian Rappaport and company were able to essentially get a statement from Don Yee that says, hey, this is untrue. And then that turned into, in your mind, hey, let me go and physically threaten Ian Rappaport of NFL Network
in a Starbucks.
That's you're dumb, dude. You're not smart. You're not considering the ramifications of your dumb decisions. And I'm be curious to see what comes out of this, because you can't have people going up to these guys and saying, you know, the quote was something to the effect, allegedly was something to the effect of, you know, hey, if you keep doing this to my reporting, we're going to have effing problems. Like, okay, dude. Okay.
And yeah, I just think it is wild.
Like, tough guy in the room is always funny to me. Like, you know, loudest barker in the room guy.
You're going into a Starbucks, and I don't think anybody recognizes that he's the son of the founder of Starbucks, this guy. We need to talk, to which Rappaport said, we don't need to talk. Ian Rappaport's at a Starbucks talking to an NFL agent, and this guy walks up to him. Schultz, if you have anything to say about me, say it to my effing face. If this continues, we're going to have a effing problem. Rappaport called NFL security, who is currently investigating the matter. You're physically threatening somebody because you don't like their reporting. Like, what can I just ask in God's name, what were you thinking? Yes, exactly right. And that's why Fox is Fox, as somebody is texting me.
Name, image, and likeness.
That's why you are invisible. Second of all, does anybody really care that Tom Brady could potentially be recruiting Matthew Stafford to the Raiders? I don't. Why does this story continue to have legs?
That's kind of the bigger point, dude. Why is like these guys are acting like this is like someone died or something, or like a major, like a gambling ring got exposed on a ski chairlift, dude. Like, what? Like, yes, Tom Brady's going to recruit Matthew Stafford. Yes. Like,
why wouldn't it? Well, then he can't be on Fox.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, actually he can.
He's got no class.
I don't, and we've battled over this because certain people on this show,
yeah, such as in
don't think that Tom Brady should be calling games on Fox.
It's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said that Tom Brady,
Tommy,
ye of Giselle,
yes.
You know, if you're going to be a minority owner in an NFL franchise and you're going to be on Fox, you've got a responsibility, which is, hey, like, you can't go on Fox and start speaking about, you know, certain things. And you need to understand that people are going to point this out every week. Hey, he's an owner of an NFL franchise. He has privileged information, and he's also a commentator on Fox, man. Like, you don't get to just skip over that if you're Tom Brady. You don't get to be Tom Brady, be an NFL owner,
no, you don't,
and then call a game and not have people ask the question. So, yes, I agree that, hey, this is probably not a big deal. I don't think that Tom Brady's out here doing nefarious stuff. I think he's doing what every owner does, with all due respect. Like, he's out here networking, talking to other quarterbacks, trying to help his team, and then he's going to call some games on the weekend. It's not rocket science.
I don't care.
But a lot of people do. A lot of people do.
We tend to get our panties in a wedge over the stupidest stuff.
And yes, Americans.
That's what this feels like. This feels like much ado about nothing. Much ado about, okay, if he wants to call games, I agree. Don't put him inside of other teams' facilities.
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to talk to players, he's got their number. If he wants to talk to coaches, let him do it over a video. I don't care. The idea that somehow the universe is going to eat itself because Tom Brady's recruiting Matthew Stafford, so and somebody disagreed with you, so you went to a Starbucks and threatened physical violence, that's the part we should be outraged about.
Yeah.
Okay. Delaric, Rams, I probably got too fired up over that. Rams trade for a higher draft pick than us to move up to get Sanders. Could be.
Maybe.
The Hawaiian golfer, Mr. Bullcut. Do you mean the owner of the Raiders, Mark Davis, I think, needs to get a respectable haircut before he can get a respectable QB.
Bruh.
Okay. Sergeant Morhew, I agree, but in his defense, when you're a billionaire, I think you'll care much at all for your hair. I don't think Mark Davis cares.
No.
Yes, nerd fight. Conundrum. Hey, Monty. Mike Smith, price pick over under on giving a damn about some unknown reporter going after Rappaport in a Starbucks.
It's incredible, dude.
It's wild to me.
And that's the other thing I love about this story is that this dude thinks so highly of himself that he thinks he can go up to a guy in Ian Rappaport who, no matter what you think of Rappaport, is a veteran in the game and well-respected. Like, well-respected.
And you're at one of the biggest NFL events of the year, and you're physically threatening people at a
F
Starbucks.
around and find out.
You know.
Come on, dude. Be better.
Welcome to the nightmare. Hack reporter Starbucks bro needs to focus on the difference between a tall grande venti and not a meetup between Brady and Stafford. Exactly. And Eric and Raleigh ain't wrong. This is exactly why Conor McGregor said what he said. Like, who do you think you are?
Who the fuck is that guy?
Right? Like, who do you think you are, man? It's wild. Brandon Butler, the bigger issue is I do believe that Stafford is still technically under contract to the Rams. He has permission to seek a trade. So wouldn't that be tampering until he is released? No, because the Rams have given Matthew Stafford permission to seek his value in a deal. So it is not tampering. And Tommy was just on a ski lift, bud.
Whether you like it or not, man, not you per se, Brandon, but just like proverbial you, like whether you like it or not, like Tom Brady is really smart.
It's Tommy, please.
Tommy is really smart. He understands that his wife got knocked up by the jiu-jitsu instructor.
Here we go.
He understands that didn't work out for him, and
why go to the jizzy sex thing?
I need a dick and me.
Why go to this jizzy
Tom
sex
is really
thing?
smart, dude. He understands how to play the game. Oh, I didn't mean to meet up with Matthew Stafford. We just happen to have the same color ski boots. And, we rode down the Black Diamond run over here the other day. But, yeah, we just happened to run into each other, and it was really cool. And, we shared a Starbucks together on the chair, and it was all good,
Okay. Calford gifted 50 more Monty Show memberships.
Wow, bro. Dude. TJ, door's knocking, bro.
Stop.
We've got a competition.
Mike Smith, it's not rocket surgery. Okay. Boyd Lake, virtually all of these former players in the media are very well connected to owners. They all recruit. They do. And if you're not, you're doing something wrong.
Yes.
The stadium guy, James, if Brady wants Stafford, I'm okay with that. They will still lose to the Chiefs. I mean, the shots the Chiefs.
You are, with all due respect, I don't buy your Chiefs fan.
I'm a Chiefs fan. I'm a Chiefs fan.
I don't buy it.
That's bullshit.
And you can tell me that you've been a fan and you bought your jacket like 800 years ago before, Kermit was the quarterback, but I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I think if you're a fan of the scumbag Kansas City Chiefs, I'll just call you TJ Beck. If you don't have a membership now, and first of all, I would just like to say thank you for donating memberships. Thank you for TJ and Calford, and I really appreciate that you guys support the show. In all seriousness,
we must be pushing 400, 500 memberships
in the last couple of days. It has to. You guys are ridiculous.
Yeah,
you guys are absolutely. And listen, I'm here for it. If you guys want to give 50 more memberships,
my God, dude, let me get the button back out here. Jesus,
you guys are ridiculous.
This is incredible.
TJ, don't do it. Don't, please. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Do you know what that's like these days?
You guys are awesome. I appreciate that. And if you are not picking up memberships right now, I don't even know.
Yeah.
Toe Sucker 69. Toe Sucker 69.
Who are you, Donnie?
Gifted a Monty Show membership.
Bro.
And that. Much love, dudes. I appreciate it. Who am I to step in the way of two gladiators going head to head? I am not one to, Monty, much ado about nothing. Yeah, you're worked up on this Shakespeare rolling over in his grave. I mean,
Bro, this is incredible.
It's fine.
What did TJ say?
TJ, Calford is choosing violence. I agree. I agree. You know,
but I have to say, TJ, in his defense, Calford has been the king of membership gifting for some time. You know, that's been a thing for Calford for a while, and we appreciate Calford.
Calford is a long time,
and so
we appreciate
the
that.
dynamic here, TJ, and again, not criticizing you at all. I'm just simply explaining this. Is that you are now stepping in and challenging the king of gifted memberships, and so that's why we're going back and forth.
Yeah. Eric and Raleigh, Toe Sucker 69, the burner account for Rex Ryan.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, Sir Bob Lob says he did it. Yes. Sergeant Morhew, might be time to mute the notifications. The Calford versus TJ is the battle we need, not Hack Reporter versus Rappaport.
Facts,
I agree.
Dude. Facts.
I agree. Did that guy Paxton get one of the free memberships he was whoring for last night? Hey man, if you can't figure out how to join a membership, you know, it's fine. Are you not entertained? You know,
dude, I'm entertained for sure.
You know,
yeah.
Mike Smith, yes, Calford uses the calimony for good. Yes, he does. The stadium guy James for $5. I bought my scumbag Kansas City Chiefs jacket in 2020 at Arrowhead Stadium. I worked at the Kansas City VA from January 2020 to January 2022. Dallas is still my favorite NFC team. Okay. And again, listen, you guys, listen. I'm here for it,
dude.
I'm here for, and I continue to be here for it. And now I'm not going to read any comments that are not from members, because if you don't have a membership at this point,
yeah, it's insulting at this point. Literally, it's insulting.
Sir Bob Lobs, be nice to Paxton. Paxton couldn't figure out how to accept last night on the show, and he took some for it.
Dude.
He had to be trolling.
Like, come on, dude.
Tanner has TDS. Is Tanner here? Tanner, how are you not a member? Dude, there's free memberships all over the place.
You can't read his comment. He's not a member now.
Did he get one of them? Really curious. I don't think he did.
No, I don't think he did. No.
My turn to shine, Sergeant Morhew says. Yes.
Yeah, great job, dude.
How does Tanner not have a membership? I have no idea. San Diego State Glenn, what's worse than not having owned a Chiefs starter jacket? A Rydell Chiefs jacket, James. Dude, you guys remember the starter jackets?
Guys.
Do you guys remember starter jackets? I had a Chicago Bears starter jacket that I had knee surgery back like in 1990. My brother worked at Athlete's Foot. He bought me a Nike Flight type starter style jacket.
Yeah.
Gave it to a girl, never got it back. He was so pissed. He was so pissed. You know. I am not a member. Read me. Well, you did donate memberships. So I'm only a member because of the charity of Calford. There you go.
Yeah. See, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Whoa. Mike Smith, I had a killer pullover Chicago Bulls jacket. Dude, I had one of those satin button-up Bulls jackets, dude. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Buck nuts. I had a Black Buffalo Bills starter jacket. Ooh, remember the black ones? Oh, my God. I'm a clothes horse, honestly. I loved starter jackets. Like, it was one of starter jackets and Jordans. My mom would not buy them for me. I was a bagger and a cashier at Jewel food store. I worked at a baseball trading card shop. Like, I used to cut lawns. I vividly remember shoveling snow to pay for my satin Chicago Bulls jacket. I loved it. Loved it, dude. Loved it. I'm also totally broke. Okay. We appreciate Calford. Yes, we do. And it's okay if you're totally broke. Back in the day, I used to get killed for a starter. Do you guys remember that too?
Yeah.
Dude. I despise starter jackets. What? Why?
Bro.
Why?
I got to go up and get our burritos, dude.
Oh, are they here
They're
already?
Dude.
Okay.
They're already here. I got to run up real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I love the starter jacket. I did. Charles says, I was living in Hawaii and had a start. How do you wear a starter jacket in Hawaii? Bro, I miss Hawaii. I'm ready for Oahu and some Turtle Bay golf, and I'm ready. TJ Beck, Tightwad Hill is a legend. Okay. I have Russell athletic clothes. Oh, yes, you do. And I like it. Charles Arnett. Okay. Jake went to get the burritos, so we could not clap. The burritos are here already. You gifted us, you tipped us, so we got burritos. That's crazy how fast those got here. You did, so I'm assuming you ordered Beto's.
Yeah.
Right? There they are. Beto's is the best. Burrito Run, the premise to the next Buddy Road Run comment. There you go.
Yeah.
I love burritos. Bucknuts, thank you for the membership. This is a great show. Appreciate you being here. Did Jake have to go take a Duke? No, he had to go upstairs and get the burritos.
Yeah, bro.
Sergeant Morhew, you guys need to chill. We probably do. Giggity, damn, I want a Beto's burrito now. Bro, look at, you want to see, what kind of burrito did you get?
Pico salsa.
Did you add pinto beans?
Yes.
You want to see a burrito? My friends, that's a burrito.
Dude.
It
Macaque.
is. Yeah. Than certain folks on this show, it's got more girth.
Right.
It is what it is. Oh, Jake is gone. He'll be back. Flying Burrito Brothers burritos.
Okay.
You gonna really pull that fatty out? Okay, relax.
That was so well done, bro.
Foghorn Leghorn voice. Now I say,
dude.
boy. Now that's a burrito. Exactly. Who's Foghorn Leghorn, Jake?
I don't know.
Exactly. It's a rooster. First of all, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Sean Payton, for this membership. Exactly right. Exactly right. That thing is massive. You definitely get to 21 times with that. 21. Hey, boy. TJ Beck, that burrito is a hammer. Good Lord. That's what I'm saying.
Dude.
Mr. Preston, hello. Bull rattle later today after that burrito. Dude, I scared myself with one yesterday. I'll be honest with you. It was. Jake has led a deprived life. I'm saying. Jake is uncultured. Yes, he is. I'm just,
Oh, man. That was fun.
What was fun?
Just those comments. That was a good run of comments.
The whole thing.
Yeah, that was a good run.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, that was a good run.
How do we wrap up on Tom Brady?
Well, all I would say is I just don't think that people vilifying Tom, it's just not necessary. I think what's fair is, hey, if he's going to announce games and be an owner, there are certain things that he needs to do. Like you said, I mean, I would probably be keeping him out of the team's facilities. Like I would create, a layer there for Fox to simply say, yeah, he's not in facilities. He doesn't have access to, privileged information about other teams. Like, there's a layer of protection there. That's all you got to do. That's it.
Yeah, I just don't have a problem with it. I really don't have a problem with it. Boy, there are some wild takes on Gene Hackman's death on the old tweet machine right now. Man, I hope some of these rumors are
What are
true.
the takes? Like, what are people saying?
Just that there are. I'm not going to even bring them up, but I hope this is not. I hope that this was not a. Reports do not suggest foul play.
Yeah,
and let's just hope that that's what it is, because there are some reports that are nasty in the negativo. So if you're just tuning into the show this morning, legendary actor Gene Hackman, his wife and their dog were found at their home in New Mexico deceased. They're saying that they all died of natural causes at the exact same time, question mark. And I don't think anybody is saying that it's natural causes. That's not, I don't think, what anybody is saying.
Mm-hmm.
I think what people are saying is that there may have been other ways that he passed away. I don't know if this was some salacious thing. It certainly smacks of carbon monoxide poisoning, because even if you're murking each other, are you killing the dog too?
Yeah, it's hard to say, man. It's really hard to say.
That this is going to be wild to see what happens. And the authorities are reiterating no foul play is suspected. Wouldn't the double murk be foul play?
Yeah, I mean, if that's
I
what
would
happened,
think.
but they're saying that didn't happen.
The authorities are saying, and that's who I'm going to believe. Like, people DMing me about this, stop. Like, let's just,
Yeah.
He's one, in my opinion, he's the greatest character actor of all time. He is the greatest character actor of all time. Wow. Sergeant Mayhew for $100.
Damn.
Have a nasty fatty dinner on me. Also for Big Ten Media Day, we do a lunch meet and greet in Vegas. I'm all for
down,
it,
bro.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm down.
I am all for it.
By the way, really quick to that comment, is it not disrespectful as hell for the Big Ten to jump into Vegas for their media day? Like, what the hell is that?
That's kind of crazy.
Like, what the hell is that? Like,
That's
why
kind
are
of
you not
crazy.
just doing it in Chicago, or like, what are you doing?
Mike. He also says, in all seriousness, got to be monoxide natural gas. It has to be.
Yeah.
Gene Hackman, Hoosiers, best basketball movie ever. If one more person, do not do it today. Do not come in here and say Space Jam's the best basketball movie ever. Don't do it. It is, I think there is no doubt Hoosiers. It has to be Hoosiers. It has to be Hoosiers, right? Like, it cannot, there's no way that I saw this debate on Twitter this morning, and I want to say no, it is not. And the other one that the other one that I saw that people said was the best basketball movie of all time was Semi-Pro. And I love Will Ferrell, and I love that movie. But come on. I'm not taking Semi-Pro or Space Jam over Hoosiers. We're not, there is no chance we're doing that. Bookie's got to him. Stop. Meet and Meet could absolutely be Meet and Meet in Vegas. Big 32 brought to you by Harris and William Hill. Could be, right? SEC and Big 10 trying to take over every location the Big 12 can use. Vegas is a big town. Sergeant Moorhew, Space Jam 1 or is better than 2 for sure.
There's no question about it. LeCap can get the hell out of Space Jam, dude. Space Jam 1 is the only Space Jam.
White Men Can't Jump. Good movie. I think Hoosiers is better.
Coach Carter with Samuel.
Shut up. See, like, why?
That was my generation's basketball movie. Yeah, and it was trash, just like your generation, bro.
Do you guys see what I deal with on a daily basis? I'm talking about Hoosiers as a great basketball movie. Coach Carter, bro, I swear to God.
You fucking donkey.
Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, Space Jam is the best basketball movie ever.
Okay,
says the non-member.
Can't read your comments because you're not a member, dude.
Hackman was so great. He could play the guy you loved as a good guy and be so good as a villain. Little Bill, yes. I mean, I guess you're paying for a stupid comment.
Airbud 18.
I love Will Ferrell, but I could not get through the Semi-Pro movie. Yeah, I'll murder your family was one of the greatest lines ever. Maybe your ma didn't go to heaven.
Yeah, S my D, I'll murder your family.
Maybe your mom didn't.
Maybe your mom didn't go to heaven.
Like, bro, come on.
Oh, so good. Not better than Hoosiers. Not better than Hoosiers. Not better than Hoosiers. Like, you know. Yeah. Tyler Stout, Glory Road. You mean the movie Glory?
Smiles and glory holes.
Glory Road. Glory Road's a good movie, but it's still a Disney movie. Right? Glory Road is still a Disney movie. And I'm not saying it's a bad movie.
You're not a Disney guy, though.
At all. Deliric, Space Jam is about the 5th best basketball movie. White Men Can't Jump or Hoosiers?
Just so different.
Have you seen White Men Can't Jump?
Yeah, I have.
Hoosiers.
Yeah.
White Men Can't Jump or Space Jam?
For me, I'm still going Space Jam. I grew up on that movie. That's my movie, dude.
It's a cartoon.
Who cares?
Who
cares?
Blue Bloods. That test is culturally biased. There you go. There's good movies. Gene Hackman in Hoosiers was. They were abducted by aliens, transporter malfunctioned on the return, or else carbon monoxide poisoning.
Infowars.com.
Maybe Glory Road. I don't think so. Enemy of the State. What's the best Hackman movie?
Yeah, Enemy of the State is where I got introduced to good old Gino.
Space Jam 2 greater. Don't. Mayor McClung. No.
What are you doing? Like, how seriously, dude? How is your take that Space Jam 2 is better? You're seriously going Team LeCap with this?
Team LeCap.
I mean, come on, dude. Come on.
Team LeCap. Come on.
I'm not. No.
Conundrum. Gene Hackman. No Way Out. Yes. Wasn't Richard Gere, right? No, Kevin Costner. No Way Out was a good movie. A really good movie. Basketball for the win. San Diego State Glenn. DC Daisy is fast break, says otherwise, along with Gabe Kaplan. Okay. Blue Chips. I know what you meant, Blue Chips. With crazy guy now. Oh my God.
Need to narrow that down.
Gary,
crazy guy.
Oh my
Bettman?
God. No, did you say Gary Bettman? Gary Busey.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, the B's got confused there. Yeah, Gary Busey. He was good. But he's not greatest of all time material.
No. Certainly not. But I forgot. Oh my God, I forgot he was in Point Break. Oh, Point Break was such a good movie. That was such a good movie. Wasn't the best, but Blue Chips was decent. It was. What was that one with Ray Allen in it? I have no idea. With the great Irish actor Shaquille O'Neal. Blue Chips. Main event. Blue Chips with Shaq and Nick Nolte. Excuse me. I said Gary Busey. Nick Nolte. Yeah, and what is wrong with my brain? What was the Nick Nolte Eddie Murphy movie? Nick Nolte and 48 Hours. Oh my God, was that a good movie? Yeah, I mean, how is Like Mike with Lil Bow Wow not on the best basketball Stop
movies
it.
of all time?
The problem is you're not kidding. You're not kidding. He's not kidding. He's not kidding.
With a straight face, bro.
He's not kidding.
I just rolled out a Lil Bow Wow. Truly, that's some of my best material right there, dude. I want everybody to thank me for my greatness and my ability to bring up Lil Bow Wow.
He's not kidding. He's not kidding.
And with all due respect,
Channing Tatum and his tiny beanie. I mean, come on. Channing Tatum. Lex Luthor, yes. Blue Chips. High School Musical.
Yeah, right?
Basketball. Stop. Basketball. I haven't thought about that. Crimson Tide. Hoosiers. White Men Can't Jump. The Air Up There. Glory Road. Coach Carter. Then Space Jam.
I do think Coach Carter's in the mix, though.
It's not a bad movie.
Yeah,
it's just
not
not
the best
Hoosiers.
one, but like it's in the mix.
right? And the alcohol, the coach that's an alcoholic, and you know, like there's all of this
stuff.
Awesomeness.
Yeah.
You know, like it's fine. See, this is why we can't have nice things. What did we buy yesterday, Jake? What did we buy yesterday? Simulator. We bought something called a Foresight launch monitor. Oh, it turns out we're out of stock on those. Because it's refurbished. They're out of stock on refurbished.
Awesome.
God dog it.
Awesome.
You know, it's fine. Love and Basketball just exactly. Tokyo Drift, best basketball movie ever.
Just incredible, bro.
Best basketball movie ever. Bull Durham Major League 8 Men Out. What has it got to do? See, we
that doesn't work. That doesn't see that.
Ingratiate you back in,
dude. That doesn't work. That doesn't work.
And then you go full on.
Yeah.
So speaking of basketball, real quick, can we get to the T-Wolves and Lakers tonight? Jake, does Luka Doncic make the Lakers a championship contender?
I don't know that he makes them a championship contender. I think that you know they need to figure out how they're going to beat teams in a 7-game series. I think that Luka has obviously taken the trade personally, and I love, with all the Ozempic jokes aside, he looks trimmer. He looks like he's lost some weight. You know, he looks to be in better health and condition. I think that Luka is slowly starting to figure out how to play with LeBron, and I think they could have something good. But I don't know that Luka on his own makes them a championship caliber team. I do think that they're going to need one more role player kind of guy. You know, names that would come to mind of past would be like KCP, or, you know, a contributor that can add to their starting 5 off the bench and come in and kind of stem that tide. Because what they're doing now is it's like, hey, either Luka's on the floor or Bron's on the floor at all times, and they're kind of figuring out how to make that work together. So I think that they are definitely a playoff team, no question about it. But I have some reservations about when you start playing the best teams in the West and their depth shows up on those teams, how that's going to impact the Lakers and how the Lakers can really, you know, excel in those series. Because you know what people are going to do to Luka. They're going to ISO him up on the wing. They're going to want to attack him on the defensive end, and that's going to be tough for Luka. So that's why I'm saying I think you're going to have more scoring from your depth guys, and I think it would be smart of them to try to maybe get into the buyout market or something to go out and add one more piece.
Here's the buyout market for Luka.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and get that beer, bro. And look how mad he is. Like that. Have you guys seen this video? This is in Dallas. And here's Luka drinking a beer in a corridor. They've just won the conference championship. And they take the beer out of his hand, and this supposedly really pissed off Luka.
Yeah.
And I think this goes to show you Luka's got issues. And here's my question and why I play that video there. How long until he's back being that guy?
I think it'll be a while. I think when you get traded the way he got traded, man, like publicly, you know, I borderline disrespectfully, like, did this trade in the middle of the night.
There are people saying that he used the word humiliated.
Yeah.
He felt humiliated by the trade, because it was a blindside trade. He never knew it was coming.
Yeah. Just had bought a house or whatever, like
was building a custom home.
Like,
Anthony Davis. Did you guys see the house that Anthony Davis bought like 3 months ago in LA? Hilltop, like massive compound, traded him. I think I don't trust Luka enough. I think that if they're going to win a championship right now is the time they have to do it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that, T-Rob, wake me when he's not a complete liability on defense. And how do I say this without people losing their mind? I am a casual observer of the LA Lakers.
That's putting it lightly.
I'm a Laker fan. So I watch a ton of their games. He is a defensive liability still. And the other night, he's standing under the basket. Trip dub, they win the game. Everybody's thrilled. Standing under the basket, not defending a layup.
And so I look at that and I say, okay, well, let's say that you're playing, let's say you get Denver in a 7-game series. You're telling me that right now this Laker team is going to beat them 4 out of 7 times? Come on. I have trouble with that.
Yeah. Sounds like you have a launch monitor is going to be delivered along with Jake Scotty Cameron oil can putter.
Bro.
Oh my God. How long of a reference is that?
Yeah, dude, it's so frustrating, like this launch monitor thing. We're trying to create more content outside of the show. Like we're trying to really expand and do more things. And it's a lot of work. But one of the things that would really be helpful for us in terms of creating that content would be to have a launch monitor
that we can take to the golf course with us.
Yeah, that we can take out on the course and get every shot. And so we had sort of targeted in or locked in on the Foresight GC3, and they offer them refurbished. And I was like, well, I don't really see a big like a huge difference between brand new and refurbished with this particular product, right? It's a launch monitor. We confirm that when you do buy them refurbished, you do get all the software. Because the thing is, if you buy it new, you have to certain models or certain trim levels of it, you have to then buy the software, but at a certain level you're paying for the software up front. So if you buy a refurbished one where you also pay for the software up front, that's still cheaper than brand new. And so we were working on finding a refurbished one, and we had finally found it and thought we had secured it, and now they're saying they're out of stock on it.
And I'm going to be honest with you guys. When we talk about where does the money you guys give us go, it goes into stuff like
this.
This is a $6,000 investment.
Yeah.
It's not cheap. It is really not cheap. And you can take this out on the golf course with you. So it makes for much better. If you're a golf fan or you watch golf content, even on YouTube, you'll see it makes for much better content. We got a great deal on it. It's refurbished. We bought it right from Foresight, and now they're saying it's not available. That's frustrating. That oil can Scotty Cameron, so more frustrating.
Where does that leave us then?
Foresight, you get a sales rep. They give you somebody to use it. So I need to reach out to the guy. We'll see. Jeremy Bolton, Luka. Whoa. Hello. Luka is a top 5 scorer in the league, but he's not a top 20 player in the league. Boy.
Yeah.
And see, I think that is an excellent point. Do you want Luka on a championship team? Yes, as long as I have LeBron, or as long as I have an alpha that will say to him, that's not good enough. And I actually think JJ Redick is the exact right coach for him, because JJ doesn't care who you are. Like this, did you guys see the Kevin Durant quotes this morning?
Yeah.
Why did he reject the trade to Golden State? Was it because he doesn't want to be viewed as a ring chaser? No. Was it because it was a bad deal? No, it wasn't his idea. I want to control my own destiny. To end my career, I want to control my destiny. Luka didn't get to do that. Now, does that motivate Luka as you think? Well, we're going to find out.
Right. Oh, I don't know. But if this doesn't motivate you, I don't know what will.
We'll see. Welcome to the nightmare. Luka plays defense like every game is the All-Star game. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Luka has to be the Scottie Pippen. Yes, he does. A great comparison. Listen every day, however, can't comment every day, at least while I'm working inside the 5-sided puzzle palace. Thought I was a member, however, just realized today I was not. Well, we appreciate you.
Well, welcome, dude. Appreciate
being a member.
Man. It's good to see you.
We appreciate you being a member. It means the world. Seth Garcia gives us, $2. There are so many comments that our comment filter is a little slow.
Yeah, so
Seth Garcia for $2.
So, hopefully with this launch monitor thing, we can...
We'll get it figured out. I'm not buying
get one.
The new one is like $9,000, and I'm not doing it. I can't afford that.
Yeah.
Like I cannot do that. Please make sure you hit the like button. If you're watching on Twitter, TikTok, Spotify, Facebook, please come over to YouTube. The link is in all of our bios, or you can just Google search The Monty Show. First thing that'll come up is our YouTube page. Come on over, hit subscribe. Please give us a thumbs up. We've had well over almost 2,000 views now, and we're only at 61 likes.
Hit the like button,
So
guys,
please hit the like button. That helps the channel grow. Joey B, Full Swing Season 3. Netflix is amazing. I cannot wait to watch it. I'm waiting for my wife to get home. That's one of the shows we watch together. My wife is on a business trip. I'm excited for it. I am really excited for it. The Warriors are better off with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, let's ask that question after the season's over. Did you win a championship? If you didn't, you can't say that. Like, there's no denying Kevin Durant came in and he won a championship.
Multiple championships.
Yeah, that just,
Jimmy is motivated right now because of what happened in Miami. So, T-Rob, I hear that if you're a Laker fan, you eat your own boogers. This is really true.
Yeah.
It's a feast, unlike any other. Sorry. Now take Luka's defense, make it worse, and you've got Alex Caruso. Exactly right. Hey, speaking of really bad defense, did you see my boy last night?
You have to narrow that down.
Why?
Your boy?
Walker Kessler. I'm telling you, Walker Kessler is a star. You don't know who he is. You probably have never heard of him. Plays for the Utah Jazz. The guy is a flipping stud. And they almost traded him. The Utah Jazz almost traded him, and I am thrilled. I am absolutely thrilled that they did not move him. Last night, Walker Kessler became only the third player in history. And I think this is significant because I think you need to understand how good Walker Kessler is. I think he is top 3 centers in the NBA right now. And I'm trying to find the historical stat because I don't want to misquote it. Walker Kessler joined Nikola Jokic, or excuse me, Nikola. It's not Nikola. It's Nikola Jokic as the only player in NBA history to record 25 points, 10 boards, 5 assists, and 0 turnovers while shooting 100% from the floor. Last night, the Kings dominated the Jazz, 118-101. Walker Kessler in 34 minutes, 10 of 10 from the floor, 5 of 7 from the stripe, 14 rebounds, 5 dimes, 2 steals, 25 points. I'm telling you, he is a young stud that's emerging. And I'm fine if you don't know the guy's name. You better know it. TJ Beck, if Calford and I buy your new backdrop, can we name it? Nope. You know how many people have asked me that? Well, look, I'll pay half of it, but you got to put my Twitter handle on there. Not doing it. I do need a design for it.
Yeah.
We're thinking through some things. Is Jimmy being motivated by cookies now?
Apparently, bro. Yeah.
That story with LeBron James and Pat Riley. And if you're just tuning in, Pat Riley, the reason LeBron James and Pat Riley had a falling out, or not the entirety of it, one of the main reasons was because Pat Riley would not allow LeBron James to have cookies at the Heat facility.
Mm-hmm.
Like chocolate chip cookies. He took them away. Like you want to talk about micromanaging. Main event 10 for 10. Yeah, dude. If you're a Blazer fan, you have crippling depression and apathy, dude. I don't know that I've ever seen, and it is on my Twitter feed. I don't know that I have ever seen a better dunk than Shaedon Sharpe had last night. I don't know that I've ever seen it. I don't even know what you say about it. Again, and I think Scoot Henderson is doing things under the radar because he's not starting for that team. But if you look at the talent that is on that roster that's not playing, Robert Williams, DeAndre Ayton's such a bust.
Yeah.
Matisse Thybulle, all are out because of injuries. They win 129-121 over Washington the Wizards last night, and Shaden Sharp had a dunk that I don't know that we'll ever see again.
I definitely think it's a strong contender for dunk of the year.
It was unbelievable.
Mainly because it counted.
And they didn't have a guy that you could really gravitate to. I think Shaden Sharp is that guy. 33 minutes, 36 points, 5 dimes, 8 boards, only 3 of 7 from 3. It was, go find that dunk, because it is the dunk of the year. I think it's by a lot. Eric and Raleigh, noted fan of Bay Area sports. The Warriors are better off this season with Emo. He makes everybody better. Brandon Pajemski is playing out of his mind. Draymond has Butler committed to playing defense at a high level. Well, he's always been an excellent defender.
Mm-hmm.
He's a killer. We'll see if it happens. Auburn, great. Blocker Kessler. Exactly right. Exactly right. Eric and Durham, Durant is quicksand on offense. The ball dies with him. I totally disagree. I think he's not an alpha enough on this Suns team. What do you do with the Suns right now? Kevin Durant said, quote, "I want my career to end on my terms. I get why y'all wanted to trade me and why y'all looking at it. We play this season out, and if that's the decision the Suns want to make in the offseason, so be it." I agree with him killing that trade. I do. Kevin Durant's not done.
No.
Kevin Durant is not done. He's got a lot left in the tank, and I don't think he's quicksand. I think on this Suns team, as a huge fan of Devin Booker, I want to see the ball. I want to see Kevin Durant shoot more.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see him dominate games more. And I think sometimes he's too deferential. Boyd Lake, Cougars got another win in the desert. So glad to see the turnaround for BYU basketball. BYU's in the top 25. But what do you guys, I can't get past this NIL thing at BYU. Did you really forsake the football team payments for AJ DeBansa? I
don't know, man.
Did we really do that?
I mean, that's what people are saying, but again, like,
and you're buying that.
I don't know. I'm not saying I buy it like 100%. What I buy is that people are claiming that, and they're, you know, like, listen, dude, like Crew Wakely being comfortable enough to come out and speak on this now that he's at Purdue is crazy. Like, you're talking about one of your best defensive players from this past season, highlight creator, you know, always looking for interceptions, definitely a ball hawk kind of guy, transfers, and once he's out of the program, he starts talking. So again, I'm not saying I buy his story 100%, but what I do buy, just generally speaking, is when people are in a bad situation, or maybe that's strong, a situation that something's happening they don't like or don't appreciate. When they leave that situation and they immediately start talking and putting it out in the media, like, clearly Crew is frustrated on some level. Clearly Crew is upset on some level, right? Like, you can't just deny that, like, dude didn't just wake up randomly one day and say, yeah, I'm going to start bagging on BYU. That's not how that works. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, like, there's not, like, guys don't talk unless they have a reason to talk. So, I don't know. I guess I just feel like I believe that
I can fly.
I believe that I can fly right into the transfer portal and not get paid. That's what I believe. I think that my personal opinion, honestly, is I think that Ryan Smith and Danny Ainge have their hands all over that basketball team.
I would agree.
And I think what administration is, what it puts the administration at BYU in a position where you're not going to say no to alums like that. You're not saying no to Ryan Smith and Danny Ainge getting involved and allegedly pouring a ton of money into the program. And if they, you know, wanted to go out and get AJ and needed more money, and, you know, the question was, hey, where can we get more money on our side? Maybe that's what they did. But,
and can I also ask, how do you have a questionable character running the Royal Blue Collective?
Yeah, that one I just don't think that's just not a hot take. And people, like, we've been criticized a little bit, you know, for talking about that. Like, that's all publicly available information, man. That's not like we were told that. Like, I went and read about that.
Yeah, bottom line is BYU won again last night. Did you guys see K-State's season? They just need to end the season. How is K-State that bad?
Yeah.
How is K-State that bad? That is one of the shocking things. But Richie Saunders last night, the guy I told you to appreciate, 26 points, a dime, 2 steals, 6 boards, 6 of 11 from 3.
Nice.
Right? Like, you gotta, this team is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I think BYU could be dangerous. Well, and you know what? Catchings needs to learn how to score the basketball too. I could be wrong. I don't think he scored last night. No, 0 points, 1 rebound in 10 minutes. So, yeah, that's a good team. The awkward guy, man, I forgot the Blazers were even a team. LOL, no one ever even talks about them. They really do not. Tyler Stout, don't you live in Utah? Correct. What kind of sick person lives in Utah and roots for the Lakers? Well,
one that's not from Utah.
I'm not
just
from
enjoys
Utah.
Living here.
I just live here because it's an amazing place to live. So let me hopscotch around a little bit. TJ Beck, can you please add a drop of "Damn It, Jim" from Star Trek? You can use it for Oak State James or others. I mean, Harbaugh lives on. He buys cheeseburgers and stuff for hungry kid. TJ, the kids were hungry.
He's got no class.
Cheeseburgers for hungry kids in the cold. 10 feet of snow outside. Cheeseburgers for breakfast and stuff. San Diego State Glenn just committed a crime on the like button, kind of like that burrito's going to commit. Never mind, but no, not kidding this time. Yeah, where are we at on the like button? We're almost 1,800 views and only 69 likes. Hit the like button. I'm terrible at it. The Suns should cut Durant. No, they shouldn't. Come on now. BT Raider. Luka single-handedly took Dallas to the finals. Y'all just forgetting that. No, it's not. And BT, I think you might be new here, but as people who look at sports from an analytical, professional manner, I advise everybody to stop looking at what a guy has done. I don't disagree that Luka did some amazing things with the Mavericks. When you don't return phone calls from the general manager, when you will not stop smoking and drinking, and there are reports in Dallas, allegedly, he was so far overweight, he refused to get on a scale anymore. He refused to weigh in. There was apathy. He wasn't playing games. He's been consistently injured with knee, calf, and ankle injuries.
Why did they lose the finals? You're sitting here trying to make an argument that he single-handedly took them to the finals. Cool. Then he single-handedly lost them the finals with his egregious defense.
I'm just telling you, I understand why would I have done it? Probably not. I don't think it's the catastrophic deal that Maverick fans are making it out to be. I think here's the problem. If he turns around and plays out of his mind and the Lakers win a chip, don't confuse that with he would have done that in Dallas. What a terrible trade.
They will say, though.
He wouldn't have done that in Dallas because he wasn't motivated.
Yeah.
He wasn't professional. He wasn't working out. He wasn't on the Wegovy. You really think he's on
100%.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see. I think what the public doesn't have access to is, and these guys do, is an Ozempic-like drug that will cut weight off of you in 2 weeks.
Minutes.
Chop you down.
If I'm the Suns, Brandon says, tear down, start over. Have to. Trade Book and KD, then Beal will want out. Man, how do you trade a talent like Devin Booker?
Because, dude, the reality is he's not a one, and he hasn't.
He's not a
won
one.
yet. And I think what's hard is that if you're not a one, it's not your team. Like, I understand he is the Suns right now. Devin Booker is Phoenix. Like, I respect that, but you're trying to build a championship caliber team, and you just took one of the best players in the NBA and paired him with Book, and it flamed.
And I agree, he's not a one. I wholeheartedly agree.
I hate having to say that, but that's what it's turned into.
He's not an alpha, and Yeah. Beto Burrito making me hungry. I can't wait. Is BYU still hammering you guys? Last night we had some conversations. So, you know, it is what it is. All right, a couple more and then we got to go. Crystal meth. I couldn't speak on that.
I think if you scroll back up, I think Giggity had something. Keep going.
Giggity.
Highlighted right there.
Right. Oh, a member for 25 months.
Yeah, dude.
Did I miss Prize Picks update on Jake?
Damn it, Giggity.
I was just about to go to that.
All right, well, I'm gonna head out into the weekend and eat my burrito.
Last night,
and
we did a nighttime show. Jake convinced me to play a goaltender. Oh, 21 saves, bro. Mark it down. And what did I say? No. I played it. He lost. You guys want to know how much my balls hurt this morning? What did he say in Wedding Crashers? Excuse me while I go ice my balls. Kobe White, what did I tell you? Second half, 13.5 points. I took more. He got 14. De'Aaron Fox, I needed 1.5 steals and blocks. Lost. He only got 1. Jalen Green, 32.5 points, rebounds, and assists. I took more. 32. David Riddich, 21 saves, 14.
How does a guy only have 14 saves in a hockey game?
Because you picked him on Prize Picks.
How does that happen? Can I just act how, man?
Not a chance in the world that we were winning on Prize Picks last night because of you.
God.
NBA tonight. I think that when you look at the point, rebounds, and assist numbers, there's a couple of really interesting ones. Emo Jimmy, 29.5 points, rebounds, and assists at Orlando. I love that one to go over. LeBron and Luka at the crypto. LeBron's 39.5 points, rebounds, and assists against Minnesota. That's a huge number. But Luka is 43.5. Don't you have to take less on that?
Mm-hmm.
I think you do. AR-15, 28.5. We're going more. We're going less on Chubbs. And then I am curious about, I need one more. I want more. And the problem is when we look at, I think there's an interesting one in Combine. I can't do 40-yard dashes at the Combine. Can I? Can I? I don't think I can.
You could.
I don't think I can. I feel almost, rectally speaking, I feel bad doing it. Which is why I think you got to go Minwoo Lee.
Yeah, I like
birdie or better.
Yeah.
Or half a birdie or better versus his matchup is tough.
Hoygaard's been very streaky lately. There's the Hoygaard one down there.
Yeah. I think I'm going to be in on golf. And I think Sung J M for 5.5 birdies or better. That seems like such a huge.
That means he's got to get 6 for you to win.
And he's not done that.
Yeah.
I think we're going to go less. It's
a lot of birdies.
Austin Reeves, 28.5 points, rebounds, and assists more. Fat ass Luka, 43.5 points, rebounds, and assists less. And Sung JM less than 5.5 birdies.
Yeah. Great.
We're going to go flex play. We're going to go $20. We're going to win tonight.
Awesome.
Thank you for the reminder, Gigatti. You guys, freaking amazing show. The Monty Show is always presented by The Advocates at theadvocates.com. Until Monday, say goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye, Jake.
Monty Show, the truth in sports talk streaming. When you want unbiased opinions about your favorite team without the spin, all you have to do is find The Monty Show, streaming live and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on YouTube. And now, here's Monty.
Hey, The Monty Show, live on your tweet machine, YouTube, TikTok, anywhere you get a show, you just search The Monty Show. Come on over to YouTube. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up as always. The Monty Show is presented by the Advocates at theadvocates.com, the best injury attorneys in the business. Folks, don't trust your insurance companies. I know that seems, against common sense, but trust me when I tell you, when you get in an accident, the insurance company's not working for you. They're working for their shareholders. That's why you hire the Advocates. Let them fight the claims process. They're going to give you peace of mind through clear, risk-free advice at theadvocates.com. All right, some breaking news for you. We have done a lot of work on this Mountain West Pac-12 situation. And today we find out that there's a bunch of behind-the-scenes work going into an attempt by the Pac-12 to hold the Mountain West hostage. Is that strong?
To exert leverage.
To exert leverage on the Mountain West. We broke for you today that the Mountain West and the Pac-12 are going to arbitration at the request of the Mountain West Conference. And the funny thing about this request is both sides seem to really want it. I talked to multiple sources on both sides of the line here, the Pac-12 and the Mountain West. I was told directly that while this may be the next logical step, it really needs to be the end of the lawsuit process. You know that the Pac-12 and several of the exiting members from the Mountain West are suing the Mountain West Conference to get out of the poaching fees and the exit fees. Now, a little background on that for you. One of the more interesting parts of this conversation is you have several of those members, including Utah State, Fresno State, Colorado State, who crafted these poaching fees. They were involved in negotiating the scheduling agreement with the Pac-12 and crafting these poaching fees. And while the negotiations were going back and forth, at one point it was a $30 million per school, fee. At one point it was much lower than that. The number settled at 14. Thanks to the negotiation in part of some of these exiting members who, while they were negotiating that term and the poaching fees, were negotiating with the Pac-12 to leave the Mountain West and join that conference. So you not only left the conference, but you negotiated the poaching fees you knew would be part and parcel to this scheduling agreement, and then you left the conference anyways, and now you are suing the Mountain West to get out of the very poaching fees you yourselves negotiated on behalf of the Mountain West to the Pac-12. And part of this desire to go to arbitration is, if you're an exiting member of the Mountain West Conference, you're double dipping in legal fees right now. You're not only paying the lawyers on the Mountain West side of the line, you're paying the lawyers on the Pac-12 side of the line. And you may say, well, Monty, how is that possible? Well, here's the real bombshell in this entire conversation. Members of the Mountain West that are exiting the conference have yet to give formal notice. And in the Mountain West Conference, and I think this is a really important part of this conversation, in the Mountain West Conference, in their bylaws, there is specific verbiage and language that I'm going to put on the screen for you right here that specifically says any member, institution, any university in the Mountain West may resign membership in the conference. Such resigning member institution, quote unquote, the resigning member may resign the conference June 30th of each year by delivering written notice to the conference and other member institutions on or before June 1st of the preceding year. Now, if you scroll down a little bit, 2 lines, You'll also notice there's a non-refundable $5,000 payment from each exiting member institution to the Mountain West. Now, why is this significant? Because we are about to hit March 1st. And I know you're all very smart, but let's do some math together. March, April, and May. That's 90 days from essentially today that the exiting members of the Mountain West going to the Pac-12 have to provide written notice to the Mountain West that they're intending on leaving the conference. And then they must, by wire, immediately pay a $5,000 fee. Well, here's the problem. Not a single member that is exiting the Mountain West to go to the Pac-12 has provided written notice or sent a $5,000 payment. Okay, Monty, that's great, but why do we care? Here's why you care. Because what happens the moment that you provide notice you are leaving the conference by sending a letter and sending your $5,000 payment? You're no longer on the board of directors in the Mountain West. You're immediately taken out of the pipeline of decision-making. So what is the current state of affairs in the Mountain West right now with these exiting members to the Pac-12? Sources close to the conference, sources at 2 universities today told me directly their belief is, and in practical application, this is a stall tactic on behalf of the exiting members in the Pac-12. They are trying to stall the growth and development of the Mountain West Conference. They are trying to make it so the Mountain West Conference can't do business going into 26 and 27 by stalling and delaying. Because now they're still on the board of directors. So if you're the Mountain West, the remaining members and the new members, do you really want to have a meeting where you talk about the details of an upcoming TV contract? Do you really want to have a meeting where you talk about the X's and O's of your 2026, 2027 game plan with members in the conference who are leaving and going to a rival in the Pac-12? Jake, I think this is nothing more than an effort by the Pac-12 and the exiting members of the Mountain West to stall progress in the Mountain West Conference.
Without a doubt. And I think that, the Pac-12 schools have been looking for a strategy, a tactic, an angle to work, to try to buy time, to try to, delay things, to stall things. And they seem to have found one here a little bit. I don't think that in the end, this is going to have, massive ramifications on what these two obviously want to do. And I think if you're the Mountain West and you're Gloria Nevarez and the leadership here, one thing that I think, is clear is that the communication between Gloria and the member institutions that are committed to the Mountain West is excellent. And so, the question for me right now with this information we have is, for these schools and Gloria Nevarez, the schools that are committed in Gloria Nevarez, how much conversation is happening behind the scenes? Because I'm inclined to think, based on what, we now know, that just like the Pac-12 behind the scenes is talking and all these schools are working together and they're forming a strategy. And I'm sure Teresa Gould is having great conversations with all these schools. I'm inclined to think that the Mountain West is doing the same thing. And it seems to be one of these situations where we kind of have both sides. They're both, kind of operating in their own way independently. Yeah. And the paperwork is kind of bringing them together and making it kind of a not a confusing situation, just a more complicated situation. And so it does beg the question, like, who's going to be the person in the room that stands up and says, hey, this is what the paperwork says. This is what you guys want to happen. And we got to find that middle ground. And I think that's why we're getting this, mediation, situation developing. They need some way to sort of move forward together.
Well, and I think it was very interesting. I talked to a source on the Pac-12 side of this situation today, who said we need mediation as much as the Mountain West does, because there's not a scenario in the current ecosystem of college athletics where a G5 conference, let alone 2 G5 conferences, can be paying exorbitant legal fees. The whole goal here, as we have reported on this show for months, it was never to wind up in front of a judge arguing your case. The whole goal here, if you're the Pac-12, was to reduce these fees as much as possible. The whole goal here, if you are the Mountain West, was to get as much in fees as possible. I think both sides realize that goal by going to mediation. And I am told, and pretty passionately by some, people directly involved in this process today, this is going to settle in mediation, because neither one of these conferences has the financial wherewithal or ability to spend tens of $millions more in legal fees. And that's all you're doing if this goes to court. And if it goes to court, it's going to be very difficult for a judge to rule on this with any kind of definitive, final call or ruling. There's going to be appeals. It's just going to drag on forever. So going to mediation, while it was the next appropriate step, I think, as we've reported on this show, was always the next step. But I think truly, the news of the day with the Mountain West and the Pac-12 is the statements that we are getting from exiting members. For instance, here is your comment, if you will, from Utah State University. And this is almost exactly across the board of what we've gotten from pretty much every exiting member, and dead silence from the Pac-12 conference. The Mountain West Conference referred us to the universities. The universities don't want to talk about it. And the question that was asked here specifically, and I am going to read you the email that I sent directly to the Mountain West Conference, to the exiting members of the Mountain West Conference, because I think it is pretty damning. I truly think it's pretty damning. I said to the Mountain West today, I'm looking for clarity, I said to Utah State and other exiting members of the Mountain West, I am looking for clarity. Have you sent written notice and your exit fee to the Mountain West Conference, letting them know your intention of exiting the conference? This is the response that Utah State sent back. I will also tell you, as you look here, this is just a link to the media release saying, hey, we're joining the Pac-12 conference. This is a nothing burger, what you're looking at right here.
Right.
This is in no way, shape, or form, no legal way, as again, I will refer you directly to the paragraphs relating to resignations leaving the Mountain West Conference. That email and that media release in no way serves notice that you are leaving the Mountain West Conference. And I'm also going to take you back to the pro rata that you deserve. Because do you remember when San Diego State, in what was that, 2023? Adela Della Torre, the president at San Diego State, sent a letter to the Mountain West Conference commissioner and all of the members saying our intention is to leave this conference. And then said, no. What? Who, we? What? The pro rata we deserve. You guys remember that letter? That's how you know that this is a bunch of hooey. They know exactly what they need to do. And frankly, they know exactly what they are not doing. Because when I reached one of the administrators at one of the exiting members of the Mountain West Conference today, they chewed me out, got angry and upset, called me a troublemaker for simply asking the question, have you sent written notice and the required fee to the conference to let them know that you are exiting and going to the Pac-12? Not no, we have not no comment. Hey, why are you stirring the pot here? This person said to me, why are you stirring the pot here? You're a troublemaker. That's what I was told today. For asking the question, have you sent a written notice and the required fee? $5,000 wired to the conference upon written notice that you are resigning your place in the conference. Have you done that? And there was frustration. There was anger. There were essentially no commenting through emails that have no comment in them.
Mm-hmm.
The exiting 10 members, or the exiting members of this conference, know exactly what they're doing. But there is also a kind of a look inside Because you also have this right here. The new members of the Pac-12 have not signed a grant of rights. They have not signed a charter, a membership agreement. And when I called the Pac-12 conference today, nobody called me back. When I emailed the Pac-12 conference today, nobody emailed me back. And it's very telling that if I email the Mountain West or I call the Mountain West, they're essentially saying you need to ask the exiting members. When you call the Pac-12, they don't say anything. They don't want to comment about it. When you contact the exiting members, they get upset. They don't answer your questions. They call you names.
And I think the interesting point to this headline here about, hey, the exiting members of the Mountain West have not signed their agreement with the Pac-12 to officially join yet, brings me back to what J.D. Wicker said earlier this week, where J.D. Wicker, and I don't feel like a lot of people caught this, but when I heard this, it stood out to me. J.D. Wicker was making a point about, hey, we're going to have, he says, and you'll hear it in a minute, that they are going to have their media rights done by the end of March. But I want you guys to listen to the fact that he brings up the term MOUs signed in this clip. He's not saying, in this clip, he shouldn't be saying anything about MOUs. Because MOUs have nothing to do with
Jake, he shouldn't be saying anything at all,
well,
if we're being honest, right?
I agree with that 100%. He should be letting Teresa Gould speak on this. I agree. He stepped out of line. But what I thought was really interesting is that J.D. Wicker included the term MOU, Memo of Understanding, in the same conversation as a media rights deal. And I don't think people put together that, hey, these schools have not signed officially with the conference. So listen to him talk about that.
They have nothing on paper. Yeah, I think that's a great point.
End of next month, we will have the MOU done for our television deal. So we will know what our TV deal is going to be, who our partners are going to be. I will say this, they're entities that you're familiar with, that you would recognize. We're going to get great exposure. And the really good thing is we're going to get more exposure. It's not just going to be football and men's basketball, but it's going to be all of our sports are going to have the opportunity for this increased exposure. It's going to be increased revenue, which is a big thing for us. So that's really the next big piece. Once we know that, then we can go recruit that 8th football playing member. We need one more football playing member that has all of its sports to meet FBS rules or NCAA FBS rules. And then after that, we'll figure out if we're adding 1, 2, or 3 more schools, and whether they're coming in all of their sports. They might be coming in some of their sports.
What are you doing, J.D. Wicker, at San Diego? That's the athletic director at San Diego State. Now, what did I just mention? The fact that they sent a letter to the Mountain West offices and each of its member institutions saying we're leaving in 2023. And then we're like, no, we didn't do that. And now you have J.D. Wicker saying, oh, yeah, we'll have a memo of understanding on the TV deal done by the end of March. Yeah. And you also have the people negotiating their TV deal today having a disastrous interview with Sports Business Journal where they essentially said nothing. Nothing's happening. We're not talking to anybody in specifics. So now we're just going to get a deal done in like 3 weeks and have a memo of understanding.
And here's the thing that, and you tell me if I'm wrong about this, but what really, the reason this caught my attention is because memo of understanding and, media rights don't typically go together when administrators speak. Typically what you hear, and again, maybe I'm nitpicking, I'm open to that, okay, cool. But I've never heard an administrator say, hey, we're going to have the MOU signed on our media rights deal. That's never been crazy. How people talk about it. What they typically say, and again, we have a lot of experience with this, right? You go back on the channel. We've heard loads of people talk about media rights deals through the whole Pac-12 situation when the conference melted down. And what they say every single time is, hey, we're going to get our grant of rights done, and then we're going to get our media deal done. Because people like to throw those in the same thing.
That's right.
And your grant of rights is with the schools in your conference. your media deals with the TV partners. So my point in this is to say something like, hey, we're going to get the MOU done on our media rights does not actually add up. And when this came out, when you told me about all this stuff today that we learned, it makes me think, hey, JD is obviously having these conversations and is ahead of the curve on the information, of course, but they're confusing the two.
Yeah.
Which makes me feel like, yeah, these schools haven't signed a damn thing. And that's why you don't have a media rights deal done yet, because the TV partner's not going to do that with you until you have your schools.
And again, I can tell you, I talk to people in television all the time. I talk to people at universities all the time, multiple every day. Everybody who I have spoken to in television about this Mountain West Pac-12 situation knows exactly who the Mountain West is talking to. Knows that they're talking to Fox, knows that they're talking to CBS, believes that they are talking about an extended deal with Turner. But it was interesting today, a source in the television network said to me, in the television industry said to me, I wouldn't expect a deal out of the Mountain West until late spring or early summer, because you're not going to announce a deal when you have a deal in place for the next 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, they do have a deal in place for the next 18 months.
And listen to what Gloria said, right? Because Gloria basically intimated when she came on our show last week to do an interview, we had her on. She basically said that she's 100% confident that they're going to get a deal done, but that she wasn't going to speak on timeline because there wasn't a hurry. They weren't trying to go fast. They were going to go through the process.
Right. That's right. She said that.
So she said that here.
How is your relationship with your TV partners from your perspective? And B, how close do you actually think you are to getting a new media rights deal for the Mountain West Conference?
Yeah, so, we've had long-term partnerships with CBS and Fox at the Mountain West. And of course, I've been in this business for 30 years. So of course, it's a small world when it comes to that. We've known each other for decades. So we do have very strong relationships with those two, and we are working with them on what a new media would look like. I am very, very confident, 100% confident. We will have a media deal. When it will be finalized and what it will be, that's still in the works. And, these things take time, and we're ahead of schedule. So while we're moving with urgency, I don't think we have a rush to hit a deadline.
I think that tracks.
Pretty definitive. And now I had totally forgotten about that. Now a high-ranking official in television says why would they be in a hurry? And so I go back to, because I asked this same individual about what Teresa Gould said about a transformational partnership.
Right.
Right. Now, before I tell you what I was told today about this comment, listen to the comment.
The one thing I keep saying to potential partners is, given where we are as a league, I don't want these partnerships to be transactional partnerships. I don't want this to be a media rights partner writing us a check and televising a bunch of games. We need these partnerships to be transformational at this point, and for somebody to really jump in with us and say, we want to help elevate and reimagine the new Pac-12.
Yeah. Front Office Sports with the Teresa Gould interview there. And I will continue to tell you, when I talk to television people about the Pac-12 TV deal, nobody is exactly sure who they are talking to. And nobody is exactly sure what that deal is going to look like. Most people I talk to say, when you say things like, we need a transformational partner, it's not a good thing. That means you're not talking to anybody. Because if you were talking to somebody serious and the hints are, hey, it's CBS and Fox and ESPN, you wouldn't be saying we need a transformational partner. And I think it's very interesting that a TV executive today told me if they said that while I was negotiating with them, I might find myself offended. And I think it's interesting because if you're talking to ESPN, are you talking about how you need a transformational partner?
No, you're talking about how you have the best of the best.
We're talking to the biggest brands in television.
Yeah.
Who are going to help us transform our image and our brand.
Now, we're not going to play the whole clip, but I want to run the JD Wicker clip back because I want you guys to hear. He kind of intimated this, right? Because he said, hey, we're going to get more exposure. It's going to be done, like kind of kind of pushing forward what they have. So you just heard Teresa Gould say they need a transformational partner. And then J.D. Wicker says this earlier in the week.
End of next month, we will have the MOU done for our television deal. So we will know what our TV deal is going to be, who our partners are going to be. I will say this, they're entities that you're familiar with, that you would recognize. We're going to get great exposure, and the really good thing is we're going to get more exposure. It's not just going to be football and men's basketball, but it's going to be all of our sports are going to have the opportunity for this increased exposure.
Listen, I get it.
That's two different stories, man.
Now, why do I bring all this up, and why do we play all these clips?
Yeah.
We do that because now when you start hearing about our exclusive reporting today that the exiting members of the Mountain West have not begun the process of leaving the conference, and they have until May 31st to do that. They have until the last day of May. And the reason that that's significant is that's 90 days from now. And the reason, according to sources I've spoken to at universities involved in this process, is the belief is they're trying to handcuff the Mountain West. They're trying to put the Mountain West in a situation where they're at a standstill so that they don't continue pulling away. And I can tell you right now, an administrator in the Pac-12 said directly to me today, we cannot allow the gap to widen between us and the Mountain West. And when I said, what does that mean? This individual said, I'm talking about TV because we're already behind the curve on expansion, which is exactly what we've been saying on the show.
That.
I think it's 100% accurate.
And let's be specific, because I want to make sure that that we're all on the same page about what that means. What that means is that, again, when you're trying to get a media rights deal done for your conference, typically, if you think about it in a traditional sense, like you look at the Mountain West, they have their members, they already have, they're essentially just working on an extension of what they've already got with their current partners, right? And sometimes when there's an extension, you'll add a little piece here, a little piece there. But for the most part, that TV deal and media rights deal is going to look pretty similar. The problem here is that the Pac-12 is in a really, frankly, an unheard of position trying to get a media rights deal done. You don't have but two members in the conference officially, right? In an official capacity, you have two members in the conference. You've got, six more, right? Who allegedly, because I'm going to say it, allegedly are going to join the conference.
Oh, I don't have any doubt it will happen.
Well, but hear me out, right? So the plan is that these schools are going to join the conference. These schools you see on the screen are going to join the conference. And my question is, how is this going to go down? So you're telling me that you're going to go and get a media rights deal done, allegedly by the end of March, and you're saying that in one swift stroke here, you're going to get the schools, the deal done, and you're going to be set to go in short order, in quick fashion, because that's what you're essentially saying.
That seems unlikely to me.
That's what I'm saying. So that seems unlikely to me that with this timeline that we've seen in the what would you call it? The charter with the Mountain West there?
Yeah.
With the 90-day timeline, plus what J.D. Wicker is saying about having a deal done by the end of March, I don't feel like A plus B equals C here. I feel like what we're getting is we don't know what A is, B is the school, and C is a TV deal, and we don't know how to get to C. And that's what's difficult.
What's written here is very straightforward. This is not, my friends, this is not rocket science. This is not very difficult. You got to send us a letter by June 1st with a $5,000 wire attached to it. And they haven't done it. And they haven't done it because I don't think they have anything to sign in the Pac-12. And I think I tend to agree with some of the folks around the Pac-12 and the Mountain West that they're trying to put a pause. They're trying to freeze the Mountain West from moving forward. And I think the other important part of this is the Mountain West, the remaining members and the new members of the Mountain West cannot meet without the exiting members, because those exiting members are still on the board of directors. So it's not like you can be like, all right, well, let's just head down the street to Arby's and have a meeting. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
It's a board of directors. There are rules and bylaws that govern that. So this is just the beginning, I think. And listen, if you're just hopping on with us here, we are talking about breaking news tonight around the situation in the Mountain West. The Mountain West and the Pac-12 have agreed to go to arbitration. That is at the behest of the Mountain West Conference. And I think if you look at the way this dynamic has gone, everything that has moved this situation has come at the request of the Mountain West. When you have Gloria Nevarez and her constituents putting on the table while they are negotiating these scheduling agreements, hey, let's talk about merger. Let's talk about merger. And the Pac-12 repeatedly saying, no, no, no. You have the Mountain West saying, hey, let's merge. Let's get on this course. Let's get this structure in place. And you have the Pac-12 saying, no, 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 we're going to go this way. And while saying they're not going to merge with them, they were behind the scenes negotiating with members of the Mountain West to pull them out of that conference and put them in the Pac-12, which is what we had talked about for how long now? You have the exiting members of the Mountain West negotiating a scheduling agreement that included poaching fees, and what had, by our sources telling us, had become kind of a heated is probably too much, but there was some frustration and vitriol in this negotiation about these poaching fees, which I think is significant, because if you knew the poaching fees were invalid, because remember what the Pac-12 is saying in their lawsuit against the Mountain West, these poaching fees are not valid and are not sustainable. Well, if you knew that, why did you throw numbers back and forth? Just an interesting question. But you negotiated this deal, the Mountain West did, with the Pac-12 that included members who either already knew they were going to the Pac-12 or were in the process of negotiating a move to the Pac-12. I mean, this is not how you do business.
Yeah.
And one of the tenets of contract law, and we talked about it on this show, and we've spoken to legal figures about this, there has to be a good faith basis for negotiating a contract. And then after the contract is executed, which means signed and agreed to, you have to act in good faith to uphold the contract.
Yeah.
And I don't think that you can say that that is the case by the Pac-12 side of this.
Yeah. And for me, just my opinion, my thoughts, I think about this, and, I still, as much as the Pac-12 is trying to pause or delay or like hold the Mountain West up, I still find myself feeling like the Mountain West, in terms of negotiating stance, is in the driver's seat here, because you can still hold the exit fee over the Pac-12's head, right? We know that on the institution level, it's a letter and $5,000 at the institution level. But the poaching fee is the one where I say, hey, man, like, yeah, you're going to mediate, but ultimately, if you're the Mountain West, I would be saying, and this is me, and I'm not an administrator. There's a reason I do a talk show, not lead a school. But I would be saying things like, hey, if you don't want to go to court, then we can go ahead and look at the poaching fee. And we're not, like, our bottom line is 25 or whatever the number is. Like, I'm not coming too far off 30 a year, and or 30 a school.
14. It's 14 million per school.
14 a school. Like, I'm just not coming far off of that, like, at all, even a little bit.
The issue here is, I think another part of this freeze, or, stopping the hands of time by the Pac-12, is I think they're trying to sweat UNLV out of the Mountain West. I think that is because, remember, part of this new agreement and this new grant of rights and this new conference that the Mountain West has become is, there's certain monies promised to UNLV, same in the Pac-12. And I think the Pac-12 believed, and may still believe, that if they hold the hands of time and they freeze progress in the Mountain West, that they can somehow make UNLV become available. And I'm very interested to see how all that plays out, because I also think as we look at the broader, bigger picture of college football and what it's going to take, I don't see any way that the new college football playoff negotiations don't impact this situation.
Yeah.
I don't see any way, because I think, and I know Gloria Navarro said this on our show last week, you're not going to have a large number of these schools participating in revenue sharing. Didn't Ross Dellinger at Yahoo, I think this afternoon, had a story. He did. Big East Commissioner Val Ackerman says that she expects some Division I universities to drop out of participating in rev sharing within the year. You're not going to have these G5 level schools participating in revenue sharing across the board. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
And so when we talk about how heavy is the financial burden, they're going to arbitration because neither one of the parties here, the Pac-12 nor the Mountain West, neither one of them are unintelligent. I think they both know every penny matters. Every penny counts. And if you're going to pay tens of millions of dollars to lawyers to go to court, not once, but probably multiple times on appeal, you're going to bleed each other dry.
Yep.
And nobody's going to survive that. And I think when you look at this situation, I think it is very clear that we are in a spot now where this is an existential crisis for these two conferences.
But do you agree that the Mountain West, though, has more of an ability to sweat out the Pac-12 than the other way around with the poaching fees?
I think it is going to be very difficult to sit at a table in an arbitration room where you have an arbiter or maybe several. I don't know what the structure of their arbitration is going to be. It's going to be very difficult if you are Teresa Gould and the exiting members of the Mountain West to look an arbitrator in the face who's not a judge. You need to understand that. An independent arbitrator is not a judge. It's going to be very tough to look that arbitrator in the face and say, these poaching fees they're invalid. These exit fees that we negotiated long before we left the conference, and we participated in this scheduling agreement where we ourselves negotiated the poaching fees while we were negotiating leaving the conference to go to the Pac-12. Yeah, those are invalid. We're not going to pay those.
I mean, it reeks of what the Pac-12 went through with the 10 schools that left. I mean, it
doesn't reek of it.
Like, it is the same.
It's
thing,
the same,
bro.
When you have USC saying, no, we're not going to expand. Hey, I got to go. Oh, hey, Big Ten.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Kev. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened in the Mountain West. You had a lack of good faith.
Yeah.
From these exiting members in the Pac-12.
So my point is, with all of that said, when we're talking about sweating people out, whether the Pac-12 is trying to sweat the Mountain West or UNLV or whoever it might be, I guess my opinion is still that I just feel that the Mountain West has more ways to do that to the Pac-12 than vice versa. And it really, this like a year and a half, 2 years from now, when this is all figured out and we look back on this and, we know everything that happened, I really do feel like these situations in college athletics come down to the person in the driver's seat and how much they want to put your feet to the fire. So, like, whether that's Gloria Navarez, whether that's the administrators or the schools that are staying in the Mountain West, it really comes down to, because there's been a lot of conversation on this show about how, when the Pac-12 went to do the scheduling alliance, the initial thought was, hey, the Mountain West was doing that because they were trying to be nice, right? That they were trying to just, be an advocate of sorts, if you will. And Gloria Navarez on this show last week very plainly said that they needed to do that to protect themselves, that it wasn't that they were trying to be nice.
Yeah, I asked her, and I think that's a great point. I asked her point blank, and I think in a bite that we still have, do you regret talking to the Pac-12? Do you regret it? Do you regret taking that step? Do you regret having those conversations with the Pac-12?
Not at all, because without that scheduling agreement, we wouldn't have the protections that we had that helped keep the league together.
I mean, that's pretty cut and dry. Without those poaching fees, without that scheduling agreement, the Pac-12 pretty easily could have poached her membership, and there's nothing she could have done about it.
Yeah.
Because, again, what happened in the Pac-12? Well, the grant of rights was expiring. And what's happening now? The grant of rights is expiring. They need a new TV deal in 18 months.
Yes.
So it's eerily similar, except you were playing checkers and the Mountain West was playing chess with that poaching agreement. And now a judge is not going to rule on whether they're valid or invalid. It's simply going to be a negotiation with an independent arbitrator of how much are we going to pay? Because that's really what arbitration is going to come down to. So I think it's fascinating. Let's quickly recap it. So they are going to arbitration. I think it's important to note Gloria Nevarez and her constituents in the Mountain West are the ones that initiated arbitration. And there was a bunch of hemming and hawing today. They're going to arbitration. That process is going to start shortly. It's not a question of are they are going. It's only a question of what the outcome of that arbitration looks like. And I think you need to watch that very closely because they both have financial obligations to their membership, both new and existing. So we'll see how that goes. Members of the Mountain West, exiting members of the Mountain West have not provided written notice that they are leaving.
Which is just crazy.
It is a tactic, I think saying that they're trying to damage the Mountain West, I think that's strong. I think they are trying to ice the Mountain West and cripple their ability to make new deals. Because right now, and I think this is a really important detail, you can't meet as a board unless the entire board is there, unless you have the minimum requirement of board members there. And that's certainly because they haven't exited the conference, includes those members who have announced their intentions to go to the Pac-12. And you're not going to negotiate future contracts. You're not going to discuss future business into 26 and beyond when you have these exiting members sitting on your board.
And I also wonder too, like, you know, when the Pac-12 melted down and they went through all of that with the 10 who were leaving, the fuss was about future distribution, going to the conference or going to the schools and things like that. So in a time when money is clearly of priority to both sides here, I'm curious if there's, and whether it's, I'm not saying it's specifically tournament shares, but like you can't tell me that part of this process for the Pac-12 more so than the Mountain West is making sure that you can recoup any money you can, whatever opportunities might be out there.
Yep.
And making this as cheap as possible, which again, I still maintain is going to be damn near impossible to do. I just don't know how you get there.
But what did the Mountain West Board of Directors do when schools notified them? Kicked them off the board.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just, the irony is so thick. Exiting members of the Mountain West Conference have 90 days pretty much from today. They have to notice the Mountain West of their exit on May 31st.
Right.
You have to let them know because, again, and I want to show you, this is directly from the Mountain West Conference membership agreement, that you have to notice the resigning members June 30th of each year by delivering written notice to the conference and the other member institutions on or before June 1st of the preceding year. So you can exit on June 30th of 2026, but only if you deliver notice by June 1st or before.
Yeah.
And you pay a $5,000 fee. So you're right. You're on the clock.
Yeah.
You're on the clock and you're running out of time. And I think that there is a certain pressure being applied there. And I think this is also a significant part of it because the new members of the Pac-12 do not have a signed agreement with the Pac-12. They do not have a signed grant of rights. They do not have a memo of understanding signed with the conference. And I think we all took it for granted. Well,
I just think it's assumed when the schools behave the way they did.
Well,
like when you come out that strongly, again, to your point, what you showed earlier in the show about like, hey, like you asked them for comment, Utah State specifically, you asked for comment. What did they send you? Oh, they sent you a link to the press release of the Pac-12
from last September.
Yeah, in this case, Utah State from last September saying you joined the conference. So let's not forget that when that went down, these schools did this extremely publicly.
Confetti,
they were way
parades,
out, like
celebrations.
But do you remember all the running joke about when you were going to get the new graphic and like when the schools are going to update their Twitters? Like they did all of this very publicly. And so I think when you talk about it was assumed, yeah, I do think everybody, including myself, just assumed that they had those agreements done. Like, look at this.
This is a graphic from the Pac-12.
As basic as hell as this graphic is, it's still a graphic with the teams.
And I think it is very interesting that these 5 members have not delivered notice of their exit and their $5,000 fees, and they have not signed a grant of rights and a memo of understanding with the Pac-12.
So, again, to this point, I don't know how, if they get a media rights deal done by the end of March, it will be something that nobody's ever seen before, in my opinion. Nobody's ever seen a media rights deal get done where you don't have the schools signed in an official capacity yet. And secondly, to that point, you don't even have enough schools to be recognized by the NCAA as a conference yet.
And
like,
let's get something straight. If they're going to the Pac-12, they are leaving the Mountain West. This is a stall tactic.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons we know that is because sources close to the Pac-12 today told us the agreement that they do have that says, hey, you're going to join and you will sign your agreement by June 31st. And there is some debate by which how much is the penalty if you do not sign your agreement by June 31st, but it's tens of millions of dollars. It's a lot of money. They're going to sign that agreement. They're going to send a letter and pay their $5,000 exit fee. All this is, in my opinion, is a stall tactic to get an advantage or any kind of leverage or just stall any progress that the Mountain West hit. Because I don't think by anybody's measure, whether you can be the most ardent Pac-12 supporter, the Mountain West has been sprinting. Not running, not jogging, not walking, sprinting when it comes to adding new membership, adding new branding deals, negotiating with their existing TV partners. Because, again, I was told today by TV industry sources, it's a pretty well-known fact that the Mountain West is talking to Fox and CBS, and that they have had conversations with TNT. They're doing a TV deal. It's a matter of when that gets done. And frankly, until these letters are sent, they can't get it done. And frankly, until these letters are sent and they can remove those exiting members from the board of directors, you're not going to talk about branding deals and new branding partners for 2026 and beyond.
Sure.
You're not going to do that. You can't do that.
And it's curious. Just thoughts, right? Just as we talk through this, things that come to mind. When we talk about it being a stall tactic for the Pac-12 and the Mountain West. So if the Pac-12 is trying to stall the Mountain West and keep them from widening the gap, as we were told today, my only question is, okay, if you stall them, great. But still, once again, if we think about this, you can stall, but the reality is the Pac-12 is the one with timelines.
Yeah.
The Mountain West doesn't have this timeline sitting over their head with which they have to deal with. They've got, media rights for another, what did you say, 18 months, I think you said, right?
Yeah.
And so they have time here to work with. So all I'm saying is, when you guys go and, talk to your friends and watch other outlets and you digest this conversation, just keep in mind who's in the driver's seat here. because this isn't about fandom anymore. This is about paperwork and business and processes.
And Illumindursky on Twitter is asking if the press release is a written notice. It is not. You are talking about contract law.
Yeah.
And again, I will just show you the Mountain West. It's not convoluted because you have to go back to when Adela De La Torre, the president at San Diego State, sent a letter to the commissioner's office and the members of the conference and said, yeah, we're leaving. And then was like, no, I didn't. What? No, I'm not leaving. Pro rata we deserve. You guys are great. We love the Mountain West. So what did they do? They amended this. You'll notice, what does this say? Revised June 2011, April 2021, and December of 2023. That December of 2023 amendment was in direct reply and response to the San Diego State pro rata we deserve, we're leaving the conference letter. And as part of that December 2023 revision, a $5,000 payment by wire transfer, immediately available funds to an account specified by the conference, denoted as an exit deposit, must be paid. Because you're not able to just write a letter and say, oh, I changed my mind or I didn't mean that. When you have a contract and you have specific stipulations, you have to follow them. So when you release a press release saying, hey, we're leaving, that's not worth the paper it's printed on. It is all about the letter of the law. And in this case, it's contract law. And it says right here, any member institution may resign from membership in the conference June 30th of each year by delivering, one, a written notice, an exit notice to the conference and other member institutions on or before June 1st of the preceding year, 90 days from today. Right? And a non-refundable $5,000 payment by wire transfer of immediately available funds to an account specified by the conference, denoted as exit deposit. So it's pretty clear. These guys the 5 exiting members are leaving. That's not the question. Why haven't they written their notice yet? Why haven't they paid their $5,000 by wire? Because they're stalling. Because I think they knew that it would slow the progress. And I don't think it has, frankly, because the Mountain West has added new members.
Yeah.
But that it would slow the progress of the Mountain West Conference. And I think when you look at this the entirety of this situation, you begin to understand that it becomes more and more difficult to spin this as anything other than a stall tactic.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's what it has written all over it. I mean, I still ask the question, like, okay, let's say you do stall them. What does the Pac-12 and company believe that they're going to get out of stalling them other than not allowing them to gain momentum in a new, media rights scenario? And yeah, this is the letter. I just found this while we were talking. This is the letter from San Diego State in 2023 that they sent to the Mountain West, saying they intend to resign. And you'll notice what's in there. Hey, we would like to talk about the exit fee. We would see how it says under 1 that requires notification by June 30th.
By law, typical requires notification by June 30th of the year preceding the effective date.
And they would like to ask for a 1-month extension.
San Diego State would also like to discuss the exit fee with full consideration of value added from our recent participation in the NCAA tournament. And then they turned around and said, oh, exit? What? No. What? Yeah, it doesn't work like that. So they made an amendment. Now you have to send a $5,000 exit fee with it. A deposit on your exit fee. Yeah. So good times, friends. Good times. And I think all this law stuff is fascinating to me. And I would again point out that I spoke to an exiting member one of the 5 universities exiting this conference today. And when I asked this person, hey, have you guys sent your written notice and your $5,000 fee? It wasn't, no, we haven't. Yes, we have. It was, why are you stirring the pot? You're being a troublemaker. Well, what trouble am I making? I'm asking if you followed a process or not. And it's just something that I think everybody took for granted. Mm-hmm. But I think it is a huge, huge story that they are trying to hold. The Pac-12 and its new members are trying to, in my opinion, hold up progress in the Mountain West as much as they can.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's right, wrong. It just is what it is. But when we talk about this Pac-12 conference, is this not business as usual?
It is.
When I've told you time and time again, when somebody tells you who they are, believe them. And the Pac-12 and Teresa Gould are telling you we're the same as it ever was. And I think you should believe them. All right. Pleasure. Thank you for joining us. By the way, if you missed any of this live shot on Twitter, make sure you get to our YouTube channel. Should be uploaded on the channel probably within 30 minutes. Join us on YouTube. Just Google search The Monty Show if you're watching this on Twitter. A link is in my bio above. Look it up, hit subscribe, give us a thumbs up. The Monty Show is always presented by The Advocates. At theadvocates.com, clear risk-free advice. It won't cost you a dime when you chat with an injury attorney live online, 24/7, 365. Theadvocates.com. Until Monday, say goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye, Jake.